The timid head of the Inugami family, the last descendants of the Curse Masters, has been endowed with the most formidable talent. She almost accepted her mission with gritted teeth and tears, driven by the love for her cherished family and the promises bound by curses. The irrevocable decree of fate raises the question of what has cursed the lineage of the Curse Masters. Perhaps only by ascending to divinity can this extinction be averted. Yet, this journey is graced by the presence of the most powerful beings from a millennium past and a millennium hence. Satoru Gojo, dual-natured Sukuna. Is this a blessing from Miss Inugami, or an indelible scar? Hush, the conceptual journey of Miss Inugami has only just begun. Chapter 001. The Cursed Bloodline of the Curse Masters. Taki, please summon your guardian. This marks the third occasion in which Taki Inugami has been called to her guardian's presence within a month of her enrollment. Observing Satoru Gojo slumped in the chair like a lifeless puppet, the typically obedient Taki Inugami took a step back, her hands forming a cross as she shook her head. Mokahana! Satoru tilted his head and gazed at Taki for a moment, then spoke in a tone intended for children. Because Taki does not speak, the teacher worries about not taking good care of you, thus wishes to communicate more with your guardian. The previous justification seemed rather different. It was likely concerning her academic plans. So, is it truly for her own benefit that teacher Gojo wishes to meet her guardian? She can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Nevertheless, Taki knows that Satoru Gojo is a good teacher. If he hadn't approached her, she might never have had the opportunity to study at the Jujutsu High. The Inugami family is the last remnant of the Curse Master lineage, one of the most illustrious sects a millennium ago. Their spoken words, elevated by cursed energy, could manifest reality. With but a single note, rivers of blood and fields of corpses could be wrought. At that time, the Curse Master's family was unaware of the burdens their descendants would bear. There will always be forces that despise such powers. It is said they were cursed by a powerful, special-grade curse spirit of the curse category. The Curse Masters began to lose control of their cursed energy as every utterance became imbued with a curse. They were stripped of the ability to articulate language. For any spoken word would manifest into reality, and inadvertently uttering words beyond their capacity could lead to a backlash that would slay the Curse Master. Over the millennia, the Curse Master's family has faced a terrifying decline, leaving only the Inugami lineage to survive. This is a curse, a binding imposed upon the Curse Masters. The family of curses is destined for extinction. Destiny has bestowed such a magnificent power, only to reclaim it. Perhaps there exists a force that fears this sorcery becoming something it cannot control. Now, Taki Inugami and her aunt, Wazuki Inugami, rely on each other, accompanied by a few servants. And within this world, only they remain as Curse Masters. The words of a Curse Master are akin to thorns. They can wound others as well as themselves. Brambles have thorns, and so does Wazuki. The children of the Inugami family receive private tutoring, largely abstaining from the affairs of the Jujutsu world, striving to preserve their rare bloodline while continually battling fate. Even so, their abilities remain awe-inspiring. Upon awakening to the art of incantation, a sorcerer's tongue and the corners of their mouth become adorned with the totem of the incantation clan. This phenomenon typically occurs around the age of 5. However, for Kogaki Wanying, it was different. From the very moment of her birth, the mark of curse was inscribed upon her. Her first wail ensnared the heart and mind of her mother, leading Kogaki Wanying's mother to weep incessantly, ultimately succumbing to her despair. In the end, she could only be silenced with a soft cloth to prevent any vocal expression of guidance. Her father, filled with disdain for Kogaki Wanying, harbored a gentle demeanor towards her from her older brother. Until the moment of his death, he brought the under 10 Kogaki Wanying to the family shrine, kneeling before their ancestors, repeatedly bowing his head. Kogaki Wanying stood timidly at a distance, her visage concealed by a mask adorned with incantation symbols that diminish sound. Wanying, this was the first formal invocation of her name by her father. The young Kogaki Wanying, having developed a timid and cautious disposition, slowly approached her father's side. She observed her father inscribing something in a notebook he carried. I never anticipated that the hope our ancestors longed for would manifest in such a cruel manner. Father has never despised you. Rather, It is his own inability that he loathes, ultimately forcing you to bear this burden. Wayne, our lineage of sorcerers was cursed by a powerful curse spirit a millennium ago, and at the cost of 100 sorcerers chanting incantations, hope was granted to our clan. 1,000 years hence, one shall be born who can shatter the cycle and defy destiny. Kogaki Wayne gazed at the notebook in her hands, her entire being trembling, on the verge of tears from fear. What is this? Why could she not comprehend it? She did not want this. She feared that any sound she uttered might once again claim the life of her beloved. She could not bear such a task. With teary eyes, Kogaki Wayne shook her head vigorously, yearning to flee the shrine, but her father gripped her arm tightly. Wayne, kneel. Kogaki Wayne's body froze, as her father, uttering these words, spat blood, for his daughter's talent and incantation far surpassed his own. The child dared not cry out. She wished to call out to her father, yet could only bite her lip in silence. Bow your head. For the sake of the sorcerer lineage, you must vow to defy fate and live without compromise. Blood began to seep from her father's orifices as Kogaki Wayne desperately bowed her head, unsure whether this was her father's incantation or her humble plea. Do not let father perish. What wrongs have we, the sorcerers, committed? Wayne promises. Father, please do not die. This was the first time since her birth that Kogaki Wayne spoke a complete sentence, albeit stuttering and her pronunciation tender. Her father merely displayed a reassuring smile, gently stroking Kogaki Wayne's head before collapsing onto the mat. Kogaki Wayne could not fathom how she could easily take a life. Yet, she begged for her family to survive, while the cursed power remained indifferent. Later, her brother ascended to the position of head of the family and fathered Kogaki Tsubaki. Those were the happiest times for Kogaki Wayne. Gazing at the little bundle in her arms, the young Kogaki Wayne resolved to fulfill her promise. She must protect her family at all costs. Driven by madness, she began fervently perusing the ancient tomes left by her ancestors, absorbing vast knowledge. Though still timid and cowardly, she forced herself to confront her fears, holding back her tears. Until 3 months ago, when her brother passed away, a stranger arrived at the Kogaki home during the funeral. He introduced himself as Satoru Gojo, the acting head of the Gojo clan, one of the 3 illustrious families. Kogaki Wayne understood that it was a remarkable family, blessed indeed. 6 eyes. The eternal 6 eyes. Only one can exist in an era. Yet when the 6 eyes perish, the Gojo family shall surely give birth to a new 6 eyes. A family favored by the divine, never to be extinguished. Greetings, Miss Kogaki. Would you like your nephew to attend the Jujutsu High School? With comprehensive guidance, perhaps the sorcerer lineage can flourish from this moment forth. Kogaki Wayne's eyes flickered as she inscribed a phrase upon the pristine page of the illustrated book. Can you protect little Tsubaki? Swear it upon your life. Satoru Gojo regarded the neatly penned script with a wry smile. The girl, clad in a white ceremonial kimono, trembled as she held the illustrated book, striving to meet her own gaze. Her eyes reddened like a frightened rabbit. Such a terrifying ability, yet it cowered within this realm due to a lack of courage to take that step. Satoru Gojo seized the pen from Kogaki Wayne's hand and inscribed his name upon that page. Of course, for I am the strongest. Someone shattered that shell, encasing Kogaki Wayne's vulnerability in armor. Thus, let the sorcerers once again manifest in this era. Chapter 002. Doggerel Jiki is summoned by the parents once again. Doggerel Wansakura received a message from Doggerel Jiki, indicating that Teacher Gojo requested her presence at Jujutsu High. The essence of the message conveyed that Teacher Gojo feared he might not be able to communicate effectively with her, worried that he had overlooked her needs. The girl clad in a kimono seemed like a remnant from a bygone era, rarely venturing beyond the confines of the Doggerel household. However, since Doggerel Jiki's enrollment, she appeared to be increasingly inclined to explore the outside world. Doggerel Wansakura is a girl of innocent disposition. Teacher Gojo's words even filled her with a sense of gratitude. After all, Doggerel Jiki struggles to articulate his desires clearly. The boy, who substitutes words with rice ball condiments, also lacks the habit of carrying paper to write down his thoughts. This presents a challenge, as the transmission of emotions is often sluggish. This is perhaps why Doggerel Wansakura's demeanor is soft and unhurried. What might take others mere moments to express verbally, she requires considerable time to transcribe. With her flaxen gray hair, simply styled in an updo and her kimono's folds meticulously arranged, Doggerel Wansakura, accompanied by the butler Fushiguro, made her way to Jujutsu High. The winding mountain road twisted and turned. Fushiguro, now over 50, had once been a trusted aide to her father. With no children of his own, he only had a younger sister who had passed away over a decade ago. For Fushiguro, the Doggerel family is his home. The remaining members of the Doggerel clan now consist solely of Fushiguro and another elderly servant, Granny Keed, yet they strive to uphold the dignity of the sorcerer lineage. They continue to be a family. "Miss, we have arrived," Fushiguro gently announced after parking the car. Although Doggerel Wansakura has assumed the role of head of the family, Fushiguro still refers to her as Mississippi. This gentle girl, as delicate as a rabbit, ultimately bears the weight of all burdens on her slender shoulders. She is frightened, yet she has no choice but to act. Despite her face being partially obscured by a mask, her beautiful violet eyes gleam like crescent moons. Doggerel Jiki had long been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing him, Doggerel Wansakura promptly retrieved a notebook and pen from her obi. "Little Jiki, how has this week been?" Doggerel Jiki smiled and nodded in response. "Salmon, have you been getting along well with your classmates?" Doggerel Jiki gave a thumbs up, flashing a bright smile at Doggerel Wansakura. He should feel happy. During her previous visits to Jujutsu High, she had observed the camaraderie between Doggerel Jiki and the first-year students. The cursed panda and the girl from the Zenin family were both exceptionally kind individuals, particularly the panda, who seemed to be the only one capable of understanding Doggerel Jiki's thoughts through rice ball condiments after just a few days of acquaintance. Doggerel Wansakura felt relieved that Doggerel Jiki, at last, had friends akin to those of a normal child. As usual, Doggerel Jiki guided Doggerel Wansakura towards the classroom area when two figures approached from a distance. The panda waved his furry paws, cheerfully exclaiming, "Jiki's and is here. Why does Gojo always ask Jiki's parents, but never mine? Is he neglecting me?" Beside him, Inumaki politely greeted Doggerel Wansakura, then looked at the panda with an expression of helplessness. "The bandaged idiot probably doesn't want to meet your parents, as they would surely turn the tables and educate him instead. Ugh, Maki always says hurtful things." The panda is a cursed corpse created by the principal of Jujutsu High, Yaga Yoshinori, possessing independent thought and not merely a puppet. The panda seems like a son to Yaga, having seen Gojo since childhood, although they now share a teacher-student relationship. It resembles that of brothers. Thus, the panda refers to Gojo as Gojo. As for the bandaged idiot, Inumaki is not an impolite child. But Gojo often engages in unprofessional conduct, such as delegating tasks to students who have only been enrolled for a month. He also trains them in a rather torturous manner, showing little kindness. Though Maki internally feels grateful that Gojo allowed her to leave the Zenin household and enter Jujutsu High, she maintains a proud facade. Upon seeing Doggerel Jiki's classmates, Doggerel Wansakura immediately bowed politely to greet them, then gently patted Doggerel Jiki's shoulder, signaling him to join his classmates in their activities. Observing the poised and elegant Doggerel Wansakura, who walked gracefully in her geta, Inumaki couldn't help but exclaim, "The pride of the sorcerers is beautifully embodied in Miss Doggerel." The panda nodded in agreement. Jiki said that Miss Doggerel is an incredibly powerful sorcerer, even more so than he is. Is that true? Jiki is already quite formidable. He entered as a second-grade sorcerer. Hearing the discussion about his aunt, Doggerel Jiki's eyes softened, radiating pride. "Mayonnaise." The panda affectionately draped an arm over Doggerel Jiki's shoulders. "Wow, our Jiki is super proud. Have you ever witnessed Miss Doggerel's sorcery?" Doggerel Jiki paused, shaking his head earnestly. "Not to mention her sorcery, my aunt has never even emitted a sound. She is silent, even when sporting the most radiant smile." Inumaki perceptively sensed Doggerel Jiki's mood dip slightly and waved her bamboo spear playfully. "Jiki, let us head to the playground for some physical training. The loser buys juice." Doggerel Jiki felt warmth wash over him as his eyes sparkled. "Salmon," the panda chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. "Maki is so tenacious, even though she has lost many times already. Don't speak. Being so fierce will make you unmarriageable. It's better to be gentle. Perhaps you should switch training partners with the panda." "I refuse." The first-year students appeared to be in harmony, while Doggerel Wansakura walked towards the teacher's office, taking a deep breath before gently knocking on the door. The wooden door swung open rapidly, revealing a man standing too close, startling her into taking a step back. A bit flustered, she fumbled to retrieve her notebook and pen from her obi. Gojo chuckled, watching as her elegantly styled hair revealed delicate ears, tinged with a faint blush. Was she frightened or merely nervous? Doggerel Wansakura's reactions brought Gojo immense amusement each time. "Miss Doggerel, please come in." Doggerel Wansakura finally penned her words in the notebook. "Teacher Gojo, I apologize for the intrusion." Gojo laughed heartily. Just as she was about to sit down, he noticed her polite words. I have no such formalities. You need not write courteous phrases, Miss Doggerel. I am well aware you are a considerate person. Doggerel Wansakura gripped her notebook tightly, unable to meet Gojo's gaze. Her head bowed as she wrote, Teacher Gojo. Did you summon me to discuss something specific? Oh, not at all. I merely wish to inquire about JJK's past academic performance. Didn't we already discuss this last time? Is that so? Then let us ask what JJK's interests and hobbies are. Doggerel Wansakura appeared somewhat bewildered. Was this teacher truly reliable? Chapter 003, Use Sorcery on Me. Doggerel Wansakura gazed at the man with bandaged eyes, feeling that perhaps Gojo was merely a bit careless. The bandages around his eyes were not due to injury. Rather, Gojo's 6 eyes continuously absorb various cursed energy information flooding into his mind. Shrouding one's gaze does little to obstruct the flow of cursed energy information. It merely filters out a modicum of superfluous details. It appears that even the divinely blessed 6 eyes must be concealed. Observing the somewhat dazed expression of Kogen Waka, Satoru Gojo waved his hand in front of her. Hey, Miss Kogen. Startled, Kogen Waka immediately focused on her writing. Little Tsubaki enjoys rice balls and typically prefers to stay at home watching television. Gojo rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. I see, she seems quite reclusive, yet Tsubaki possesses exceptional physical prowess. My brother has trained Tsubaki in martial arts since childhood, and he himself is quite impressive, she replied. Gojo flashed a bright smile and nodded. Oh, I see. Then, Miss Kogen, what are your interests outside of curse techniques? Are your martial arts skills formidable as well? Kogen Waka's entire body stiffened, bewildered by Gojo's sudden inquiry about her. Her violet eyes darted anxiously, and Gojo lowered his tone. Just a casual question. After all, Tsubaki is your only family left. Gradually, Kogen Waka's tense form relaxed. Realizing the context, she then earnestly wrote, I enjoy fruits and often sunbathe in the backyard of the Kogen residence while reading. I am not adept at sports, all sports. She added, drawing a cute crying face, which amused Gojo, clearly indicating her lack of athletic ability. Then you must excel at cursed techniques. As Tsubaki was directly deemed a level 2 during her entrance examination. Miss Kogen, I am very intrigued by cursed techniques. The conversation took a peculiar turn, and Kogen Waka sensed a somewhat intense gaze behind her bandages. She felt an overwhelming urge to flee. I'm sorry, she murmured. Why apologize? You have done nothing wrong. Miss Kogen, I simply wish for this fascinating cursed art not to vanish. So, Miss Kogen, could you demonstrate a cursed technique for me? Gojo's request made Kogen Waka's pupils contract, her shoulders trembling in fear as she frantically circled the word sorry on her paper. Her violet eyes glistened like grapes dampened by dew. Gojo sought exemplary students to reinvigorate the cursed arts, which had been tainted by corruption from power and wealth. Thus, upon learning of a suitable child from the lineage of cursed speech practitioners, he fortuitously encountered Kogen Waka. His 6 eyes discerned the intricate, resplendent, and profound cursed energy emanating from this timid girl. From her, Gojo witnessed a cursed energy unlike any he had encountered before. It was said that the practitioners of cursed speech would ultimately face extinction, seemingly cursed by the very spirits they summoned. Yet, why did such a breathtaking blossom bloom amidst impending decay? Gojo's expertise in the study of cursed arts is unparalleled, a testament to his 6 eyes and his own diligent efforts. Thus, he found himself curious about the mysterious art of cursed speech, once revered in ancient texts. It won't harm me. My limitless can filter out the cursed energy entwined within sound. Let's give it a try. Perhaps Miss Kogen could converse freely with me. Leaning forward, Gojo extended his elegant finger to gently tug at the edge of Kogen Waka's mask, gradually pulling it down. Her pallid complexion could not conceal her beauty. Her lips, small and seemingly soft and pink, bore the cursed marks of the Kogen family, akin to 2 circles adorning her enchanting visage. Gojo's hand trembled. He had never anticipated being so captivated by a woman's beauty. In contrast, Kogen Waka abruptly stood, hastily adjusted her mask, and fled in a panic. The sound of her wooden clogs echoed sharply against the wooden floor, her kimono constraining her movements, rendering her somewhat awkward. Gojo watched as Kogen Waka dashed out of the office. The white-haired man scratched his head, a hint of a troubled smile gracing his lips. I scared her. It seems I've made a blunder. Kogen Waka ran downstairs until she could catch her breath. Clutching her chest, she felt her heart racing, haunted by the memory of her father's demise. Since she could remember, her mouth had always been covered. It was a deep-seated instinct warning her not to utter a sound. She feared her voice would harm those she cherished. Even her cries could have claimed her mother's life. Her father and brother had called her the hope of the cursed speech practitioners, yet she was terrified, so much so that she could not sleep at night. How could she fulfill her father and brother's expectations? How could she tread this path without causing harm to anyone? Today, Gojo had told her to use cursed speech. Kogen Waka panicked. Images of her teacher, bloodied and battered, flooded her mind. It was not that she doubted Gojo, but rather herself. She could not control her cursed energy. Crouching on the ground, she hugged her knees and wept silently. Someone quietly approached from behind, a large hand resting on her head, providing a sense of comfort. Gojo's voice rang out lazily from behind her. I apologize, I was merely joking. I didn't mean to put you in such a predicament. As an apology, let me take you to my favorite dessert shop. Sweets can uplift one's spirits and alleviate stress. It's my hobby, and now I've shared it with you. Gojo's seemingly aimless remarks revealed a rarely seen empathetic side of him, for he genuinely felt a bit helpless, as if he were teasing a child. Even though Kogen Waka was only 2 years his junior, Kogen Waka was a polite child, since someone had apologized and offered her an out. She could not be too capricious, especially considering the other party was Tsubaki's teacher. Feeling suddenly bashful, she realized that despite being an adult, she still had a penchant for tears. Wiping her eyes haphazardly, she rose silently, her gaze fixed downward, unable to meet Gojo's eyes. It's all right. I didn't see Miss Kogen crying. Let us go, it's tea time. Chapter 004. Please soothe the crybaby with desserts. Gojo hopped into the car, and when Fushiguro Megumi noticed him joining, he was not surprised. He greeted him amiably. Teacher Gojo, thank you for taking care of Tsubaki. No need for pleasantries. Just drive us to the dessert shop in the city. I'll provide you with the address. Upon hearing this, Fushiguro was somewhat taken aback. Knowing that Kogen Waka never frequented crowded places, let alone the city, he glanced at her through the rearview mirror, and she merely nodded slightly. Fushiguro chose not to inquire further and followed Gojo's directions toward the city. He thought it would be beneficial for Kogen Waka to meet some peers and explore the outside world, as she had retreated into her own realm ever since the passing of her grandfather. Now, her willingness to accompany Gojo indicated at least a level of trust in him. Indeed, the most formidable Six Eyes in history also stands as the most powerful sorcerer of the present age. His mere presence provides a modicum of solace to Kogen Waka. Although it is a weekday, the city center bustles with life. Fushiguro Megumi declined the invitation to dine together, opting instead to wait alone in the car, entrusting Satoru Gojo with the care of Kogen Waka. Satoru Gojo, however, is rather inept at nurturing others. This might be one of the rare instances in his life where he exhibits patience. Kogen Waka's attire starkly contrasts with the vibrant streets. As she follows Satoru Gojo into the dessert shop, she feels the weight of many gazes upon her. She is genuinely frightened by such scrutiny and finds herself instinctively lowering her head, retreating behind Satoru Gojo. The stares, though not overtly malicious, stem from her traditional attire, which is customary in this land for various occasions. However, standing alongside the eye-catching Satoru Gojo, who has removed his bandages and donned sunglasses, he appears both fashionable and striking. Their pairing strikes one as somewhat peculiar. Miss Kogen, I believe you have a fondness for fruits. How about a fruit parfait and a peach oolong tea? Kogen Waka nodded, her gaze fixed on her wooden sandals, reminiscent of a small turtle. When she cries, she resembles a rabbit. The juxtaposition of a turtle and a rabbit is indeed an amusing combination. Satoru Gojo, in a whimsical manner, grasped Kogen Waka's wrist and led her to a seat by the window. Do be careful. Keeping your head down like that may result in a collision, he cautioned. Kogen Waka felt the warmth of his large hand enveloping her, instilling a sense of security. She cautiously lifted her gaze, stealing glances at Satoru Gojo's back, an enigmatic man. Untamed and free-spirited, characteristics that Kogen Waka finds enviable. As they settled into their seats, the intensity of the surrounding stares seemed to diminish, allowing Kogen Waka to exhale with slight relief, though she remained seated upright, in stark contrast to Satoru Gojo, who sprawled comfortably on the sofa. Miss Kogen, this is a place to relax. There's no need for such tension, he chuckled. Moreover, after all these years, your mastery of silence has reached an unparalleled level, so you needn't worry about making a sound. His unique approach to comfort proved effective, allowing Kogen Waka to loosen up slightly. She promptly retrieved her notebook and pen from her obi. I apologize, Satoru-sensei, for leaving so abruptly. It was quite impolite of me. No need for apologies. It was I who posed a challenging situation. Is that why you are so cautious? Due to your formidable cursed speech? Satoru Gojo teased in an exaggerated tone, which left Kogen Waka feeling a touch flustered, thus revealing a sliver of her inner self for the first time. Unlike little Toge, my voice can inflict harm upon others' minds, not merely convey explicit meanings. Upon hearing this, Satoru Gojo's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he leaned closer, childlike wonder evident on his face. What does that imply? If you were to say salmon like Toge, what would happen? Salmon within a certain radius would uncontrollably flock to me, she replied. Teleportation? They would fly over, creating quite a commotion. Satoru Gojo envisioned a scenario where salmon rained down from the sky, and he erupted into laughter. Miss Kogain, you seem to have quite the detailed understanding. I hope you haven't experimented with this on the sly. Kogain Waki buried her face in her book, recalling a childhood escapade where she ventured into the deep mountains and uttered the meaningless word, oleander. To her astonishment, oleander was cultivated commercially a kilometer away and subsequently uprooted. It was late at night in the mountains, and she was fortunate that no one witnessed the scene. The following day, the farmer was enraged, convinced that a rival farmer had orchestrated the incident. The affair even made the news. As Satoru Gojo glanced at the illustrated book where oleander was inscribed, a realization struck him, causing him to laugh uncontrollably. Back then, the sorcery hierarchy thought a curse user had gone mad. Yet the investigators found no traces of cursed energy matching any sorcerer. So it was you who was the culprit. This revelation made Kogain Waki feel even more embarrassed. It was her secret, one she had kept due to fear, and she had stumbled on her way back in the dark. Satoru Gojo wiped tears of laughter from his eyes, thoroughly amused, especially at the sight of Kogain Waki looking so bashful. When the desserts arrived, Kogain Waki's eyes sparkled with delight. Although Fushiguro Megumi would occasionally bring back pastries, they paled in comparison to the exquisite offerings of this shop, a hidden gem discovered by those who seek it earnestly. Satoru Gojo had already begun indulging, while Kogain Waki, still masked, remained motionless. As a cursed speech sorcerer, she bore peculiar cursed markings around her mouth, which could potentially frighten ordinary folks. Yet, not wanting to disappoint Satoru Gojo's kindness, she wrote, "Satoru-sensei, I will take this to go." A flicker of darkness crossed Satoru Gojo's azure eyes behind his sunglasses. Why should one feel apprehensive about such a revered sorcery? He, the most reckless of sorcerers, never restrains his techniques, often forgetting the elder sorcerer's advice to create barriers to shield ordinary people from sight. Why worry? Miss Kogain, you are absolutely stunning. In this day and age, with so many tattooed individuals, who would even bat an eye? Kogain Waki felt her ears flush with warmth. Did he just say she was beautiful? Goodness, what a statement. Satoru Gojo added with a mischievous grin, in that case, I might as well help remove your mask. Desserts should be savored at the first opportunity. Satoru Gojo was truly audacious, and Kogain Waki had experienced this firsthand. So, in a moment of impulsiveness, she yanked off her mask. Sure enough, whispers erupted around her. Wow, tattoos? So cool. The contrast of her kimono with such alluring tattoos is striking, and she's incredibly beautiful. I thought that man was handsome. But now I'm completely captivated by this girl. Kogain Waki stood there, stunned, her acute hearing, a likely gift of a cursed speech sorcerer, picked up every word. Then she glanced at the man before her, who wore a bright smile. I told you so. Miss Kogain, you are exceptionally beautiful. Kogain Waki felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, and she could only lower her head and devour her cake. Delicious. The fruits and cream are such a perfect pairing. Indeed, her mood had significantly brightened. Satoru Gojo observed Kogain Waki's expression transform into that of a small creature delighting in a delectable treat, and he found himself inexplicably content. It was quite peculiar. The deep blue markings at her lips were concealed by cream, and Satoru Gojo suddenly felt a strong urge to wipe them away. Then, shaking his head, he pondered, what is wrong with me? Shouldn't traverse cursed technique fix my own mind? Chapter 005, The Guiding Hand of Fate. This was Kogain Waki's most delightful experience in 25 years, savoring desserts amidst the throngs of the city center with her mask removed. It was a memory she would cherish for a lifetime. On her way back, Kogain Waki penned in her notebook, "Thank you, Satoru-sensei." Thus, would today's events be put to rest? Of course, it is my sensitivity that has delayed you. Dogroll Sakurako, clutching her picture book, appeared quite remorseful. While Satoru Gojo felt an urge to ruffle her hair, he restrained himself and spoke earnestly. Miss Dogroll, there will come a day when you will wield your cursed technique, perhaps concealing your abilities. There may be many things you find unattainable. Sakurako felt a stirring in her heart, yet Gojo refrained from elaborating further, merely bending down to address Fushiguro, who was seated in the driver's seat. There's no need for you to see me off, Uncle Butler. Understood, Teacher Gojo. Standing upright once more, Gojo cast another glance at Sakurako, who was lost in thought while still holding her little picture book. Unable to resist, he gently patted her head. I'm leaving now. Before Sakurako could scribble goodbye in her book, Gojo had already vanished into the underground parking lot, leaving behind only a trace of residual cursed energy in the air. The scattered blue and white lights shimmered, as beautiful as a divine miracle. Sakurako stared blankly for a moment before opening the car door and taking her seat. The vehicle departed from the bustling city, returning to the tranquil, sparsely populated mountainside. Fushiguro, observing Sakurako's distracted gaze out the window, softly inquired, "Are you feeling happy today, Miss Doggerel?" She turned slowly towards the driver's seat and nodded. "Teacher Gojo is quite an admirable person. You should engage with him more when you have the time." Sakurako seemed to ponder something, suddenly bowing her head. And after a long pause, she gently nodded. A flicker of concern flashed in Fushigiro's eyes. The starry night accompanied the young woman as she journeyed home, guiding her to a place of solace. That night, Sakurako found herself in the family shrine, meticulously wiping the ancestral tablets of the Doggerel clan with clean cloth. Unlike other families, the number of tablets in the Doggerel lineage had diminished over time. At the highest point, there remained several dozen, but by her father's generation, only 2 remained. The lowest tablet belonged to her elder brother, solitary in its position, yet she found comfort in the thought that she would eventually join him. Following that was her younger sibling, Kogetsu. Would Kogetsu be left alone? Her brother had no other offspring, and when it came to succession, it seemed only she remained. Sakurako's hand paused in her wiping, then suddenly quickened its pace. What was she thinking? If only the family curse could be lifted, the Doggerel clan would flourish once more. This tablet would transform into a funnel shape, marking their turning point. It would surely happen. Sakurako ascended the ladder to retrieve the tablet of an ancestor named Doggerel Yasu, whose gilded inscriptions had faded over time. She took some paint and meticulously traced the lines, a testament that the future generations would not forget their forebears. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows, as Sakurako approached her task with reverence and caution. After her father's passing, such responsibilities had fallen to her and her brother. She was no stranger to them. Yet, she now stood alone. As she began to trace the characters of Doggerel, the tablet in her hands suddenly cracked open with a sharp fracture. Sakurako froze, trembling, and did not dare to continue. However, the tablet before her shattered inexplicably into 2 pieces. What could this mean? A sense of foreboding washed over her, a feeling that perhaps everyone would share. This was an ominous omen. The right side of the broken tablet teetered precariously in her hands before finally crashing to the ground with a clatter. Alarmed, Sakurako bent to retrieve it, only to discover something nestled within the fragments. It appeared to be a piece of soft parchment, folded several times, concealed within the ancestral tablet. Her eyes widened as the orange candlelight reflected warmly in her violet irises. She carefully extracted the parchment and unfolded it in her hands. Breath caught in her throat. She discerned some faded lines that barely formed a figure. It was a human. No, perhaps not a human. A human could not possess 4 arms or 2 pairs of eyes upon their face. The artistry was lifelike, and Sakurako felt a pair of cold eyes gazing back at her, as if the figure were a deity governing life and death, and the world was merely a farce to him. Through the parchment, dormant for who knows how long, he stared at her, mournful yet unafraid. Sakurako felt a shiver run down her spine. She abruptly closed the parchment only to find more illustrations on the reverse side. Turning it over for a closer inspection, she saw the cursed markings of the Doggerel clan, arcs forming lips with 2 circles on either side. There was another sigil that Sakurako had never encountered. At first glance, it resembled a single eye, but within the circular pupil, countless indecipherable incantations were inscribed. The script was ancient, too archaic for Sakurako to comprehend. In the lower right corner, there was a line of minuscule text. "Become a deity, break the shackles, let this be the guide." In that moment, Sakurako felt a wave of heat surge through her skull. Her father had once urged her to vow, proclaiming her to be the hope of the Doggerel clan. Yet after years of poring over ancient texts, she had still failed to uncover the key to breaking the cycle. How could she possibly reverse the fate of the cursed sorcerer's extinction? That night, hidden within the forest, Sakurako repeated over and over, "Lift the curse of the sorcerers," allowing them to wield their cursed energy freely. Such a monumental reversal would surely invite retribution, yet after uttering those words, all that returned to Sakurako was silence. No backlash. No response. It was as if her words were but a fleeting dream. The rules that governed this world seemed to mock Sakurako's naivety. Yet now, this piece of parchment lay before her, its text and illustrations illuminating her path like a beacon of hope. Perhaps she would no longer wander aimlessly like a headless fly. Why had her ancestors left such a thing hidden within the tablet, instead of recording it properly in the history of the Doggerel clan? The reasons remained a mystery that Sakurako had yet to explore. Taking a deep breath, she folded the parchment and tucked it into her waistband. Then, she knelt in reverent prayer before the shattered tablet on the ground. What had once seemed a directionless journey now revealed a glimmer of hope to Sakurako. Her timid and fragile heart gained a semblance of strength, emboldening her resolve. Chapter 006. The visit from the high echelons of sorcery. It was a dream, in which cherry blossoms were tugged by the wind, instantly turning a deep crimson, as if drenched in countless blood. The branches stained a dark, ominous hue. Sakurako beheld a figure beneath the tree. clad in an oversized women's kimono. The voluminous sleeves hinted at 2 pairs of arms. The delicate, cold features of the man were rendered even more unsettling by the extra pair of eyes beneath his eyelids, instilling fear in those who gazed upon him. A blend of beauty and terror adorned his face, dissuading any from approaching. His gaze fell upon her, icy and piercing, as if sharp arrows had pierced her very being. Then, the man revealed a cryptic smile, devoid of joy or mockery, as if he had endured countless trials, now cast adrift like a stone sinking in the sea. Is he truly human, or merely a specter? Doggerel Wansakura found herself engulfed in a haze of confusion, yet a profound sorrow stirred within her, compelling her to weep. The figure extending a hand toward her drew her forward uncontrollably in the realm of dreams. The sensations felt ethereal, for this was but a dreamscape. The crimson cherry blossoms were not products of reality. Their flamboyant dance rendered her vision hazy, gazing upon the face so close. Both sets of eyes were tainted with a blood-red hue. Dai, a deep voice seethed, brimming with concealed malice, piercing through Wansakura's eardrums. An agonizing force seemed to pierce her abdomen, an ache so excruciating it felt all too real. Wansakura jolted awake in terror. She glanced around her surroundings. It was her own bedroom. Beside her tatami bed lay the neatly folded parchment. Undoubtedly, the figure from her dream was the very entity depicted upon that parchment. The dream felt surreal, yet it possessed an uncanny authenticity, perhaps due to the pain. But whose memory was this? Was it of her forebears? Wansakura cradled her forehead, the nightmare leaving her somewhat drained, and after a brief moment, she began to feel better. Once dressed, she stepped out of her bedroom and saw Granny Silver Maple tending to the flowers in the courtyard. "Miss Doggerel, you're awake. Granny's preparing breakfast for you." Granny Silver Maple exuded warmth, her ever-smiling demeanor evoking a sense of happiness. Wansakura's eyes softened as she took out her sketchbook to inscribe "Thank you." Granny Silver Maple approached, gently smoothing out the inch of her kimono sleeve that had been rolled up. "My dear, why must you be so polite with Granny?" Having received countless expressions of gratitude from Wansakura, Granny Silver Maple always felt touched by her kindness. To Wansakura, what constituted malice? Perhaps the young lady of the Doggerel family had never truly experienced it. She was pure and gentle, yet burdened with a mission. Ultimately, she would have to confront many things. Granny Silver Maple often felt her age weighing upon her, becoming increasingly sentimental. She should trust her young lady, for she possessed formidable curse techniques. With this thought, Granny Silver Maple guided Wansakura toward the front courtyard. "Miss Doggerel, did you visit the city with Lord Jiki's teacher yesterday?" Wansakura nodded cautiously. "That teacher seems quite amiable. Lord Jiki has made friends at the Jujutsu High, and you should also cultivate friendships, Miss Doggerel." Granny Silver Maple spoke cheerfully, while Wansakura found herself lost in thought, staring at her white-socked toes, offering only a faint smile in response. Having served the Doggerel family since Wansakura's childhood, Granny Silver Maple understood her every expression and often discerned her unspoken thoughts. In this instance, her sentiment likely conveyed a polite refusal. Granny Silver Maple refrained from pressing further, recognizing that forming friendships often became increasingly challenging with age. While they were having breakfast, Fushiguro Zenin returned from outside, placing an invitation on the dining table. Wansakura displayed a look of bewilderment. Fushiguro Zenin calmly remarked upon the invitation. "Miss, this is a summons from the upper echelons of Jujutsu Society. They wish to meet the head of the Doggerel family upon hearing that Lord Jiki has successfully enrolled at Jujutsu High." After all, it had been many years since a curse user had emerged from the Doggerel family. The once looming family had long been on the brink of extinction, swallowed by the tides of time, a fate not uncommon among many clans. Today, only the esteemed Gojo family and the remnants of noble bloodlines remained notable in the Jujutsu world. Wansakura found the visit rather peculiar. "Do you think I should meet them?" "Uncle Zenin." "Miss, as the head of the family, one must learn to manage such matters." Fushiguro Zenin's tone was gentle and guiding. After pondering for a moment, Wansakura continued to write. "Then please decline on my behalf. The Doggerel family has always remained distant from the Jujutsu world, and the upper echelons need not trouble themselves." After all these years, they had not shown genuine concern for the nearly extinct Doggerel family. Now, because Lord Jiki had achieved the second-tier status upon enrollment, did the upper echelons suddenly realize the depth of the curse users? Wansakura sighed and shook her head, wishing that her thoughts were mere overthinking, that the upper echelons were merely offering superficial courtesy. To her surprise, less than 3 days later, another invitation arrived from the upper echelons, this time delivered in person. The newcomer appeared to be of similar age to Wansakura, tall and robust, with sun-kissed skin and a bright smile that was hard to dislike. This visitor was named Rakwanji Genai, working within the upper echelons of Jujutsu Society, tasked with maintaining connections between them and various families. With the visitor at her doorstep, Sakura felt it would be discourteous to send him away. Thus, despite her unfamiliarity with social interactions, she invited Rakwanji Genai to wait in the tea room. The Doggerel family's ancestral home was expansive, yet eerily desolate. Upon closer inspection, many of the bricks and tiles appeared worn, with only frequently used areas undergoing repairs. Maintaining such a structure was no easy feat, yet it remained the last vestige of the Doggerel family. Upon seeing Sakura, Rakwanji Genai appeared somewhat taken aback. "You are the current head of the Doggerel family?" After uttering this, he scratched his head and murmured to himself. "But wasn't it said that the head of the Doggerel family is a man?" Sakura's eyes flickered as she politely knelt on the soft mat. Inscribing a message on pristine white paper, "My brother passed away a few months ago. You see, one can view a withering family with indifference, as they provide little value. Even the transition of the family head goes unnoticed." Chapter 007. A Visit to Teacher Gojo. Upon reading the note, Rakwanji Genai's expression shifted, and he bowed apologetically. "I am terribly sorry. The upper echelons have long overlooked the final lineage of the curse users." This was the first time Sakura sensed the person's politeness was tinged with insincerity, merely a gesture born of duty. "May I inquire what the upper echelons desire?" It was nothing of great importance. The upper echelons wished to extend assistance to the Doggerel family. Noticing Sakura's confusion, Rakwanji Genai elaborated. "The current state of the Doggerel family is such that they still wish to allow their young curse users to become jujitsu sorcerers. And the upper echelons are immensely grateful for this. They wish to offer support, hoping to provide a more stable existence for the Doggerel family and ensure its longevity." Unfortunately, Sakura had sent Lord Jiki to Jujutsu High not to elicit gratitude from the upper echelons, but rather on the assurance that even upon stepping into the outside world, Lord Jiki's safety would be guaranteed. Thus, Sakura calmly inscribed, "Thank you for your concern, but we are currently well. The Doggerel family has no pressing needs." Rakwanji Genai appeared somewhat disheartened, yet he continued to speak with sincerity. "Indeed, it seems that the Kogetsu family is not one to readily accept charity. The head of the Kogetsu family might be persuaded to take on the role of an advisor for the higher echelons of jujitsu sorcery. The lineage of the incantation masters once basked in glory, yet it is now gradually fading. The jujitsu hierarchy believes it is imperative to exert every effort to salvage it." Had it been the former Kogetsu Sakura, she might have declined. However, having received that parchment, the contents presented therein are beyond what she could explore within the confines of the Kogetsu estate. What duties would accompany the role of an advisor? Upon reading such text, Rakwanji Genai smiled with delight, sensing promising prospects. To preserve and augment the historical legacy of the incantation masters, should there arise any incidents necessitating the advisor's intervention, it would fall upon the family head to address them on site. Naturally, addressing curses or malevolent spirits on site would entail additional responsibilities, for which the jujitsu hierarchy would offer substantial rewards. This was something that Kogetsu Sakura feared, particularly the use of incantation techniques. She shook her head. "I'm afraid I cannot wield incantation techniques." "What? The head of the Kogetsu family cannot perform incantation techniques? My control over cursed energy is inadequate, preventing me from achieving the desired effects. Yet, the head of the Kogetsu family must have inherited the incantation techniques, correct?" Kogetsu Sakura nodded, which relieved Rakwanji Genai. "Presently, it is known that there are 2 individuals who have inherited the incantation techniques. Are there other incantation masters within the Kogetsu family?" Kogetsu Sakura shook her head, her brows furrowing slightly, indicating her discontent with such probing inquiries. Rakwanji Genai, adept at reading the atmosphere, promptly remarked, "My apologies, Kogetsu family head, for my excessive inquiries. Might you consider the advisor position?" Kogetsu Sakura hesitated, gripping her illustrated book, inhaling deeply as she meticulously inscribed, "I require a detailed understanding of my functions and authority. I request a response from the hierarchy and will contemplate it earnestly." Rakwanji Genai's smile broadened with genuine joy. "That is only proper, Kogetsu family head. We shall prepare promptly. I apologize for the intrusion and express my gratitude for the Kogetsu family's willingness to entertain the higher echelons of jujitsu." Rakwanji Genai was elated. This visit bore unexpected fruit, for the Kogetsu family had always shrouded themselves in mystery. The jujitsu hierarchy had attempted to visit several times, only to be rebuffed. Losing patience thereafter, Kogetsu Toge entered the academy as a second-tier jujitsu sorcerer, which suddenly elevated the significance of the incantation masters in the eyes of the jujitsu hierarchy. For reasons unknown, the bloodline of the incantation masters has been notably weak, teetering on the brink of extinction. Yet, how could such a potent form of sorcery be so easily eradicated? There are still 2 young incantation masters remaining. Not only Kogetsu Toge, but the enigmatic head of the Kogetsu family is also a young woman. This presents an opportunity for the Kogetsu family to align with the jujitsu hierarchy, perpetuate their lineage, and become a formidable force within the hierarchy. Intervening in a family on the verge of extinction to produce more offspring, while simultaneously strengthening the jujitsu hierarchy's power constitutes a win-win scenario. This is precisely why the jujitsu hierarchy must successfully visit the Kogetsu family. After approximately half an hour, Kogetsu Wansakura remained silent in the tea room. Fushiguro Zenin sat outside the closed tea room, speaking through the white-papered wooden door. "Miss, do you intend to make your presence known?" This caught Fushiguro Zenin off guard. It was hard to determine whether this was a good thing or a conspiracy, yet the visit from the jujitsu hierarchy was certainly not one of pure goodwill. Kogetsu Wansakura showed no reaction, and after about 10 minutes, she abruptly flung open the wooden door. On the illustrated book in her hands, a clear statement was inscribed. "I have uncertainties regarding the future of the Kogetsu family that I must pursue, for some unknown reason." The sight of such emphatic text elicited a smile from Fushiguro Zenin, akin to a personal cheer. Noticing Fushiguro Zenin's smile, Kogetsu Wansakura felt a tinge of annoyance, coloring her cheeks as she drew a on that page. "No, I merely feel that you have suddenly become very brave, Mississippi. I support your decision." Kogetsu Wansakura was indeed frightened, but now that an opportunity presented itself, she must strive to act. Concerning the man mentioned on the parchment and the strange, unknown curse markings, she needed to venture into the outside world for answers. "However, I believe it would be prudent for you to discuss this matter with Toji's teacher." Kogetsu Wansakura appeared puzzled, and Fushiguro Zenin carefully elaborated. "It is said that the heir of the Gojo family has a rather poor relationship with the jujitsu hierarchy. For Toji's academic pursuits, it is essential for you to address this. Isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Kogetsu Wansakura was taken aback, as she was unaware of such matters. In that instant, countless bewildering images flooded her mind. Gojo Satoru would intentionally make things difficult for Kogetsu Toji, summoning him for late-night training, assigning arduous tasks, and punishing him to stand during class. The illustrated book in Kogetsu Wansakura's hands fell to the ground as she covered her masked face, feeling her pupils quake. "Do not display such an easily readable expression." Fushiguro Zenin cheerfully picked up the illustrated book. "I believe Gojo-sensei is not that sort of person. However, it would still be wise to mention it. What do you think, miss?" Kogetsu Wansakura took back the illustrated book, her hand moving with rapid speed as she wrote a single sentence. "Arrange a meeting with Gojo-sensei for me." The addition of 3 exclamation marks conveyed her urgent sentiment. Fushiguro Zenin cleared his throat and promptly agreed. He was quite adept at facilitating matters, such as encouraging his young mistress to engage more with her peers. Thus, the following day, Gojo Satoru received an unprecedented request for a meeting from Kogetsu Wansakura. He was quite pleased. Well, a rabbit has actually emerged from its burrow. Chapter 008. Why seek Sukuna? Since it was an initiative taken by Kogetsu Wansakura, Gojo Satoru deemed the location at the Jujutsu High School unsuitable, as it bore a semblance of seeking parental consent. Instead, he chose a dessert shop. It was reputed to possess a century-old craft, specializing in high-end handmade confections, frequented by numerous socialites for afternoon tea salons. The presence of private rooms elevated the establishment's status. A venue where one could indulge in sweets while engaging in conversation was ideally suited for Kogetsu Wansakura, likely indicating that she had something of great import to discuss. A raucous environment would have frightened the rabbit. It was certainly not because she wished to conveniently indulge in desserts. The harmony of Kogetsu Wansakura's kimono with the shop's ambience was striking, while Gojo Satoru, donning sunglasses and a light-colored shirt, appeared somewhat out of place. Upon opening the wooden door to the private room, he beheld the sight of the young woman clad in a pale green kimono, savoring tea by the window. The spring sun cast a crystalline glow upon her skin, accentuating her ethereal beauty. Outside the open window, a babbling brook provided a soothing melody that instilled tranquility. Enchanted by such a delightful scene, Gojo Satoru lingered for a few extra moments. Kogetsu Wansakura, sensing his presence, swiftly pulled her thoughts back from reverie. Rising to retrieve the illustrated book she had prepared in advance. "Gojo-sensei, I am grateful for your willingness to meet with me. It is much appreciated." Having prepared it beforehand, she immediately lifted it from the table. Gojo Satoru's lips curled into a smirk as he strolled over to the tatami low table, eyeing the array of exquisite desserts. Approximately 7 or 8 varieties, somewhat excessive. TSK, it felt as though he was appeasing his conscience for some wrongdoing. Observing Gojo Satoru's scrutinizing gaze on the desserts, Kogetsu Wansakura quickly wrote, "I ordered the house specialty. Please indulge, Gojo-sensei." The matcha sweet milk from the beverage counter. Wataru Fushiguro smirked in satisfaction. If it was to please him, then it was somewhat acceptable. "So, Miss Doge, what brings you to seek my company?" Fushiguro had already begun to indulge in his dessert. While across from him, Sakura Doge was fervently scribbling away, her fair visage mostly concealed by a mask, which Fushiguro found somewhat bothersome. Thus, he reached out, startling Doge. Instead of merely lifting her mask, he removed it entirely from her ears, his slender fingers brushing against her soft ear, eliciting a ticklish sensation for her. Fushiguro shrugged nonchalantly. Miss Doge, I can see you're quite tense. Perhaps you might consider removing your mask when you see me in the future. Doge did not meet his gaze. Her head bowed low, but she gave a slight nod. Fushiguro rested his chin on his hand, visibly intrigued. Do carry on. The scenery was delightful. The pen whispering against the paper, creating a captivating melody. At long last, when Doge finished writing, the page of her picture book was densely filled with characters. Teacher Fushiguro. A few days ago, the higher-ups of Jujutsu sought me out, requesting that I assume the role of an advisor, tasked with the correction and addition of historical accounts pertaining to the sorcerers. I intend to accept their offer, solely due to the Doge family, and have no intention of integrating into the elite of Jujutsu. The book obscured the lower half of Doge's face, revealing only her glistening eyes, cautiously peering at Fushiguro. After reading, he fell into silence for a few seconds. Doge felt a chill creep over her, as if sitting on pins and needles. Fushiguro tilted his head, his expression innocently perplexed. Why would you share such matters with me? Doge blinked and turned the page to continue writing. I've heard that teacher Fushiguro's relationship with the higher-ups is rather strained. Well, half the Jujutsu world is aware of that, so why mention it to me? Fushiguro suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, poking the air with his fork. I see, Miss Doge fears I might bully Jujutsu because of this. Doge neither nodded nor shook her head, her small face flushed red, appearing quite pitiful. This elicited a hearty laugh from Fushiguro. How could I? I never regard the higher-ups with any seriousness. I certainly wouldn't bully Jujutsu or Miss Doge. Why does she find herself included in the category of being bullied? Before Doge could ponder further, Fushiguro flipped the picture book back a page, examining the beginnings and conclusions of her writings. Let me remind you, the higher-ups are a bunch of decaying old oranges, driven by self-interest. Their approach towards you certainly bodes no good. They mentioned the possibility of having me use incantations on site, but I declined, and they relented. That likely indicates some form of enticement. Perhaps they believe I might take an interest in the incantation sorcerers? Upon hearing this, Doge found herself at a loss for words, merely gazing at Fushiguro with concern. Fushiguro displayed a charming smile, somewhat beguiling. I'm exceptionally powerful. Who would I need to entice? Those old oranges are truly alarmist. Doge's eyes flickered with interest before she continued writing on a new page. Teacher Fushiguro, I won't. Before she could finish, Fushiguro blocked her words with a fork smeared in cream. Doge's purple irises met his sunglasses. Fushiguro, in a relaxed tone, remarked, so today, Miss Doge merely wishes to prove that she will not conspire with the corrupt, am I correct? While that was the general idea, she found his phrasing rather disagreeable. Doge nodded. I was expecting something more significant. However, your mention of needing answers piques my interest. Would you care to elaborate? Fushiguro's tone resembled that of a curious child leaning in to inquire. Doge instinctively leaned back. Yet, an idea struck her, perhaps Fushiguro, being an active sorcerer in the Jujutsu realm, might possess some knowledge. Thus, she quickly wrote, Might you know anything about a being with 4 hands and 2 pairs of eyes, Teacher Fushiguro? Fushiguro promptly responded, Your description pertains to Ryomen Sukuna. While I cannot confirm whether it truly has 2 pairs of eyes, it undoubtedly possesses 4 hands. Fushiguro's gaze brightened as he regarded Doge, who seemed to exhibit an unprecedented thirst for knowledge. Strange, is there no mention of Ryomen Sukuna in the history of the Doge family? It was a millennium ago during the zenith of Jujutsu, and he was referred to as the King of Curses. Isn't it true that the peak of incantation sorcerers coincided with that era? Did the Doge family never intersect with Sukuna? Doge shook her head, explaining that she was solely immersed in the ancient texts left by the Doge family, seeking the key to a breakthrough. There was no time to delve into external knowledge, nor did she understand why these ancient texts bore no trace of Sukuna. Perhaps the Doge family simply did not concern themselves with Sukuna. Fushiguro casually remarked, Ryomen Sukuna isn't exactly a secret. What is somewhat confidential are the remnants he left behind. The 20 fingers of Ryomen Sukuna are sealed in various, unknown locations. Those are his only legacies. Fushiguro cast out bait, lowering his voice, infused with a hint of intimidation. He inquired, So, Miss Doge, what answers do you seek? Chapter 009, Different Ancestral Intentions. The fingers of Ryomen Sukuna are classified as special-grade cursed objects. Their danger level in the Jujutsu realm remains at the pinnacle. Each appearance of such an object brings forth calamities caused by cursed spirits. The fingers of Ryomen Sukuna are manifestations of malevolent power. serving as the finest nourishment for cursed spirits born from negative energy. Capable of hastening the gestation of cursed entities and even allowing first-grade cursed spirits to evolve into special-grade ones. Thus, confronted with Doge's eager demeanor, Fushiguro adopted a degree of caution. It should be noted that over the years, he had taken on every task related to the fingers of Ryomen Sukuna. He understood better than anyone the perils these fingers entailed. As he sensed the pressure in Fushiguro's tone and the secrets he disclosed, ones Doge had never encountered, she felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, struggling to process it. The figure on the parchment was Ryomen Sukuna, the king of curses documented in the annals of jujitsu history, not merely a figment of imagination. He existed in reality. For his fingers still thrived in this era. Wait, fingers? Doge suddenly felt a spark of inspiration, as if she had touched upon a lead. However, she was not adept at deceit, and Fushiguro easily discerned that Doge was inching closer to everything linked to Ryomen Sukuna. Lacking the courage to deceive Fushiguro, Doge wrote in her book, "It pertains to my family, but I'm not entirely sure." Upon reading this, Fushiguro tilted his head, pondering. To be honest, I've always wanted to ask, is the gradual disappearance of the Doge family of incantation sorcerers truly due to backlash? Upon hearing this, Doge found herself puzzled, questioning why Fushiguro would inquire about such matters. The girl before him exhibited an expression of confusion and caution, while Fushiguro smirked, uttering words that left Doge utterly astonished. After entering school, I felt an inexplicable urge to explore the family library. Although the Watarai clan emerged only after the demise of Sukuna, it remains a family steeped in history, especially during the zenith of jujitsu. Yet, only faint echoes of that past remain. It is said that after the great battle against Sukuna, the lineage of jujitsu sorcerers chose to withdraw from the jujitsu world, opting instead for a mundane existence. This sentiment is entirely absent from the historical records of the Dogakuwa clan. However, it is subtly interpreted within the venerable Watarai family. Kogetsu Wazakura quickly lowered her head to write. During the flourishing period of jujitsu, the Dogakuwa clan was cursed by a special grade cursed spirit, destined for eventual extinction. Upon reaching this point, Satoru Gojo lightly tapped the word extinction with his slender finger. The meaning of this extinction, does it imply the death of all individuals or the disappearance of the jujitsu art? Hearing these words, Kogetsu Wazakura hesitantly lifted her gaze, as if her long-held beliefs rendered these two concepts synonymous. For the Dogakuwa clan, whose lineage bears the art of jujitsu, few truly live to old age. Her own father, considered long-lived, passed away at the age of 40. I don't quite grasp your meaning, Teacher Gojo. Was the Dogakuwa clan's withdrawal from the jujitsu world truly a result of this curse? Driven by curiosity about the jujitsu arts, Satoru Gojo had initially intended to research further. However, he happened to be summoned by Kogetsu Wazakura, who alluded to a connection between the curse of 1,000 years ago and the secrets of the Dogakuwa family. It is an intriguing notion that the Dogakuwa clan now consists solely of Kogetsu Wazakura and her ancestral line, while the once vast family has splintered into numerous branches, making genuine lineage continuity implausible. What became of those members of the Dogakuwa family who vanished from history? Did they perish due to the curse of jujitsu? Or did they abandon the Dogakuwa name to live as ordinary people? What trials did the ancestors of the Dogakuwa clan endure a millennium ago? And what insights did they leave for their descendants? An unknown fate was loosely sketched by Satoru Gojo, sending a shiver down Kogetsu Wazakura's spine. An unrecorded will of another ancestor, to forsake jujitsu and thrive as an ordinary person. Kogetsu Wazakura's hand trembled slightly as she held the pen, yearning to write otherwise but unable to move. Ultimately, she timidly inscribed, "The outside world confuses me." Satoru Gojo's azure eyes, partially obscured by his sunglasses, drooped slightly, and his white lashes resembled snowflakes falling upon a clear spring. It was breathtakingly beautiful. The true reason for the impending demise of jujitsu remained elusive even to Satoru Gojo, as did Kogetsu Wazakura's quest for answers. In truth, it bore little relevance to him. He was merely curious about the potential power of jujitsu and had fortuitously drawn closer to the Dogakuwa family. Yet, at that moment, he felt compelled to express his thoughts. Thus, Miss Kogetsu should venture into the outside world more often. Perhaps her worries and pressures would dissipate. Remaining confined within a restricted world would only limit her thoughts. Satoru Gojo's earnest words were indeed atypical of him. Even Kogetsu Wazakura found herself momentarily lost in thought. Then, he quickly dismissed his solemnity, jokingly stating, "Today, I happen to be your life coach, so it's only right that Miss Kogetsu treats me. Can I take some home? That should be fine." The not-so-affluent heir of the Dogakuwa clan was taken aback, tears welling in her eyes as she wrote in her sketchbook, "Yes, Teacher Gojo, please don't be polite." The uneven scrawl revealed the tremors of her heart. Yet, in that moment, Kogetsu Wazakura felt an even greater yearning to break free from the shackles that had long bound her. Perhaps she had been endowed with this strength, a guiding force urging her to seek answers. She should not loathe or fear her own power. Rather, she ought to contemplate how best to wield it judiciously within her limited circumstances. Unbeknownst to the girl before him, she was engaged in a silent struggle, unconsciously clenching her small fist and giving her thigh a determined tap. Satoru Gojo nearly burst into laughter, having indulged in cake and drinks, seemingly devoid of any further reasons to burden his student. Of course, he would not do so. However, before departing, he added, "Miss Kogetsu, why not go and explore the higher echelons of jujitsu? The old-timers, with their hubris, still cling to much of their proud history. It might be of assistance to you." This was a clear expression of his indifference towards Kogetsu Wazakura's potential role as a mere consultant at the jujitsu higher-ups. Upon hearing this, Kogetsu Wazakura's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly retrieved her paper and pen to write a thank you. Yet, having only inscribed a single character, the man before her vanished without a trace. He departed unencumbered, embodying an absolute sense of freedom. This was Satoru Gojo. Kogetsu Wazakura revealed a faint smile as she slowly tucked away her writing materials, suddenly recalling the words of Granny Jinfeng regarding her friendship with Satoru Gojo. Her refusal was not born of desire, but rather an acknowledgement of impossibility. They were not childhood friends. Both bore too many burdens. A gentleman's friendship should be as tranquil as flowing water. That alone sufficed. Chapter 010. The Jujitsu Higher UPS moved swiftly. In accordance with Kogetsu Wazakura's request, the Jujitsu higher-ups meticulously compiled a detailed outline of the roles and powers of the Jujitsu sorcerer consultant, even including welfare benefits. Upon reviewing it, it appeared to be a rather favorable position, one that could secure a steady livelihood even before death. Moreover, regarding the requests made by Kogetsu Wazakura, the Jujitsu higher-ups explicitly stated, aside from voluntary participation, she would not be required to engage in any frontline combat. This was a legally binding document, essentially her employment contract, requiring only her signature. Concerning this matter, Kogetsu Wazakura sought the counsel of Kogetsu Taki. After all, her only remaining family member of significance was Kogetsu Taki. Whenever he was free from tasks or classes, he would return to the Dogakuwa household, fearing that his reclusive aunt would feel lonely. He cherished their time together. Unlike Kogetsu Wazakura, who expressed herself through writing, Kogetsu Taki would input his thoughts into his phone if he needed to articulate his feelings in detail. Their mode of communication was uniquely their own. What does little Taki think? The Jujitsu higher-ups want me to take on the role of consultant. And it comes with a salary, Kogetsu Wazakura remarked playfully, her eyes curving with a smile as she gazed at Kogetsu Taki. Seeing her cheerful face, Kogetsu Taki replied via his phone, "Annie, you're not considering this because of me, are you? Why do you say that? Auntie can pursue her own interests. And if it's a profitable endeavor, I can handle it. The remuneration for the tasks is quite substantial." After sending his message, Kogetsu Taki cheerfully made a peace sign, causing Kogetsu Wazakura's nose to tingle with emotion. "I just feel that the outside world holds many things I am unaware of. Perhaps stepping out will lead me to answers. If that is the case, I fully support you, Annie. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." How unfortunate, being comforted by her nephew who was a decade younger. "I too am a bearer of the Jujitsu lineage. I can help share the burden." To the unacquainted, the first glance at Kogen Tsuji may lead them to misconstrue his silence as a reflection of a frigid demeanor. However, beneath that quiet exterior lies a warmth and a sense of responsibility. Hearing such sentiments warmed Kogen Wazakura's heart, prompting her to embrace Kogen Tsuji. To her surprise, the small bundle she once held in her arms had grown to match her height. Behind the mask, her lips parted, yet no sound emerged. She could only release her hold and write on paper, "Thank you, little Tsuji. Everything will turn out well. Please enjoy your time at school." "Salmon." Kogen Tsuji nodded, a smile gracing his face as he pulled Kogen Wazakura closer to reveal the gifts he had procured with his task earnings. There were gifts for Fushiguro and Granny Silver Maple as well. For Kogen Wazakura, he presented a delicate hair comb, a white jade piece embellished with 2 pink cherry blossoms, capable of serving as a hair ornament. Mayonnaise. Kogen Tsuji pointed excitedly at Wazakura's hairstyle, encouraging her to try it on. This marked the first gift Kogen Wazakura had received from Kogen Tsuji's earnings, leaving her somewhat flustered. Granny Silver Maple, delighted by her practical knee pads, cheerfully approached Kogen Wazakura from behind. "Master Tsuji has exquisite taste. Let me assist you in putting it on, my dear." Once the hairpin was secured, Kogen Wazakura cautiously looked towards Kogen Tsuji. He responded with a playful shake of his head and 2 thumbs up. Pickled fish. Though the Kogen household may be quiet, it is never devoid of warmth. The bonds between family members can transcend numerous obstacles. That day, Kogen Suji accompanied Kogen Wansakura in the backyard for a reading session. And later, they indulged in an anime that he adored. It was a simple yet heartwarming day in the Kogen household. And sometimes Kogen Wansakura mused that she wouldn't mind spending her life this way. Yet, the enigmatic matters at hand prevented her from becoming complacent. Ever since Kogen Wansakura mentioned that the higher-ups in the jujitsu world had invited her to serve as a consultant, Satoru Gojo occasionally pondered this development. His instincts warned him that the higher-ups harbored ulterior motives. However, he had yet to decipher their intentions. Still, should Kogen Wansakura's happiness be compromised, affecting his students' education in turn, he would have ample justification to confront the jujitsu higher-ups. Kogen Wansakura's first foray into the jujitsu higher-ups office area was under the guidance of Leiyin Temple's Genai. She encountered the jujitsu higher-ups administrators hidden behind a screen. Their voices had been specially modified, making it difficult to discern their genders. Leaving her wondering about the necessity of such a display, perhaps it was to convey the mystique of authority? The spacious conference hall was somewhat dim, and the inadequate lighting obscured the figures behind the screen. They appeared to hold Kogen Wansakura in high regard, having prepared a chair exclusively for her. Remarkably, even when meeting Satoru Gojo, the administrators would often require him to stand. Kogen family head, thank you for coming. However, in the future, you may conduct your work at the Kogen residence, only coming to the office for significant meetings. The speaker's tone was amiable and gentle, a stark contrast to the heated exchanges often witnessed with Satoru Gojo. While Kogen Wansakura inscribed her thoughts in a picture book, Genai would reiterate them beside her. Thank you for your understanding, the Kogen family had expressed. You are too kind. Our previous oversight stemmed from our belief that the Kogen family did not wish to engage in jujitsu affairs. In truth, they currently wished to abstain, but found themselves compelled to participate. Kogen Wansakura merely smiled without elaborating further, while another voice interjected, the Kogen family head is quite young. Only 25 years old according to the records. Although jujitsu sorcerers occasionally meet untimely demises due to external circumstances, the Kogen family's cursed practitioners have generally not perished in battle. Kogen Wansakura understood that she would inevitably confront topics she preferred to avoid. On the way there, Fushiguro had given her a heads up. This was a job. And as with any profession, one must face certain unpleasant matters. Yes, the backlash from utilizing curse words can be quite severe. She refrained from elaborating further on curses or the peril of being afflicted by cursed spirits. Ah, what a regrettable power. Fear not. The higher-ups will do their utmost to safeguard both you and Kogen Suji. In response to the higher-ups' assurances, Kogen Wansakura felt an uncharacteristic calm wash over her. It was only when Satoru Gojo signed his name, pledging to protect Kogen Suji, that genuine gratitude welled up within her. Thus, she simply wrote thank you without any emotional embellishments. Fortunately, the conversation lasted only half an hour, after which Genai escorted Kogen Wansakura back to her designated office. The first thing she did upon arrival was inquire of the man before her. May I now examine the history of curse practitioners? Genai appeared somewhat surprised, not expecting Kogen Wansakura to possess such a strong sense of responsibility. Yet, the higher-ups' intent in appointing her as a consultant was not genuinely to have her manage historical matters, as they held little significance for them. To ensure that this precious curse practitioner felt comfortable, Genai kindly replied, "Of course, no problem at all. I shall accompany you. By the way, starting today, I am Kogen-san's assistant. I look forward to working with you." Chapter 011, The Breeding Machine of the Descendants. Upon hearing this, Kogen Wansakura cast a mild gaze upon Genai, the tall, sunlit man exuding an air of sincerity, occasionally revealing an endearingly sheepish smile. As he was the first representative from the jujitsu high school she encountered, and since her impression of him was favorable, Kogen Wansakura felt no aversion. Thus, she politely responded, "I look forward to working with you," and followed closely behind Genai. The jujitsu higher-ups archive was a grand establishment, spanning 2 open floors, encircled by an extensive array of materials. Access was reserved for those in managerial positions, and the perusal of certain specialized documents required the approval of the highest authorities. For Kogen Wansakura, however, entry was unimpeded. Upon beholding the vast quantities of materials, Kogen Wansakura felt her heart race, a thrilling sensation of engaging with the outside world. "Would you like to examine the history of curse practitioners recorded by the higher-ups?" Kogen Wansakura nodded affirmatively. After Genai communicated with the archive administrator, they were escorted to a high cabinet, where the administrator employed a specialized curse tool to deactivate the protective barrier on the cabinet. This is it. To Kogen Wansakura's slight disappointment, the quantity was not particularly abundant. At a glance, perhaps only 20 to 30 entries. Genai astutely noticed Kogen Wansakura's disheartenment and promptly addressed the administrator. "We require the records from the golden age of curse practitioners, which flourished a millennium ago." "Ah, That portion requires authorization from the highest authorities. Understood. I will apply for it. Kogane Wansakura cast a grateful glance and inscribed on her picture book, "May I take these documents back to the Kogane residence for review?" Certainly, as it would be quite uncomfortable for Kogane-san to read in an unfamiliar setting. Genai was the first stranger Kogane Wansakura had encountered aside from Satoru Gojo, and perhaps due to his professional demeanor, his attitude remained consistently gentle. It seemed to carry an additional warmth that Kogane Wansakura found somewhat perplexing. Yet she had no time to ponder further. "Thank you. Please help me transport them all to the parking lot." Of course. In total, there were 28 documents, some of which were housed in boxes as non-paper materials. The sight of Rakwanji Gini holding onto a large bundle obscured his view, yet he seemed to exert little effort. Dogakuwa Sayaka felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Allow me to share the burden," she offered. "How could I permit Miss Dogakuwa to undertake such tasks? While I have no objections, might I trouble her to assist me down the path? My view is somewhat obstructed, so if you wouldn't mind, could you hold on to my coat?" Like a diligent assistant supervisor, Rakwanji Gunny was clad in a sharply tailored suit. Upon hearing her words, Dogakuwa Sayaka paused, sensing an intimate undertone in the gesture. However, Rakwanji struggled to navigate his way, swaying his head from side to side, concerned about the possibility of his books tumbling down. This was merely a matter of transporting documents for himself. After a moment of contemplation, Dogakuwa extended her delicate hand, gently grasping the edge of Rakwanji's garment. "Thank you, Miss Dogakuwa." Fortunately, the path from the archive to the parking lot was not treacherous. Apart from 2 flights of stairs, it was predominantly a well-maintained road. While waiting in the parking lot, Fushiguro Megumi observed Dogakuwa Sayaka approaching, holding onto the hem of Rakwanji's attire, and his dark eyes flickered with surprise. He promptly stepped forward to take half of the documents from Rakwanji. As anticipated, Dogakuwa immediately released her grip. "Mr. Rakwanji, why did you come alone? Couldn't you have called a colleague for assistance?" "Ha ha ha, it's nothing. I'm simply not accustomed to troubling others." "I see. Thank you for your efforts. If there is nothing else, I shall escort the lady back." Dogakuwa performed a slight bow in farewell and prepared to head towards the car when she was called back. "Miss Dogakuwa, should there be any documents that require handling in the future, I will message you and deliver them to the Dogakuwa residence. If that is inconvenient, do let me know, and I can arrange another time." Gazing at his cheerful smile, Dogakuwa merely nodded. After all, it was a stroke of good fortune to not be summoned to work daily. "Take care on your way." It was a bow from a subordinate to a superior, embodying the respect that Dogakuwa felt for this man. After offering a simple return gesture, she entered the vehicle. Rakwanji watched as the car drove away from the parking lot, his once bright smile dimming into a more insidious expression. In truth, he felt quite pleased after being tasked with this duty by the sorcery hierarchy. Although Dogakuwa Sayaka's face was partially obscured by a mask, her beauty remained breathtaking. Every movement she made was laced with grace and gentleness, evoking a profound sense of affection and a desire to conquer. Rakwanji was not an ordinary assistant supervisor. He was the grandson of Rakwanji Kashin, the principal of the Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High School and a leading figure among conservatives. With close ties to the highest management, he was considered one of the guardians. He wielded considerable influence within the sorcery hierarchy. Additionally, it was noteworthy that Rakwanji Kashin held a strong aversion to the innovative Gojo Satoru to salvage a nearly extinguished clan. The most suitable approach was through marriage, and Dogakuwa Sayaka possessed considerable marital value. Her lineage held the potential to inherit the art of cursed speech. Regardless of the reasons behind the weakened bloodline of the cursed speech practitioners, likely due to the severe repercussions of using sorcery leading to early demises, if the numbers were sufficient, extinction could be averted. The former sorcery hierarchy had been unable to intervene in the lineage of the Dogakuwa family, and now was an opportune moment. The hierarchy initially set its sights on Dogakuwa Toge, but his youth posed a risk of complications if they rushed the matter. Unexpectedly, the current head of the Dogakuwa family turned out to be a 25-year-old woman, truly a delightful age and yet unmarried. Without hesitation, the sorcery hierarchy commenced the selection of suitable candidates for marriage to Dogakuwa Sayaka, ultimately choosing Rakwanji Gini, who had already met her, to win over Dogakuwa Sayaka's heart. Rakwanji's appearance and demeanor were unlikely to evoke dislike. It was merely a matter of time before a sheltered lady would succumb to his charms. Moreover, the attributes of Dogakuwa Sayaka added an extra layer of sincerity to Rakwanji's intentions. Genuine affection served as an acting catalyst for love. Their aim was to ensure that Dogakuwa Sayaka bore a requisite number of offspring with the bloodline of cursed speech practitioners, gradually expanding their lineage to bolster the power of the sorcery hierarchy. The hierarchy's ultimate goal was to render the descendants of cursed speech practitioners into mere vessels for reproduction. They cared not for the history of cursed speech practitioners nor the tribulations faced by the Dogakuwa family. What they sought was an unbroken lineage of cursed speech practitioners to become the elite of the sorcery hierarchy. Rakwanji exhaled deeply and dialed the top management's number. This marked a promising beginning. I shall take this seriously. Truth be told, aside from this being a task from the upper echelons, I find myself somewhat captivated by Miss Dogakuwa. In time, I shall ensure she bears many children, for a lady of her stature. One who has never encountered a man like me will surely fall under my spell swiftly. Chapter 012. Adrift in whose dream? Dogakuwa Sayaka remained blissfully unaware of the sordid intentions harbored by the sorcery hierarchy. She was simply eager to uncover the historical accounts of cursed speech practitioners documented outside. Upon returning home, it was already dusk. She hastily finished her meal and secluded herself in her room. The lineage of cursed speech practitioners, the Dogakuwa family, was renowned during the zenith of sorcery, having passed down the art of cursed speech, imbuing words with sorcerous power to unleash formidable techniques upon adversaries. The Dogakuwa family had numerous branches, including noble aides, royal military, and sorcerers, among others. In that era, they were a family of great respect, standing tall even among the plethora of sorcerous clans. Cursed speech practitioners had the liberty to choose their words, bestowing sorcerous power and thereby executing their art. Consequently, every utterance from a cursed speech practitioner was met with reverence. The entity known as Ryomen Sukuna once lived as a human during the golden age of sorcery. He annihilated the elite expedition teams directly under the Fujiwara clan, namely, the Sun and Moon Star Advancement Team and the 5 Void Generals, before being invited into the Heian-kyo Palace as a new sacrificial object of worship. For reasons unknown, he later evolved into a cursed spirit, preying on human flesh, leading sorcerers to gather repeatedly for extermination, all to no avail. The climactic battle cost the lives of 1,000 sorcerers, culminating in the severing and sealing of 20 of Ryomen Sukuna's fingers. It was said that the sorcery families involved in this battle included the Izumi, Fujiwara, Dogakuwa, Otani, Gojo, Zenin, and Kamo families. Following the battle against Ryomen Sukuna, the Dogakuwa family suffered severe casualties, subsequently declaring their intent to cultivate a life among ordinary people. After the battle against Ryomen Sukuna, the Dogakuwa family fell victim to a curse in retaliation from a special grade cursed spirit. In modern times, the history of cursed speech practitioners remained largely dormant. Dogakuwa Sayaka sequestered herself in her room for 3 days, distilling the essence of her findings, which amounted to this understanding: a fragmented and discontinuous history. It bore a resemblance to what Gojo Satoru had mentioned, that the members of the Dogakuwa family had previously expressed a desire to cultivate a life among ordinary people. However, the history that Dogakuwa Sayaka studied contained none of this. It merely recounted that cursed speech practitioners could not freely control their language, as each word was compelled to wield sorcerous power. Furthermore, it noted the near impossibility of cursed speech practitioners living to an old age. Even in the absence of conflict or illness, their lives were often cut short in their prime by the unknown. Then there was her father's persistent acceptance of the will passed down from the previous generation, the hope of breaking the curse of early demise afflicting cursed speech practitioners. Finding a method to freely control sorcerous power akin to the practitioners of a millennium ago, and reviving the prosperity of the Dogakuwa family. This hope was a lifeline seized by her ancestors through the perilous art of cursed speech. And that lifeline was herself. Doggerel Wansakura was suddenly beset by a throbbing pain in her head, caught between 2 starkly contrasting narratives. The external discourse suggested that the Doggerel family had willingly forsaken their mastery of cursed techniques, while the annals of her lineage whispered of a cursed fate. Almost instinctively, Wansakura leaned towards the perspective of her family, yet a flicker of doubt lingered. It was the seemingly jestful conjecture of Satoru Gojo that gnawed at her mind. Gazing at the weathered text before her, she shuddered to contemplate the possibility that Gojo's words held truth. What, then, had her father and ancestors been engaged in? And what of her own actions? The enigma deepened, and Wansakura recalled the piece of parchment concealed among her ancestors' memorials, which was not a part of the historical legacy passed down through generations. Could it be the key to unraveling the mystery? It seemed she must delve deeper into the duality of the Shikigami. Wansakura remembered Gojo had once remarked that the only remnant of the dual Shikigami in this world was merely his finger. Yet, judging by his tone, it was likely a forbidden object. If she could obtain it. At this thought, Wansakura shook her head vigorously. Such a pursuit would render her a villain. Never had she attempted to embrace the role of an antagonist. She was always cautious, fearful of erring in any manner, overwhelmed by frustration. Her reddened eyes glimmered with unshed tears, and as her nerves slackened, an all-consuming fatigue washed over her. She felt drowsy. After arranging the bedding in her closet, Wansakura lay down and swiftly drifted into slumber. Yet, she dreamt of that figure once more. Now, she recognized who it was, the dual Shikigami. This time, the imagery was starkly different. The man stood atop a mound of corpses, his trident-like weapon drenched in blood. His gaze was indifferent to all that lay before him, until it turned to lock onto Wansakura. Perhaps it was not Wansakura he was looking at, but rather the person whom her gaze had settled upon. The dual Shikigami approached, trampling the bodies beneath his feet, and with his weapon, he tilted the chin of a fallen figure, compelling it to meet his gaze. I despise it when others look up at me. All should bow in submission. Yet you must look at me. Who permitted you to avert your gaze? Wansakura felt a sharp pain in her chest. She reminded herself that dreams were but illusions. Yet, the agony persisted, unfurling like an unending vine. The body within the dream remained voiceless, as the dual Shikigami wiped the blood from his face, then licked the crimson stains from his fingertips. Disgusted, he spat it out, the tip of the trident sliding down the neck of the fallen figure. Disgusting. Tonight's meal is you. What are you dawdling for? Come along. The body, under the sway of the dream, involuntarily rose to its feet, teetering precariously, nearly collapsing onto the ground littered with corpses. It was then cradled by not one, but two powerful hands. The face, etched with cursed markings, loomed closer, and the dark red pupils glancing downward instilled fear. Those eyes were cold, yet seemed to harbor an unspeakable sorrow. The dual Shikigami's words were frosty. Do you wish to be dismembered? What a troublesome being. The vision grew somewhat unsteady as the dual Shikigami hoisted the body onto his shoulder, as if carrying provisions. Such a scene ought to evoke terror. Yet the body responded with an overwhelming sense of sorrow, as if it had bent over the dual Shikigami's shoulder to weep. Was it a figment of her imagination? Or did she hear the indifferent spirit let out a sigh? The dream abruptly ceased, plunging her into an abyss of darkness. Sleep, deep sleep, the clearest of dreams, the deepest of slumbers. When Wansakura awoke, she felt somewhat disoriented. The corners of her eyes bore a sticky, gritty sensation, and as she reached to wipe them, it seemed as if dried tears had flowed anew. Was she influenced by that dream? Were the visions she encountered merely figments conjured by her mind under duress? Before she could ponder further, a gentle knock resonated at the door, followed by the voice of Granny Silver Maple from outside. Miss, have you risen? Mister. Rikuya has been waiting for you for quite some time. Chapter 013. The emergence of cursed spirits linked to cursed words. Wansakura, adept at using a smartphone primarily to communicate with Doggerel Taki, had spent countless hours immersed in ancient texts, often neglecting her phone after silencing it. Indeed, a message awaited her from Rikuya Genki. The first was sent after her return from a meeting with the higher echelons of Jujutsu, wherein Genki had requested, Miss Doggerel, please contact me once you have finished reading. I will assist in returning the materials. At that time, she had already begun her research and had not replied. There were no further texts until this morning, when he inquired if Wansakura could visit the Doggerel residence to address a matter requiring her attention. Naturally, she had not responded. It seemed Genki was a man of considerable diligence. Wansakura, lacking work experience, approached such behavior with a mindset of understanding. Yet, in truth, Genki was somewhat anxious. In his memory, Wansakura was a lady of great decorum, and her silence for 3 days was difficult not to overthink. He did not comprehend that when Wansakura was engrossed in a task, she tended to tune out distractions. Fortunately, this morning, the higher-ups had designated a task that required Wansakura's involvement, thus providing him the opportunity to visit. However, with no reply to his messages, Genki found himself questioning whether Wansakura had sensed something amiss. Consequently, at noon, he ventured to the Doggerel estate. The servants informed him that Wansakura had been engrossed in her studies for 3 days without venturing outside, and the meals delivered had gone largely untouched. He felt a slight relief. When he finally caught sight of Wansakura, it was past 5 in the afternoon. She was clad in a simple, pristine kimono, her violet eyes exuding tranquility. She presented a drawing book, neatly inscribed with, Mr. Rikuya, I did not see your messages as I was absorbed in my research. Rikuya Genki promptly stood and bowed. I must apologize for intruding without your permission. It is due to work, is it not? No matter, she replied. Just as Genki had envisioned, Wansakura bore no anger over the matter. Her disposition was remarkably amiable. Granny Silver Maple brought in tea, and as Wansakura delicately sipped from her cup, her sleeve slipped, revealing her fair wrist. She sat there quietly, resembling an untouched deity. Genki swallowed nervously before retrieving a document from his briefcase. This is the file the higher-ups sent this morning. It concerns a suspicious cursed spirit that has emerged in Yamanashi Prefecture. The surviving sorcerers claim that this cursed spirit employs cursed words. Upon hearing this, Wansakura paused slightly, slowly lifting her gaze to meet Genki's serious countenance. This is not a summons for frontline combat, but rather, It has been 748 years since a cursed spirit of the cursed words type was last documented. We seek your assistance as a consultant in the investigation. The sorcerers responsible for combat will ensure your safety. Cursed spirits of the cursed words type. Sakura recalled the historical accounts bequeathed by her ancestors, which spoke of the transformations within the doggerel lineage, one of which described the cursed spirits associated with cursed words. Such a phenomenon was unfamiliar to doggerel wanying, a sight unseen even in modern times. Yet here it was, manifesting before her eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she nodded, her quill moving swiftly across the parchment, devoid of any leisurely pace. This was not merely a scheme devised by the Jujutsu High, but rather the emergence of a genuine cursed spirit. It was hardly surprising. Ever since the birth of Satoru Gojo, the cursed realm, which had lain dormant for a time, began to witness the rise of formidable cursed spirits. These spirits possess an innate survival instinct. Sensing a threat to their existence, they relentlessly consume humanity to evolve. Satoru Gojo shattered a delicate, lethargic equilibrium that had persisted in recent history. The journey from here would take approximately 2 hours, and Yamanashi Prefecture was already under surveillance by the window, with isolation measures nearing completion. Shall we depart tomorrow morning, Miss Doggerel? Doggerel wanying set her teacup down and inscribed the word now. She circled the character for emphasis, her gaze remaining tranquil. However, for the first time, Rakwanji Genki sensed an air of authority emanating from this usually docile woman. Very well, I shall make preparations immediately. Unable to wait another night, the enigmatic information ignited a fervent curiosity within Doggerel wanying. She felt compelled to investigate what exactly this cursed spirit of the verbal type entailed. When Fushiguro Megumi learned that Doggerel wanying intended to travel to Yamanashi, a frown of concern creased his brow. Miss, please allow me to accompany you. Yet Rakwanji Genki interjected. Fushiguro, you lack the necessary work permit to access the site. Do not worry, Miss Doggerel will not be on the front lines. Fushiguro's dark pupils flicked toward Rakwanji Genki. He was indeed a person passionate about his work, yet something about him felt slightly odd. Perhaps it was the occasional glances he cast toward Doggerel wanying that betrayed a sentiment beyond mere professional camaraderie. Doggerel wanying recognized Fushiguro's concern for her well-being. But as an adult woman, she was capable of tending to her own affairs without needing constant supervision. Thus, she reassuringly patted the back of Fushiguro's hand, prompting him to relent. I'll have Granny Silver Maple prepare some luggage. After all, we cannot ascertain how long we shall be gone. Thank you for your efforts, Fushiguro. After Fushiguro departed, en route to find Granny Silver Maple, he sent a message to Doggerel Genki, informing her that the higher-ups in the Jujutsu world had detected a cursed spirit of the verbal type and requested Doggerel wanying to provide some guidance, reassuring her that she would not be expected to engage in combat. Fushiguro was not required to accompany her, but the young master of the household deserved to be informed. As for whether this news would reach outsiders, Fushiguro knew nothing of it. When Doggerel Genki received the text, it coincided with the end of her general studies class. Upon reading the message, a look of confusion crossed her face. The panda leaned in curiously. Sure enough, if Genki were to fall in love, she would certainly express her affection through her phone, right? Mokahana, Doggerel Genki shook her head. Oh, don't be shy. The panda wriggled, its large, fluffy form radiating an oddly mischievous aura. Inumaki, seated in a chair, wore an expression of exasperation. Doggerel Genki then shared her phone with the panda to reveal the message from her family's steward. Did Genki and take a position with the Jujutsu higher-ups? Salmon. Oh, but that's a rather complex realm. However, Genki does not appear to be a weak woman. Doggerel Genki scrutinized the message for a moment before rising and heading toward the classroom exit. Genki, where are you going? Doggerel Genki pointed in a certain direction, presumably towards the foolish teacher's office. Witnessing this interaction, Inumaki humorously quipped, because the foolish teacher is summoning the parents. Now he is calling the teachers? The panda shook its head solemnly, wearing an expression that conveyed Maki's ignorance. Genki is not one to seek help easily. Most likely, she intended to request a leave of absence. She would go alone. Chapter 014. Doggerel Genki requests a leave of absence. Doggerel Genki was an exemplary student who never skipped class, unless coerced by her teacher into undertaking a task. Thus, when Satoru Gojo reviewed Doggerel Genki's leave application, he found it quite unusual. Could it be that something has happened to Miss Doggerel? It was a mystery why he would think such a thing. In truth, the members of the Doggerel family were simply endearingly naive. After a moment of contemplation, Doggerel Genki typed on her phone, going to assist my aunt with something. Wow. Genki and Miss Doggerel share a little secret. Mokahana. All right. Satoru Gojo shrugged nonchalantly, scrawling his signature on the leave request, though he knew it was unnecessary, as he was a habitual truant who had little understanding of the purpose of such a form. Nonetheless, Doggerel Jiki was diligent in adhering to rules. The teacher has approved it, but I'm truly curious about what you two will be doing. Doggerel Jiki, being straightforward, added, it's my aunt's first work outing. I want to see. After all, in a sense, Doggerel Jiki had been working as a sorcerer for a month, thus making her a senior of sorts to Doggerel Wanying in terms of tasks. Although it was uncommon for a regular student to undertake assignments after just 1 month of enrollment, it could be said that Satoru Gojo was indeed an effective educator. Upon reading such a line, Satoru Gojo's usual playful demeanor momentarily faltered before he resumed his joviality. Then go ahead, but remember to return the day after tomorrow, as there are other tasks. Salmon. As Doggerel Jiki exited the office, Satoru Gojo, sitting in a chair equipped with wheels, began to spin around. It was entirely normal. Doggerel Wanying, employed by the jujitsu higher-ups, was certainly not a mere mascot. They would undoubtedly assign her tasks, as the older generation excelled at extracting labor from others. Logically, Satoru Gojo had no reason to worry. Aside from the fact that he had not been informed, it was apparent that the cursed spirit's rank was not special grade. Even if it were, he suspected it would be manageable, cornered rabbit's bite, and perhaps it would compel Doggerel Wanying to utilize her verbal techniques. Thus, Satoru Gojo found himself perplexed by the slight concern stirring within him. Never mind, he thought. It was unlikely to be an issue, especially since his diligent student had gone. She would surely be fine. Now, where could he find a place to slack off? The task had already been assigned to the panda, granting him a rare opportunity to relax. Meanwhile, Doggerel Wanying, en route to Yamanashi Prefecture, was perusing the documents in her possession. They detailed a village in the mountains where residents had mysteriously vanished. The police dispatched for investigation had only discovered bloodstains in the dense forest. Subsequently, one of the officers had also gone missing. Traditional investigative methods proved ineffective, suggesting that this was no ordinary occurrence, leading the government to pass the case to the window. The window serves as a conduit between the jujitsu higher-ups and the mundane world, comprising public servants. Sorcerers lacking combat prowess seeking to remain in the jujitsu realm could apply for such positions. Following an investigation, the auxiliary supervisor of the window confirmed the presence of a cursed spirit, as the exhibited cursed energy was not overtly discernible. It was classified as a level 2 or 3 spirit. Similar to sorcerers, cursed spirits are also categorized into levels, ranging from 1 to 4, with anything above being considered special grade. In theory, excluding special grade spirits, a level 1 sorcerer should be able to exorcise a level 1 spirit, as during assessments. The spirit's level is often slightly exaggerated. This practice serves to enhance the survival rate of sorcerers. Thus, a second-level sorcerer was dispatched. However, this sorcerer narrowly escaped death, losing an arm in the process. Subsequently, the sorcerer reported that they encountered a cursed spirit capable of wielding cursed energy through language, deliberately concealing its malevolent power, masquerading as something innocuous. This description implies a certain level of intelligence, indicating that it is at least a first-level cursed spirit. From the rearview mirror, Rakwanji Genki observed the serious expression on Inumaki-maki's face. The silence was palpable, prompting him to speak. Miss Inumaki, please do not worry for this operation. The higher-ups in the sorcery community have specifically summoned a sorcerer from the Zenin family. It is the special first-level sorcerer, Zenin Naoya. Inumaki-maki slightly withdrew her attention from the documents before her. The Zenin family, one of the 3 main families, has cultivated numerous sorcerers and even possesses a private army of sorcerers, as well as the knowledge to forge cursed tools. Unlike the Gojo family, which dominates through sheer prowess, the Zenin family relies on quantity, contributing significantly to the sorcery community's strength. Inumaki-maki's understanding was limited, but she nodded as a notification chimed from her opened phone. It was a message from Inumaki Toge. Surprised upon reading its contents, her eyes filled with a sense of helplessness. Uncle, I'm on my way to Yamanashi Prefecture. Since this is your first mission, I wanted to accompany you. I've already taken a day off from school, so don't worry. I will catch up on the missed lessons. Inumaki-maki felt, for a moment, that she was indeed the junior. As the only male descendant of the Inumaki family, Toge truly endeavored to look after everyone. With a sigh, Inumaki-maki replied, "All right, contact me when you arrive, and be careful on the road." As Rakwanji Genki observed the rare gentleness and unspoken affection emanating from Inumaki-maki, he couldn't help but inquire, "Miss Inumaki, whose message brings you such joy?" Inumaki-maki closed her phone screen and shook her head, offering no response. She returned her focus to the materials in her hands. Rakwanji Genki's gaze dimmed slightly. Indeed, Inumaki-maki exuded warmth and appeared quite approachable. Yet, she was a fortress of emotional resilience, providing little in the way of emotional feedback. This situation proved to be more complicated than anticipated, perhaps requiring more time than expected. At 8 o'clock in the evening, they arrived at a village adjacent to the ancient burial mounds of Kodaizawa in Yamanashi Prefecture. The villagers had all been relocated, and due to the remoteness from the city, the vast expanse of the starry sky was visible. In the village, a single house was illuminated, serving as a temporary office for the supervising personnel. Upon reaching the door of this residence, they overheard the voice of a young man from within. Why must we wait for that advisor? I could just exorcise it myself. What a waste of time. It's merely a cursed spirit of the verbal kind. Do we really need to capture it for research? Inumaki was momentarily taken aback. Sensing the other's impatience with her arrival, she felt genuinely apologetic, having only received the morning's message in the afternoon, yet she had hurried to arrive. Behind her, JJK opened the door. Advisor Inumaki has arrived. She is a valuable practitioner of the verbal arts, so I ask everyone to cooperate fully. This was her first encounter with so many unfamiliar faces. Inumaki momentarily faltered, nervously retrieving the illustrated book and pen from her waist pouch. Before she could begin writing, a handsome young man with golden hair sitting in a chair let out a scoff. Hey, miss, are you here to participate in a fireworks festival? How can you work dressed like that in a kimono? In an instant, Inumaki was rendered speechless. Chapter 015. The youth stands before his kin. Inumaki appeared increasingly flustered, holding her pen awkwardly. JJK stepped in to clarify. Mr. Zenin, the advisor holds a senior position and is not required to wear a uniform. Zenin chuckled nonchalantly. I am not a high-ranking sorcerer. I don't adhere to such regulations. It's merely an eyesore. Indeed, Zenin belonged to the Zenin family of sorcerers, participating in high-level sorcery tasks as part of a collaborative effort. He was a remarkably talented individual, the legitimate son of the current head of the Zenin family, Zenin Nabito, and the leader of the Zenin family's private sorcerer army, Hayu. A year older than Inumaki, he stood as a special first-level sorcerer, signifying strength between the first and special levels. Although he did not inherit the family's ancestral techniques of the Ten Shadows, he did inherit his father's projection techniques and was being groomed as the next head of the Zenin family, raised in a traditional and rather patriarchal environment. Particularly in relation to female sorcerers, he felt little respect for Inumaki, who appeared delicate and frail in her traditional kimono. According to the mission briefing, they were to wait for Inumaki's arrival before taking action, so Zenin was curious about what kind of person she would be. The result was a timid young woman. Inumaki typically refrained from thinking ill of others. She genuinely believed she was late and scribbled in her illustrated book. I apologize for keeping everyone waiting. Her violet eyes conveyed a sense of guilt, and the other two supervising personnel quickly shook their heads. Advisor Inumaki, you are being too polite. In truth, starting tomorrow morning is not an issue. Such a level of cursed spirit is likely to be more dangerous at night. The sycophancy of the subordinate towards the superior elicited a light laugh from Zenin. Rising from his chair, he approached Inumaki. At close range, he finally discerned her masked features. It was evident that she was a beautiful woman. Such a lovely female sorcerer ought to be preserved for future generations. Why send her to the battlefield like a man? You are Inumaki, correct? I am going to exorcise that cursed spirit now. You should simply stay here and not move. Please wait a moment. Are you familiar with verbal techniques? Huh. What necessity is there? While verbal techniques were formidable in ancient times, they have now weakened to a pitiful degree. Thus, even if such a cursed spirit exists, it is hardly a daunting problem. Likely achieving remarkable accomplishments at this age, he appeared rather arrogant. The only insurmountable pinnacle in his life was Gojo Satoru. But why should humanity compete with deities? Zenin seemed to harbor a toxic admiration for Gojo Satoru, both revering and resenting him. Although Inumaki felt somewhat disheartened, she recognized the truth in the man's words and continued writing. Verbal techniques transmit cursed energy to the brain through the ears, providing protection. Before she could finish, Zenin impatiently snatched the illustrated book away, dragging the pen across the pristine page and leaving a sharp line. Mr. Zenin, what are you doing? JJK exhibited a protective instinct, but Zenin cast a disdainful gaze upon Inumaki's bewildered eyes. With a condescending tone, he remarked, have you ever exorcised a cursed spirit or killed a cursed user? What could you possibly teach me? Just fulfill your role as an advisor and remain a decorative piece. The high-ranking sorcery community likely invited you to serve as a living fossil, didn't they? The harshness of his words left Inumaki stunned, rendering her unable to retort, and she found herself at a loss for words. It seemed to be the case. Step aside, don't block the way. Forcefully thrusting the illustrated book into Inumaki's embrace while deliberately amplifying his cursed energy, he pushed her back several steps, nearly causing her to stumble. What the hell? So weak? Zenin curled his lips in disdain and turned to leave through the door. Suddenly, the door was flung open, revealing Inumaki Toge. The youth lowered the zipper of his collar, which concealed his lips, exposing the enigmatic curse markings of the Inumaki family. Kneel. Naoya's pupils constricted sharply as an irresistible force pressed down on his shoulders, compelling his knees to bend. The ground beneath him cracked under the pressure, forcing Naoya to kneel on one knee, yet he raised his head defiantly, an expression of excitement illuminating his features. This was the essence of cursed speech. The spoken words imbued with meaning would invariably affect one or multiple targets within their range. Inumaki Toge could select his targets at will, or allow the technique to randomly determine them in the absence of choice. However, Naoya was a special grade. Such an order from Inumaki Toge had already induced a fit of coughs from him, prompting Inumaki Maki to rush over in concern. With no time to write, she could only watch in distress as Toge shook his head, his brows furrowed. The assistants and Gojo Satoru appeared pale, wondering how the cursed spirits hadn't turned on each other yet. And was this truly what a cursed speech practitioner could do, bringing a special grade to his knees with mere words? You are Inumaki Toge, the new cursed speech sorcerer. By the time he uttered these words, Naoya had managed to stand against the waning curse energy. Noticing the malevolent glint in Naoya's eyes, Toge instinctively stepped forward, shielding Maki behind him. He had heard how this man had humiliated his aunt. She was a gentle soul, never losing her temper with anyone since childhood. Always cautious. She feared making others uncomfortable. How could this scoundrel bully his cherished family? Naoya, so full of arrogance, the heir of the Zenin clan, had never before been made to kneel. Even the rule-ridden Zenin family had not treated him in such a manner. The remnants of the cursed speech lineage were nearly extinct. What is this? I assume you're not part of this mission, you little brat? Disobedience requires a lesson, and I shall be the one to administer it. Gojo Satoru, with a righteous expression, prepared to step forward. Zenin, get lost. Naoya cast a cold glance at him, his tone icy. The Zenin family fears no conservatives. Gojo shrank back, having merely wished to make a show of bravado, never intending to offend the Zenin clan. His strength was, at best, sufficient to exorcise low-level cursed spirits. A single punch from Naoya would likely suffice to end him, yet he had already shown his intent to defend. Was that enough? Naoya ceased his verbal sparring, his eyes alight with combat fervor as he charged towards Toge with an uncanny swiftness. The youth remained composed, considering Maki's presence behind him. Without hesitation, he pushed her aside and leaped out of the house. Naoya brandished a dagger, and had Toge been a moment slower, he would have surely been wounded. Remarkable martial arts. Naoya critiqued with ease, the open space outside allowing him to truly showcase his prowess. Was this to ensure he didn't accidentally harm that advisor? TSK, how touching. This familial bond. Maki's face paled as she prepared to chase after them, but Gojo held her back. Miss Inumaki, you would only be injured if you go now. I will certainly relay this issue to the higher-ups in the sorcery community, but I cannot allow you to be harmed. Rest assured, Zenin would never truly lay a hand on Inumaki. Yet in that fleeting moment, Gojo perceived a fierce intensity in Maki's gentle gaze. It was a feeling that sought to rend apart any obstacles. Chapter 16, Inumaki Maki's Cursed Speech. It was unfathomable where this gentle girl derived such strength. She forcefully pushed past him and dashed outside. Miss Inumaki, Gojo called. Outside, Naoya had already employed a projection spell. Anyone touched by Naoya's hand was compelled to act within intervals of 1.24 seconds, and failing to complete an action within a second would result in chaos. Toge's martial skills were commendable, yet he faced the Zenin clan wielding cursed tools. There was a disparity in curse levels, while Toge could delay Naoya with cursed speech. The backlash on himself was severe. Naoya had no intention of killing Toge. He merely sought to deliver a thorough beating to this insolent brat. Make me kneel? You truly have no idea of your own insignificance. Once more, Naoya's hand brushed against Toge, whose slightly sluggish body could not complete the necessary actions within the prescribed time, leading to a disarray of movements. Naoya's dagger pierced Toge's arm, pinning him against a tree. Naoya seized a lock of Toge's hair, forcing him to meet his gaze. For a first year, you're doing quite well. It took me 3 minutes to land a hit on you. You little brat, the command to kneel is not one to be given lightly. Naoya smirked disdainfully, withdrawing the dagger as Toge slid down the tree trunk to the grass below. The blade had narrowly missed a major artery, merely drawing blood and inflicting a momentary sting. Naoya was not so foolish. Now, go handle that cursed spirit. Having had an entertaining night, he turned to see Maki, breathless, standing not far away. Having strayed a distance from the residential area, she had hurried over in response to the commotion. She discarded her cumbersome wooden sandals, her delicate feet marked by small cuts from stones and branches along the way. Her meticulously styled hair had become slightly disheveled, yet the white jade cherry blossom comb atop her head remained firmly in place. Naoya found himself perplexed. What was she doing here? Her tender skin and apparent lack of martial training did not conceal the presence of cursed energy, but did all cursed sorcerers not possess such energy? After all, only the 6 eyes could fully analyze Maki's cursed energy. I've taken the liberty of disciplining the disobedient brat. No need to thank me. Naoya tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips, which was rather irksome to behold. Maki gasped for breath, her gaze flickering towards Toge, who was slowly rising while clutching his injured left arm. The night obscured the full extent of Toge's injury, but blood was evident. Maki clenched her fists tightly, her shoulders trembling with rage. Yet to Naoya, the sight was amusing. Angry? Anger won't help you, Neil. The crisp voice did not belong to Toge, but carried an unfamiliar softness. Naoya froze for a moment. In the next second, he found himself kneeling on the ground. Uncertain of what had transpired, it felt as though his body was no longer his own, and his cursed energy surged uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to him, Toge had also knelt behind him, watching as the girl adorned with the curse-marked mask sprinted past him. Overwhelmed by shock and humiliation, Naoya could not help but exclaim loudly. "What is this? Are you pretending to be something you're not?" Maki ignored him, her eyes glistening as she helped Toge to his feet, who had knelt due to the uncontrollable nature of her words. Maki faced a dilemma in selecting her targets for the spell, besides the chosen one. She could inadvertently affect 0, 1, or even 2 others. Such a situation may arise where even the unchosen Kogen Shiki is forced to kneel. With a heart full of sympathy, I gently patted Kogen Shiki's pant leg, yet he halted my gesture. "Damn, caviar." Kogen Shiki's voice was hoarse, but elation coursed through him, for it was the first time he heard his aunt employ the art of incantation. Uncertain if using cursed energy to shield the brain would prevent control, Kogen Shiki personally witnessed the formidable power his aunt exhibited through her incantations. Meanwhile, Zen and Naoya continued to wail. Why had he suddenly gone mute? His abilities should be more than sufficient to handle this cursed spirit. What nonsense was it to bar him from the front line? With the aid of external forces, Kogen Shiki managed to stand, while Zen and Naoya knelt upright in a posture that was utterly humiliating for him. His face contorted in agony. An additional voice pierced through the air, causing his expressions to twist further. Wow, what a rare sight indeed. Isn't that the legitimate heir of the Zenin clan? Why is he kneeling on the ground and not getting up? Satoru Gojo, the target of Zenin Naoya's aspirations. What a bizarre day it was. With individuals not on the task list suddenly emerging. Upon hearing this voice, Kogen Waka felt an inexplicable sting in her nose. Satoru Gojo casually patted the heads of Kogen Shiki and Kogen Waka, striding towards Zenin Naoya with an air of nonchalance. He then bent his body into an exaggerated arc, scrutinizing Zenin Naoya closely. "Little Naoya, unable to move? Really, unable to move? You're kneeling so properly. It seems the head of the Zenin family has trained you well." Zenin Naoya shut his eyes in distress, finding this situation more unbearable than death. "Gojo," he forced out the name through gritted teeth, as someone discontentedly kicked at his rigid form. "How rude. You ought to address me as senpai, don't you think? Ha. Should I take a photo and share it in the work group? I'll send a copy to your father too." The previously tense atmosphere loosened considerably with the arrival of Satoru Gojo, and Kogen Waka suddenly realized her actions had compelled others to kneel. It seemed like a rather impolite behavior. The picture book had scampered off somewhere, and a flustered Kogen Waka gestured towards Satoru Gojo with one hand. But neither of them understood sign language. Strangely, Satoru Gojo comprehended her intent. Oh, Miss Kogen says there's no way to break the spell. We can only wait for time to diminish the cursed energy. So, take your time kneeling, little Naoya. That wicked woman. Do not speak ill of my esteemed studentess family. Maintaining relations between the school and parents is already exceedingly challenging." After saying this, he gleefully delivered a few more kicks, nearly causing Zen and Naoya to cough up blood. Kogen Waka dared not meet Satoru Gojo's gaze as he approached, feeling as though she were the one in the wrong. Satoru Gojo playfully poked her forehead, urging her to look up. "Miss Kogen has acted quite correctly. One must treat the impolite with impoliteness. Moreover, I finally got to witness your incantation. Truly, I am taken aback." Kogen Waka blinked, revealing a faint smile, and the three of them appeared harmonious together. Yet, amidst the solitary moonlight, there lay another figure, battered and bruised. No one attended to Zen and Naoya, who was being punished by kneeling in the woods. Chapter 017. Yekwan Temple's Subtle Schemes. Upon seeing Kogen Waka supporting Kogen Shiki, Yekwan Temple Gani breathed a sigh of relief. However, noticing someone lagging behind, his relief was swiftly replaced with unease. Why was Satoru Gojo here? As a supporter of the highest management, Yekwan Temple Gani remained loyal to the sorcery elite, naturally harboring no fondness for Satoru Gojo. He surmised that he had come along with Kogen Shiki, thus Yekwan Temple Gani maintained a facade of politeness. I did not expect Mr. Gojo to arrive as well. Unfortunately, Satoru Gojo didn't spare a glance for Yekwan Temple Guinea. He entered a dwelling and casually chose a chair to sit upon, then instructed the two trembling assistant supervisors. Didn't you see my student is injured? Quickly contact the medical team. Yes, Mr. Gojo. Kogen Waka cast a grateful glance, and after settling Kogen Shiki in a chair, she crouched down to examine him, anxious for any injuries beyond his arm. Kogen Shiki simply shook his head. Makabana. Kogen Waka understood that Kogen Shiki was furious due to Zenin Naoya's comments about him. Even if he was not an adversary, Kogen Shiki would never back down. The warm scene before Satoru Gojo began to irritate him, as it evoked the image of a pitiful, frail clan, trembling and supporting one another. They could present themselves with greater dignity. Yet, someone had unceremoniously shattered that dignity, leaving nothing intact. With nothing better to do, Satoru Gojo decided to provoke a confrontation. He turned his head towards Yekwan Temple Guinea, only to witness something unforeseen. That great lump of elmwood was gazing at Kogen Waka's back with a greedy and unrefined expression. Huh, what's this? Hey, Yekwan Temple. Given the occasional sparks that flew with Yekwan Temple Kaisen, he had some recollection of the elder's legitimate grandson. Yekwan Temple Gunny was startled by Satoru Gojo, his eyes flashing with a momentary look of disdain before swiftly transforming into a bright demeanor. Mr. Gojo, how may I assist you? You're currently in the capacity of a consultant-s assistant, aren't you? Yes. Are you not diligent enough to investigate the tasks assigned to the consultant? You are truly inferior even to Ichiji. Ichiji Kiyoshi was responsible for assisting Satoru Gojo, ranking above Yekwan Temple Guinea, yet he was exceptionally capable and personable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained with Satoru Gojo for so long. However, to be so bluntly criticized in front of Kogen Waka, Yekwan Temple Guinea felt a bit embarrassed. Moreover, it was in front of Kogen Waka. Maintaining a smile, Yekwan Temple Gunny expressed confusion. What do you mean by that, Mr. Gojo? I am, after all, Miss Kogen's assistant. If there are any shortcomings, it should be Miss Kogen who evaluates them. This sounded quite reasonable, yet Satoru Gojo cared little for such logic. What excuse do you have for being incompetent? Oh no, I should say that everyone responsible for this investigation is incompetent. Rushing to bring a cursed specialist without proper investigation. This cursed spirit possesses 2 of Sukuna's fingers. Upon hearing this, Kogen Waka's ears perked up. Yekwan Temple Gunny and the other 2 assistant supervisors paled. Discovering a cursed spirit bearing 2 of Sukuna's fingers was a grave matter. The sorcery elite was somewhat taken aback by the discovery of a cursed spirit of the incantation type. Furthermore, the cursed sorcerer who barely escaped had not mentioned the presence of Sukuna's fingers, thus the task information had been compiled based on that oversight. In their eagerness to involve Kogen Waka and enhance their rapport with the sorcery elite, they had somewhat neglected the standard investigatory protocols. After hearing Satoru Gojo's words, Yekwan Temple Gunny swallowed hard. He indeed had not adhered to the regulations. Logically, the tasks assigned to the consultant should have been first surveyed by the assistants. Due to the distinct nature of the consultant and sorcerer positions, many consultants are elderly sorcerers who exercise greater caution for the sake of safety. However, Lei Temple Gunny, anxious from not receiving a message from Dogwinyu Sakura, hurriedly sought any excuse to visit her home. These regulations belong to the upper echelons of sorcery, a concept Dogwinyu Sakura does not grasp. Although Satoru Gojo disregards such rules, he is nonetheless quite knowledgeable about them. Otherwise, how could he craftily exploit every opening? Satoru Gojo is simply dismissive of the higher-ups, not a foolish madman. Yet, Zenin-sensei did not mention sensing the fingers of the duality of cursed spirits. That fellow is so self-important. Once he informs you, he relinquishes any right to intervene, necessitating contact with me, correct? Naoya Zenin's temperament is somewhat petty, and upon seeing me, he would likely cry to his father in complaint. A smirk curled at the corners of Satoru Gojo's mouth, revealing a hint of mischief. His bandaged eyes still emanating an oppressive aura that Lei Temple Gunny could feel. In my opinion, if one lacks capability, they ought not to assume the role of a consultant assistant. Gunny's scalp prickled, despite Satoru Gojo's penchant for nonsensical chatter. Once he resolves to undertake something, no one can obstruct him. Above all, he must not lose the identity of a consultant assistant. Thus, Lei Temple Gunny promptly turned to Dogwinyu Sakura and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, his voice trembling with remorse. I apologize, Miss Dogwinyu. It was my oversight, and I should have come earlier to assess the situation. Please grant me another opportunity. I assure you it shall not happen again. Dogwinyu Sakura appeared somewhat flustered, remarking that she had yet to even encounter a cursed spirit. Additionally, this was their first mission, necessitating some degree of acclimatization. Kind-hearted Dogwinyu Sakura shook her head and took a few steps to support Gunny's shoulder. Gunny lifted his gaze, the tall man resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. It was indeed my fault. If my negligence were to result in harm to Miss Dogwinyu, I would be utterly beyond redemption. Such grave words, Dogwinyu Sakura said, extending her hands in a light-hearted gesture, somewhat adorably flustered as she hurried into the house to fetch a pen and paper. Lei Temple-san, it is not a significant matter. Just be more cautious next time. Thank you so much for your forgiveness, Miss Dogwinyu. The speed of his apology was remarkable, and his attitude commendable. Satoru Gojo scoffed, thinking him quite the schemer, quickly redirecting the scrutiny onto the amicable Dogwinyu Sakura. Given her character, it was unlikely she would dismiss Lei Temple-gani over such a trivial issue. Being overly aggressive might even frighten a rabbit. She had already startled one before. Satoru Gojo lost interest in prolonging this topic and leisurely turned to Dogwinyu Sakura, inquiring, "So, Miss Dogwinyu, what is your perspective?" Symbolically attending to the consultant position, he deliberately sought to gauge Dogwinyu Sakura's thoughts regarding the duality of cursed spirits. Taking a deep breath, Dogwinyu Sakura wrote on the paper, "I wish to go to the scene." Satoru Gojo's lips curled into a knowing smile. It was all too easy to understand her. Chapter 018, Sakura says to go die. Lei Temple-gani, unaware of Dogwinyu Sakura's incantation techniques, was oblivious to the fact that someone of a high grade was being punished for a mere utterance. Immediately adopting the demeanor of a gentle assistant, he stated, "Miss Dogwinyu, given that it involves the fingers of the duality of cursed spirits, the cursed spirit will be exceedingly dangerous. I strongly advise against your presence at the scene." "Hey, Lei," Satoru Gojo called out, causing Geni to feel a tingle of anxiety each time his name was summoned. "Do you perhaps think so little of me? Or do you believe that I cannot handle a cursed spirit while accompanied by a little bunny?" "Little bunny? What are you referring to?" No. That is not the point." Geni simply wished to limit Dogwinyu Sakura's interactions with male sorcerers. After all, even in silence, Satoru Gojo exuded charm. Furthermore, his formidable prowess might invoke a sense of admiration in her. Dogwinyu Sakura's thoughts were not so convoluted, and she did not shy away from expressing them. Nodding at Satoru Gojo, her purple pupils exuded unwavering determination, excessively earnest, almost endearingly so. "Well then, do not slow me down." Upon hearing Satoru Gojo's acquiescence, Dogwinyu Sakura's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she nodded once more. Witnessing this exchange, Lei Temple-gani felt a pang of discomfort, sensing that Dogwinyu Sakura might become lax in Satoru Gojo's presence. Was it perhaps the dynamic of a parental figure and teacher that fostered such a connection? He recognized the multitude of areas in which he needed to improve. Satoru Gojo stretched lazily and rose with an air of nonchalance, entirely devoid of the spirit to confront the cursed spirit possessing the fingers of the duality. He appeared remarkably laid back. "Well then, shall we proceed? Miss Dogwinyu, I trust you are not afraid of the dark? Oh, and Lei, go find Naoya in the woods lest he be taken by a wolf." "Huh? Why would a high-grade sorcerer be taken by a wolf?" Satoru Gojo is truly peculiar. Nevertheless, it was a directive from a special grade sorcerer. Even if he was merely jesting, Geni felt compelled to comply to avoid further scrutiny. Upon arriving in the woods, Geni began to understand Satoru Gojo's reasoning. The Zenin knelt in a remarkably proper manner. Observing Lei Temple-gani's somewhat awkward expression, Naoya Zenin seethed with resentment towards Satoru Gojo. "That damn Satoru. You are truly insufferable." The cursed spirit lurked in the ancient tomb of Kabazaka. Although termed a tomb, it resembled a quaint scenic area. Yet, at that moment, the picturesque landscape was suffused with a sinister atmosphere, a malevolence lurking in the air, accompanied by an oppressive sensation that felt alien to cursed spirits. Dogwinyu Sakura's legs trembled slightly. The oblivious Satoru Gojo noticed her lack of shoes. "Where are your shoes?" "Goodness, your reflexes are simply too slow. Lacking a picture book." Dogwinyu Sakura could only respond with the nearest piece of paper, her handwriting somewhat crooked. "I left them in the woods. It is of no concern. Yet you are trembling," he pointed out. "This is not due to fear," Dogwinyu Sakura replied, slightly embarrassed. Satoru Gojo noticed her flushed ears and smirked mischievously. "Miss Dogwinyu, you aren't frightened, are you?" Dogwinyu Sakura lowered her head and remained silent. "In that case, do not go, stay here," Satoru Gojo casually suggested, preparing to step onto the stone steps when a small hand tugged at his clothing. Puzzled, he turned to see a pair of pleading and yearning purple eyes. "TSK. That gaze. I have no penchant for playing the knight. If you cannot keep up, you will be left behind." This is Satoru Gojo. He is not gentle or benevolent towards all things. He is also sharp and exacting, sometimes even indifferent. Yet, he adheres to his own principles. Upon hearing his words, Dogwinyu Sakura inexplicably found her legs steadying. The overwhelming pressure of the cursed spirit and the fingers of the duality no longer seemed so daunting. This was a matter pertaining to the Dogwinyu family, irrelevant to outsiders. Lacking ability, others bore no obligation to assist her. Watching Dogwinyu Sakura take a deep breath, she released her grip on his clothing and strode confidently up the stone steps. Satoru Gojo couldn't help but smile, finding her transformation quite intriguing. Akin to observing a living biography. Perhaps his concern was merely that of an eager viewer anticipating a sequel, because he was distracted by other thoughts. Satoru Gojo took several seconds longer to move. He did not utilize the teleportation technique, deliberately positioning himself behind Doguyawa Sakura. As he caught sight of the ancient tomb's outline, he discovered Doguyawa Sakura trembling behind a large tree. It was utterly amusing. She held her head in her hands, wanting to look yet too frightened to do so. I remarked, hiding here is futile, I assent it. Cursed spirits do not rely on sight to locate their prey. No sooner had the words left my lips than a colossal single eye abruptly opened amidst the dense foliage beside Doguyawa Sakura, revealing countless mouths densely packed within that eye. A fierce wind surged, stinging Doguyawa Sakura's face, causing her to turn in shock and behold the menacing eye mere inches away. The multitude of mouths within it closed abruptly, only to open and close in perfect synchronization, emitting a distorted, ear-piercing sound. Cursed speech master. Upon hearing this, Doguyawa Sakura's mind went blank, followed by a cacophony of ringing in her ears, repeating, "Cursed speech master, cursed speech master." The voice belonging to the cursed spirit continuously morphed, ultimately settling into an emotionless murmur. Cursed speech master? Doguyawa Sakura could not have misheard. It was the voice of the dual-faced Sukuna. She abruptly covered her ears, curling up on the ground as a scream escaped her lips. "Don't come closer." The cursed spirit was forcefully pushed away, plunging into the nearby hillside. Satoru Gojo remained still, patting his ears as if to clear them. "Oh, I'm not deaf." The cursed spirit, approximately 5 meters in size, sank into the mountainside, struggling to produce sound due to Doguyawa Sakura's inability to approach it. Cursed speech master. Die? Doguyawa Sakura covered her ears. But cursed speech would not be hindered by mere physical barriers. Satoru Gojo observed her trembling uncontrollably, her voice sharp and tinged with tears, urgently expressing, "You die, you die, you perish." With each utterance, the cursed spirit began to disintegrate, riddled with wounds until it was utterly pulverized by an unknown force. Although it was a stroke of luck to have received a cursed spirit from Sukuna's fingers, the fusion time was insufficient, nonetheless. It had reached the threshold of a special grade cursed spirit. There was no opportunity for resistance. TSK, truly deserving of its reputation as one of the pinnacle sorceries from a millennium ago. Chapter 019. The Anomaly of Sukuna's Fingers. Doguyawa Sakura felt a throbbing pain in her head, as if something were attempting to burrow inside. She gasped for breath until the ringing in her ears subsided and the noise faded away. Gradually, she lowered her hands from her ears. It seemed she had uttered something. "Huh, you die." Gazing at the dissipating remains of the cursed spirit not far away, Doguyawa Sakura's pupils filled with terror. It was eerily quiet, as silent as if no one else existed. "Satoru-sensei?" She felt her heart constricted, a suffocating sensation preventing her from making any unnecessary movements. Unable to choose her target for the technique as she wished, her words could potentially spell doom for the equally close Satoru Gojo. Just then, a pair of large hands pressed against her head, the warmth of his palms granting her a momentary reprieve from the cold. "Miss Doguyawa, I thought Toge was a genius. You are not merely a genius, although you still fall short of my prowess. You are not dead." Satoru Gojo had survived under her cursed speech, a fortunate coincidence that rendered her technique ineffective against him. Ultimately, what mattered was that Satoru Gojo was still alive. She had not caused another death due to her powers. Satoru Gojo, acting on reflex, withdrew his hand to cover his ears. The next moment, Doguyawa Sakura burst into tears. "Wow, this is remarkable. Is it a time-space sound wave, or is it the result of the limitless judgment? Crying poses no danger? It's incredibly dangerous, especially since it's Miss Doguyawa's sobbing." Satoru Gojo exclaimed, raising his voice. Hey, Miss Doguyawa, please stop crying. Or I might cry too. I didn't die. I told you I'm super strong." Upon hearing this, Doguyawa Sakura quickly covered her mask, her voice abruptly silenced. Only silent tears streamed down her cheeks. Terrified yet relieved, the whirlwind of emotion she experienced in an instant rendered her unable to control her voice. Satoru Gojo lowered his hand from his ears and gracefully stepped past Doguyawa Sakura, reaching the spot where the cursed spirit had been exorcised. Sure enough, he found Sukuna's fingers nestled within the hollows of the hillside. The white paper covered in talismans, which clung to them, was somewhat tattered, indicating that the seal on this finger had loosened, causing its released power to attract nearby cursed spirits. Perhaps it was not only this finger's seal that had weakened. Satoru Gojo picked it up and briefly applied a simple sealing technique. Then, holding the long, purplish finger with its elongated nails, he stood before Doguyawa Sakura, speaking in a tone meant to soothe the child. "Oh dear, don't cry. Look, this is Sukuna's finger." Doguyawa Sakura stiffly lifted her head, gazing at the finger wrapped in tattered white paper. Due to Satoru Gojo's rudimentary handling, the overwhelming aura of malevolence had diminished. Yet, even at this proximity, she could still sense it. "Huh." Satoru Gojo exclaimed in surprise as the finger in his hand began to tremble, seemingly attempting to break free. How intriguing. Having collected several fingers, this was the first time he had witnessed such an occurrence. Moreover, the direction of the finger's force was towards Doguyawa Sakura. Satoru Gojo suddenly grew curious, loosening his grip slightly to allow Sukuna's finger to lead the way. Doguyawa Sakura watched as Satoru Gojo approached her with the finger, her tear-filled eyes wide with confusion as she leaned against the tree behind her. What does he intend to do? Is he going to reprimand me for crying and shouting? Doguyawa Sakura pressed against the tree, having no room to retreat, yet guilt prevented her from fleeing, her gaze pitifully fixed on the finger. What a wicked curiosity, Satoru-sensei. The finger of Sukuna drew closer to Doguyawa Sakura's neck, specifically targeting her vocal cords. As a cursed speech master, she was acutely sensitive, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Satoru Gojo was equally perplexed. Then, in a sudden motion, the finger exerted force, piercing Doguyawa Sakura's skin at her vocal cords with the tip, penetrating only 2 or 3 millimeters deep. In the instant of penetration, Satoru Gojo had already forcefully retracted it. But the speed of Sukuna's finger's ambush was too swift. Strangely, Satoru Gojo did not sense any residual power, as if the finger merely wished to give Doguyawa Sakura a gentle poke. And then, there was silence. "Miss Doguyawa, it wasn't my intention to poke you. It was the finger," Satoru Gojo kindly explained, only to find Doguyawa Sakura clutching her throat, sliding down the tree trunk. Her mouth agape. She appeared to be in immense pain. Within the 6 eyes, a surge of cursed energy erupted within Doguyawa Sakura, spiraling towards her vocal cords. Satoru Gojo wore a bewildered expression, entirely at a loss for what was transpiring before him. However, it does not imply an attack. "Miss Doggerel." As Doggerel Wansakura's eyes fluttered shut, she fainted. Wataru Gojo, holding the fingers of Sukuna's shikigami, felt rather uncomfortable. What kind of development is this? It is sweltering. Her body radiates heat, akin to being submerged in a hot spring, the rising temperature rendering her breathless. Her throat felt parched and rough, yearning for a cool sip of water. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation enveloped her neck, alleviating the dryness to some extent. Then came an overwhelming wave of drowsiness. Doggerel Wansakura felt as though she were wandering endlessly in darkness, collapsing from fatigue only to rise again and continue her aimless journey. This meaningless cycle persisted until her uncontrollable thoughts became manageable, allowing her to hear someone speaking nearby. "There's nothing to worry about. Can't you see clearly with your 6 eyes? The wound that was pricked has already been healed with a reversal technique. It's merely a matter of normal bandaging for a few days before it heals." The woman's voice carried an innate tranquility, albeit slightly unfamiliar. Doggerel Wansakura struggled to open her heavy eyelids, her vision gradually sharpening after a fleeting blur. "Mayonnaise." The elevated voice of Doggerel Toge captured everyone's attention. Upon seeing the awakened Doggerel Wansakura, Toge's anxious heart finally settled, while the doctor, not Suki, swiftly performed a brief examination. "Miss Doggerel, do you feel any discomfort?" Doggerel Wansakura shook her head, feeling surprisingly light, as if she had succumbed to a profound slumber after prolonged exhaustion. Spotting Wataru Gojo at the foot of her bed, she was eager to express something, but there was nothing to write with nearby. Her somewhat flustered movements amused Gojo. The man donned a teasing smile, his tone innocent. "I've already returned Sukuna's fingers to the Shinjuku shrine for sealing. You won't be able to see them anymore, Miss Doggerel." Upon hearing this, Doggerel Wansakura wore a resigned smile. Realizing they were indeed a forbidden curiosity, Gojo then added, "However, I'm quite curious. Why did Sukuna's fingers poke you? Miss Doggerel, perhaps you know something?" Chapter 020. Will you go see the fingers? This left Doggerel Wansakura bewildered. How could she possibly know? In fact, before inquiring with Gojo, she had no understanding of what Sukuna truly was. Observing the pale Doggerel Wansakura with bandages around her neck, she urgently shook her head. The faint pressure of interrogation that Gojo exuded dissipated. He did not believe that Doggerel Wansakura would deceive him. Her violet pupils bore an innocent clarity. She likely truly knew nothing. "I see." Gojo shrugged, then deftly sidestepped the topic. Perhaps it was due to having resided within the body of a cursed spirit for some time. So after you exorcised it, it carried a hint of resentment? Upon hearing Gojo's words, Doggerel Wansakura inexplicably felt relieved. So that was the reason? But that was merely Gojo's ramblings. After all, they were Sukuna's fingers. How could they be led by another entity's consciousness? It felt as though probing deeper would startle the rabbit, until there were leads. It was best to let Wansakura take it easy. Unbeknownst to Gojo, he was considering others' feelings, since it was merely a surface wound. Doggerel Wansakura soon departed from the medical wing of Jujutsu High. Toge accompanied her home, though the usually gentle boy was somewhat taciturn along the way. Fushiguro had brought a new picture book and pens, allowing Doggerel Wansakura to communicate smoothly. She scribbled in the book, "What's wrong, Toge?" Toge replied via his phone. "This is Auntie's first injury due to a cursed spirit, but I couldn't provide any help. It's nothing serious. Isn't Teacher Gojo here as well? I heard from the teacher that the cursed spirit was exorcised by Auntie alone." Doggerel Wansakura's eyes flickered, unsure of what to reply. Yet Toge continued, "Actually, I'm quite happy. Auntie has always refrained from using curse techniques due to some reservations, and now she has finally taken this brave step." Then why is Toge unhappy? It's not so much unhappiness as it is a feeling of disappointment in my own inadequacy, not being strong enough to protect. Perhaps it was the disheartening sentiment of a young man nearing adulthood, feeling he had failed to safeguard his family. Hearing this, Doggerel Wansakura smiled with gentle eyes as she ruffled Toge's hair, then continued to write, "Don't worry, I'll protect myself, and we will strive together." Toge finally broke into a smile, though a part of him remained unexpressed. The disdain shown by that sorcerer from the Zenin family towards Doggerel Wansakura angered Toge, even though that fellow had been dealt with by Auntie. Yet, Toge did not want Wansakura to be treated that way by anyone again. Despite being descendants of a curse technique family, the Doggerel clan would never be a family to be trifled with. Toge understood that he needed to grow strong enough to earn respect for the Doggerel family in the Jujutsu world. Overall, the mission was resolved smoothly, and they even gained the additional benefit of Sukuna's fingers. Regarding the mission report, Gojo hastily scribbled it without mentioning that it was Doggerel Wansakura who exorcised the special grade cursed spirit. He merely confirmed that the cursed spirit's technique was indeed of the cursed speech type. Zenin Naoya, who was responsible for the mission, had a rough time and was unclear about what transpired. Gojo, with a mischievous grin, claimed he couldn't remember, while Naoya's face darkened at the mere mention of the mission. Although a cursed spirit of the cursed speech type had not appeared for over a century, it seemed peculiar that it bore Sukuna's fingers. The higher-ups in the Jujutsu community did not pay much attention to this mission afterward, as their primary concern was to draw closer to Doggerel Wansakura. However, Wansakura herself was somewhat concerned. Another individual, perhaps the curious Gojo, decided to pay a visit to the Doggerel household a week later. Observing Wansakura, who was diligently studying a new batch of materials, Gojo expressed his discontent. "Miss Doggerel, your phone is a marvelous device. Wouldn't you like to take a look?" "Huh." Doggerel Wansakura glanced at Gojo, who had intruded into her room, an individual whom neither Fushiguro nor Grandma Silver Maple could deter. Realizing too late, she picked up her phone, which had several unread messages from Gojo. There were also his calls, rendering it futile to answer as she couldn't speak. What was the point of the phone call? Doggerel Wansakura quickly rose from the pile of materials, bowing apologetically to Gojo. Perhaps it was just to witness her startled demeanor that he had deliberately intruded. What use is there in reading these? Much of history has been romanticized by the old oranges. Gojo's words left Doggerel Wansakura at a loss for a response, her gaze dropping to her toes in uncertainty. Why not delve into the true history? Miss Doggerel must be quite curious about Sukuna's fingers. Would you like to see them? Indeed, Doggerel Wansakura's previously dejected demeanor vanished in an instant, her eyes seemingly twinkling like stars. She even felt that Satoru Gojo was quite the good man. Alas, Satoru Gojo was no paragon of virtue. He was merely driven by sheer curiosity, coupled with the task of collecting the fingers of Ryomen Sukuna, hoping to glean some hints from the presence of Inumaki Toge that might allow him to cut corners. Oh, the naivety of Miss Inumaki. As she prepared to step out, she fortuitously encountered the arrival of Geto Gumiai. Since Miss Inumaki kept her phone on silent while studying, she specifically told Geto that if any urgent matters arose, he could come directly to her residence. Little did he know how exhilarated Geto would be to receive such permission. Today, however, there were no pressing tasks at hand. So Kitu assisted Miss Inumaki in updating her materials. Not only did she wish to delve into the history of the sorcerers, but now she sought to peruse all historical data stored by the higher echelons of sorcery, striving to assemble a comprehensive picture. With a pile of documents in hand and a beaming smile, Geto spotted Satoru in the yard. His smile began to falter awkwardly. "Mr. Gojo, what brings you to the Inumaki residence? Let us not entertain the notion of a home visit." Satoru Gojo was no model teacher. Chewing on the three-colored dango made by Granny Silver Maple, Satoru spoke in a muffled tone. "Wow, Your questioning tone suggests you consider yourself a part of the Inumaki family. Geto immediately recognized that his tone had indeed crossed a line, and Satoru's intellect was too sharp. He quickly offered an embarrassed smile. I was just thinking that perhaps Mr. Gojo needed Miss Inumaki for some work, and as her assistant, I might not have arranged things properly. Oh ho. Rather clever of you to retort with my previous criticism. This little one is quite intriguing. What are you really after? Chapter 021. The Embarrassed Satoru Gojo. Satoru curled his lips into a smirk, his already exquisite lower face radiating an unsettling charm. Dressed and ready, Miss Inumaki emerged from the backyard and immediately began to write. Mr. Geto, there's no need for such effort. I haven't finished reviewing the materials. It's all right, Miss Inumaki. As your assistant, it's only proper to be diligent. Then I appreciate it. No need to be so formal. Are you heading out, Miss Inumaki? She nodded honestly, observing the playful exchange between the two, while Satoru found amusement in their banter. Geto, I never realized you could be so attentive. Help. Can someone please sew this guy's mouth shut? Geto, striving to maintain his image as the earnest and honest person, suppressed his irritation and chuckled awkwardly. It's simply because this is Miss Inumaki's first job, and I want to assist as much as possible. You don't mind my presence, do you, Miss Inumaki? Look at that. He throwing the question back to the accommodating Miss Inumaki. Calmly, she shook her head and then wrote to Satoru, shall we head out? Alarm bells rang in Geto's mind as he hastily set down the documents in his hands. Where is Miss Inumaki going? I'll escort you. No need. Uncle Shun will take me. I happened to come today. Assisting the consultant with their travels is part of my duties as an assistant. At this, Miss Inumaki felt a bit troubled, as visiting the fingers of Ryomen Sukuna was meant to be a covert operation. It would not bode well if the higher-ups in the sorcery world were to find out. Thus, she prepared to write a refusal. But her mouth moved quicker than her pen. Satoru spoke in a languid, teasing tone. Geto, who exactly is the consultant here? Do you need to monitor every move Miss Inumaki makes? It's not surveillance. It's not official business. Is it so wrong for me to invite Miss Inumaki out for some leisure? Pausing for effect, he mischievously quipped, are you tagging along on a date, or what? Geto froze as if struck by lightning, his body stiffening with shock. Miss Inumaki also paused, feeling a warmth creep to her cheeks. Such words as date typically implied a close relationship, at the very least a friendship. Satoru uttering such phrases. No. Perhaps he was merely trying to better manage Geto. Miss Inumaki's anxious heart began to ease as she finally completed her message. I am going out with Mr. Gojo for personal matters, not official business. Geto may take a break. Geto was filled with 100 conjectures, but due to his position, he could only muster, understood. Miss Inumaki, please be careful on your way. Satoru, for reasons unknown, felt an unexpected surge of joy, perhaps from thwarting the annoying Geto? Or perhaps there was another underlying reason. On their way to Jujutsu High, Miss Inumaki curiously wrote in her sketchbook, does Mr. Gojo dislike Mr. Geto? Satoru leaned back lazily, feigning innocence. I'm not targeting anyone. I simply harbor a disdain for the dog-like higher-ups of the sorcery world. I see. So does that mean I, working for the higher-ups, fall under the category of dogs in your eyes? A sudden wave of disappointment washed over her, which Satoru keenly noticed. Then, like one would pet a small animal, he ruffled Miss Inumaki's hair. You're not a dog, Miss Inumaki. More of a rabbit hiding its thoughts? Not being misunderstood was a relief, yet the remark did not quite sit well. Why can't I just be a person? The House of Hoshin is the dwelling of the immortal sorcerer Tenjin, who has survived for millennia. Deep within the subterranean realm of Jujutsu High, Tenjin's sorcery of immortality has allowed her lifespan to transcend the rivers of time. Yet, immortality does not equate to eternal youth. Every 500 years, Tenjin must assimilate with a uniquely gifted star plasma vessel to renew her lifespan. Failing to do so would force her evolution into another dimensional species, endangering the entire world. Tenjin excels in barrier techniques, using them to protect vital areas of her homeland from the encroachments of cursed spirits and sorcerers. The barrier techniques employed to assist supervision, such as the tent, have also been enhanced by Tenjin, although she does not engage in politics. Tenjin is respected by the higher-ups of the sorcery world because the value she provides is irreplaceable. The storeroom of the House of Hoshin houses the most classified items of the sorcery elite, securely shielded by Tenjin's barriers. It is not Tenjin's storeroom, but rather the repository of the sorcery hierarchy. After all, having lived for a millennium, Tenjin possesses little desire for material possessions and has no concept of so-called treasures. The entrances and exits of the House of Hoshin shift daily, making it exceedingly difficult to infiltrate. Even the six eyes cannot grasp accurate information. The simplest way to access the House of Hoshin is to obtain Tenjin's approval. When Satoru made this request, Tenjin initially declined. As the fingers of Ryomen Sukuna were perilous, and she had witnessed firsthand the terror Sukuna could unleash. However, upon Satoru mentioning the Inumaki family, a lineage that once thrived during the pinnacle of sorcery, now swallowed by the passage of time, Tenjin felt a flicker of emotion. Moreover, the connection between the Inumaki family and Ryomen Sukuna stirred some fading memories within her. Ultimately, Tenjin acquiesced to Satoru's request but sternly cautioned him against reckless actions. Satoru's nature is not malevolent, yet who knows what thoughts swirl in his mind. Miss Inumaki remains unaware of these matters. She merely senses that she has entered a clandestine underground repository within Jujutsu High. Following closely behind Satoru, she beheld the fingers that had been resealed by Tenjin, 6 in total. Enclosed within a wooden box, upon its opening lay a set of fingers meticulously wrapped in white talisman paper. They exuded an almost negligible malevolent aura, yet the sight of them inexplicably weighed heavily upon Inumaki Sakura's heart. Satoru Gojo observed the contents with a discerning eye. The 2 fingers belonging to the Shikigami had shown no signs of response. Were they perhaps sealed by Tenjin? However, any attempt to unseal them would surely be met with refusal. Curious about this peculiar object, Inumaki Sakura took out her notebook from her waist sash and earnestly wrote, "I cannot fathom why, but I feel an overwhelming sense of oppression. A psychological suffocation," Gojo mused, scratching his head in bemusement. This notion eluded him, particularly as the fingers of the Shikigami currently exhibited no capacity for mental manipulation. Perhaps it was merely an illusion? Was it possible that Inumaki-san felt burdened by the connection between the Shikigami and the tragic demise of her family? It might just be my own psychological projection, she concluded. Noticing the perplexed look in Inumaki Sakura's eyes, Gojo suddenly had a revelation. How could he have forgotten? Here was a living tome of history. Tenjin, having lived for millennia, had personally experienced the zenith of sorcery. Upon hearing this, Inumaki Sakura abruptly lifted her gaze to Gojo, as if she had stumbled upon something profoundly significant. "Apologies," she replied, though she was uncertain if she would ever gain an audience with such an esteemed figure, for Tenjin was known to rarely engage with others. Gojo, hands in pockets, called out to the air, "Tenjin, could you assist Inumaki-san in her inquiries? You need not appear. Surely you can communicate freely within the confines of the Star Palace." The response was an awkward silence, leaving the strongest sorcerer feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 022. Marrying an extraordinary individual. Inumaki Sakura, possessing a nature that shied away from troubling others, tugged at Gojo's sleeve after a prolonged silence. She shook her head, fearing that pressing the issue might annoy the venerable Tenjin. A being who had survived for such a duration must undoubtedly hold a unique status and bore no obligation to seek answers on her behalf. Yet, Tenjin was indeed the individual closest to the truth, was he not? Gojo shrugged, unperturbed. Tenjin had an aura about him that felt more like a focal point than a human. He seemed disengaged from all matters except those pertaining to the star body. "Thank you, Satoru-sensei, for bringing me to see the Shikigami's fingers," Inumaki Sakura expressed, a tinge of regret in her tone. "It's unfortunate that I gleaned not a single useful piece of information." What Gojo meant was that he had not acquired any information that would alleviate his own burdens. Inumaki Sakura, misinterpreting his sentiment, quickly wrote, "It's not unfortunate. At least I now understand that something significant transpired between the Inumaki family and the Shikigami." Gojo realized that his image in Inumaki Sakura's eyes was surprisingly positive. Rarely had he encountered such a perception, and he couldn't help but pat her head gently. Should one call her naive or simply innocent? This world was far less benevolent than she imagined, filled with many dreadful individuals. Poor Inumaki-san. I hope she doesn't fall prey to deception in the future. Inumaki Sakura was bewildered by Gojo's affectionate gesture, feeling as though she were a pet receiving gentle affection. Yet surely he had his reasons? As they prepared to leave the Star Palace, a voice, ancient and resonant, suddenly interrupted the air. "Inumaki." The voice carried a hint of curiosity, along with an almost imperceptible surprise. Both halted in their tracks, scanning their surroundings. "Indeed, Tengendano. This is the current head of the Inumaki family," Gojo asserted. "Would you care to answer a question?" Inumaki Sakura hastily penned her inquiry, which Gojo then relayed. Did a cursed spirit of the word sorcery truly wage war against the Inumaki family, leading them to declare their withdrawal from the world of Jujutsu? The strongest special grade sorcerer, who typically commanded respect, was met with a deathly silence. Gojo scoffed, "You're not holding a grudge over the failed star body incident, are you?" Tenjin offered no response, merely muttering the surname before lapsing into silence once more. Inumaki Sakura, clutching her notebook, lowered her head in disappointment. She bore no resentment. After all, the other party had no obligation to enlighten her. The kind-hearted Inumaki Sakura wrote, "Let us return." Gojo chose not to pursue the matter further. Not particularly inclined to press for answers, simply irked by Tungin's demeanor. What an eccentric, millennia-old being. In an unseen realm. As Gojo closed the wooden box containing the Shikigami's fingers, one of the firmly sealed digits stirred slightly before falling still once more. Having inexplicably encountered Gojo more frequently of late, Inumaki Sakura felt as though this teacher had been an immense help to her. Her brother had once instilled in her the importance of gratitude. Thus, after leaving the Star Palace, she fidgeted with her hands, contemplating how to express her appreciation. Stealing a glance at Gojo, she quickly diverted her gaze, her fingers itching to fidget further. She fancied herself unnoticed, but it was evident to anyone with eyes. Gojo couldn't suppress a chuckle. Inumaki-san, what are you trying to convey? Flushing, Inumaki Sakura carefully penned, I am grateful for all the assistance you've provided recently, Satoru-sensei. Is there a gift you desire? A gift? He had nothing particular in mind. How about a meal then? No, that one tea do. Gojo abruptly halted, taking a deep breath, and regarded Inumaki Sakura, whose sincerity shone through. I haven't quite decided yet. I'll let you know when I do. Is that acceptable? The kind-hearted Inumaki Sakura nodded eagerly, fearing that Gojo might decline her offer out of politeness. Regrettably, Gojo was not one to grasp the nuances of courtesy. He might even harbor ulterior motives. He brought along supplies for dormitory life and summer attire for Inumaki Toge. Toge, feeling somewhat exasperated, noted that he often returned home and didn't require much. However, Inumaki Sakura always believed that Toge would lack this or that. How envious. Toge's aunt is so gentle. Why don't my parents send me gifts? Inumaki, standing nearby with Panda, remarked coolly. If you need something, just go to Principal Yaga. It couldn't take more than 10 minutes to get there, could it? Maki, are you allergic to romance? Do you want a beating? Though she was unsure why Inumaki Sakura had suddenly come to the jujitsu school, it was likely related to the previous incident with the cursed spirit of word sorcery. And she needed to discuss something with Satoru-sensei. Inumaki Sakura's aunt had recovered, and her spirits appeared high. She even brought small gifts for Panda and Inumaki, considering they were both sorcerers, offering them the family's traditional ointment for bruises and strains. The prowess of Inumaki Toge in martial arts is remarkable, and the injuries sustained during training heal with astonishing swiftness. The panda, overwhelmed with emotion, has tears glistening in its eyes. I am immensely grateful to Toge's aunt. Yet I must confess, I am not truly a panda. I am merely a plush toy, destined to absorb cotton and transform into a lumpy mass, wailing softly. Inumaki blinked in a slight fluster, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having delivered the wrong gift. However, the recipient of this present, Inumaki, was utterly delighted. For one who can only exorcise curses through physical prowess, this was indeed the most splendid gift imaginable. If the panda does not desire it, I would gladly accept it, for I find it quite appealing. I refuse. I intend to place it on my bedside as a decoration, a token of the affection bestowed upon me by Toge's aunt. That is a waste. Shall I trade you for that knee pad? How could you part with such a cherished item, especially one from Toge's aunt? You truly adore the gift, yet you maintain such a composed demeanor. Silence. Oh dear, you've struck a nerve. In truth, my heart is brimming with joy. Maki thought to herself. Quiet. The first-year students enjoyed a close bond, already embroiled in playful bickering. And Inumaki Toge was equally thrilled to have such adorable companions among his peers. Toge's aunt is certain to marry someone extraordinary, the precocious panda asserted confidently, while a bashful Inumaki lowered her gaze, and the generally good-natured Inumaki Toge rarely chased after the panda. Makabana. Toge is quite the aunt's boy. One day, I shall lend you my shoulder to cry upon. Panda, you've fallen. Are you truly going to employ curse techniques against me? The halls of Jujutsu High resounded with laughter as Gojo Satoru observed the side profile of Inumaki, smiling under the setting sun. TCH. Why does my heart feel so peculiar? Chapter 023, The Meeting of Advisors. Inumaki swiftly perused the materials, having covered modern historical accounts in a mere month. She finally gleaned some understanding regarding Lord Tenjin, a sorcerer who has existed for a millennium. He stands as an ineffable emblem of the jujitsu world. To avoid interfering with the workings of this realm, Tenjin refrains from participating in any matters. His sole responsibility is to ensure the continuation of his immortal jujitsu, safeguarding humanity from any potential threat posed by himself. This leads us to the star plasma vessel incident that transpired 11 years ago, the last recorded star plasma vessel, which holds immense significance for Lord Tenjin. This mission was undertaken by Gojo Satoru alongside another sorcerer named Suguru Geto, yet it ultimately culminated in failure. The star plasma vessel perished, Gojo sustained grave injuries, and Lord Tenjin's quincentennial assimilation attempt failed. It is said that an organization known as the Cursed Star Cult facilitated this event, hiring the so-called sorcerer killer, Mahito, which nearly led to Gojo's demise. It is unfathomable what manner of individual could place the esteemed Gojo Satoru in such peril. However, it is said that precisely due to that battle, Gojo awakened in earnest, ultimately slaying that man. The Cursed Star cult is a supporter of Lord Tenjin, comprised of ordinary individuals who revere him, believing he should remain untainted by the star plasma vessel. They accept the potential threat posed by the inability to assimilate Tenjin as a matter of fate, embodying fervent and extreme devotion. However, following that incident, the Cursed Star cult inexplicably fell silent, a centuries-old organization that should not have so easily vanished. Yet, subsequent information regarding the Cursed Star cult is nearly non-existent. Inumaki tilted her head in contemplation, finding no answers, and thus opened another volume. A modern directory of dangerous curse users. One name caught her off guard, Suguru. Wasn't he the sorcerer who completed the star plasma vessel mission alongside Gojo? Why had he transitioned into a curse user? Moreover, the date of his classification coincided with the year following that incident. A line of records drew Maki's attention, noting that the last person to see Suguru was Gojo Satoru, who did not kill Geto but instead allowed him to depart. At that time, Geto had appeared before Shoko Yeri in the bustling streets. Considering the safety of ordinary citizens, Gojo likely opted to forego capture. It is surprising that Gojo Satoru has such a history. Reflecting on this, Maki realized she knew little of Gojo's past. It seems he, too, has his burdens. Closing the materials with a sigh of relief, Maki noticed an abundance of documents primarily concerning Gojo Satoru. Startled, she sprang to her feet, hastily gathering the materials. Her intention had merely been to express her gratitude to Gojo-sensei, to learn more about him, with no ulterior motives. Yes, that is precisely it. Maki felt a twinge of apprehension. Ever since the last encounter with a cursed spirit of the verbal variety, the higher-ups had not assigned her any tasks. A month had passed, and it felt like a delightful respite. In contrast, Yuta Okatsu frequently visited, making Maki feel somewhat like an advisor within the jujitsu hierarchy. Today, Yuta brought new materials and informed Maki of a special meeting. It was an exclusive gathering for advisors, held at the end of each quarter, with the upcoming meeting scheduled for the end of June. As a newly appointed advisor, Maki was to partake in such meetings henceforth. She nodded, acknowledging that this was within her responsibilities, and she ought to fulfill it. However, Yuta offered a gentle reminder. Maki, the current advisors possess considerable experience. And as a new advisor, you may feel some pressure. But do not concern yourself too much. Just listen attentively, and I will be there to assist you. Given your nature, I believe you will avoid any conflicts, and you will be able to interact harmoniously moving forward. Inumaki understood this as an elder's admonition to encourage diligent work. Though she found it somewhat disagreeable, she complied willingly. This marked Maki's second visit to the Jujutsu High Office area. The staff members who passed by greeted her politely due to her position, leaving her feeling a tad bashful. Arriving punctually at the meeting room, she found the tatami-style chamber already occupied by several elderly gentlemen with graying hair, each accompanied by their respective assistants. A low table before them held tea and snacks, resembling anything but a formal meeting. Perhaps it was a privilege of the advisors, as this status conferred a certain honor. Maki bowed respectfully, and Yuta addressed the group. Advisor Maki has arrived. Being a verbal sorcerer, she may not speak, but I will summarize and transcribe the content. I hope you will all show understanding. The elder seated at the head of the table, hunched with age, appeared quite serene. We are all aware of Advisor Maki's situation. Please take a seat. Maki, humbly avoiding eye contact, quietly settled into the lowest position. After approximately 10 minutes, all 8 advisors affiliated with the Jujutsu High were present. They began discussing the current state of the Jujutsu world, engaging in light banter about family matters and identifying areas where assistance might be required. It hardly resembled a formal meeting at all. Suddenly, the elder at the head of the table remarked, the Inumaki family was once a prominent clan a millennium ago, known for producing many exceptional sorcerers who served the royal family and nobility. Another elderly advisor chimed in. Indeed, that family can be considered a half-noble lineage. Although only 2 members remain, they are both quite young and will undoubtedly be brimming with vitality in the future. Hearing this, Dogakuwa Wansakura diligently penned down, "Thank you, esteemed advisors." These advisors, having received guidance from the highest authorities, treated Dogakuwa Wansakura with great kindness. However, their demeanor shifted when discussing certain families. The scion of the Gojo family had recently caused quite a stir, demonstrating a complete lack of decorum despite being one of the 3 prestigious families. These so-called elite families are nothing more than mindless brutes, akin to children when it comes to politics, leaving the operations to us noble descendants. Indeed, they seem utterly devoid of any sense of propriety. Dogakuwa Wansakura lowered her head, maintaining an impassive expression, yet felt a peculiar discomfort within. She sensed a disconnect, as she had no desire to endorse their words. She did not deny the importance of the upper echelons of sorcery as politicians, tasked with maintaining relations with the government and other sorcery leaders worldwide. However, the three prestigious families, which have provided a multitude of sorcerers to the front lines, deserve respect. There was an unmistakable air of disdain for martial prowess. Dogakuwa Wansakura chose to remain silent, listening quietly. What does the Dogakuwa advisor think? Suddenly called out, Dogakuwa Wansakura hesitated, having not quite grasped the direction of the discussion. Thus, she candidly wrote, "You are correct, esteemed seniors." The elderly gentleman in a position of authority stroked his beard, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. He certainly perceived Dogakuwa Wansakura's reluctance to engage in such topics. He then shifted the conversation to other matters. "Oh, it appears that the Dogakuwa advisor sees no issue. With fresh blood in our midst, we older bones can rest a little easier. For the safety of Lord Tenjin, perhaps the Dogakuwa advisor could verify whether the Panshin sect still exists." Dogakuwa Wansakura's expression concealed behind her mask was one of distress. This was the consequence of her wandering spirit. She found herself inexplicably assigned a task. Chapter 024, A Commissioned Investigation of the Panshin Sect. Recently, there had been whispers of potential traces of the Panshin sect emerging. It was rumored that individuals once associated with the sect had been cited. The specifics were unclear, as these matters pertained to religious affairs and were connected to Lord Tenjin, hence the responsibility was delegated to an advisor. Assigning such a task to the inexperienced Dogakuwa Wansakura was, in essence, a pressure tactic from the advisors, likely to gauge her level of compliance. As they had anticipated, Dogakuwa Wansakura was uncertain of her suitability for the task, yet being prompted by her seniors, she had no choice but to acquiesce. However, Ryomen Jin found it somewhat inappropriate and ventured to voice a suggestion. "Lord Izumo, wouldn't it be better to assign this task to a more experienced advisor?" The elderly gentleman chuckled, casting a knowing glance at Ryomen Jin, and remarked, "Let the Dogakuwa advisor gain some experience. Ryomen, do lend your support. We shall provide any assistance you require." The implication was clear. This task would serve to foster their relationship, and resources would be at their disposal. Ryomen Jin understood, a smile spreading across his face. "I shall lend my utmost support to the Dogakuwa advisor." Left alone to contemplate on the tatami, Dogakuwa Wansakura felt troubled, uncertain if she could manage the task and fearful of reprimand should she fail. The work was truly daunting. Yet, all was for the purpose of uncovering the family's secrets, and she must endure such hardships. On the way back, Dogakuwa Wansakura felt a bit weary, and witnessing her demeanor, Ryomen Jin seized the opportunity to offer reassuring words. "Miss Dogakuwa, you need not bear such pressure, rely on me more. Though I am but an assistant, I have learned much from my grandfather. I have some understanding of the Panshin sect, and I can attempt to reach out to former members." Upon hearing this, Dogakuwa Wansakura expressed her gratitude, writing, "Thank you, Mr. Ryomen. You are far too courteous. Being my superior and having worked together for over a month. Simply call me Jenny." Dogakuwa Wansakura found herself at a loss, feeling they had not yet developed that level of familiarity. Besides, addressing him by surname felt polite. Noticing her hesitation, Ryomen Jin smiled warmly. "No need to worry. Address me as you see fit." Dogakuwa Wansakura sighed in relief. Ryomen Jin was indeed a pleasant companion. Perhaps it was his amiable nature? Ryomen Jin worked swiftly, soon contacting individuals who had previously associated with the Panshin sect. However, upon hearing Ryomen Jin's purpose, the individual immediately refused the interview, stating that the Panshin sect no longer existed and expressing a desire not to discuss it further. Doesn't this resolve the matter? After all, former members claim the Panshin sect has vanished, Dogakuwa Wansakura thought, feeling an unexpected wave of happiness. Yet, Ryomen Jin sensed it was too easy. After all, this was a rare opportunity to deepen his rapport with Dogakuwa Wansakura, and now it seemed to have been squandered with a single statement. Consequently, Ryomen Jin earnestly addressed Dogakuwa Wansakura. "Miss Dogakuwa, I believe this individual may be concealing something. The advisors place great importance on this task. We should endeavor to persuade him to accept the interview." Dogakuwa Wansakura rubbed her hands together, feeling a bit embarrassed, realizing she had perhaps been too complacent. She nodded in agreement with Ryomen Jin's suggestion. Finding a person's residence was not difficult for the sorcery elite, especially with all resources at Ryomen Jin's disposal. The address was in a village on the outskirts of Tokyo, approximately an hour and a half drive away. Since the individual was merely an ordinary person, Ryomen Jin did not enlist a sorcerer for accompaniment. It was a chance for one-on-one interaction that should not be missed. Upon arrival, The disheveled middle-aged man instantly erupted in anger. Didn't I say over the phone that the Panshin sect is gone? What more do you want to ask? I know nothing. He prepared to shut the door, but Ryomen Jin firmly held it open. The imposing man's serious demeanor intimidated the ordinary individual. Dogakuwa Wansakura, appearing bewildered, seemed unused to such a display of anger. Unsure how to proceed, Ryomen Jin lowered his voice. This is an advisor from the sorcery elite, specifically tasked with investigating the Panshin sect. Disrespecting an advisor is tantamount to opposing the entire sorcery community. We merely seek to conduct an interview. Please cooperate, or I shall have to take other actions. Ryomen Jin felt a surge of confidence, his masculine presence radiating. Meanwhile, Dogakuwa Wansakura thought, wow, what an impressive display of pressure. The middle-aged man, trembling, finally gritted his teeth and said, then you need to pay me. As you can see, I haven't been living well. Understood, we will provide you with 100,000 yen. That's too little. I want 500,000. That depends on the value of the information you provide. Dogakuwa Wansakura, with an innocent expression, marveled at the negotiation, feeling somewhat out of her depth. It seemed she was merely a mobile advisor, and she felt a bit sheepish. The interior of the house was quite sparse, revealing that the middle-aged man lived in dire straits, clearly hoping to extract as much money as possible. After settling down, Ryomen earnestly endeavored to work. She inscribed in her illustrated book, why is it that you, sir, are so certain that the Panshin sect has ceased to exist? Despite her lack of understanding regarding negotiations, she was adept at unearthing issues. The middle-aged man, gazing at the peculiar figure of Ryomen clad in a kimono and adorned with an unusual mask, couldn't help but retort. Was she truly a consultant of the sorceress elite? How could she be mute? Please show some respect, due to her involvement in sorcery. The consultant refrained from speaking lightly. The middle-aged man, seemingly grasping this notion, was only partially aware as a follower of the Panshin sect about the existence of sorcerers. He had once believed it to be mere fantasy from another organization until he witnessed that scene. 10 years ago, the memory of that incident was forever etched in his mind. As the lowest-tier disciple, he lacked the qualifications to attend that meeting. He had merely been instructed to prepare the podium for the arrival of a notable figure. Out of curiosity, after setting up, he stealthily slipped in and hid beneath the last row of tables, covered by the tablecloth. At this point, the middle-aged man's shoulders trembled slightly, as if reluctant to continue. That moment had haunted him for a decade. Whenever the image of those indifferent eyes crossed his mind, he felt as though death itself were drawing near. Chapter 025. The Man Who Devoured the Panshin Sect. Ryomen patiently awaited his response. Suddenly, the man shook his head vehemently. Forget it, I shan't speak further. Are you toying with us? Ryomen expressed his discontent, feeling as though he were being manipulated. The middle-aged man erupted, shouting, what do you understand? You could very well meet a gruesome fate. Not even a human form could be discerned, reduced to mere pulp. The room fell silent, save for the heavy breaths of the middle-aged man. Ryomen seemed to have discerned something. She swiftly wrote, was there a murder during that meeting of the Panshin sect's higher-ups? I do not wish to speak anymore. Ryomen felt a twinge of awkwardness. She was not one to press others. Meanwhile, Ryomen calmly interjected, answer truthfully, and we shall reward you with 500,000 yen. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, having lived in silence out of fear that his eavesdropping would be discovered. Yet sometimes, the dread of poverty could be more terrifying than death. Resolutely, he spoke. A person declared intentions to acquire the Panshin sect, summoning shareholders and corporate representatives. At that time, the sect's representative, Sonoda Shigeru, vehemently opposed it. Then, he was crushed into pulp by an inexplicable force, meeting a gruesome end on the podium. Ryomen immediately deduced that this man must be a sorcerer, as ordinary individuals could not perceive the effects of sorcery. Who was that person? I do not know. He appeared very young, donned in an extravagant multicolored robe. Out of sheer terror, I dared not peek, remaining hidden beneath the table until the silence of night compelled me to emerge. There was blood everywhere, yet no body in sight. I was too frightened to remain. That day lingered as an indelible nightmare for him, curled beneath the table, covering his mouth and trembling, fearing that any sound would lead to his demise. It was not a negotiation. Those who defied were met with death. Ryomen had not anticipated such a history surrounding the Panshin sect. There were no records, for from a certain point onward, the sect had vanished. Did that person take over the Panshin sect? I am uncertain. I later discovered that the Panshin sect had ceased its activities, with most followers dispersed. The sect simply disappeared. It appeared that after acquiring the Panshin sect, that man had done something unfathomable with it. Yet it was certain that he was a sorcerer or had a sorcerer behind him, ruthlessly slaying ordinary people, a taboo within the sorcery realm. Ryomen sighed. What seemed a simple task had become intricate, revealing an unexpected depth to the matter. After pondering for a while, Doggerel Wanying wrote to Lianzi Xuani. Do you believe this matter to be genuine? Upon reading her words, the middle-aged man raised his voice. I wouldn't deceive you. Had it not been for my dire circumstances, I would have remained silent. If that individual discovered someone had leaked information, he might very well dispose of me in a cruel manner. Are you not the deceivers? Planning to withhold payment? From Doggerel Wanying's unseen perspective, Lianzi Xuani displayed a look of disdain. Do you have a bank account? I can transfer the funds to you right now. The middle-aged man's expression shifted to one of greed. After witnessing the arrival of the 500,000 yen, he cautioned. That person appears quite dangerous. Are you sorceress elites intent on continuing your investigation? Given that the Ponching sect no longer exists, is it not futile? This is our affair. You need not concern yourself. For your own safety, do not disclose our visit. Of course, I am well aware. I wish to live a few more years. Upon leaving the middle-aged man's abode and returning to the vehicle, Lianzi Xuani turned to inquire, Miss Doggerel, what are your thoughts? Doggerel Wanying wrote. We should report this to the sorcery elite. Miss Doggerel, do you wish to continue investigating this matter? Doggerel Wanying displayed a look of helplessness, shaking her head earnestly. Yet, she meticulously inscribed, but someone has died. Murder is a crime. Lianzi Xuani found her naivety endearing. She was truly innocent. For a curse practitioner, taking a life was hardly a significant matter. Nevertheless, he harbored no aversion toward her innocence. In fact, he found it quite charming. This matter was ultimately reported to the sorcery elite, and Doggerel Wanying felt that if she were compelled to continue her investigation, she would firmly refuse. It seemed beyond her capacity to resolve, and she feared it might backfire. However, 5 days later, Lianzi Xuani brought news. The middle-aged man who had disclosed information to them had met his demise in an unfortunate fall from a cliff. Doggerel Wanying felt a chill run through her. She sensed that she had unwittingly caused the man's death. Yet Lianzi Xuani endeavored to console her. He took the money and went drinking. One day, inebriated, he lamented at a tavern that the information regarding the Ponching sect was worth little, wishing he had asked for more. This is not your fault, Miss Doggerel. Greed can lead to ruin. After 10 years without harm, he likely believed himself secure. Yet Doggerel Wanying felt suffocated. Merely complaining at a tavern could lead to one's demise? What a brutal tactic. What did the sorcery elite say? Since the police deemed it an accidental death, and the man had no other relatives, there was no evidence to support his claims. So the sorcery elite concluded that the Ponching sect did not exist and opted not to investigate further. Doggerel Wanying should have felt relieved, free from the burden of refusing the task. Yet, at that moment, she was filled with disbelief. Because they had not stirred enough commotion, they chose to let the matter lie, intending to address it only when danger arose. Was this truly the method by which the sorcery elite resolved issues? Doggerel Wansakura suddenly recalled the words of Satoru Gojo regarding the sorcery hierarchy. At that time, her lack of understanding rendered her unable to comment. Now, she comprehends how piercingly insightful Gojo's seemingly nonsensical remarks truly were. Jinei Rakuzan gently reassured her, saying, There's no need for concern, Miss Doggerel. The higher-ups will dispatch someone to manage this matter. The intelligence you possess is of utmost importance, and the advisors also regard you as exceptionally capable. When exactly will that be? She inquired. Well, it should be when that individual causes tangible harm to others. But that man claimed he witnessed a death with his own eyes. Yet, over the past decade, there has been no evidence. If they were to make a significant upheaval based solely on unsubstantiated claims, the higher-ups would find themselves in a predicament. Jinei was indeed correct. Observing his somewhat indifferent demeanor, Doggerel Wansakura felt an inexplicable fear. This was a form of numbness, a cold indifference that regards human life as insignificant. The sorcery hierarchy only intervenes once events transpire, neglecting preventive measures. Their priorities lie with wealth, status, and lineage, while genuine actions to stabilize and enhance the sorcery realm are relegated to secondary importance. Yet, they are the very core of the sorcery world. Doggerel Wansakura had never contemplated such complex matters. They overwhelmed her. She was reluctant to believe that such callous individuals existed in the world. After all, everyone is human, not a cursed spirit, possessing vibrant hearts and a spectrum of emotions. Yet, how could humanity also exhibit such apathy? Noticing her silence, Jinei Rakuzan realized he might have misspoken. In an attempt to appease her, he offered, If it concerns you, Miss Doggerel, I shall accompany you in a discreet investigation. I will heed only your directives. Chapter 026. Miss, are you alone? Jinei Rakuzan's demeanor surprised Doggerel Wansakura. Just moments ago, she deemed him a similarly apathetic individual. Feeling a twinge of misunderstanding, she lowered her gaze shyly. I merely wish to ascertain who is responsible for this. Miss Doggerel is a remarkably gentle person. She likely feels a sense of responsibility for that man's demise. Then let us investigate quietly until we uncover the answers you seek. A flicker of gratitude warmed Doggerel Wansakura's heart, yet she expressed, "It may be perilous. Do we require assistance from others?" Upon reading her words, Jinei Rikuzen immediately thought she might seek Satoru Gojo's help. But how could such a thing come to pass? After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I happen to know a free sorcerer who could join us in our investigation. It would be inappropriate to utilize sorcery resources for a personal matter." Doggerel Wansakura nodded appreciatively upon hearing this and wrote, "Mr. Rikuzen, am I being too willful?" This was not willfulness. Miss Doggerel simply sought evidence substantial enough to compel the higher-ups into action. She nodded again, lacking the confidence to resolve this matter on her own. But if the hierarchy was indeed numb, perhaps she could attempt to rouse them. "Thank you, Mr. Rikuzen. What a curious statement, for aside from your position as my superior, I wholeheartedly align with your sentiments. Miss Doggerel is a truly wonderful young lady." Doggerel Wansakura was momentarily taken aback by this remark. Yet seeing Jinei Rikuzen's candid and hearty smile, she did not find it jarring. Perhaps he was simply forthright? Such praise left her feeling somewhat bashful. "Then, Miss Doggerel, please rest well. I shall contact you later. My apologies for the trouble." Today, Jinei Rikuzen was in high spirits, feeling that he had grown closer to Doggerel Wansakura. Furthermore, she rarely encountered Satoru Gojo, having visited the Sorcery Academy only twice under the pretext of being Doggerel Toge's name. He, on the other hand, saw her every few days. Reflecting on his promise to Doggerel Wansakura, Jinei Rikuzen called the highest authority upon returning to the car. A clandestine investigation? Jinei Rikuzen held little interest in this matter. He, like the sorcery hierarchy, exhibited a degree of numbness. His motivation was solely to please Doggerel Wansakura. "Sir, Miss Doggerel wishes to conduct a private inquiry into the subsequent events surrounding the Starpan religion. While I believe it unnecessary, a sudden idea occurred to me. Let us engage in a detective game with the young lady. We can craft a script and later incorporate a heroic rescue scene. I believe Miss Doggerel will soon be captivated." Grateful for the trust of the highest authorities, he vowed to put forth his utmost effort, requesting their support for this endeavor. After hanging up, Jinei Rikuzen lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as he envisioned Doggerel Wansakura gazing at him with affection, longing to caress her exquisite form. He felt a delightful tremor of exhilaration. How he longed to see her enraptured by him. It would undoubtedly be the most beautiful sight. With desires swelling, Jinei Rikuzen extinguished the cigarette and tossed it out the window. There was still time. Perhaps he would indulge in a brief excursion to Kabukicho. Doggerel Wansakura waited quietly for 2 days before Jinei Rikuzen brought news that he had contacted the free sorcerer, who agreed to assist in the investigation. The corpse of that middle-aged man had already been cremated, leaving no clues, so they would have to visit the tavern where he had reportedly been rambling. It was located in a small town near the village, a dive serving cheap drinks, frequented mostly by low-income individuals. This was Doggerel Wansakura's first visit to such a place. To avoid drawing attention, Jinei Rikuzen purchased her a new outfit. Upon seeing the clothing, Doggerel Wansakura felt uneasy. It was a perfectly normal ensemble for a young woman. A fitted t-shirt paired with moderately short shorts. Dressing too conservatively might attract scrutiny and risk exposure. This outfit was just right. "Must I wear this?" she asked. Jinei Rikuzen rubbed the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. "It's best not to attract attention. I imagine this is quite unfamiliar for you." Indeed, Jinei Rikuzen had also changed out of his formal attire, donning a cheap tank top and short-sleeved shirt. Doggerel Wansakura braced herself and changed in the restroom. When she emerged, Jinei Rikuzen's eyes lit up. He had chosen wisely. Beneath the guise of a straight kimono, Doggerel Wansakura's figure was more impressive than he had anticipated. Her long, slender legs were fair and delicate, not voluptuous, but beautifully shaped. Doggerel Wansakura awkwardly tugged at the hem of her shorts. "Does it look strange?" "Not at all. It fits perfectly, and you won't easily attract attention." Doggerel Wansakura could only nod, and with Jinei Rikuzen and the free sorcerer accompanying her, they entered the tavern. The mask obscured her face, hiding some of her beauty, ensuring she did not draw unwanted gazes. The air inside the tavern was somewhat murky. Doggerel Wansakura ordered only ice water, while the other two ordered drinks at their leisure. The owner approached to greet them. "You folks aren't from around here, are you? You look quite unfamiliar." Jinei Rikuzen replied nonchalantly, "We're here on business. Just looking for a place to relax." "Well, you've come to the right spot. Everyone here can hold their liquor and is quite welcoming." Indeed, one can sense the jovial atmosphere. It's hard to detect the presence of sorcerers. They might be concealing their cursed energy. It is also possible that it is not. Regardless of which possibility prevails, it feels like a futile endeavor. However, Rikwanji Guinea remains unfazed. Casting a glance around, He locks eyes with a menacing-looking man at a nearby table. Ryomen gently addresses Doggerel Sakura, saying, "I need to use the restroom. Please wait a moment, Miss Doggerel." "I want to go too," she replies. "You can hold it for a while. We cannot leave Miss Doggerel alone here." Upon hearing this, Doggerel Sakura quickly scribbles, "It's all right. I can manage on my own." Thus, Ryomen, with a hint of dissatisfaction, mutters and proceeds to the restroom with the free sorcerer. The music is loud, while Doggerel Sakura remains quiet. The sinister-looking man, holding a wine glass, waits for an opportunity, only to be unexpectedly interrupted. There are others arranged? Doggerel Sakura cautiously observes the man before her, noting his foreign complexion, adorned with a white beret and golden earrings. His flat sunglasses obscure his eyes, yet he speaks fluent Japanese. "Miss, are you alone?" Chapter 027. Special Grade Sorcerer Suguru Geto. This is Doggerel Sakura's first visit to such a place, and she is entirely unfamiliar with the culture of flirtation. After being approached by the foreign man, her demeanor exudes tension. She points to her masked face and shakes her head. "Can't speak?" The man of African descent displays a look of regret and continues to casually inquire. "You don't seem like someone who frequents places like this. Were those two just now your companions?" Doggerel Sakura can only nod, eagerly awaiting Ryomen's return. She genuinely does not know how to respond. The man before her reveals a pleased smile, and his words send alarm bells ringing in Doggerel Sakura's mind. "You are sorcerers, aren't you?" How could he possibly know? The man stands only a meter away from her, yet she cannot sense any flow of cursed energy emanating from him. Is he an informed, ordinary person, or a sorcerer disguising his identity? Sensing danger, Doggerel Sakura furrows her brow and suddenly stands up, but the man reacts swiftly. He seizes her wrist with a grip so powerful it feels as though it could crush her bones. Ryomen and the free sorcerer, who had been on alert, quickly notice something amiss. Logically, it should have been the small-time thug they had previously encountered who would approach Doggerel Sakura, prompting Ryomen to heroically intervene. However, a stranger has emerged instead. Initially intending to observe, they are caught off guard when this individual takes action, as if the plot were unfolding before them. In any case, it matters not from whom the rescue comes. Doggerel Sakura senses that this man is certainly no ordinary person, while the dark-skinned man wears a knowing smile. Having caught sight of Ryomen and the others in his peripheral vision, "Miss, allow me to offer a word of caution. He is not a good man." Doggerel Sakura, feeling bewildered, hears Ryomen's voice merge with the cacophony of music nearby. "Hey, let go of her." He is tall and imposing, clearly exuding a sense of security, especially in a one-against-two scenario. Thus, Ryomen perceives the man before him as an ordinary individual. He steps forward and throws a punch, eliciting cheers from the surrounding intoxicated patrons, but the dark-skinned man effortlessly evades while still holding onto Doggerel Sakura. "You are not worthy of my full effort." The man clenches his fist, pivoting to make Doggerel Sakura involuntarily spin, while his fist lands squarely on Ryomen's face. The free sorcerer immediately realizes that something is amiss. This man's physical prowess is far beyond that of an ordinary person. He prepares to employ sorcery, but the dark-skinned man swiftly draws a short whip woven from peculiar ropes from his waist, leaving the free sorcerer in a state of confusion. The cheers grow louder. Such brawls are commonplace in this seedy tavern. Doggerel Sakura's face pales as she watches the man swiftly subdue both Ryomen and the free sorcerer. Contemplating the feasibility of employing her own incantations, she finds herself unable to choose a target, which implies that both sorcerers could also be harmed. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned man speaks amiably. "Do not be anxious. We are quite friendly towards sorcerers. We simply need you to answer a few questions, so please accompany me." Before Doggerel Sakura can process this, the man swiftly delivers a precise strike to the back of her neck. The surrounding drunkards celebrate the muscular man's acquisition of a prize, having no inkling that this is a kidnapping. This man is Miguel, a sorcerer aligned with Suguru Geto, an expatriate sorcerer of formidable strength, at least at the first-grade level. Indeed, Suguru Geto has taken over the Ponching sect, controlling its compliant management and shareholders, disbanding unnecessary ordinary followers, and establishing a wholly new sect. The beliefs espoused are entirely different, primarily focused on exorcism and granting wishes, thoroughly erasing the doctrines that once venerated Tenjin. The reasons behind Suguru Geto's drastic shift remain obscure, perhaps even beyond the comprehension of Satoru Gojo. He betrayed the sorcery world, slaughtering hundreds of ordinary individuals, even murdering his own parents, and then went into hiding. Satoru Gojo has stated that Suguru Geto's goal is to annihilate all ordinary people, creating a world solely inhabited by sorcerers. A delusional and unachievable ambition. The former Suguru Geto believed that the strong should assist the weak, and thus devoted himself to using his sorcery to save ordinary people. For reasons unknown, he began to despise them, to create a world only for sorcerers. This is the final will Suguru Geto bequeathed to Satoru Gojo. Such matters are vaguely detailed in the records, perhaps because the author deemed Suguru Geto's words unimportant. He is a sorcerer, placed on the most wanted list. And that is all. Doggerel Sakura groggily regains consciousness, her immediate reaction being fear. She never anticipated that a kidnapping could truly happen to her. Yet she strives to maintain her composure. The assailant's intention is not to kill her. It could even be said that they do not intend to kill her at this moment. Bound, she appears to have been tossed onto a sofa, with a thin blanket draped over her for comfort. Remembering the man's claim that they are friendly towards sorcerers, she finds their notion of friendliness rather peculiar. The covering over her face has vanished, suggesting they have removed her mask, revealing the sigils of a sorcerer. Doggerel Sakura shifts slightly, attempting to sit up from the sofa. A stunning girl with soft, curled pink-orange hair approaches, the dim light illuminating her expressionless visage. Lord Geto, she has awakened. This name momentarily startles Doggerel Sakura. She is not skilled at concealing her emotions, prompting Sugita Manami to quickly notice. It seems this sorceress is familiar with your name. Manami, be cautious with your words, lest this young lady employs her incantations against you. Doggerel Sakura hears a man's voice resonating from behind a nearby screen, deep and laced with cryptic mockery. The area is shrouded in darkness, obscuring any outlines. Despite this, the sorceress named Sugita Manami does not exhibit fear. She remains composed, whether due to her own strength or the power of her protector. Is this Suguru Geto? Once renowned as a genius alongside Satoru Gojo, he has fought alongside him on numerous missions. Their camaraderie has even led to speculation among their peers and the higher-ups in the jujitsu world that it was Gojo who ultimately allowed Geto to escape. As another special-grade sorcerer, Geto spoke gently to the lady. Miss, you are not a monkey, hence I shall treat you kindly. But first, answer me a few questions. Who sent you to investigate me? Chapter 028, A Visit. As time ticked away, Kasumi Dogwaki clutched her notebook without writing a single word. Her gaze fixated on the darkness behind the screen. If she were to employ cursed speech, could she escape? She hesitated, mindful that this was Geto's territory. Anxiety gripped her as she struggled to formulate a plan. Geto spoke again. The use of cursed speech comes with many restrictions, does it not? Are you weighing the backlash it may bring upon yourself? It is indeed a rare sorcery, one I would be keen to recruit. So do not act rashly. I assure you, if displeased, I will end your life. This is no jest. His tone was laden with an oppressive weight, unsure yet resolute against dying without understanding. Dogwaki took a deep breath and wrote, I have been tasked to investigate whether the starry cult still exists. Manami Sugita, upon reading it, calmly relayed the message to Geto behind the screen. This is intriguing. The higher-ups have neglected the starry cult for a decade. What has piqued their interest now? Because activities resembling those of the starry cult have been reported. Oh, I see, Geto mused, his tone slightly mischievous. It seems some old employees are restless. Did I not instruct to act discreetly? Manami, see to it that this is dealt with. Yes. In mere moments, he had condemned others to death, leaving Dogwaki pale with horror. She frantically shook her head at Sugita, seemingly wishing to retract her words. Sugita stood straight, unperturbed, offering no acknowledgement of Dogwaki's distress. Geto, reflecting, remarked, how fascinating. Among the jujitsu elite, there exists such a kind-hearted soul, albeit a bit foolishly endearing. Dogwaki realized her actions were but a jest in Geto's eyes. Her eyes watered with emotion as she struggled to write. The uncle living in the village, was he killed by your orders? That unfortunate monkey's bad luck. The words had reached my subordinates. Now was not the time for exposure, hence the execution. That individual who took over the starry cult, witnessed by the village uncle, it was none other than Geto. He had been in hiding for 10 years, yet was still orchestrating something with the remnants of the starry cult. This is the nature of a sorcerer, who regards human life as mere fodder. Dogwaki received her answer and contemplated whether to gamble with cursed speech. Yet, Geto's words left her speechless. But I recall the jujitsu elite ceased their investigation due to insufficient evidence. They despise engaging in endeavors that yield no benefit. So, dear miss, why do you persist in your inquiries? Surely not for that deceased monkey? Geto appeared to conjure an amusing notion, bursting into laughter. It was a mockery of the jujitsu elite and of Dogwaki herself. The girl's grip on her notebook trembled. Anger surged within her as she realized the man before her was indifferent to life. Miss, you remind me of my former self. Yet soon you will discover that monkeys are a wretched bunch, binding the so-called strong with their feeble morals. With that, Geto's voice took on a somber tone, losing its playful mockery, becoming a tapestry of myriad thoughts. The room fell silent, and Dogwaki stared blankly at her notebook, sensing a profound sadness emanating from the man behind the screen. Yet, she could not fathom why a sorcerer would harbor such emotions. After a lengthy pause, Geto finally spoke in a languid manner. Why not use cursed speech? Do you believe your skill's inferior to mine, fearing the backlash? The knowledge of cursed speech is not a secret within the jujitsu realm, for it cannot be unraveled merely by understanding its principles. Protecting one's ears and mind requires exquisite control of cursed energy, and your level must equal or surpass that of your opponent to be effective. Otherwise, it is mere talk. This is the unique nature of cursed speech. It seems, dear miss, you are quite afraid of death. Geto's words pierced through Dogwaki's apprehension. After all, he is Suguru Geto. Rest assured, as long as you do not harm my family, I may not kill you. After all, the only one deserving of death is that monkey. For now, consider this a temporary visit. Upon uttering these words, a serpent-like cursed spirit emerged from behind the screen, coiling around the lower half of Dogwaki's face. Her pupils dilated as she tugged at her restraints, but the cursed spirit remained steadfast. Cursed speech is indeed perilous. Hence the precautions. Should you consider binding yourself to cease your investigation into me, I may allow you to leave. It is not yet my chapter. Maintain an air of mystery for me. Geto's tone was playful, and apart from restraining Dogwaki's ability to speak, he imposed no limits on her hands or feet. He had evidently assessed that Dogwaki was not adept in physical combat. Moreover, 2 other cursed spirits lingered beside Dogwaki, tasked with surveillance. Sugita led her to a beautifully furnished room, far more akin to a guest chamber than a prison. The windows and doors are sealed with Lord Geto's restrictions. I advise against any escape attempts. As long as you comply, you shall not meet your demise. Sugita's voice was calm and devoid of emotion as she closed the door, leaving Dogwaki alone in the room. As she turned a corner, it was no surprise to find Geto waiting for her. Investigate this cursed speech sorcerer's background. Ideally, ascertain if she has any ties to Satoru Gojo. Sugita's eyes flickered with obedience. Understood. But is it truly acceptable to leave her so casually confined? Geto took a few steps, the dim light casting an alluring glow on his elongated, captivating eyes. He smiled. This young lady likely hasn't slain many cursed spirits, let alone taken a life. Employing overly crude methods would be unwise, for our target is not a sorcerer. I comprehend. Geto walked a few more steps, seemingly recalling something, and turned back with a cheerful expression. Tomorrow, I shall dine with this cursed speech sorcerer. He tapped his lips with a smile that seemed quite lucid. I cannot allow her to starve, yet releasing her mouth may provoke her to use cursed speech. I have no desire for my precious family to be harmed. Sugita's eyes glimmered with emotion, a testament to her unwavering loyalty to Geto. He truly cherishes his companions as sorcerers and treats those who follow him with utmost kindness. Thus, even the seemingly unattainable aspiration of Lord Suguru would compel them to exert their utmost efforts to realize it. Chapter 029, Wataru Fushiguro, a man whose words betray his true nature. The hero successfully rescued the damsel in distress. Yet Dogurol Sakurazaka has been abducted by unidentified individuals and is now missing. Gakuen Temple's Jinii stood in shock, trembling as he dialed the number of the highest authority, who was equally taken aback. Yes, Miss Dogurol has been missing for 3 hours, and despite our exhaustive search, we have found no trace of cursed energy. However, that individual is a dark-skinned foreigner, perhaps a sorcerer who has escaped from abroad. The advisor's disappearance from the higher echelons of sorcery is indeed a grave matter. The highest authority concluded, blaming Miss Dogurol for her own predicament. It was she who insisted on a self-serving investigation. You were merely her assistant in this endeavor. Ensure that the tavern is tidied up, lest your covert actions be discovered. Gakuen Temple's Jinii promptly acquiesced, noting that the so-called free sorcerers merely operate in remote areas, being nothing more than trusted sorcerers within the upper ranks. Gathering intelligence from the tavern is a task that does not necessitate the advisor's presence. It was Jinni's manipulation that led to this. How could the hero's rescue of the fair maiden unfold without a protagonist? To his astonishment, such a chaotic environment concealed individuals of significant consequence. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jinnii made a call to the Dogurol residence. The call was answered by Fushiguro, the butler. Upon receiving Jinnii's call, Fushiguro immediately sensed something amiss, his tone urgent and rapid. What has happened to the young lady? Miss Dogurol is missing. I have informed the higher echelons of sorcery to initiate a thorough investigation. Fushiguro's voice dropped low, exuding an unusual assertiveness. What do you mean by missing? The young lady clearly stated there was an emergency meeting at the higher ranks. No, Miss Dogurol sought to privately investigate the subsequent matters concerning the Starplate cult, which is why I accompanied her. An unforeseen incident has occurred. How could you, as an assistant dispatched by the higher echelons of sorcery, ever consent to such a thing? But Miss Dogurol was adamant, leaving me no choice. Jinnii's confidence wavered momentarily, only to recall that he was merely conversing with the butler of the doggerel family. He promptly adopted a serious tone. The higher echelons will exert every effort to locate her and will notify you as soon as there is news. Please remain calm. Fushiguro could not ascertain how long the busy signal persisted before he finally hung up. The typically timid doggerel Sakurazaka had suddenly become so audacious. The servants who had been in close proximity found it perplexing. Yet, they were merely low-level sorcerers, lacking even the authority to supervise. They were utterly powerless. Grandmother Jinpo, overwhelmed with worry, gasped for breath, clutching her heart as she addressed Fushiguro. Should we inform young Master Jiki? Fushiguro discerned that the higher echelons intended to handle the matter discreetly, not wishing to involve the Jujutsu High. He felt an inexplicable unease but could not pinpoint its source. I will send a text to young Master Jiki. Grandmother Jinpo nodded, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. How frightened must our young lady be? Why must such a thing happen to her? Jin'i notified the doggerel residents late at night, and by the time Jiki doggerel saw the message, it was already morning when he rose. Jiki initially thought he was still in a dream. He lay down, opened his eyes, and then rose again. The message remained. A buzzing filled his head. The usually reticent Jiki dialed the family phone. Fushiguro answered promptly. Young master. Pickled vegetables. Jiki nearly shouted, followed by his labored breathing. One must understand that sorcerers cherish their voices above all else. Fushiguro felt a pang of sympathy, though his voice quivered with urgency. The higher echelons have dispatched personnel to commence a search. We must await further news. This is not the time to wait, yet it seems there are no alternatives. Jiki tightened his grip on the phone. It was not that he lacked faith in the higher echelons, but he could not simply bide his time. Every minute was an agony. If his aunt were to employ her sorcery, she would likely escape swiftly, yet nearly 10 hours had elapsed without a single lead. This indicated that his aunt had a valid reason for not using her powers. The assailants could be formidable, or perhaps, his aunt had lost the opportunity to utilize her abilities. Death. This word surged into Jiki's mind, and he fought back tears, gasping for air. It cannot be. It cannot be. My aunt is the hope of our family. How could she perish so easily? We must hasten. We must dedicate ourselves to the search. Of course, Wataru-sensei. Jiki swiftly ended the call and sent a text to Wataru Fushiguro, urgently requesting his assistance. But alas, the laid-back individual did not respond. Jiki had no choice but to call again. After a lengthy ring, the call was answered, revealing Wataru's puzzled voice on the other end. What is it? Is Panda playing tricks again? The teacher had covered his ears, unable to hear Jiki's voice. Jiki's tone was frantic and rapid. Mayonnaise. This marked Jiki's first display of such fervent emotion. Even when he had taken leave for his aunt's initial mission, he had maintained a composed demeanor. Almost instinctively, Wataru remarked, Miss Doggerel is in trouble? Salmon. This was likely an affirmative response. After a few months of teaching, Wataru could comprehend the situation. He understood that Jiki was likely seeking his assistance. A request from a beloved student. The man sighed, lamenting how clingy and frivolous students had become, before lightly adding, Text me to explain what has happened. If it is truly dire, then I shall intervene. After all, you know the significance of my position. Wataru had not yet reveled in his own importance when Jiki, unusually impolite, hung up the phone, likely in a hurry to compose a message. Wataru glanced at the disconnected call, smirking. What event could possibly provoke such a reaction from Jiki? Upon reading the lengthy message Jiki sent, Wataru gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it was a matter of great consequence. Doggerel Sakurazaka had gone missing late last night, and it was reported that this was not a task assigned by the higher echelons of sorcery, but rather her own initiative to investigate the Starplate cult further. She had now been missing for over 10 hours, and the higher echelons had dispatched individuals to search tirelessly, yet there were no leads. Unbelievable. How could the rabbit, terrified to tears by a special grade cursed spirit, become so fixated on the elusive Starplate cult? This name also pricked at Wataru's heart, conjuring memories that brought him discomfort. The deceased Star Matter was merely a young girl, Tenri, whom he had failed to save. This was the only mission in which the strongest, Wataru, had faltered. A pair of narrow eyes flashed in his mind, and after that mission's failure, the light in those eyes seemed to dim. It was not merely the weight of initial failure, but rather a descent into extreme despair. Reflecting on these memories now felt regrettably tardy. The Starplate cult. Indeed a term laden with nostalgia. Perhaps it was the unusual emotions of his student that left Wataru, as a teacher, feeling somewhat perturbed. Perhaps this was one of the rare instances of professional ethics, wandering aimlessly around Jujutsu High to evade the persistent Yaga Yoshinobu. Satoru Gojo found himself at the doorstep of Toge Inumaki's dormitory. Casually disregarding the locked door, he kicked it open and nonchalantly grasped the back of Inumaki's collar. Toge, you are no longer a child. It's time to stop being so clingy, he chided playfully. What can I say? Very well then, let me assist you on your errand. Chapter 030. What is your relationship with Gojo? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Fushiguro Megumi felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon seeing Satoru Gojo appear, holding Toge Inumaki. Toge was rendered speechless upon spotting Fushiguro, resorting to animated gestures to convey his thoughts. Yet, Fushiguro comprehended Inumaki's unspoken words. The butler, appearing slightly more weathered, shook his head. Young master, there is still no news. Gojo made himself comfortable, reclining casually on the corridor beneath the eaves. So, dear butler, why has your lady suddenly developed an interest in the starry cult? Fushiguro candidly recounted what he knew. During the recent advisory meeting, the lady was assigned the task of investigating whether the starry cult still exists. That mission was supposed to be straightforward, and the higher-ups had not arranged any follow-up. However, just yesterday, Miss Inumaki mentioned a sudden task that required her to leave. Fushiguro's brow furrowed, his previously trembling voice now steadied. It wasn't until early this morning that Mr. Raquenji called me to inform me of her disappearance and disclose her true intentions. Gojo nodded, idly twirling his pinky around his ear, making a casual remark. Why is it that Raquenji's inept grandson seems to be involved in everything? As for Raquenji, he is still engaged in the search. The higher-ups have yet to contact us again. Gojo shifted from lying down to a seated position, tilting his head in contemplation. All right then, let's first find the individual in question and ask her. After patting his trousers, he prepared to stand, only to be intercepted by Toge stepping forward to block him. Mayonnaise. Toge must complete the task assigned by the teacher today. After all, someone must fill the gap left by the absence of work. Toge shook his head, his purple eyes brimming with anxiety. Gojo extended a finger and playfully poked his forehead. I have no desire to babysit you. The teacher is strongest when operating solo. Toge, a bit dejected, lowered his head, realizing that without knowing what had abducted his aunt, accompanying her might only serve as a hindrance. He grasped the hand that had poked his forehead, gazing at Gojo with unwavering trust. Gojo exchanged glances with his bandages before covering his eyes. Oh dear, don't look at me with such trusting eyes. It puts immense pressure on me. Your aunt is no fool, nor a pitiful crybaby. Perhaps extend her a bit more trust. Though Gojo's words seemed playful, they inexplicably soothed Toge's anxieties. Indeed, my aunt is the most talented sorcerer in the Inumaki family in nearly a century. How could she easily fall? The rebranded starry cult harbored significant influence, with many ordinary people worshipping deities, while Suguru Geto, skilled in manipulating cursed spirits, had a firm grip on their hearts. Through offerings, one could dispel calamities, most of which were merely cursed spirits manifesting from minor disturbances in the weather. Some calamities were deliberately placed near the affluent by Geto, coercing them into becoming his followers. Discovering the whereabouts of Inumaki Wazuki was not particularly difficult. Geto's influence had permeated the jujitsu world. As the head of the Inumaki clan, a descendant of sorcerers, she currently served as an advisor in the upper echelons of jujitsu. Seemingly a mere figurehead without real power, verging on being a mascot. Yet, there was one aspect that caught Geto's attention. Her only nephew was a first-year student at Jujutsu High in Tokyo, and was also a pupil of Gojo. Upon seeing that name, Geto's eyes darkened. Wazuki remained unaware that the starry cult had become her own, perhaps inadvertently tracing a thread that led back to her. It was not a direct attack on her. After all, in pursuit of his grand design, he had concealed himself rather well. With an impassive expression, Geto closed the documents before him. Adjusting the sleeves of his multicolored robe, his tone indifferent. It is time for lunch with the sorceress. Wazuki fought to stay awake, fearing that slumber would lead to her demise. However, her untrained physique succumbed to the overwhelming drowsiness. In her dream, darkness enveloped her, and she felt utterly fatigued. Avoiding the urge to awaken, suddenly, a pair of deep crimson eyes appeared in the void. The man's voice was merciless, laden with oppressive authority. Awake! Is this the time for you to be asleep? Startled, Wazuki sat up abruptly, her heart racing as she spotted two cursed spirits lurking silently in the corner. Yes, she had uncovered the aftermath of the starry cult and was now imprisoned by its current leader, Suguru Geto. Wazuki felt the snake-like cursed spirit binding her lips, expertly preventing any semblance of an opening. Geto was undoubtedly a master of combat. Two knocks echoed at the door, and Wazuki cast a wary glance in that direction. She then beheld Manami Sudo wheeling in a food cart, accompanied by a tall man clad in a multicolored robe. Geto. She recognized him from his photograph in the dossier. But the current Geto bore no resemblance to the clean-cut and refined figure from his student days. Instead, he exuded an aura of dark seduction and intimidation, his slanted fox-like eyes seemingly smiling while exuding a palpable threat of imminent death. Oh dear, Miss Sorcerer, you're awake. He greeted amiably, waving his hand. Unfazed by Wazuki's cautious gaze, You slept all the way until noon. What a slothful child. Let me accompany you to freshen up. Wazuki quickly grasped Geto's intentions. He feared that her lips might regain their freedom and she would utilize her cursed speech. The meal would likely alleviate the binding spell, hence Geto's personal attendance, indicating his apprehension towards her powers due to his lack of knowledge about her capabilities. Wazuki obediently proceeded to the bathroom to wash up. The mirror above the sink reflecting Geto's smiling demeanor as he leaned against the doorframe. His half-long black hair was partially tied up, while his bangs bore an audacious flare that clashed with his solemn multicolored robe. It was unlikely that any monk would resemble this. The dining table was set with a simple Japanese meal, with soba noodles as the main dish. Wazuki remained quiet and vigilant, not touching the food before her. A flicker of amusement crossed Geto's eyes as he picked up a few strands of soba from her bowl and ate them. It's not like this is a palace drama. I wouldn't poison you to death. If I truly wished to kill you, I could simply employ cursed spirits. He spoke with a smile, leaving his intentions inscrutable. Wazuki was indeed famished. Regardless, she needed to conserve her strength for a chance to escape. However, just as she placed the food in her mouth, the dark-furred fox across from her unexpectedly inquired, "Miss Inumaki, what is your relationship with Gojo?" Chapter 031, The Past of Geto and Gojo. Caught off guard by the soba, she coughed silently, then took a sip of water. She hadn't anticipated her name would be known so swiftly. Likely, her identity had been thoroughly investigated. Beside her, Manami Suda, with an impassive expression, thoughtfully handed her a notebook and a pen. He is a teacher at my nephew's school. This aligns with the information provided. As Suguru Geto suddenly lowered his voice. But is that all? Surely you are aware of the relationship between myself and Satoru, aren't you? Kogane Wananuki became wary. What kind of relationship? A classmate relationship? And then there's the fact that Satoru was once tasked with hunting down Suguru, which could be interpreted as a relationship turned adversarial. The only information Kogane Wananuki could glean from the records was this, as Satoru had never uttered Suguru's name. Their relationship did not extend to discussing the past. Kogane Wananuki sincerely wrote, "The records state you were a classmate of Satoru, and ultimately he was ordered to capture you. Is that all you know?" Kogane Wananuki displayed a look of confusion, as if to say, "What else should I know?" This elicited a hearty laugh from Suguru Geto. It appears to be merely a relationship between a parent and a teacher. Yet, even as a parent, it could prompt Satoru to investigate personally, given Kogane Wananuki's significant identity. After all, she is considered a key figure. Who would have thought that Miss Kogane would be such a troublemaker? It seems there is no possibility of her being subdued. This remark made Kogane Wananuki choke on her food. Is this a death sentence? Her expression was quite readable, now reflecting a mix of constipation and fear. The notion that such a person could become an advisor in the upper echelons of jujitsu sorcery was almost surreal. Everyone knows that high-ranking officials in jujitsu have become exceptionally formidable. Or perhaps this woman possesses a profound level of skill, so much so that she can deceive others. Suguru Geto propped his chin on his hand, pushing a plate of grilled sardines toward Kogane Wananuki. "Miss Kogane, you should eat more. It might be your last meal." Kogane Wananuki took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. "Are you going to kill me? The jujitsu higher-ups will surely investigate you." "Not necessarily," he replied nonchalantly. "After all these years of hiding, it would be prudent to keep you around. I wonder what tricks you might have up your sleeve. I was unaware that you were the mastermind behind the star-peering cult." "Well, now you know," Suguru Geto announced with a smile, effectively pronouncing Kogane Wananuki's death sentence. A chill ran down her spine, and she continued to write. "You mentioned that if I bound myself and kept your secrets, you would let me go." Suguru feigned forgetfulness, scratching his brow. "I said it was a possibility, didn't I? That's Sly Fox." Although Kogane Wananuki had not met many people, she could clearly sense the difficulty of dealing with Suguru Geto. He noticed that while her writing was articulate, the tremor in her hand betrayed her fear, a physiological reaction that signified her genuine anxiety, despite her attempts to appear calm. Perhaps she had overthought it. It wasn't that he was of a higher rank, but rather just a mere mascot of a clueless advisor. Suguru Geto sighed, admitting that he was quite amicable towards sorcerers. It was not an absolute necessity for them to die. Sparing a life could be beneficial. Kogane Wananuki did not realize that Suguru's mind had wandered. Her thoughts were consumed with, if Suguru Geto truly decided to kill her, she would have no choice but to fight back with her cursed speech techniques. After all, death was inevitable. Perhaps she could withstand Suguru and make her escape. Yet, facing an individual of Satoru's caliber, who radiated an entirely different aura of pressure, was daunting. Kogane Wananuki felt a tinge of fear. Who isn't afraid of death? She had never truly fought against another human being, just as she was wrestling with her thoughts. Suguru Geto suddenly spoke in a relaxed tone. "It's not out of the question. If Miss Kogane were to bind herself to me, I would let you go." "Huh? Why the sudden willingness to negotiate?" Suguru interlaced his fingers under his chin, his voice laced with a hint of seduction. However, in addition to not revealing my identity to others, you must also bind yourself to me in another way, as my eyes, providing me with information about the jujitsu higher-ups. Kogen Wananuki was taken aback. Did that make her a spy? Suguru's tone was lighthearted, even somewhat endearing. He was envisioning the future, a brand new world where sorcerers thrived. Yet the bothersome ones could not be allowed to remain. Those so-called noble jujitsu sorcerers of the higher-ups? I will send them to keep company with monkeys. Kogen Wananuki understood. Suguru did not harbor fondness for the jujitsu higher-ups, much like Satoru. However, their approaches to dealing with them were starkly different. One chose to eliminate them directly, while the other seemed to prefer a more subtle influence. Kogen Wananuki shook her head, writing in her notebook. I can only promise not to disclose that you were the one who kidnapped me. Such touching loyalty. You refused to betray the jujitsu higher-ups? Kogen Wananuki's face flushed with embarrassment as she painstakingly wrote, If you make me a spy, I will be quickly exposed. It won't benefit you. Suguru had not anticipated that reasoning. Kogen Wananuki's purple eyes sparkled like pristine grapes, her mortified expression not betraying any deceit. Suguru could not help but burst into laughter, slapping the table in amusement. What a peculiar blend of timidity and honesty this high-ranking advisor displayed. Kogen Wananuki was well aware that she was the subject of his mockery. However, beyond her unsuitability for espionage, she genuinely did not wish to aid Suguru. She did not wish to be involved. Although her impressions of the jujitsu higher-ups were not favorable, that was no justification for colluding with malevolence. Then I must have 2 bindings to let you go. Kogen Wananuki steeled herself and wrote, Can you propose something else? Suguru's eyes flickered slightly as he rested his chin in his hand, languidly responding. Then you shall regularly inform me of Satoru's whereabouts. Kogen Wananuki could not help but glance into those fox-like eyes, catching a fleeting glimpse of sadness. In a moment of impulsivity, she wrote in her notebook, You actually do not bear a grudge against teacher Satoru. Suguru smiled, and that smile was devoid of insincerity. What grudge could exist between us? We merely desire different things. Satoru differs from me. He is a true genius. Even the most absurd of wishes can be realized by him. Suguru Geto was not a good person. In a certain sense, he was malevolent. In pursuit of his obsessive ideals, he regarded ordinary people as mere ants and had taken the lives of many. This man, who should be condemned by all, for some reason evoked a profound sense of melancholy in Kogen Wananuki. She felt as though she had experienced a similar sorrow long ago. She did not perceive that Suguru's desire to know Satoru's movements was motivated by a wish to kill him. Rather, she assumed he simply sought understanding. I am not well acquainted with teacher Satoru. The information I can provide may hold little significance. But it's Satoru. Every bit of information is meaningful. I refer to its significance concerning my own plans. Kogen Wananuki stared at her notebook for a moment before cautiously writing, I will think it over. Suguru Geto shrugged nonchalantly. Miss Kogen, my patience is rather limited. I expect an answer before the sun sets today. I will certainly kill you otherwise. Chapter 032. Wishing for a pleasant collaboration. Satoru Gojo apprehended the sorcerer, Jinei Rakuzan, who was conducting searches in that tavern town. Upon seeing Satoru, Jinei's heart sank, though he still managed to greet him with a smile. What brings you here, Mr. Gojo? Oh, Miss Kogen is not present, so there is no need for such pretense. As Gojo Satoru concluded his words, the feigned smile of Yoyogi Gakuji faded, transforming into a palpable hostility. The sorcerer in charge of the investigation ISNTU, is it? If it weren't for the students weeping and pleading for my assistance, I wouldn't have bothered to come. Inumaki Toge, it seems you have failed to earn the trust of my dear students. Even children are aware of your inefficiency. Gojo Satoru mocked with a gleeful demeanor, while Yoyogi Gakuji clenched his fists, wishing he could strike his face. Of course, he could only seethe with impotent rage inwardly, for it was Gojo Satoru, a titan in the sorcery world, who stood before him. Feeling weary of further deriding the man before him, Gojo continued, Hey, why did you take Miss Inumaki to a tavern without consulting anyone? How did you know it was a tavern? Yoyogi Gakuji retorted, You lot are useless. But I am not. The tavern has a faint residue of cursed energy, and the opponent is a second-rate sorcerer. Yoyogi Gakuji swallowed hard, diverting his gaze. Have you seen the mission dossier from the Starry Sky cult? The ordinary person who leaked information to us was intoxicated and spoke indiscreetly in that tavern. And then he met his demise. Are you going to have my ears severed? I asked you why you had Miss Inumaki come personally. It was Miss Inumaki's own decision to investigate, which is why I accompanied her. Gojo Satoru mercilessly kicked Yoyogi Gakuji's knee, causing the man to collapse in pain. Gojo, I am Miss Inumaki's assistant. Are you implying that one must consider the master before striking the dog? Gojo Satoru chuckled, lifting his foot to press down heavily on Yoyogi Gakuji's shoulder. I would dare to strike the master, Why would I care about you, a mere dog? You. Yoyogi Gakuji grimaced in agony, unable to voice that he had brought Miss Inumaki to this perilous place to play the hero. Instead, he could only vaguely assert, "The most direct lead is this tavern. We had no choice but to come. I mentioned it to Miss Inumaki, and she did not imply that she wished to send us alone, so I brought her along." Gojo Satoru smiled, shifting his foot from Yoyogi Gakuji's shoulder to his head. The man could hardly bear such weight, collapsing helplessly to the ground. "It seems you are the one who is bullying Miss Inumaki. Unaware that such investigative tasks do not necessitate her presence. It is because she places great importance on this. Yoyogi, do you have feelings for Miss Inumaki?" Gojo Satoru abruptly shifted from an investigation into matters of the heart, leaving Yoyogi Gakuji utterly bewildered. Although this man often acted unpredictably, this was rather absurd, wasn't it? Or perhaps Gojo had discerned the affections of the highest authority. Yoyogi Gakuji pondered for a moment before declaring, "I do indeed have feelings for Miss Inumaki. Hence, I wanted to please her by undertaking certain actions. However, I would never harm her. I feel very guilty about this incident. Please, Mr. Gojo, help me find Miss Inumaki." Yoyogi Gakuji exhibited a remarkable ability to adapt and endure, a trait that undoubtedly facilitated his ascent within the ranks of sorcery. Gojo Satoru understood that Yoyogi Gakuji harbored feelings for Inumaki, but he had yet to realize that these feelings were entangled with the sordid affairs of the sorcery elite. Disdainful of such sordid matters, Gojo's associations remained superficial. Hearing Yoyogi Gakuji's candid admission left Gojo feeling oddly unsettled. He could not quite articulate why he felt this way, but ultimately attributed it to Yoyogi Gakuji's irritating presence. Thus, he stepped onto Yoyogi Gakuji's back, crouching down to address him. "I have no interest in others' romantic entanglements, but if you allow your infatuation to place Miss Inumaki in peril, you will not require my intervention. Toge will personally deal with you." "I understand." Gojo Satoru scoffed, standing up and stepping over Yoyogi Gakuji's head as if he were a mere carpet, muttering to himself, "Thus, love is the most twisted curse." He returned to the now deserted tavern, where a faint residue of cursed energy lingered, likely remnants of a scuffle between the sorcerer and Yoyogi Gakuji. It had been obscured, indicating it was likely the work of another. At least 2 individuals had kidnapped Inumaki Toge. The absence of fleeing cursed energy suggested they had discovered Miss Inumaki's lack of combat proficiency and had incapacitated her in a straightforward manner. These individuals were exceptionally skilled in combat, possessing a cursed energy that Gojo Satoru had never before encountered. Foreign sorcerers, perhaps? The investigation into the Starry Sky cult must have threatened their interests, prompting them to capture the inquisitive Miss Inumaki. However, since Suguru Geto's defection, the Starry Sky cult had gradually faded into obscurity. After all, they had hired assassins to eliminate the Star Plasma Vessel, leading the sorcery elite to join forces with the government to suppress this religious organization. Their annihilation was merely a matter of time. An idea struck Gojo. He recalled the location where they had retrieved the body of Aminai Rika, the headquarters of the Starry Sky cult in Tokyo. It was said to have been sold and transformed into a private property. Perhaps within the former headquarters of the Starry Sky cult, clues could be unearthed. The sun was beginning to dip, marking 13 hours since Inumaki Toge's disappearance. Gojo Satoru's figure vanished into the alley. Before twilight arrived, 2 hours past noon, Inumaki Toge found herself face to face with Suguru Geto. The words she had meticulously prepared were inscribed in her notebook. "Do you still insist on killing all ordinary people to create a world solely for sorcerers?" Geto, half hidden in the shadows behind his desk, wore a sardonic smile. "Please, you don't think you're going to change my mind, do you? This is the conviction that has sustained me thus far. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Inumaki Toge felt a wave of relief wash over her. If this was indeed Geto's belief, then it would certainly never come to fruition. If Geto's power were akin to Gojo's, there would be no need for caution. He could eliminate her in an instant. He clung to an unattainable ideal, and for reasons unknown to her, Inumaki Toge found herself reassured. Rationality told her that Geto was malicious, yet he seemed disinterested in deception. Only the weak resort to disguises for self-preservation. Inumaki Toge took a deep breath and wrote in her notebook, "I promise you, I will end the binding. But there is one condition. Under no circumstances may you harm Inumaki Toge." Geto revealed a languid smile, devoid of any emotion as he replied, "Then let us enjoy our collaboration." Chapter 033. A bond long buried the constraints established by sorcerers, mediated through cursed energy. Invoke the laws of heaven and earth and are irrevocable. Suguru Geto agreed to release Inumaki Toge and vowed never to harm Inumaki Toge. Inumaki Toge reciprocated by promising not to disclose that it was Geto who orchestrated her kidnapping, while also relaying any updates regarding Gojo Satoru that she might acquire. Seemingly struck by inspiration, Inumaki Toge wrote, How do I contact you? Observing the oddly earnest girl, Geto appeared utterly indifferent. I will find an opportunity to meet you. After all, you are rather naive, and it wouldn't be good if Gojo discovered the means by which you could reach me. You wouldn't want that teacher to misunderstand you, would you? Inumaki Toge felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although she was aware Geto was mocking her, she discerned an air of relatable frustration in his words. She was entirely at a loss regarding his thoughts. He is a murderer and should face punishment. However, Kogen Wananuki wonders if perhaps the time is not yet ripe. There is even a strange sensation that Suguru Geto has long since accepted the consequences of his actions. He does not struggle. Rather, he confronts the mire left by his malevolence with an air of nonchalance. A curious man indeed. Why do you care about Sensei Gojo? The slightest flicker of emotion softened Geto's gaze. Gojo is my only true friend. This statement, though light, reverberated profoundly in Wananuki's heart, revealing that beneath the seemingly cold exterior, there lies an indelible bond he cannot forsake. Perhaps Wananuki's visibly stirred expression was too overt, prompting Geto to don a mischievous grin. I trust you won't be easily swayed by my words. Let us not forget that I am the one who ordered the assassination of that informant. I am no virtuous soul. I would eliminate all monkeys. And should Miss Kogen be one, I would not spare you a moment of kindness. Wananuki furrowed her brow. Indeed. He was an odd fellow. Was that remark merely a self-deceiving utterance? All right. I shall render you unconscious and send you away now. Do not resist. With a playful smile, Geto withdrew his hand from his colorful robe and animatedly mimed a slicing gesture. The poised cursed spirit extended its tendrils and struck forcefully at the nape of Wananuki's neck. As she slumped helplessly onto the carpet, Geto's smile faded. Beside him, Manami Sugita curiously inquired, "Why did you agree to bind her, Lord Geto? Surely it would be simpler to eliminate her entirely." Geto paused in thought, scratching his brow in apparent distress. It was a peculiar instinct. What? I can't shake the feeling that this girl might pique Gojo's interest. Should she be casually disposed of, it could awaken a dormant lunatic. Sugita, not fully comprehending, stood as Geto's secretary yet remained unsure of his true sentiments towards Satoru Gojo. Sighing theatrically, Geto remarked, I am generally quite lenient towards sorcerers. Since a bond has been established, it matters little. Manami, dispose of her near the remnants of the Star Plunderer cult. Do not use sorcery, as it may attract attention. Why choose that location? A faint smile crept upon Geto's lips, as if an idea had struck him. Gojo will undoubtedly go there. Sugita nodded, refraining from further comment. She understood the formidable nature of the 6 eyes within the sorcery realm. However, Wananuki's arrival had illuminated another aspect for her. Geto, who seldom spoke of Gojo, harbored no hatred nor resentment towards his erstwhile friend. Rather, a sense of nostalgia lingered. This was not merely due to Gojo's final act of mercy towards Geto, but rather that Geto had never relinquished that friendship from the very beginning. Following his instructions, Sugita deposited Wananuki near the former headquarters of the Star Plunderer cult, now repurposed into a private club after Geto's acquisition. The establishment, now unrecognizable, served to host shareholders and executives, meticulously arranged under one of the financier's names, ensuring that no trace of Geto would surface. The most perilous locations often proved to be the safest. An hour after Sugita left Wananuki, Satoru Gojo arrived on the scene. Observing the grand gray-white structure, freshly painted and entirely repurposed, he was transported back to the moment he cradled the lifeless body of Riko Amanai. With a slight grimace, he prepared to infiltrate, only to suddenly sense a familiar wave of cursed energy. Wananuki? The man vanished from sight, reappearing before the slumbering Wananuki, who lay against a tree. Her attire, a snug t-shirt and shorts, seemingly out of character. There were no signs of injury, nor remnants of another's cursed energy, perhaps intentionally erased. Her furrowed brow indicated distress, as though she were ensnared in a nightmare. Gojo crouched before her, scrutinizing her for a moment. Had Wananuki escaped on her own, or had someone set her free? Uncertain, he decided it best to wait for her to awaken before probing further. Draping his coat over her lower half, he effortlessly lifted her. Wananuki remained tranquil, akin to a slumbering rabbit, devoid of any sense of danger. After taking a few steps, Gojo glanced back at the building, scrutinizing it for an extended period before finally departing. Wananuki was found, and her rescuer was none other than Satoru Gojo. This indirectly reflected the ineptitude of the sorcery hierarchy. With no signs of cursed energy assault, Wananuki was merely taken to a hospital affiliated with the sorcery elite. The examination revealed no significant issues, merely heightened anxiety. Everyone awaited Wananuki's awakening, eager to uncover who had abducted her and what transpired during her ordeal. That night, Wananuki regained consciousness. Observing the plain ceiling and the 4 drip beside her, she realized she had been rescued. Kogen Jujitsu lay by her bedside, fatigued from the tension and now dozing off. Wananuki moved her fingers, prompting Jujitsu to spring up reflexively. Upon seeing Wananuki's eyes open, the young man finally felt at ease. "How are you?" Wananuki nodded, signaling that she was unscathed. Jujitsu then rose to find a doctor. As he departed, Wananuki's mind began to race with the new dilemma of how to fabricate a story regarding her disappearance. Not adept at deceit, Miss Kogen now faced a considerable crisis. Chapter 034. How Satoru Gojo Intimidates Others. Accompanying the doctor were Gakwanji Jinai, appointed by the sorcery elite as an auxiliary supervisor, and Fushiguro Megumi. Notably absent was Satoru Gojo, who appeared disinterested in the events surrounding Wananuki's disappearance. Gakwanji knelt by Wananuki's bedside, his voice trembling. "I'm so sorry, Miss Kogen. It was my carelessness. I should not have allowed you to investigate personally." Wananuki felt uncertain about how to respond. She believed the responsibility lay not with Gakwanji, but rather with her own insistence on pursuing the investigation. Shaking her head, she indicated to the auxiliary supervisor, who helped Gakwanji to his feet. The towering man standing silently at the foot of the bed. "The patient's condition is stable. She can be discharged tomorrow." With the doctor's examination complete, he exited the room. Wananuki gestured for Jujitsu to adjust her bed so she could sit up, then picked up a pen and notepad from the bedside table, writing "Thank you" to Gakwanji. The auxiliary supervisor tugged at Gakwanji's sleeve. Upon seeing Wananuki's message, the man lowered his head, at a loss. Fushiguro, standing nearby, spoke nonchalantly, "Miss. The person who found you was Sensei Gojo. The higher-ups spent over 10 hours uncovering nothing, yet Sensei Gojo located you in under 2. Wananuki was taken aback. "Where is Sensei Gojo?" He said it was no longer his concern and left. Imagining him yawning lazily, Wananuki surmised that Gojo had acquiesced to Jujitsu's request. However, he was able to seek out his true self, and Doggerel Wansakura felt an immense gratitude. She turned the page marked "Thank you." Acknowledging that the person deserving of thanks was not present, the assistant supervisor promptly took out his notebook, transitioning into work mode. The highest management regarded this matter with utmost seriousness, as it pertained to the safety of Doggerel Wansakura's life. "May I ask you a few questions, Wansakura-san?" "The highest management is quite anxious," he inquired. Doggerel Wansakura nodded. She was uninjured, merely fatigued, and had since regained some strength. "What transpired after your abduction? How many individuals were involved? How did you ultimately escape?" Doggerel Wansakura lowered her gaze, meticulously inscribing her thoughts. "It felt as if I had slept for a very long time, and when I awoke, I was in the hospital." The assistant supervisor, uncertain upon reading her words, cautiously asked, "Are you implying that after being knocked unconscious at the tavern, you remained in a state of slumber?" Doggerel Wansakura nodded, her eyes diverting to the notebook. Lineage Jinai and the assistant supervisor, mistakenly believing she was troubled, quickly reassured her, "Please do not worry, Wansakura-san. The doctors have examined your condition, and nothing untoward has occurred." Doggerel Wansakura nodded again, hastily writing, "I am still shaken. May I rest now?" She appeared as a young lady profoundly affected by her abduction, and the assistant supervisor, realizing that little more could be gleaned that day, took his leave politely. "Mr. Lianji, you should return and rest as well." "No, I must remain by Miss Doggerel's side. The higher-ups should assign a sorcerer as a guard. You have worked hard. Please take your leave." "But, Mr. Lianji." Lianji Jinai was about to protest further when he was interrupted by Fushiguro Zenin, whose demeanor, usually gentle, was now grim. "I and young Master Kuki will take care of the young lady. You should return to attend to your duties. After all, you are an outsider, and your presence here is not ideal." The term outsider seemed to pierce Lianji Jinai, rendering his complexion pale. He could only bow politely before exiting the hospital room. Doggerel Wansakura's tension eased a fraction, and Fushiguro Zenin finally allowed a smile to surface. "You must be hungry, Mississippi. I shall fetch you something to eat." Doggerel Wansakura eagerly nodded. Aside from a few bites of sobo at noon, she had consumed nothing else and felt her stomach grumbling. Observing her condition, Fushiguro Zenin noted that she seemed all right, perhaps truly unaware of the events due to her lengthy slumber. After all, if her captors were nefarious, threatening her silence, her state would betray any pretense. Doggerel Kuki anxiously grasped Doggerel Wansakura's hand, and she gently patted the boy's head, giving him a thumbs up. The subsequent investigation would be managed by the sorcerer higher-ups. The outcome would depend on Suguru Geto's expertise. Doggerel Wansakura had made considerable efforts to conceal her true feelings. She would likely face inquiries from the sorcerer elite the following day and needed to strive for composure. After they had eaten, she encouraged Doggerel Kuki to return to school, while Fushiguro Zenin waited outside the hospital room. Having slept for too long, Doggerel Wansakura found herself wide awake even in the dead of night. Feeling a tad bored, she rose to draw in the notebook meant for communication. She sketched a grand cherry blossom tree atop a hill, with a solitary figure beneath it. The lines were vague, rendering it impossible to discern age or gender. Only a faint outline of a person emerged, ethereal and indistinct. At that moment, a knock resounded on the window, startling Doggerel Wansakura. Clutching her notebook, she looked over to see Satoru Gojo floating outside her window. "What brings you here, Gojo-sensei?" Doggerel Wansakura exclaimed, quickly getting out of bed to unlock the window. Gojo Satoru's tall frame squeezed through the window in a somewhat comical fashion. Suddenly recalling something, she dashed back to her bed, flipping to the page marked "Thank you." Gojo Satoru cast a glance at the page, displaying a casual smile as he lazily settled onto Doggerel Wansakura's hospital bed, observing the grateful young lady clutching her notebook. However, he was not there to receive her gratitude. "There's no need to thank me. You should be thanking the individual who abandoned you there. Miss Doggerel, you weren't truly unconscious the entire time, were you?" On a whim, Gojo glanced at the information compiled by the assistant supervisor regarding Doggerel Wansakura's initial account of the abduction. Incredible. The little rabbit has learned to deceive. Doggerel Wansakura was investigating the aftermath of the Ponching sect, only to find herself inexplicably at the sect's former location, clearly indicating that her captors had intentions to convey something. As an advisor, Doggerel Wansakura was quite a valuable asset. Her captors would not easily relinquish her unless they had no interest in her at all. Alternatively, she may have utilized her curse techniques to facilitate her own escape. Regardless, the answers she had provided could not possibly align with the truth. Though she maintained her composure in response to the assistant supervisor's inquiries, the mere sight of Gojo Satoru's enigmatic smile sent shivers down her spine. She found it impossible to fabricate lies in his presence, knowing they would be effortlessly unraveled. Yet, she had bound herself to secrecy, unwilling to disclose that her abductor was Suguru Geto. Doggerel Wansakura clutched her notebook, lowering her head, anxiously opening the window without even donning her shoes, her pale feet appearing tense and pitiable. For reasons unknown, Gojo Satoru suddenly felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. What the hell? When have I, the strongest, ever felt powerless? He leaned back on his hands and spoke nonchalantly. "I didn't mean to scare you. Why not slip under the covers? If you prefer not to speak, surely listening to me is acceptable?" Doggerel Wansakura climbed onto the bed, curling up with her knees drawn to her chest, an expression of dismay etched across her face. "Gojo, come on, don't look at me like I'm the one bullying you, all right?" Chapter 035, A Certain Someone's Curiosity. This matter, in principle, had nothing to do with Gojo Satoru. It was merely a coincidence that he discovered the little rabbit had told a lie, piquing his curiosity. Purely curiosity. After all, the rabbit had the audacity to lie. Gojo Satoru unabashedly began to indulge in Doggerel Wansakura's recuperative fruits. "Let me ask first, does your disappearance have any relation to the fingers of Shikigami?" Upon hearing this, Doggerel Wansakura vigorously shook her head, seemingly desperate to prove something, quickly writing, "I am aware that the fingers of Shikigami are prohibited items. If I have any information, I will inform you, Gojo-sensei, because you took me to see the fingers." Well, it seemed that this statement was truthful. Her violet eyes brimmed with unshed tears, as if fearing Gojo Satoru would not believe her. "TSK, those eyes are unfair. So, do you know the individual who kidnapped you?" Upon this inquiry, Doggerel Wansakura's gaze faltered, and she shook her head. Truth be told, she did not know Suguru Geto. She had only seen him in documents. As for the dark-skinned man who abducted her and the female sorcerer, she was entirely unfamiliar with them. "You're lying." Doggerel Wansakura avoided Gojo Satoru's gaze, resolutely shaking her head. Gojo then began to coax her. "You know my 6 eyes can perceive extremely detailed clues. Do you truly believe the person who kidnapped you could erase all traces?" "I already have my suspicions, Miss Doggerel, if you answer honestly. Perhaps I can assist you in dealing with the sorcerer elite." Doggerel Wansakura's complexion turned pale. If she had not bound herself with a curse, she might indeed have been compelled to reveal the truth. However, she could not utter a word, so she clenched her jaw and shook her head once more. At this point, Satoru Gojo found himself at a loss. What means did the other party employ to render this little rabbit so resolute in her defiance? Quite an impressive feat. Gojo was contemplating probing from a different angle when Toji Inumaki had already inscribed on his notebook, "Teacher Gojo, the person who kidnapped me is not targeting me, nor do they have any interest in the higher echelons of jujutsu sorcery. I am bound by a curse that prevents me from disclosing the identity of that individual, which is why I was released." Toji Inumaki spoke with utmost sincerity. This was the extent of her candidness. "Ah, so a binding curse. It appears to be a rather cunning individual." Now Gojo could begin to comprehend why Toji Inumaki would deceive the auxiliary supervisor. Binding is often intertwined with life and cursed energy. Breaching it could render one powerless. Gojo stroked his chin as he observed Toji Inumaki, suddenly catching a glimpse of a clue. As he leaned closer, the pressured Toge Inumaki stepped back a few paces. It seems I must uncover the answers myself, Miss Inumaki. Others may be oblivious, but I am acutely aware that you, capable of obliterating special-grade cursed spirits, have refrained from employing your cursed speech against that individual. What, pray tell, are you so apprehensive about? Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Toge Inumaki would not remain passive, even at the risk of backlash. Why has she not utilized her cursed speech to negotiate? This indicates that her adversary must be exceptionally formidable. Someone Toge Inumaki lacks confidence in confronting. Yet, how many individuals can she truly recognize? She has scarcely encountered a handful of sorcerers. How can she ascertain their strength? Moreover, having already witnessed the strongest in the jujitsu world, the invincible Satoru Gojo, what is there to fear? Gojo, reveling in his own cleverness, suddenly realized a blind spot. Wait, me? A smirk played on Gojo's lips as he began to tease the young girl. Surely this fellow has no connection to me, right? Toge Inumaki's body quivered, and she abruptly dove under the covers, wrapping herself tightly. Now she has transformed into a turtle. With an air of mischief, Gojo playfully patted Toge Inumaki through the blanket, feigning exasperation. Come now, just nod or shake your head. That wouldn't breach the binding. You haven't revealed who that person is. I promise I won't ask you again, I swear it. Toge Inumaki remained nestled within her blanket, suddenly realizing that Satoru Gojo was quite cunning. The commotion in the room stirred Fushiguro Megumi, who was stationed at the door, awake. He sprang up and flung open the door. Miss, are you? Only to find Gojo playfully patting the blanket covering his mistress. Gojo wore an expression of feigned innocence, even waving cutely. Oh, but it's you, Uncle Butler? In the dead of night, a solitary man and woman, Teacher Gojo. Isn't it rather inappropriate for you to intrude upon a young lady's sick room? Fushiguro Megumi wore a look of utter exasperation. Why has Teacher Gojo made a late-night visit? Is it for some grave reason? Nothing of the sort, merely checking on Miss Inumaki's recovery. Could Fushiguro trust that? Not a chance. However, being a person of decorum, he made a gesture inviting Gojo inside. Perhaps it would be best if you visited during the day, teacher. The young lady needs rest, and your late-night visit could tarnish her reputation. Gojo scratched his head, bemused. In the 21st century, who still concerns themselves with notions of reputation? Oh, I forgot. Miss Inumaki is a relic of the old nobility. Very well then. Gojo shrugged, rising to his feet as he addressed the blanket-enveloped Toge Inumaki. Then I shall see you during the day. Toge Inumaki felt like crying. In truth, she would rather not meet during the day either. Gojo was far too clever. If she were to provide a simple yes or no answer, it felt as though he would unravel everything. Although it seemed unrelated to her, she couldn't shake the feeling that once Gojo caught wind of the truth, it would lead to a rather troublesome situation, perhaps even thwarting the second binding she had forged. Then she would be lost. Oh dear, there were still so many things she wished to accomplish, at the very least. She wanted to witness Toge get married and have children. She couldn't simply perish. Toge Inumaki suddenly realized that inquiries from the higher-ups in jujitsu sorcery meant little. Satoru Gojo was the true terror. Thus, during the day, as Toge Inumaki observed Satoru Gojo arriving alongside her cousin, she felt a wave of numbness. The man uttered not a word, his expression one of insatiable curiosity. So is it true? Is it? Tojiro looked on with mild confusion, casting curious glances at his aunt. Toge Inumaki closed her eyes and lay back on the bed, feigning ignorance. Tojiro, incredulous, glanced between Toge Inumaki and the seemingly innocent Gojo. When did their relationship become so close-knit, suddenly relegated to the role of an outsider? Tojiro felt a profound sense of betrayal. Chapter 036, The Gossiping First Year. Tojiro was feeling rather gloomy lately. Panda observed the despondent Tojiro. Having heard that Toge Inumaki had successfully been discharged from the hospital, yet for reasons unknown, Tojiro grew increasingly morose. He disliked sharing his negative energy with others, carrying the weight of everything alone. Yet, Panda, the epitome of loyalty, decided that this could not continue. The person Tojiro cared for most was Toge Inumaki. Perhaps the ordeal of her kidnapping had left him shaken. One day after class, the kind-hearted Panda draped an arm over Tojiro's shoulder. Jiro, don't be sad. If you need training, just call me. I'll help you grow stronger. He flashed a charming smile, albeit it was from a panda. Tojiro cast a weary glance his way, offering a half-hearted nod before sinking back into his low spirits. Oh dear, Panda, who could usually read Tojiro's emotions, had failed miserably. What could be troubling him? Inumaki, unable to bear the sight of Panda's greasy demeanor, held a favorable impression of Toge Inumaki and was secretly worried about her situation. The fruit in Toge Inumaki's hospital room had been a gift from her. Inumaki was a girl of cold exterior but warm heart. Why don't you just ask Jiro directly what is bothering him? Why all the guessing? Wah. I am the one who understands Jiro the most. Panda cried, covering his face in despair. Zen and Maki sighed, moving to pat Tojiro on the shoulder. Jiro, what is it that is troubling you? We are all concerned about you, so please share. It was rare for Zen and Maki to express such straightforward concern, prompting Tojiro to sigh and retrieve his phone, typing out a message. Aunt and teacher Gojo seemed to have some secret, but they won't tell me. The classroom fell silent for about 5 minutes. Panda, hands covering his face, let out a hysterical scream. What? Zen and Maki had not anticipated such a development, and she rubbed her forehead in contemplation, tentatively suggesting, perhaps you should ask them, lest there be a misunderstanding. Tojiro hung his head, typing rapidly. I've already asked. Teacher Gojo said that adult secrets cannot be revealed, and my aunt always changes the subject or runs away. Ugh. Panda let out another strange cry. Now Zen and Maki found herself at a loss. Tojiro was typically emotionally stable, and it seemed he had already made an effort to inquire. Panda suddenly lowered his voice, adopting a conspiratorial demeanor. Could it be that kind of secret? It was evident that the adorable Panda's expression had taken on a rather lewd air, prompting Zen and Maki to immediately furrow her brow. Let us not beat around the bush, said Panda, his expression mirroring that of Zen and Maki, who appeared to be the epitome of a straightforward girl. He continued in a hushed tone, is Jiki's aunt and Gojo-sensei perhaps in a romantic relationship? This remark stirred a storm of reactions, prompting Inumaki Toj to rise dramatically. What a load of nonsense. Panda quickly placed a reassuring hand on Toad's shoulder, urging him to sit back down. Consider this, every time Jiki's aunt has faced danger, it has been Gojo who has come to her rescue. And I dare say, Gojo has his own charm at times. At this, Zen and Maki displayed a look of disdain. That bandaged fool has charm? Only if one's eyes are blind. Thus, it was evident that Maki was no ordinary woman. Are you looking for a fight? The truth might be that Zen and Maki represents a more typical woman, as it is hard to fathom any normal woman developing feelings for someone with Gojo's temperament. At that moment, Inumaki Toj wore a vacant expression, as if he were beginning to be swayed by Panda's words. Panda, with a maturity beyond his years, elaborated, you see. One is an aunt and the other a teacher. They wouldn't disclose anything to Jiki until their relationship is stable, lest he struggles with it after a potential breakup. A breakup? That is absurd. How could they even think of that when Miss Inumaki is such a wonderful person? Panda stifled a laugh, nudging Zen and Maki with his elbow. So, it seems Maki indeed has feelings for Jiki's aunt. And no, it's merely admiration. Toj, in anguish, covered his face. Suddenly connecting the dots, Gojo-sensei seemed to have an affinity for meeting parents. Is it because he wishes to see the aunt? Toj pondered the possibility of his aunt settling down, and surprisingly, the idea of her being with Gojo didn't seem so unacceptable. Gojo, being formidable, could protect her. And although he was an outrageous teacher, he was genuine with his students. Toj found himself not opposed to the notion. The so-called secret was unraveled by Panda, and Toj felt a slight relief in his heart. So what should I do? He inquired. What do you think of Gojo-sensei? I suppose I can accept it. Then your role is clear. You must foster their relationship and assist them in reaching a happy conclusion. Toj looked utterly lost, while Zen and Maki delivered a swift chop to Panda's head. Don't come up with foolish ideas. It's clear, Maki, you are allergic to romance. Panda declared, today, we must fight to the death. Let go of me. Zen and Maki had seized Panda by the ear and dragged him out, leaving Toj alone in the empty classroom. Lost in thought, he gazed up at the ceiling, watching the chandelier sway gently in the breeze from outside. If only his aunt could find happiness. He would do everything within his power to nurture their relationship. But could someone like Gojo truly fall for another? The boy, inexperienced in love, found himself fretting over the romance of others. With a sigh, Toj rested his head on the desk, appearing utterly despondent. Had Gojo-sensei visited the Inumaki household today? The answer was a resounding yes. As Inumaki Waka tended to the flowers in the backyard, a chilling voice cut through the air from behind her. So is it true? Startled, Waka fell onto the grass, turning to see Gojo-sensei standing there, nonchalantly. Gojo had never adhered to the norms of a social visit. Waka hesitated to deny his presence. Yet she found herself unable to nod in agreement. It was indeed a conundrum. Ever since she had been discharged from the hospital a week ago, Gojo had been an unyielding presence, appearing in unpredictable ways each day. He would inquire about her well-being. Waka, naturally timid, one night awoke to the sensation of being watched. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself staring at a mummy. Oh, it was just Gojo, his eyes obscured by bandages, floating above her, aligning with her line of sight. And upon seeing her wake, he adopted a horror movie tone. Is it? Or is it not? It was a scenario worthy of calling the authorities. But what could the police do against Gojo? Waka finally realized that dealing with Gojo was far more daunting than any ghost. just as she felt her patience waning. An urgent matter finally diverted Gojo's attention. A student in Sendai had exhibited suspicious behavior, initially drawing attention for having stuffed several classmates into a storage box, resulting in broken limbs. The sorcery hierarchy took notice and dispatched auxiliary supervisors and sorcerers to investigate, but they were met with fierce resistance. Consequently, the sorcery hierarchy ordered Gojo to intervene and eliminate the threat. Waka finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the very first afternoon of Gojo's absence, a girl studying in the backyard of the Inumaki residence spotted a kite soaring not far beyond the garden wall. In this mountainous area, it was ill-suited for kite flying. Waka had lived here long enough to have never witnessed such a sight. Curiosity piqued. She glanced over and realized something was amiss. That wasn't a kite. It appeared to be a cursed spirit masquerading as one. Chapter 037. Suguru Geto brings warmth. Waka discreetly slipped out through the back door. When she was engrossed in her studies, Fushiguro and Grandma Silvermaple would not disturb her unless it was of utmost importance. Heading toward the direction where the cursed spirit kite had taken flight, she found herself on a flat stretch of grass. In her childhood, there had been little for her to play with. She had explored every inch of the hillside where the Inumaki ancestral home was built, making her quite familiar with the area. She spotted a man lounging on the grass, his multicolored robe billowing gently in the breeze, exuding a sense of ease. It was hard to imagine that such a man was a special-grade sorcerer. Waka halted at a distance of 10 meters from him, realizing that Suguru Geto's arrival at her side following Gojo's departure was no mere coincidence. Geto had likely had someone keep tabs on her. This thought made her uneasy, yet Geto merely tilted his head and waved casually. "Miss Inumaki, come here. I doubt you wish for me to raise my voice." Perhaps her uncle and Grandma Silvermaple would discover her. After all, she was merely a few hundred meters from home. With her wooden clogs clacking against the ground, Waka approached and sat down 3 meters away from Geto. Geto paid her little mind, casting a casual glance in her direction. "You look much more pleasing this way." Waka blinked in surprise, regarding Geto with a mix of confusion and annoyance. He had the audacity to mock her. "When Miguel brought you back from the tavern, that little delinquent getup was merely a disguise, wasn't he it? With such a personality and demeanor, how could you have dressed like that?" "Ah, indeed. You are a lady of the kimono." Waka averted her gaze, feeling irritated as she retrieved her pen and notebook from her waist, scribbling furiously. "Did you send someone to spy on me?" One must always exercise caution. After all, the sorcery hierarchy is not composed of fools. Stop with the trivialities. Tell me about Gojo's whereabouts. Waka puffed up her cheeks, reluctantly writing, "You came to see me because you already know that Gojo-sensei is on a business trip." Geto erupted in laughter upon reading Waka's words. "Miss Inumaki, you are far more astute than I anticipated. Truly impressive." Though flattered, receiving praise from Geto did little to elevate her spirits. "You possess far superior intermediaries. There is no need to rely on me for information about Gojo-sensei." Geto's eyes flickered, his tone lighthearted. "The information you acquire is always distinct. The true intentions of Suguru Geto remain shrouded in mystery. And the insights I can glean regarding Satoru Gojo are peculiar and devoid of value. Teacher Gojo seems to have inferred that my captor is connected to him. Persistently questioning whether I am, I pen in a moment of grievance, my eyes slightly reddening, which elicits a hearty laugh from Geto. Has he taken to frightening you in the dead of night? How do you know? During our school days, we often played such pranks on one another. Yet as sorcerers, we were never truly frightened." When reminiscing, Geto's tone turned gentle, creating an illusion for Kogen Waka that she was merely conversing with an ordinary sorcerer reflecting on the past. "Do you know why Gojo is on a business trip?" Kogen Waka shook her head earnestly, a response anticipated by Geto. "I once believed your relationship with Gojo to be quite intimate. It appears I was mistaken." Kogen Waka bowed her head in contemplation and wrote seriously, "Teacher Gojo has helped me. He is a good person." Geto chuckled. To hear someone speak of Gojo in such a manner took him by surprise. Kogen Waka lifted her gaze, puzzled, while Geto shrugged. Yet, given that the subject is Miss Kogen, it hardly seems surprising. Why does it feel as though I am being ridiculed? Kogen Waka felt a deep sense of injustice. Geto averted his gaze from her, looking towards the sprawling city that lay hidden beneath the continuous mountain range. "If you regard Gojo as a good person, why then agree to disclose his whereabouts to me? Is it a matter of survival that compels you to betray him?" The words were sharp. Yet Kogen Waka did not take offense. She wrote earnestly, "I believe that even if you learn of Teacher Gojo's affairs, you would not harm him." A flicker of emotion crossed Geto's eyes, ultimately transforming into mockery. "Miss Kogen, I am not one to dwell on past sentiments. You misunderstand. Moreover, it is unlikely that anyone could harm Gojo. My intentions do not concern his injury. Rather, knowing his movements significantly aids my plans, hence you." Geto tilted his head to gaze at Kogen Waka. only to find the mask concealing her face adorned with a look of pity, almost heart-wrenching. Geto suddenly found it rather amusing. Why does she regard me with such eyes? You cannot let go of your bond with teacher Gojo. Yet you are aware that you are destined to stand on opposing sides. How little time has passed since we became acquainted, yet you utter such words. Do you not find it laughable? Kogen Waka nodded, acknowledging her own absurdity. It is somewhat amusing, yet when you speak of teacher Gojo, your tone softens considerably. As a sorcerer of words, I am particularly attuned to the nuances of sound. Tone, expression, and content may deceive, but the pitch, pauses, and tremors of one's voice are physiological responses that are challenging to manipulate. Observing Kogen Waka's writing, Geto felt an inexplicable sense of agitation within. He managed a nonchalant smile. You will soon realize your thoughts are misguided. For the sake of my family and my aspirations, I am prepared to relinquish many things. Kogen Waka did not write anything further, lost in thought while clutching her notebook. She did not perceive Geto's actions as intimidation, yet she sensed that his endeavors also brought him pain. Geto rose as if to depart, but then extended his hand towards Kogen Waka. The girl wore an expression of confusion. Destroy this notebook for me. You are far too naive, lest it leaves traces. Do you not think I am that foolish? Why does this man persist in belittling himself? With a resigned sigh, Kogen Waka closed the notebook and handed it to Geto. The man smirked, revealing a villainous grin. Overall, I find myself dissatisfied with the intelligence I have gathered about Miss Kogen. Perhaps you should grow closer to Gojo. I wish to hear more intriguing tidbits. Otherwise, I may have to capture you again. Our binding agreement did not stipulate that I must release you each time. Kogen Waka's face flushed with indignation. She rarely felt such anger, truly an insufferable fellow. Lacking her notebook, she could only wave her pen in frustration, watching Geto depart down the mountain with a smile. Kogen Waka fell silent, turning to make her way back to the Kogen residence. The notion of perfection is indeed elusive. Perhaps it is the regrets that yield the most profound answers. Chapter 038, Miss Kogen's Confession. Due to the kidnapping incident, the higher-ups in the sorcery community granted Kogen Waka a reprieve, although her daily life had already felt like a holiday. The distinction lay in the fact that recently, JJK had been absent. Whether it was guilt or some other reason, Kogen Waka found herself too preoccupied to ponder. After all, the individual who had abducted her was Suguru Geto, a matter already overwhelming enough. On the second day of Satoru Gojo's business trip, JJK unexpectedly paid a visit. Appearing rather despondent, with hollowed eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Satoru Gojo had been appearing intermittently during these days, probing for information. Genki simply wished to avoid that man. Having had his thoughts laid bare by Gojo, he feared that Gojo might divulge them to Kogen Waka, and he dreaded the possibility of accidentally encountering Gojo. Only during Gojo's absence did Genki find a modicum of courage. To his surprise, Kogen Waka, who was not adept at concealing her emotions, remained remarkably composed in his presence, as if she had not just learned of his affection for her. Gojo did not inform Kogen Waka. Granny Silver maple brewed tea. Today, Genki had not brought any documents. Only some supplements. Kogen Waka understood that the recent abduction served as a shadow over Genki's heart. However, she had not anticipated that his invitation to the tavern was born from his own sordid intentions. She returned a polite smile and took out her small notebook to write. What brings you here, Mr. Soenji? Gazing upon her innocent and untainted smile, Genki felt a tumult of anxiety, yet also a sense of secret delight. This twisted emotion only intensified his affection for Kogen Waka. Miss Kogen, I am truly relieved that nothing untoward occurred during your disappearance. Kogen Waka's eyes flickered, and she nodded serenely. Genki lowered his head, speaking with a blend of sincerity and pretense. I have been unable to face you lately, not merely due to my role as an assistant and my woeful handling of work, but as a man, I feel I have let you down, Miss Kogen. Indeed, Genki, who had previously appeared with some regularity, had vanished for a week. Kogen Waka had intended to send a message to inquire about his absence, but ultimately refrained. She understood that Genki's evasion stemmed from guilt, though she had not anticipated it was more than that. As a man, what does that mean? Observing the confusion on Kogen Waka's face, Genki gritted his teeth and prostrated himself on the tatami mat, performing an exceedingly respectful bow. Rather than fear being exposed by Gojo, he preferred to unveil it himself. Heaven knows what embellishments Gojo might add, and he feared that the man might have already sensed something amiss. This is a secret I have harbored in my heart. I had intended to become more familiar with you before confessing. However, your recent disappearance has left me in distress, and my feelings extend beyond mere professional failure. I harbor affections for you, Miss Kogen. Upon uttering these words, Kogen Waka found herself utterly at a loss. Affection. The affection that the elder brother harbors for his sister-in-law is indeed the reason behind their marriage and the subsequent birth of their child. For Doggerel Wansakura, Encounters with men are a rarity, and this is the first time someone has so candidly expressed their feelings for her. She finds herself somewhat at a loss, scribbling notes only to cross them out. How should she respond? Sakura's flustered state is entirely anticipated by Lien Temple Shien-e, who breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that Gojo Satoru has not disclosed his true feelings. Miss Doggerel, there is no need for alarm. I understand that, in terms of status and identity, I am unworthy of you. Simply being able to work for you brings me great joy. I do not seek a response. I merely wish to be transparent with you. I will endeavor to suppress such feelings and interact with you as a colleague. Shien-Yi's words are laced with humility, leaving Sakura with a bittersweet sensation. What status or identity does she possess? The legacy of a curse user is but an ethereal shell, and the pride she clings to is derived from her ancestors' teachings. It appears there are still those who regard the Doggerel family as a noble lineage. Sakura is indeed unable to reciprocate Shien-Yi's sentiments, for her feelings towards him are merely those of a colleague, and they do not even reach the level of friendship. She is perplexed as to why Shien-Yi would harbor feelings for her. Yet, this is the first time she has been confessed to, and the sincerity and respect he exhibits in his declaration, coupled with his request for no answer, brings her a modicum of happiness. After penning a brief note, she gently pats Shien-Yi's shoulder, which rests on the tatama mat. Mr. Lien Temple, I appreciate your affection, but I must apologize as I cannot provide a reply, for I do not have such feelings for you at this moment. I hope you encounter someone who reciprocates your feelings. This serves as a clear rejection for the present stage, yet Shien-Yi is not disheartened, for he had anticipated this outcome. His eyes glisten with unshed tears as he cautiously inquires, May I continue to work for Miss Doggerel? Sakura lowers her gaze and continues to write, Even so, I may never develop feelings for you. I wish to avoid any deterioration of our relationship, Mr. Lien Temple. That is quite all right. How could I hold a grudge against you for not returning my feelings? This was merely my desire. I simply wish to work diligently for you, to silently protect you. Sakura, who is unfamiliar with the dynamics of romantic relationships, believes she has expressed herself clearly. She aims to prevent Shien-Yi from indulging in excessive fantasies and subtly suggests he should distance himself. However, he seems resolute. Upon witnessing the earnestness in Shien-Yi's gaze, Sakura finds herself unable to disregard his feelings, especially since he is the first man to confess to her. He asks for nothing in return, merely hoping to continue working for her. After much hesitation, Sakura eventually nods in agreement. Yet, she adds, Mr. Lien Temple, let us interact as colleagues moving forward. Yes, thank you very much. Shien-Yi bows again, his posture obscuring his expression. It is a joy difficult to articulate. Sakura, naive to matters of love, may not feel anything at present, yet she instinctively pays attention to the man who has confessed to her. This is precisely the effect Shien-Yi desires, to convey his affection to Sakura and to gradually win her over by revealing his feelings within appropriate boundaries. His patience stems from his regard for Sakura. Being overly hasty would not serve him well. In the course of their work, he has begun to understand her character. The higher-ups in the curse user hierarchy do not oppose a slow approach. A predator is often characterized by its patience. Today marks a significant breakthrough for Shien-Yi, and he departs with a heart full of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Sakura tosses and turns, contemplating this sudden surge of affection. What does it truly feel like to love someone? Where does it originate, and what gives rise to it? The complexity of such emotions burdens her, and her heart is already heavy with countless thoughts. Leaving no room for this new quandary, she succumbs to slumber, seeking refuge from these feelings of love. Chapter 039. Difficulty in earning money, hard to eat. She dreams once more of the dual-faced Sukuna. In her dream, she sees the godlike figure seated upon a high platform, surrounded by countless supplicants who kneel before him. The individual in the front row lifts his head, and Sakura recognizes the attire reminiscent of the Heian period depicted in dramas. This person respectfully addresses, Lord Sukuna. Our offerings are prepared, 10 young boys and girls, and 10 women of pure virtue. Please accept our tribute. Sakura feels a gaze directed at her, prompting her to lower her head. She hears the lofty figure speak languidly. The quality of the meat sent recently has been subpar, causing discomfort. Are you attempting to placate me with offerings from commoners and slaves? The surroundings fall silent. Although Sakura knows this is merely a dream, she is still paralyzed by fear. Sukuna scoffs, and a gust of wind sweeps through, followed by a shriek from the front row. Amidst the throng, Sakura glimpses the head of the speaker rolling to the ground, his expression one of disbelief, his lips twitching in a macabre mimicry of a dying fish. Sukuna's voice, though soft, resonates with an undeniable authority. Next time, please send some royal nobility. After all, they live in luxury. Their flesh is bound to be of superior quality. Unable to contain their terror, someone stands, unleashing a torrent of curses. Sukuna, you are excessively demanding. Tributes of human flesh have already been sent from various regions. And now you ask for royalty? How is that even possible? The sound of another head rolling fills the air, and Sakura hears the faint sobs of a woman beside her. Sukuna regards the crowd with the indifference of a deity observing mere insects. Remember, it is you who have chosen to worship me and to cease hostilities. I detest being constrained by others and have already shown you considerable leniency. If you are dissatisfied, I shall no longer accept your offerings. The figure atop the platform appears to rise, causing chaos among the crowd as those in the front row scramble in disarray. Lord Sukuna, the Fujiwara clan does not speak for us. The Genji will prepare the next tribute as you request. Lord, we will too. The voices rise and fall in a chorus of pleas, fearing that this godlike figure will unleash another unending catastrophe. Sukuna emits a languorous laugh, devoid of discernible emotion. There are still some sensible individuals among you. Perhaps it is the terror of death that prompts the woman weeping beside Sakura to suddenly rise and angrily shout. You flesh-eating monster. You are no deity. You are a devil. What are you doing? Gather your armies and eliminate him. You noblemen are offering our flesh to him. You deserve to perish. The woman oscillates between laughter and tears, appearing to lose her sanity. Sakura cannot help but reach out to her, only to be forcefully rebuffed. Then, she feels Sukuna's gaze fixate upon her. In the dream, the individual trembles and immediately resumes kneeling, while Sukuna atop the platform languidly remarks, I am in a good mood today. I shall spare you a complete corpse. Ryomen, steam her alive. Sakura is struck by the dream's vividness. Both terrified and awed by the spectacle it unfolds. Why is there no record of the duality of Sukuna, revered as a deity, throughout history? Is it merely a figment of my imagination? Recently, I had not delved into the lore surrounding Sukuna, so why would such a dream manifest? The subsequent imagery began to distort and fade as Inumaki Sakura succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening to the melodious chirping of birds, an overwhelming sense of disconnection washed over her. She raised her hand to touch her vocal cords. Ever since being pierced by Sukuna's fingers, her ethereal dreams had taken on a more tangible quality. The scenes not chronicled in history felt like dreams devoid of any foundation, as if they were mere fantasies. Yet, Inumaki Sakura sensed an inexplicable presence lingering in the air. Upon the return of Gojo Satoru from his assignment, an urgent meeting was convened by the advisors, and naturally, Inumaki Sakura received a summons. Accompanied by Girin, she entered the high offices of Jujutsu, finding herself once again in that tatami room. However, the atmosphere this time was far more tense than during their previous tea gathering. Inumaki Sakura politely greeted the assembly and quietly took her place at the far end, refraining from further actions. Lord Izumi, at the helm, appeared burdened with grave thoughts. The Supreme Authority had a message for us. A dangerous individual who ought to have been eradicated in Sendai had been brought to Tokyo by Gojo Satoru. The advisors began to deliberate, the tension palpable. What a jest! He has already taken the lives of several sorcerers and should rightfully face execution. Lord Izumi continued to voice astonishing assertions. Yet, Gojo Satoru, vouching for himself, postponed the execution of this perilous individual, furthermore insisting that the child be allowed to attend Jujutsu High. At the mention of Jujutsu High, Inumaki Sakura blinked in surprise, lifting her gaze to survey her surroundings. The advisors, incensed by Gojo's reckless actions, wore expressions of righteous indignation. Why would Gojo-sensei bring such a dangerous person back and allow him to study at the highest echelons of sorcery? Wouldn't he that spell danger for Toge? This reflexive thought crossed Inumaki Sakura's mind, yet she soon regained her composure. Gojo-sensei would not make such a decision lightly. Surely there was a rationale behind it. It was not as if the child had willingly accepted death. Why then would Gojo Satoru intervene? Inumaki Sakura caught onto a crucial detail. They referred to the dangerous individual as a child, despite being beyond the control of even grade 1 sorcerers. The highest authorities could only defer to Gojo Satoru, who assured them that should any uncontrollable situation arise, he would not hesitate to eliminate the threat. At this point, Inumaki Sakura lowered her head, lost in thought. The upper echelons of jujitsu required Gojo Satoru's strength, while simultaneously harboring disdain for that very power. What a contradiction. She found herself somewhat dazed, prompting Girin to softly remind her, Miss Inumaki, Lord Izumi is calling for you. Startled from her reverie, Inumaki Sakura quickly expressed her apologies and bowed to Lord Izumi. The Lord, previously stoic while discussing Gojo Satoru, now appeared amiable in her presence. Perhaps the advisor was still haunted by the recent kidnapping incident. Inumaki Sakura awkwardly nodded. She could hardly confess that her thoughts were occupied with the workings of the upper echelons of jujitsu. Your nephew is studying at Jujutsu High, correct? Inumaki Sakura's ears perked up, sensing a work-related inquiry. Indeed, Lord Izumi jovially remarked that although Gojo Satoru had made promises, it would be prudent for the advisor to occasionally monitor the status of the dangerous individual for any unforeseen circumstances. Inumaki Sakura felt a pang of distress. How could she observe under Gojo Satoru's watchful eye? She could never deceive that man. Yet, she could not refuse what seemed like a rather uncomplicated task. In that moment, Inumaki Sakura truly felt that earning money was a formidable endeavor. Chapter 040. The Cursed One, Yuta Okatsu. Inumaki Sakura and Inumaki Toge exchanged messages, indicating that they had ordered some fresh fruits to share with his classmates at Jujutsu High. It was yet another episode of her aunt's concern over the quality of food at school, which Toge had grown accustomed to and thus did not decline. Moreover, ever since being counseled by Panda, Inumaki Toge had developed a new perspective. Perhaps besides visiting him, his aunt was also keen to see how others were faring, such as Gojo-sensei. Having received her advisor's salary, Inumaki Sakura found it to be quite a substantial sum. The Jujutsu upper management was indeed generous. With summer approaching, the refreshing fruits would quench their thirst, prompting her to request Uncle Shun to procure several boxes. Driving towards Jujutsu High, Inumaki Toge awaited her in the parking area and greeted her joyfully upon her arrival, with Panda waving nearby. Your aunt is truly thoughtful. Summer calls for icy, refreshing fruits. Inumaki Sakura seemed to recall something, retrieving a watermelon-shaped pillow from the back seat and presenting it to Panda. Panda appeared somewhat taken aback. Is this for me? Inumaki Sakura smiled and nodded, then scribbled on her notepad. If Panda eats the fruit, he'll become all soggy, so here's a fruit pillow as a substitute. Panda emitted a sound that was decidedly inhuman. Does your aunt still need a nephew? I can apply. Toge was ever so stingy. Inumaki Sakura stifled a laugh, then wrote, Why haven't I seen Zenin's classmates? Maki is training the new students. She's quite formidable, Toge responded. As Inumaki Sakura prepared to fabricate an excuse, she steeled herself and wrote, I've never seen how Toge trains with his classmates. Toge was somewhat surprised when had his aunt become curious about such matters. Panda, instantly understanding, conspiratorially draped his arm around Inumaki Toge's shoulders and pulled him aside. So it's definitely that one, huh? The tuna? Why the sudden interest in our training? Because I'm your sensei's wife. After all, I need to familiarize myself, Inumaki Toge replied, momentarily accepting Panda's narrative. Inumaki Sakura tilted her head, observing the two whispering conspiratorially, blissfully unaware of their implications. Once their exchange concluded, Panda enthusiastically declared, Let us take Toge's aunt to the training grounds. Thank you. No need for thanks, it's the least we can do. Inumaki Sakura exhaled in relief, glad they did not perceive her as peculiar. What kind of child could be treated as a dangerous individual, rumored to have killed and severely injured several sorcerers? As they approached the training field, an unsettling aura enveloped them, distinctly different from that of sorcerers, more akin to a cursed spirit. The sharp voice of Zenin Maki rang out. Is your hand lacking strength? Dropping your weapon equates to failure. Apologies, Zenin-san. Please allow me another attempt. Be more serious. Don't waste everyone's time. Zenin Maki seemed to harbor some resentment. And as Inumaki Sakura drew nearer, she finally beheld the so-called dangerous individual. He appeared to be of a similar age to Inumaki Toge, of decent height, but rather gaunt. The white uniform hung loosely on his frame, and his arms, which wielded cursed tools, lacked muscle, resembling her own athletic inadequacies. Most striking were his listless eyes, sunken sockets, and dark circles, as if he had never known a restful night. Is this truly the dangerous individual? Aside from the indescribable aura emanating from him, he appeared to be merely a child who had suffered a setback. Once again sent flying by Maki Zenin, Yuta Okatsu lay in disarray upon the grass. While Maki Zenin wielded her bamboo spear with precision, her gaze serious. Despite being under protection, he should not feign the guise of a victim. Does he wish to merely drift along in life? The Jujutsu High is not as simple as he imagines, allowing him to squander his days aimlessly. Witnessing this scene, Panda let out a sigh and hurried forward. Maki, refrain from such remarks. Look, your favorite, Miss Inumaki, has arrived. Instantly, Maki's anger dissipated, and she awkwardly responded. Do not speak nonsense. What favorite? Her demeanor betrayed her, revealing a soft smile that contrasted with her earlier sternness as she addressed Toge Inumaki. Good afternoon. The frail boy lying prostrate on the grass slowly rose, his head bowed, appearing rather pitiful. Was this the reason Maki had spoken so? All right. Come quickly and enjoy the fruits brought by Auntie Inumaki. Yuta, you join us too. Upon hearing Panda call his name, Yuta weakly replied, but remained stationary, staring at the ground. His meekness struck a familiar chord with Toge Inumaki, as if she were gazing at herself. From the basket held by Toge, she retrieved a washed apple of excellent quality, large and succulent. Approaching Yuta, She extended the apple, and he could sense the unique aura surrounding her. He undoubtedly possessed great power, yet this strength had become a burden, instilling fear within him. Toge understood this feeling all too well. An inviting red apple appeared in his lowered line of sight, prompting Yuta to look up in a fluster, only to find a girl clad in a kimono. Her demeanor graceful. Like Toge, her hair bore the same color, but her amethyst eyes shimmered with an added clarity. Yuta recalled Panda's introduction. This girl shared the Inumaki surname and must be a relative of the reticent Toge. Thank you, Miss Inumaki, he said bashfully as he accepted the apple, yet hesitated to take a bite. He noticed her pull out a small notebook from her obi and write. Only with a full stomach can one muster the strength to train. This is not an endeavor to be accomplished overnight, so please do not lose heart. Feeling a warmth in his eyes, Yuta reflected on how his life had improved since encountering Satoru Gojo. No longer was he entangled in the nightmare of Rika's curse, nor did he face the scorn of his peers. Even Maki, he realized, did not intend to bully him. Rather, she must have felt ashamed of her fleeting thoughts of self-harm. Wiping his face, perhaps merely drying the sweat, he took several hearty bites of the apple. Toge watched with a sense of relief, stepping back to allow Yuta some space. Yet, in her distraction, she inadvertently collided with someone. Satoru Gojo's voice was eerily playful, intent on frightening her. I haven't even had the chance to look for you, and here you are, Miss Inumaki, appearing before me unbidden. Would you care to answer my questions? Please, can you appear normally? It's quite unnerving, and I might just have a heart attack. Chapter 041. The strong yearning for release. Gojo invited Toge to his office, mentioning that the parents of students had arrived and it would be prudent to offer them tea. Come on, the seats in your office are as clean as if no one ever sat there. And do you even have tea? Panda and the others exchanged knowing glances, refraining from further comment. After the two departed the playground, they began to exchange mischievous looks. The later arrival, Yuta, inquired in confusion. That was Inumaki's relative? Yes. Toge's aunt. Panda enthusiastically slid closer to Yuta, whispering conspiratorially, a super perfect woman. What? Yuta's face flushed with panic, while Panda stifled a laugh, playfully patting Yuta's back, nearly causing him to choke on the cursed spirit, Rika. As you can see, she is not just Toge's aunt. Her relationship with Gojo is of that nature. Yes, that kind. Yuta seemed to grasp the implication, his ears reddening as he lowered his gaze to consume the apple in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. Meanwhile, Toge shuffled along behind Gojo like a turtle, yearning to flee, her mind racing with memories of Gojo floating from the ceiling to terrify her. Yet, he did not pose a yes or no question. Instead, he casually remarked, the old folks must have sent you here. Toge, not adept at deceit, stumbled in her steps, and Gojo, without needing to look back, knew he had hit the mark. With an amused expression, he turned, nearly causing the bashful Toge to collide with him once more. It's quite clear that the old ones do not trust Yuta at all. I just didn't expect you to be used as a pawn. You're all too afraid to confront me directly, aren't you? Toge felt at a loss for words, as if she had committed a wrongdoing. Thus, she dutifully retrieved her notebook and wrote, the advisors have instructed me to periodically check on Yuta's condition and report any issues. There was no reason to refuse. Given that Toge was studying at Jujutsu High, making her presence there unremarkable, Toge nodded in agreement. However, with a playful glint in his eye, Gojo poked her forehead. No, even if that is your reason, I cannot accept that Miss Inumaki is secretly monitoring my student. Are you planning to side with the old folks? Upon hearing this, Toge hastily shook her head, her gestures frantic as she sought to clear her name. Successfully teasing the rabbit, Gojo's previously grim mood, affected by the Jujutsu higher-ups, lightened considerably. Can you sense the power emanating from Yuta? Yes, it is formidable and ominous. At 10 years old, Yuta had made a promise of betrothal to his childhood friend, only to witness the tragic death of Rika in a car accident before his very eyes. Perhaps Rika had genuinely loved Yuta so deeply that, upon her death, she refused to leave, instead cursing him and ultimately transforming into the cursed spirit that now lingered by his side. Gojo casually divulged Yuta's background, perhaps harboring some doubt. Yet, he emphasized his next words. The cursed spirit known as Rika is not an ordinary entity. It is a special grade cursed spirit. Special grade cursed spirit? Toge echoed. It was likely a curse born of obsession, a being that, in a sense, was more perilous than a special grade cursed spirit. Obsession could often ignite catastrophic events. Toge, somewhat understanding, began to comprehend why Yuta carried such an aura. A light bulb flickered in her mind, and she quickly penned, Yuta does not harm others willingly. He cannot control the power of the cursed spirit, Rika. Gojo's face lit with admiration as he tousled Toge's hair, as one would a child. Clever, clever. Just so. Thus the great Gojo must diligently train Yuta. He shall undoubtedly become my prized pupil. Toge felt a tinge of embarrassment. Gojo's large hand on her head brought a sense of comfort. Indeed, Gojo would never hastily make a decision without due consideration. In truth, the reason for complying with the consultant's demands was rooted in the concern that Doggerel Wansakura harbored for Doggerel Jiki. After all, attending school alongside dangerous individuals, despite the presence of Satoru Gojo, inevitably provoked anxiety. Now, however, she could fully set her mind at ease. Moreover, the fact that Satoru Gojo could convey such reassurances brought a smile to her heart. Thank you, Teacher Gojo, for sharing this with me. Miss Doggerel was not merely responding to the words of the elder students. Her worry for Jiki compelled her to check in. Satoru Gojo, with his carefree and untroubled demeanor, had effortlessly discerned her inner thoughts. With an expression of surprise, Doggerel Wansakura lifted her gaze, only to be playfully poked on the forehead by someone with ulterior motives. Initially, those words had merely been a jest. How could Miss Doggerel possess such audacity? It was the mischievous Teacher Gojo. It seemed that Yuta and Miss Doggerel shared a semblance, both burdened by formidable yet uncontrollable powers, living in constant trepidation of harming others. Hearing such sentiments, Doggerel Wansakura felt a pang of sorrow. The thought of a child like him being deemed dangerous by the higher-ups of the sorcery world and facing annihilation was something she could not condone. Furthermore, she recalled the consultants mentioning that Yuta had accepted his own death sentence. Does Yuta not wish to live? Such a capricious notion, considering he had attempted suicide multiple times before being intercepted by Rika. Upon hearing this, Doggerel Wansakura's heart lurched, her fingers involuntarily tightening around her notebook. The six eyes were astutely perceptive. Such a trivial gesture could not evade Satoru Gojo's keen observation. He lowered his voice and, with a tone bordering on jest, inquired, "What's this, Miss Doggerel? Have you ever entertained similar thoughts?" Wansakura averted her gaze, unable to meet Satoru Gojo's eyes. She had experienced such feelings when she became aware of her role in her mother's demise, burdened by guilt for the affection bestowed upon her by her gentle brother. She grappled with the realization that she had caused the death of her brother's mother. The weight of her father's ancestral wishes pressed upon her, and in her cowardice, she sought escape, nearly succumbing to suicide, only to be rescued by her sister-in-law. Later, her brother tenderly reassured her, assuring her that he would bear the burden, as he was also a commendable sorcerer, allowing her to remain the carefree Doggerel Wansakura, with him safeguarding her. Her brother had fought valiantly for many years, yet ultimately succumbed to fate. Her sister-in-law, too, had followed suit, overwhelmed by grief. In that moment, Wansakura felt as though the world was crumbling around her. She grasped a blade against her throat, recalling the ghostly pallor of the moon that night. She had no desire to concern herself with ancestral wishes or the future of sorcery. She felt timid and ineffectual. It was the call of Doggerel Jiki that roused her from that dark abyss. Frantically, she discarded the blade, staring in disbelief at her own hands. What was she doing? Her brother and sister-in-law had left behind their most precious child, yet she had contemplated fleeing. What of Doggerel Jiki, who faced the loss of his parents with such fortitude? As an elder, how could she wish to evade her responsibilities? Wansakura embraced Doggerel Jiki, weeping silently, as her death-seeking heart abruptly ceased its torment. She had become the head of the Doggerel family, the key to a buried history. Determined to uncover the answers of her sorcerer lineage and ensure that Doggerel Jiki could live joyfully and without worries. Before her, the girl wept, her wide purple eyes silently shedding tears, unbeknownst to herself. Satoru Gojo recognized that Doggerel Wansakura was a timid, tearful soul. Yet the sorrow of her weeping in this moment was particularly poignant. He reached out to gently wipe away her tears, wearing a playful grin. "I have taught many students, yet none have cried as much as you." Wansakura, pulling herself from her reverie, stepped back in embarrassment, hastily wiping her face. Gojo's hand lingered in the air for a moment before he quietly withdrew it. Chapter 042, The Blessing of the Sorcerer. Doggerel Wansakura felt as if she had lost a part of herself in front of Satoru Gojo. It seemed she had wept numerous times, too many to count. Surely, Teacher Gojo must think of her as a weak and feeble creature. Thus, she picked up her small notebook and politely inscribed, "I apologize, Teacher Gojo, for my lack of composure once again." Satoru Gojo merely smiled, refraining from probing into the reason behind her tears. Perhaps he did not care. Or maybe he had already surmised the cause. Regardless of the answer, he would never disdain her tears. The man stretched lazily, declaring with a sense of entitlement, "Miss Doggerel's fruit should include my share, yes? Because I was uncertain if I would encounter you, I entrusted it to Jiki." "What? You could have just texted me. I'd gladly come to collect the sweet fruit myself." Doggerel Wansakura paused, realizing that she could indeed message Satoru Gojo about such matters. It felt as if they shared a camaraderie that allowed for such casual exchanges. The rabbit stared intently at him, prompting Satoru Gojo to curiously touch his face. What's this? Am I too handsome for you? Embarrassed by his words, Doggerel Wansakura quickly lowered her head and hurriedly replied, next time. If I bring some for teacher Gojo, I will message you. I'm off now. The exclamation mark seemed urgent, and without waiting for Satoru Gojo's response, she turned and dashed away in her wooden clogs. TSK, Miss Doggerel certainly ran swiftly in those clogs. Satoru Gojo touched the corner of his mouth, noticing it was curving upward once more. Ah, how delightful. If I don't tease Miss Doggerel, life would surely become mundane. The mischievous teacher hummed a little tune, content, as he changed direction and headed to the dormitory to indulge in some leisure. As Doggerel Wansakura left the teaching building, she picked up her phone, intending to inquire about Doggerel JJK's whereabouts and say hello before heading back. However, she spotted Yuta, alone and training with a wooden sword in a secluded area behind the building. His frail silhouette appeared quite pitiful. Unable to resist, Doggerel Wansakura approached him. Indeed, he was an untrained sorcerer. It was only upon getting closer that she noticed someone standing behind him. Upon seeing Doggerel Wansakura, Yuta immediately bowed cautiously. Miss Doggerel. Wansakura gently placed her hand on his shoulder and retrieved her small notebook. Are you training alone? Yuta scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. My classmates are all so strong. I worry that training with them would waste their time, so I practice on my own. In truth, Doggerel Wansakura admired those sorcerers who tirelessly trained to grow stronger, unlike her own tendency towards laziness. Lacking any athletic prowess, her attempts at physical training were dismal, often resulting in injury. Doggerel JJK had been trained in martial arts by her brother, yet his talent far surpassed that of his elder. Reflecting on her childhood memories, Doggerel Wansakura wrote in her notebook, though I am not skilled in physical training, I will observe JJK's practice, and I can see that you possess great talent, Yuta. A glimmer of hope sparked in Yuta's eyes, only to quickly dim again. Is Miss Doggerel trying to comfort me? But I have never trained in such things before. I am already at a disadvantage in terms of time. Yet, if given the same amount of time, your progress would surely be greater, she insisted. Even if it were mere consolation, Yuta felt deeply moved. Thank you for your encouragement, Miss Doggerel. Wansakura chose not to elaborate on whether her words were empty encouragement. Perhaps in time, the young boy would come to understand. You possess an uncontrollable and formidable power within you. Many are now aiding you in harnessing this strength to protect others. Therefore, embrace your new life with courage. As Yuta Okatsu gazed at the words from Mayuki, he suddenly felt invigorated, a surge of strength coursing through him. He had already been reminded by Maki Zenin, yet his timid nature had hindered his self-belief. Can I truly help others? Indeed, you can. I am the head of the Jujutsu family, and my words will surely manifest, replied Yuki, adorning her message with playful expressions, deliberately employing light-hearted language to uplift Okatsu's spirits. He felt a wave of emotion welling up, nearly bringing him to tears. He could only bow deeply, conveying his gratitude. Yes, I will strive forward. Yuki patted his shoulder, offering an affirming nod before turning to leave. Okatsu retrieved his phone to send a message to Toge Inumaki, who, at that moment, was in an unusual location. He, alongside Panda and Maki Zenin, was stealthily observing Okatsu train alone from a third-floor classroom in the teaching building. After feigning their own activities, Panda and Inumaki discreetly followed Okatsu, mindful of the stern reprimand from Maki. Unexpectedly, Maki joined them, declaring her intent to monitor Okatsu's progress, ensuring his melancholy would not impede their future missions. Panda, stifling a laugh, muttered, such a tsundere, as Maki and he nearly drew Okatsu's attention with their playful scuffle. To their surprise, Yuki passed by. Panda exchanged knowing glances with Inumaki. It seems Toge's aunt has taken on a mentor's responsibility, hasn't she? Inumaki remained silent, lost in thought as he observed the two converse. From the moment he first laid eyes on the demure Okatsu, he saw a reflection of his aunt in him. Thus, Inumaki harbored a fondness for Okatsu, hoping he would soon emerge from his shadow and discover his own path. The phone rang, and Inumaki noticed Yuki's message inquiring about his whereabouts. As she was preparing to return, he hopped off the desk and showed Panda and Maki the text, then gestured with 2 fingers to signify he would leave. You go ahead and thank my aunt. I'll stay here and watch Okatsu strive. Maki couldn't resist a quip. That is Toge's aunt. Why are you calling her aunt too? Are you jealous? You can call her aunt as well. Miss Yuki would surely be delighted. I am not jealous, Maki retorted, raising her voice, momentarily confusing Okatsu below, who paused in his training to glance upwards. Huh, I feel like I heard Maki's voice. Is it just my imagination? Chapter 043. Off to a mission with Yuta. Ah, you are awake? Yuki jolted awake from her slumber, sensing someone watching her. Her first instinct was to gaze at the ceiling, finding it unoccupied. However, a shadow by her bedside caught her attention. A wisp of ghostly green flame flickered, emanating the aura of a cursed spirit, illuminating a pale male face, an unsettling sight. Yuki's eyes widened in terror. Suguru Geto, pleased with Yuki's reaction, rested his chin on his hand, intrigued. How does it feel? Am I more frightening than Satoru? What a pointless comparison. How dull. Yuki retorted, bewildered by Geto's nocturnal intrusion. Satoru has returned and brought a new student, Geto stated. Yuki, exasperated, questioned why he needed to inquire about Satoru at such an hour, having already known so much. Was he seeking a second confirmation? She jotted down in her notebook, "You already know." Just double-checking, he replied. "You merely came to frighten me, didn't you? Oh dear. Is it that obvious?" Geto chuckled, his demeanor light. He was not merely teasing. He sought to validate his assumptions that Yuki was the type of girl Satoru would find intriguing. It had been a decade since they last met. He wondered whether his perceptions held true. After all these years, Geto had undergone a transformation. Would Satoru remain unchanged? Be attentive to Satoru's affairs, he advised. "I am not skilled in such matters," she replied. "Oh, but you are being disingenuous. You proactively visited Jujutsu High a few days ago." Yuki dismissed the notion that it was merely a task assigned to her and wrote, "Is there anything else?" The ghostly flames surrounding Geto flickered ominously, intensifying Yuki's unease. Is Satoru particularly fond of that new student? The question perplexed Yuki, who remained silent, her expression revealing her confusion, accentuated by her lack of a mask due to sleep. Geto smirked. "I find Yuta Okatsu quite admirable as well." The mention of Okatsu's name sent a jolt through her mind, indicating that Geto had indeed done his homework. Why was he interested in that boy? Geto, evidently uninterested in elaborating, rose to his feet, casting a casual glance at Yuki. "Miss Yuki, you trust Satoru, don't you?" Yuki met his gaze, her elongated pupils reflecting the ghostly flames, enhancing her eerie countenance. "So, do not regard me as a good person." With that, Geto silently departed, leaving Yuki in a daze, pondering the suddenness of his words. Why had he shared that with her? It was utterly baffling. Coincidentally, just days after Geto's unexpected visit, Yuta Okatsu, embarking on his first mission with Maki Zenin, unleashed Rika against a formidable cursed spirit. The special grade cursed spirit, Rika, fully materialized in 422 seconds. An oversight by Satoru. The highest authorities were incensed, as Satoru had promised to oversee Okatsu, but allowed Rika to manifest completely, which could potentially devastate a city. Faced with such speculation, Satoru remained unfazed. "If such a situation arises, I will, of course, intervene." Believing it to be manageable, Satoru intentionally refrained from interference, wishing to observe Okatsu's control over Rika. Why would a girl without a lineage of sorcerers transform into such a potent curse? Such an incomprehensible phenomenon could not be easily managed. Thus, he intended to test Okatsu further, warning them not to intervene. In response to Satoru's audacity, the upper echelons of jujitsu could only threaten to secretly delay Okatsu's execution. This man, standing at the pinnacle of the jujitsu world, merely stated, "Do not forget. I stand by Yuta Okatsu." When Inumaki returned to the Kumo household, he occasionally mentioned the new classmate. Since the incident, Okatsu's training had intensified. Satoru began instructing him on channeling Rika's cursed energy into cursed tools, transforming it into a force capable of exorcising curses. In just over a month, progress was evident. Yuki's assertion held true. Okatsu indeed possessed the aptitude of a sorcerer. "Tomorrow, there's a designated mission. The teacher has asked me to bring Yuta along." As Doggerel Toge observed the words being typed on the screen, he felt no surprise. "How is little Toge getting along with Itadori?" he inquired. "He seems hesitant to speak with me," came the reply. "He's still a bit introverted. Perhaps after this mission together, their bond will strengthen." Toge smiled and nodded, while Doggerel Wannen also affectionately ruffled his hair. Being a first-year student, Toge was already entrusted with designated tasks, a privilege typically afforded to first-grade sorcerers. Due to the specific targets for exorcism and the locations of these tasks, the unique nature of incantation techniques became evident, garnering increasing recognition from the higher echelons of sorcery regarding their value. Within the narrow, dilapidated shopping district lay cursed spirits born from various, trivial negative energies. The weaker cursed spirits tended to congregate, leading to a significant presence of low-level curses at the task site. With their overwhelming numbers, merely using sorcery for exorcism would inevitably cause damage to the closely packed structures. In contrast, the incantation techniques, which could obliterate cursed spirits through words, proved exceedingly useful. However, due to work commitments, Satoru Gojo was unable to accompany them this time. Nevertheless, he had reviewed the materials and confirmed that Toge could easily manage the task alone. Before setting off, he had intimidatingly warned Yuta Itadori not to unleash the cursed spirit Rika again, lest they both face severe repercussions from higher-ups in the sorcery community. "Who would dare punish you?" the living legend. Yuta, being rather gullible, believed him, repeatedly nodding that he would indeed keep Rika under control. In truth, Yuta had always felt apprehensive about communicating with Toge, primarily due to his inability to understand him. Unlike Doggerel Wannen, who was accustomed to writing, Toge often replaced language with rice ball seasonings. Additionally, Toge, who had learned in solitude since childhood, was not particularly exuberant. Recognizing that Yuta was fatigued from adapting to his new environment, thus refraining from excessive interaction, this led Yuta to mistakenly perceive Toge as aloof and cold. However, recalling how gentle and cheerful his aunt was, Yuta summoned the courage to engage Toge in conversation during their car ride. "Is your aunt also an incantation sorcerer?" he asked, feeling slightly awkward. Toge, noticing his confusion, typed on his phone, "Yes." Yuta's eyes brightened instantly, a smile gracing his face as he realized this mode of communication. After all, Toge had no habit of carrying a notebook. "My aunt is different from me. She can cast incantations with her voice, so she must write instead." Yuta suddenly realized that Toge was indeed quite communicative. Picking up on some key points, he scratched the back of his head, not fully understanding the sorcerer's world. "So, there are different types of incantation sorcerers?" "No, only my aunt is unique. She is special. You and your aunt share some similarities," Toge noted calmly as he typed. And Yuta finally comprehended that what Doggerel Wannen had once told him was far from mere encouragement. Chapter 044. The inability to harm Doggerel Toge. Witnessing the astonishment in Yuta's eyes, Toge continued to input text. "My aunt isn't one to engage strangers in conversation. She likely saw her past self in you." Yuta felt a stirring in his heart, a warmth flooding his chest. Since arriving at the Jujutsu High, he had often felt such comforting emotions. Noticing the redness in Yuta's eyes, Toge firmly patted his back and gave him a thumbs up. Yuta discovered that Toge was not only easy to converse with, but remarkably gentle. Akin to Doggerel Wannen. "Toge, I will do my utmost to assist you in your work. Let us get along well from now on. I look forward to your guidance." Toge smiled, while their driver, Jogo Idichi, affectionately observed the scene through the rearview mirror. As Satoru Gojo was unable to accompany them, Idichi had conducted thorough research beforehand. There were no so-called hostages, and indeed, no cursed spirits above level 3 existed. As a second-grade sorcerer, Toge was more than capable of handling the task. Upon arriving at their destination, Toge made a point to purchase throat lozenges. For the backlash of incantation techniques did not merely affect the mind, but inflicted tangible harm upon the body. The most direct consequence was the damage to the vocal cords. Severe backlash could render an incantation sorcerer temporarily voiceless. Toge always carried a bottle on missions, a lesson imparted by his father regardless of the task's danger level. Yuta, bearing a sword-shaped curse tool, found this fascinating. "It can harm your throat? Incantation techniques truly are unique." Idichi recited the incantation for barrier, establishing a protective shield. The awakened weak, cursed spirits gathered, muttering words of negative energy. "How devious, mother. My brother takes far more than I do. All right, I'll exchange the duplicates. It's been a while since I've had sushi." Yuta watched in awe as countless small fish-shaped low-level cursed spirits emerged from the alley, coalescing into a sphere before them. Even if they are low-level, this is an overwhelming number. Toge assessed the situation for a moment, then pulled down the high collar covering his lips. As Yuta caught sight of Toge's visage, he noticed the delicate features adorned with circular cursed markings. "So, this is what an incantation sorcerer looks like." Toge seemed unfazed by the massive assembly of low-level cursed spirits, stepping closer with measured intent. Unable to contain himself, Yuta exclaimed, "Toge, it's dangerous to get so close." Toge lifted his chin slightly, gazing at the throng of cursed spirits, inhaled deeply, and then shouted, "Explode." With his words, the incantation manifested, and the cursed spirits before him began to detonate, creating a spectacular scene that left Yuta momentarily speechless. "Is it over?" The low-level cursed spirits turned to ash and fell away, leaving Yuta bewildered. Toge nodded, but visibly appeared fatigued. "Tuna mayonnaise," he rasped, his voice hoarse and strained. Speaking another word would be arduous. Yuta realized that such an effortless resolution was not without its cost. After surveying the area with Toge, they found no lingering threats and prepared to approach the alley's entrance to dismantle the barrier. However, an eerie occurrence unfolded. The barrier before them would not yield. Toge furrowed his brow. An assistant supervisor could never erect a barrier that could not be opened from the inside. And Idichi was far too competent to make such an error. The barrier blocked their mobile signals, trapping them within the confines of the shield. It was inconceivable that low-level cursed spirits could conjure such a formidable barrier. Something was amiss. Meanwhile, perched atop a high billboard in the alley, Suguru Geto observed the two youths below with a contemplative demeanor. With Satoru Gojo absent, he had initially thought it a prime opportunity to abduct Yuta. Yet, the other boy was clearly an incantation sorcerer, the nephew of Doggerel Wanin, Doggerel Toge. Geto rubbed his temples in frustration, realizing he had inadvertently forged a pact that prevented him from harming the esteemed sorcerer's nephew. What a squandered opportunity. He had just witnessed Toge obliterate countless low-level cursed spirits in mere moments. Though they were only 4th-level curses, being bitten by a horde of mosquitoes was never pleasant. The exquisite art of incantation is a mystery, particularly when one considers the capabilities of Inumaki Toge, who dons a mask inscribed with intricate runes. It was only declared that Toge must not be harmed. The same could not be said for Fushiguro Yuta. Suguru Geto smirked, forming his hand seal. A semi-grade 1 cursed spirit descended behind the two. Toge, ever perceptive, turned sharply, his pupils constricting as he sensed the formidable cursed energy emanating from the entity. This was no mere low-level spirit. It was a bona fide high-grade cursed spirit. The spirit, with its enormous nose, sat cross-legged in the air, intertwining its fingers as a beam of light cascaded from the heavens, aimed squarely at Fushiguro Yuta. Without hesitation, Toge shoved Yuta aside, the light crashing into the concrete and creating a gaping hole. Should Yuta have been struck, he would have been pierced through. The cursed spirit's gaze shifted back to Yuta, preparing to intertwine its fingers once more. Ignoring the raspiness of his voice, Toge tore at his collar and shouted, "Twist!" The spirit's hand was broken, and the impending beam of light was disrupted, yet Toge found himself kneeling on the ground due to the backlash. The pain was excruciating, as if his throat were ablaze. Indeed, it was at least a grade 2 cursed spirit, nearing grade 1 perhaps. Unlike humans, cursed spirits can mend their broken limbs as long as they possess cursed energy, rendering reverse cursed technique unnecessary. Uncertain if it could still cast sorcery with its other hand, Toge resolved to hide and buy time. Idijikyo realized too much time had elapsed, and he could not lift the barrier. He would have to contact someone to rescue them. Toge's thoughts were lucid as he grasped Yuta and began to run. Strangely, the cursed spirit remained still, seemingly focused on repairing its arm. Suguru Geto sighed. The two were too close, and a careless mistake could lead to the demise of Toge's niece's nephew. He certainly did not wish to see restraints result in an untimely death. Chapter 045. Young men, side by side in battle. Toge brought Yuta to a temporary hiding spot, observing the anxious boy before him, and reassuringly patted his shoulder. Dakai? Yuta's tension stemmed not only from the presence of the powerful cursed spirit, but also from the pressure exerted by Satoru Gojo. He could not afford to unleash Rika. Otherwise, both he and his teacher would face execution. Unable to contact Mr. Idiji, they must first exorcise the curse, correct? Toge nodded. Having overheard the conversation between Gojo and Yuta regarding the prohibition against unleashing the cursed spirit Rika. Yuta's previous mission with Inumaki had concluded successfully partly due to Rika's full manifestation, with Gojo present at that time. This situation lacked the same favorable conditions. Despite Yuta's diligent training, he still lacked experience against cursed spirits. Toge had made up his mind. During their escape, he had dropped his throat medicine near the cursed spirit. Retrieving it might provide a glimmer of hope. He staggered to his feet, and Yuta, noticing his movement, sensed something. Toge. He chased after him. But Toge turned back and raised a hand to stop him, his voice hoarse from coughing. Makabana. It was a signal for him not to follow. Are you going alone? Toge offered no reply, slowly turning towards the motionless cursed spirit. Yuta tightened the strap of the bag holding his katana, understanding that Toge wished to protect him. To protect a self that was still not strong enough. Yet how perilous was that cursed spirit? Yuta had witnessed Toge, exhausted from exorcising numerous low-grade spirits. Could he truly prevail? Unable to ponder further, he blurted out, Toge, thank you, but I'm fine. Even if we fail, even if I die here, it doesn't matter. Someone told me to use my own strength to protect others. I, Fushiguro Yuta, am no longer a victim. The dark-haired youth drew his long katana from the bag, inhaling deeply and resolutely gazing at Toge. Let us do this together. Toge observed Yuta's determined demeanor, his hand trembling around the katana, yet radiating an aura of fearlessness. His aunt must have felt the same, afraid yet bravely striving to grow stronger. Toge refrained from further persuading Yuta. For this young man, abandoning his companion to survive would be more painful than perishing together. Thus, they would face this challenge side by side. Suguru Geto had purposefully instructed the cursed spirit to remain still, contemplating that Toge might hide Yuta in a safe place and confront the spirit alone. Much like that lady Toge, this young man exuded a peculiar sense of justice. Despite belonging to a family beset by suffering and peril, why did he still choose to protect others and champion righteousness? Yet, Geto was surprised to see Yuta standing before the cursed spirit. What? Planning to unleash Rika? Geto's expression was one of keen interest. Even though Rika had not yet manifested, a formidable power still enveloped the young man. Ominous and oppressive, the cursed spirit sensed Yuta's presence, not merely the boy, but the spirit residing within him, which incited its wrath. The previously stationary spirit roared, startling Yuta. Why the sudden anger? However, he had no time to be distracted. The cursed spirit's beams were swift, and a moment's lapse could prove fatal. He must remain utterly focused. His training with Inumaki and Panda could finally come into play. Toge's words were not merely encouragement, but prophecy. Moreover, Toge was a gentle soul, quietly concerned for him. To protect others from curses, he had resorted to using rice ball seasoning in place of words. They must escape together, unharmed. In that instant, Yuta's gaze sharpened, his grip tightening around the katana as the black-purple cursed energy enveloped his weapon. Without a hint of hesitation, he struck down at the cursed spirit, his demeanor reminiscent of a seasoned hunter who had felled thousands of curses. Gojo's eyes glimmered with admiration. Indeed, a youth possessing such power could hardly be considered ordinary. Yuta struck fiercely at the cursed spirit, yet was met with a jarring force that numbed his hands. He had yet to master the perfect fusion of Rika's power with his weapon, and his body was still too frail. Moreover, this was a high-grade cursed spirit, exceedingly resilient. The spirit, sensing Yuta's strike to be merely bluster, swiftly intertwined its fingers to unleash its own sorcery. This time, the beam did not descend from above, but shot directly towards him. Yuta barely managed to sidestep the attack, but the shockwave knocked him back, causing him to spit blood. He was still no match for this cursed spirit. Yet, he was no longer alone. Yuta had successfully drawn the cursed spirit's attention, so it disregarded the potion lying on the ground. Utilizing the momentum from being struck, Yuta landed before the spirit, bent down to retrieve the vial, and hurled it with all his might in a certain direction. Toge. Gojo's eyes widened in surprise as Toge leapt down from above, catching the vial, uncapping it, and pouring its contents into his mouth. Is this medicine? The cursed spirit, incensed by Okatsu Yuta and further intimidated by the presence of the cursed spirit Rika, instinctively surged upward, driven by a primal will to survive. Upon encountering Inumaki Toge, it unleashed a merciless barrage of attacks, fingers interlaced in a deadly display. Alarmed, Suguru Gojo recalled that Inumaki Sakyo was utterly inept in martial arts. However, Inumaki Toge exhibited remarkable agility, executing a series of deft backflips to evade the spirit's relentless onslaught. Gojo couldn't suppress a smirk. It appeared that the only one lacking athletic prowess was Inumaki Sakyo. With his lips moving rhythmically, he uttered the fatal incantation. Crush it. Unfazed, Gojo watched as the nearly grade 1 cursed spirit was swiftly obliterated, its dark violet blood pooling on the ground. He sighed, resting his chin on his hand, his desire to unleash more powerful curses dissipating. Given the demeanor of this young sorcerer, it was evident that even if he were to summon more formidable spirits, he would certainly stand with Okatsu Yuta in defiance of death. Such an act would constitute a breach of the binding. How unfortunate! Just as he relished the absence of Satoru Gojo, Inumaki Sakyo's nephew had appeared. Was this not orchestrated by Gojo himself? Gojo flicked his fingers, and the barrier he had laid down began to dissipate, as though he had never been present, leaving it all to seem like a mere ambush orchestrated by the cursed spirit. Okatsu Yuta observed as the dim surroundings gradually brightened, realizing their success. The sensation of fighting alongside a companion was truly exhilarating. Inumaki Toge noticed the blood trickling from Yuta's forehead, likely a result of a recent scrape. He pointed to his own forehead, his voice hoarse. Is it bad? Yuta, belatedly aware of the pain, wiped the blood from his hand, but, in a panic, gestured for Toge to remain silent. It's just a scrape, I'm fine. Toge, please, don't speak. Let your throat rest. At last, the barrier shattered completely, revealing Ijichi Kiyotaka, kneeling on the ground, pale and on the phone. Upon seeing the two boys safe and sound, Ijichi nearly broke down in tears. Thank goodness, no harm done. Otherwise, I would have several heads to hand over to Gojo. Chapter 046. Are you familiar with Gojo? Inumaki Toge had few external injuries. However, when he had pushed Yuta away, his fingers had been struck by a beam of energy, resulting in a slight fracture. Yet, his throat was in disarray, rendering him completely voiceless. The exertion of exorcising numerous lower-grade curses and a near-grade 1 spirit had taken a considerable toll on him. Kiyotaka had tended to him briefly, but the reversal technique was ineffective for such injuries. It was a backlash of the flesh, the very essence of cursed energy, a rule she could not alter. After advising Toge to rest and refrain from speaking, she administered a throat-repairing medication and sent him home. Yuta's scrape was inflicted by cursed energy, allowing Kiyotaka to restore him fully. Meanwhile, the returning Satoru Gojo promptly arrived at the scene. Ijichi, standing nearby, felt an overwhelming urge to bare his soul to Gojo. fully dedicating himself to the task at hand. I deeply apologize. It has been confirmed that someone has set up a barrier outside my domain, and a previously unscouted near grade 1 cursed spirit appeared. All responsibility lies with me, and I am willing to accept any punishment. The scene bore only 3 traces of cursed energy, that of the spirit, Okatsu Yuta, and Inumaki Toge. Yet, for reasons unknown, Gojo felt a fleeting intuition pass through him, compelling him to lift his gaze towards a specific point. By sheer coincidence, it was the very location from which Suguru Geto had observed the encounter. Geto had erased his cursed energy residue with a special cursed technique, severing the evidence that could have implicated him. Naturally, the 6 eyes could not perceive this. Yet, it was Gojo's instinct, a sensation that had surfaced from the moment Inumaki Sakyo had been unharmed, left in the remnants of the former star plasma vessel. Suguru Geto. The silent Gojo was far more intimidating than when he rambled. Ijichi's forehead glistened with sweat. He was undeniably the primary responsible party. Thankfully, the 2 students were sufficiently strong. Otherwise, they could have perished. He recalled a long-ago incident involving a senior at the school, who had been slain by a near grade 1 land deity spirit that had not been detected. At that time, Ijichi had just begun his journey at Jujutsu High. The senior, a cheerful second-year student, had even joked about pursuing a position as an auxiliary supervisor if his abilities fell short after graduation. Shortly after that incident, the third-year Suguru Geto had defected, undoubtedly influenced by the death of his friend, Yuhaibara. Thus, Ijichi felt a heightened sense of anxiety, as that memory weighed heavily upon him. No, it's all right. Gojo finally spoke, surprisingly amiable, leaving Ijichi thinking he must have misheard. The opponent was simply too formidable. Ijichi froze, panic rising within him as he abruptly gazed up at Gojo. This implied that he knew who was responsible, didn't it? Gojo inhaled deeply and uttered the name that sent shivers down Ijichi's spine. One of the 4 special grade sorcerers, Suguru Geto. Inumaki Sakyo had heard the account of the mission. She suggested Toge return to rest, yet he refused. He asserted that although he could not speak, his body was unaffected, and he could still practice alongside Okatsu Yuta. Following the incident, the bond among the group seemed to strengthen. Inumaki Sakyo felt a sense of joy. Days later, Satoru Gojo appeared at the Inumaki residence. Initially thought to be inquiring about the recent events. However, his demeanor seemed somewhat off. After Granny Silver Maple offered them dango and matcha milk, she politely excused herself. In the corridor outside Inumaki Sakyo's room, the 2 sat in the garden, gazing at the flowers and grass scorched by the blazing sun. Gojo casually remarked, Granny Silver Maple's handmade dango is exquisite, many shops pale in comparison. He appeared as nonchalant as ever, yet Inumaki Sakyo sensed something amiss. Perhaps it was because Gojo had entered through the front door today? The girl scribbled in her notebook. Is Satoru-sensei here because of the mission involving Toge a few days ago? Gojo tilted his head, reading the words, and mumbled indistinctly around a dango. Sort of. Don't let the fact that everything turned out fine deceive you. The process was perilous. Toge certainly hasn't he told you. A moment's inattention could have led to both of your deaths, considering it was a near grade 1 cursed spirit. Upon hearing this, Inumaki Sakyo tensed. Realizing that Toge had downplayed the severity of the mission, she anticipated it to be so grave. Toge was merely a grade 2 sorcerer. Facing a near grade 1 with exorcism abilities depended on his fighting condition, not after having expended energy vanquishing numerous lower grade curses. It was evident that it had been a fierce battle, and Inumaki Sakyo felt a chill run down her spine, her fingers gripping the pen uncertainly. Gojo smirked, taking a sip of the cold matcha milk. Then, casually, he remarked, You were quite fortunate to escape from Geto. Upon hearing that name, Inumaki Sakyo's mind buzzed, followed by a ringing in her ears. She stiffened, staring at Gojo. Meanwhile, Gojo shrugged, his tone innocent. Miss Inumaki, having perused so much information, you must have encountered news about that fellow, right? A special grade sorcerer who has cursed hundreds of ordinary people, Suguru Geto. Inumaki Sakyo felt her heart racing, her limbs turning icy as if plunged into a frigid abyss. The mastermind behind the attack on Toge and Okatsu Yuta was none other than Suguru Geto. He did not merely smile and promise to treat the sorcerer kindly. He also established a binding that would ensure the safety of Inumaki Toge. Why? Why engage in such actions? At this moment, Inumaki Maki's expression was unusually inscrutable, akin to a system crash. When alone with Satoru Gojo, she would remove her mask to facilitate eating. She bit her lip so fiercely that it drew blood without her even realizing it. Gojo observed with amusement as her pale lips were adorned with crimson streaks, deliberately lowering his voice. Miss Inumaki, why the surprise? Are you perhaps well acquainted with Geto? In that instant, Inumaki Maki crumbled, only recovering when Gojo's warm hand grasped her chin, the pain awakening her senses. Before her lay a layer of white bandages. yet she felt as though those cerulean eyes were piercing into her soul. It seemed that Miss Inumaki and Geto were indeed quite familiar with one another. Chapter 047. Who is truly in control? This was the oppressive aura of a special grade sorcerer. No, it was the unique pressure emanating from Satoru Gojo. Although he had restrained his touch, it still left red marks on the delicate features of the young lady. Inumaki needed not respond. The tear-filled purple orbs in her eyes spoke volumes. It was indeed Geto, the very individual who posed the greatest headache for Gojo. Thus, it was Geto who had compelled her to establish the binding. Truly remarkable. After all these years, his methods had only become more formidable. Gojo was smiling. Yet Inumaki dared not even breathe. Aside from the fact that she could not divulge who had kidnapped her, Geto, did they share any other bindings? Inumaki swallowed hard. Having lost the courage to conceal the truth from Gojo, she nodded. In that moment, Gojo felt a chill in his heart. A rabbit that does not deceive, yet harbors its own secrets and goes to great lengths to conceal them. Gojo released his grip, his hands falling limply, and spoke in a tone bordering on indifference. What is it? Inumaki had never witnessed such a side of Gojo before. He was truly angry. Yet, he had every right to be. Gojo had assisted her immensely. Yet she had the audacity to think that Geto was not as malevolent as he appeared and would not harm Gojo. Thus she had agreed to share information about him. However, Geto had now unleashed cursed spirits, nearly killing Yuta Okatsu and Inumaki Toge. Perhaps without her binding, Geto would indeed resort to violence. The memory of that man, whose hollow gaze had long ago informed her he was no good person, surged back. She was truly the greatest fool in the world. Inumaki could barely hold her pen, writing several times, yet failing to capture her thoughts, anxiously tossing the notebook aside and tugging at Gojo's sleeve. She shook her head vigorously, attempting to convey something, her lips trembling silently. The blood on her lips troubled Gojo deeply. Why are you crying, Miss Inumaki? I should be the one in tears, for I am the one betrayed by you. These words pierced Inumaki's heart, and she shook her head desperately. Aware that she had erred, how could she have harbored such a misconception about Geto? In her helplessness, she released her grip, crawling along the corridor towards the man before her, kneeling in remorse. It must be noted that Inumaki only kneels before her ancestors and never before others. That was the pride of a descendant of a sorcerer. Gojo's eyes flickered. The once upright Inumaki was now displaying her vulnerability through her bowing. When did she become so pitiful, revealing her guilt? Gojo himself was uncertain as to why he felt such anger. It was a reasonable grievance. The realization that the other party was Geto left him uncertain if he could triumph using his techniques. Geto had undoubtedly coerced her into a binding in exchange for sparing Inumaki, and the conditions of that binding were not inherently malevolent. Informing him of her whereabouts? What nonsense! How well did Geto truly understand him? After all the effort he had put into capturing the descendant of a sorcerer, a high-level advisor. Was this the trivial request he made? It had to be deliberate. Geto was indeed a cunning individual. Imagining that fox-eyed figure, half smiling, Gojo felt an urge to land a few punches on him. So what was he truly angry about? Was it because Inumaki had concealed the truth from him? Had he begun to lose his sense of reason? Gojo was uncertain whether it was Geto who had drained him of energy or Inumaki. Either way, both were relentless in their own ways. He placed a hand on Inumaki's shoulder, urging her to sit properly. The poor little rabbit was crying so hard that her nose was running. She looked nothing like a lady. Understanding now, it was because she believed herself so formidable that even informing Geto would pose no threat to him, which is why she had agreed to the binding. There was no intent to deceive or betray me. Inumaki nodded vigorously, sniffling pitifully. Gojo turned to grab a tissue for her, grumbling in displeasure. Why is it that I end up comforting you? I am the one who is hurt. Hearing this, Inumaki, ignoring everything else, clung to Gojo's arm like a child. Gojo froze. What are you doing? Inumaki looked up at him with tearful eyes, wrapping his entire arm in her embrace. As if to prove, my bond with you is far superior to his. How childish. Yet Gojo found himself somewhat charmed by this childishness. All right, no more words. Miss Inumaki is indeed loyal to me. Inumaki nodded with utmost certainty, her eyes brimming with resolve. Gojo felt a pang of discomfort, finding her embrace too soft. How curious. Miss Inumaki, allowing your nose to run is truly unbecoming. Gojo teased with a mocking smile, causing Inumaki to startle and immediately release his arm, grabbing a tissue to cover her face, looking thoroughly embarrassed. Observing this side of Inumaki, Gojo suddenly found his anger dissipating. What ill intentions could Inumaki possibly harbor? She merely sought to discover the beauty of human nature and create a more harmonious atmosphere for everyone. Thus, she had inadvertently granted the malevolent a chance. So, You have nothing substantial to share with Geto, do you? Inumaki nodded, finally finding the strength to write properly. He expressed dissatisfaction with the information I provided and urged me to interact with you more. Gojo found Geto's behavior both peculiar and troubling. How did Miss Inumaki respond? I declined, stating that I was not proficient in such matters. The exclamation mark was rather righteous, yet upon reading this response, Gojo felt a tinge of discontent. TSK. Have I been straining my eyes lately, or am I just not keeping up? Seeing Gojo remain silent, Inumaki wrote dejectedly, Teacher Gojo, please do not be angry. If it truly vexes you, feel free to punish me. I do not wish to create any rift between us because of this matter. Just those 2 lines of neat handwriting brought Gojo immense comfort, as if he had been easily appeased. Well, it's fine, after all. Even if I told Geto what color my underwear is today, he could not harm me. This metaphor made Inumaki's face flush crimson, and she immediately wrote, I will not tell him in the future. Gojo chuckled as he grasped Inumaki's hand, preventing her from writing any further. It is not permissible, Ms. Doggerel must diligently complete the binding, for otherwise, what shall become of her if she meets her demise? Convey to J, word for word. All that transpired between myself and Ms. Doggerel. My palm, enveloping itself, radiates warmth, perhaps a consequence of the summer season. Doggerel Saka hesitates to meet Satoru Gojo's gaze, merely nodding fervently in a frantic manner. Subsequently, Satoru Gojo smirks, his mischievous intent evident as he remarks, however, Ms. Doggerel, you might consider experimenting with your curse techniques on J during your free time. Do not underestimate yourself, for you are indeed formidable. Chapter 048, Suguru Geto, the villain. With the misunderstandings between herself and Satoru Gojo resolved, the inherently honest Doggerel Saku finally exhales in relief, reflecting on the fearsome visage of the strongest. The thought of witnessing that fury once more is utterly daunting. Yet, Satoru Gojo's wrath dissipates as swiftly as it arose, swiftly returning to his usual, carefree demeanor. Doggerel Saku glances at her hand, grasped firmly by Satoru Gojo, who encourages her to proceed with the binding. However, Suguru Geto has inflicted harm upon both Yuta Okatsu and Toge Inumaki. Doggerel Saku takes a deep breath, observing the rows of memorial tablets before her. She offers incense and quietly withdraws. Under the moonlight, her bare feet, unshod, treads silently as she returns to her chamber. After a long absence, Suguru Geto appears like a wraith. The room is illuminated by a night light, and he casually raises his hand in greeting. Ah, Ms. Doggerel, still awake at this late hour? For the past few days, Doggerel Saku has not ventured outside, awaiting Suguru Geto's arrival. However, there has been no compelling reason to go out. She wishes to check on Toge Inumaki, but feels a sense of guilt. It is far more essential to meet Suguru Geto. He appears oblivious to the information he has been given. Doggerel Saku picks up a small notebook from the low table and writes, Let us speak outside. Suguru Geto's eyes flicker slightly, yet he remains silent, observing as Doggerel Saku dons her wooden clogs and steps towards the exit. The sound of their wooden footwear echoes distinctly, a stark contrast to one another. They arrive at the same spot where Suguru Geto had sought her out for conversation during the day. Fortunately, the moonlight is clear, and being summer allows for a reasonable view of the open grassland. Suguru Geto halts, gathering the sleeves of his multicolored robe, a grin plastered on his face. It seems everyone knows. Who informed you? Was it Satoru? Suguru Geto, astute as ever, discerns something from Doggerel Saku's silence, which now carries an unusual emotional weight, an undercurrent of melancholy. Let me guess, Satoru must have surmised that the one who abducted you is me. Have you quarreled? His tone is almost theatrical, as if he relishes the drama of the situation, perhaps to gauge Satoru Gojo's reactions. From their initial encounter, it seems Suguru Geto has been toying with her. Perhaps the sorrow reflected in his eyes and the facade of his perfect voice are simply a ruse. Suguru Geto, what manner of being are you? Truly, you are an enigma. Under the moonlight, she struggles to write, the distant neon lights providing a faint illumination. Doggerel Saku earnestly scribbles. Why did you attack Toge and Yuta? Suguru Geto is not surprised by her inquiry. However, he feels no obligation to respond. A smirk graces his lips, a semblance of amusement. I can only assure you that I harbor no animosity towards your nephew. It merely happened to be coincidental. Then your target is Yuta? Ms. Doggerel, I am under no obligation to answer your questions. Rather, should you not be the one answering mine? Suguru Geto steps closer. He observes with interest as Doggerel Saku remains steadfast, not retreating. He reiterates his previous question. Have you quarreled? This question leaves Doggerel Saku bewildered. Is this truly the crux of the matter? Unable to comprehend Suguru Geto's thought processes, she shakes her head. Suguru Geto's tone suggests he finds her confusion amusing. Indeed. Now it is your turn to answer me. He reiterates that he bears no obligation to answer her inquiries, adding, I have long since declared that I am not a good person. Doggerel Saku, feeling despondent, sets her notebook aside. Suguru Geto has made his intentions clear, thus, she should not be taken aback by his actions. He has sacrificed much for his distant dreams. The pain in his eyes and the helpless affection associated with Satoru Gojo may merely be a facade. Doggerel Saku is reluctant to view others too harshly. Yet in the face of Suguru Geto, she must concede, he is indeed a villain. The dark-haired man seems to meld with the night. His vibrant multicolored robe now rendered dull and murky. Suguru Geto yawns, appearing fatigued from sleepless nights. For the time being, I will not pursue you any further, as Satoru has already caught wind of my presence. Moreover, he will undoubtedly inform you to maintain communication with me. That's just how he is, if he feels toyed with. He will seek to retaliate. For you, this is merely a game, he continues. Surely, you do not believe I genuinely require your information, do you? Suguru Geto's disdainful remarks serve to reinforce his nature. Do not be misled into thinking he is a benevolent figure, for that would render his past misdeeds farcical. One cannot simply act as a benefactor because others have unearthed their buried sorrows. Suguru Geto, you have long since returned to your former self. Seemingly convincing himself, Suguru Geto exhales a contented sigh before turning to depart without a shred of mercy. Ms. Doggerel, this is merely my trivial amusement. Doggerel Saku, pulling off her mask, gazes at the man preparing to leave with a summoning spell. She parts her lips, her voice hoarse from disuse. Do not move. Suguru Geto actually halts. Doggerel Saku approaches his back step by step, positioning herself directly before him. Their proximity is a mere half-meter. This marks the first instance where Doggerel Saku stands so close, as she has always been inadvertently fearful of herself. Suguru Geto chuckles lowly, the sound escalating into uncontrolled laughter as he fixes his gaze on her. Ms. Doggerel, it seems you are not as inconsequential as I presumed. Suguru Geto knows that Toge Inumaki is an exceptionally gifted child, yet there exists a disparity in their curse powers and levels. Hence, if Toge were to command him to halt, his voice would likely falter. Furthermore, what could compel him to remain still for even a few seconds? At least not at this moment. Suguru Geto remains immobile for 10 seconds, an intangible barrier halting his curse energy, preventing him from summoning his spirits. In this rare opportunity, even if Doggerel Saku were to draw a small knife and injure herself, it is plausible that she would suffer harm. Could she perhaps maneuver her internal muscles to shift a critical area? Suguru Geto considers numerous possibilities. Yet he never anticipates that Doggerel Saku would opt for the most unproductive approach. The girl before him raises her hand, delivering a crisp, resounding slap across Suguru Geto's face. Stunned, he mutters, Doggerel Saku you. Yet Doggerel Saku has already thrust the notebook she prepared earlier into his face. Suguru Geto, you are indeed a villain. Doggerel Saku tears out that page, discarding it onto the grass, and with a huff of indignation, she turns on her heel and departs. Approximately 10 seconds later, Suguru Geto felt his cursed energy functioning normally. He stretched his neck, his cheeks still ablaze with warmth. Doggerel Tsubaki, who was not particularly adept at physical techniques, exerted all his strength as he crouched down to retrieve the discarded piece of paper, offering a nonchalant smile. So, you finally understand? Well, it's never too late to learn. Chapter 049, the cursed technique belonging solely to Yuta. After that day, Suguru Geto vanished as if into thin air. Soon, it was time for the sister exchange event between the Jujutsu high schools in Kyoto and Tokyo. However, the second and third year students from Tokyo were insufficient in number. Some had taken leaves of absence for personal reasons and could not participate. Consequently, Satoru Gojo summoned the first-year Yuta Okatsu to join. Upon receiving the news, Yuta Okatsu's face contorted in disbelief as he pointed incredulously at himself. Me? Surely, Inumaki and Panda are far more capable than I am. Satoru Gojo displayed a mischievous grin as he patted Yuta on the shoulder. If Kinji's voice were usable, he would have been the one to go. However, he requires rest to exorcise that cursed spirit, so the responsibility falls to you. TCH, that wicked teacher is morally coercing his kind-hearted student. But, Yuta Okatsu felt he had only just brushed the surface of being a jujitsu sorcerer. How could he possibly stand in for the school in battle? Maki Zenin, unable to watch any longer, brandished a bamboo spear and pressed it against Yuta's chest. Don't forget, you are a special grade sorcerer. Indeed, because Rika, with her immense destructive potential, resides within him, he naturally holds the designation of special grade as her vessel. The three first-year students began to grasp Gojo's intention to foster Yuta's growth through the sister exchange event, as nothing is more valuable for training than real combat. Even if Toge Inumaki remained uninjured, Gojo would employ various reasons to persuade Yuta to participate. Alright, it's settled. There's a week until the competition. And I will take good care of you this week. Please don't utter such dreadful words. Maki Zenin averted her gaze from Gojo, but she sighed at the anxious Yuta. The bamboo spear shifted slightly, giving his shoulder a gentle poke. Hey, do your best. Don't embarrass the first years. Yuta Okatsu felt an immense pressure, yet he did not despise this burden. Yes, I will do my utmost. Currently, Yuta possessed an almost boundless reservoir of cursed energy, likely stemming from Rika, although there could be other explanations. After all, Gojo had dispatched someone to investigate Rika's lineage, and there was no trace of sorcerer blood. It truly perplexed him. Relying solely on channeling Rika's cursed energy into cursed tools for offensive purposes would not suffice against the students from Kyoto, who had undergone 1 or 2 years of rigorous training. Releasing Rika's cursed spirit could indeed annihilate the competition, perhaps even raising Principal Gakuganji's school to the ground. That sounds rather appealing. Yuta was unaware of Gojo's whimsical amusement beside him, nor did he dare to inquire. Sensei, are you planning to intensify my physical training? He cautiously interrupted Gojo's laughter, prompting the teacher to tone it down. That 1T be effective. A week of physical training 1T yield results. Especially given that Kyoto has a physical powerhouse. A powerhouse? Is it akin to Panda? No, it's a human. I think they call him Alway to do. Gojo rubbed his chin, uncertain, recalling a notably formidable student who was currently preparing to become a first-grade sorcerer. Yuta, every jujitsu sorcerer possesses their own unique curse technique, whether inherited or self-created. It was rare to see Gojo so earnest in teaching, and Yuta listened intently. Gojo gestured to his bandaged arms. For instance, my 6 eyes is an inherited technique from the Gojo family, while Kinji's cursed speech is similar, and Panda has his original technique, which is temporarily classified. As for Maki, she lacks the innate talent of a sorcerer. Her cursed energy is comparable to that of an ordinary person. Aware of her weaknesses, she trains diligently, which has become her distinctive characteristic. Yuta began to comprehend, akin to a game where characters possess unique skills. Gojo turned to Yuta, revealing a somewhat harsh truth. Yuta, attaching cursed energy to cursed tools is something all sorcerers can accomplish. While you can undoubtedly enhance your damage using your seemingly endless cursed energy, it does not define your uniqueness. You must discern what constitutes your own exclusive cursed technique within this week. My own cursed technique? Yuta repeated, feeling a bit bewildered. But, Sensei, I don't possess anything particularly remarkable. He had lived as an ordinary person until he entered Jujutsu High. I will provide you with some texts on cursed techniques. Attempt to control your cursed energy and explore what belongs to you. A Jujutsu sorcerer also requires intellect. Yuta Okatsu began to immerse himself in study at the dormitory. Controlling cursed energy was no simple feat, let alone transforming it into a desired form. This is so difficult. Collapsing amidst a pile of books, Yuta wore a face of despair, feeling as though he had touched the threshold only for it to slip away. Toge Inumaki arrived, bringing snacks to offer comfort. Tsubaki, is your throat feeling better? Salmon. His voice still bore a hint of raspiness, yet he could articulate words. Recently, Yuta had not engaged in physical training. As Gojo had mentioned, he was studying. His aunt also adored reading, and surrounded by an array of books on cursed techniques, Toge found it somewhat overwhelming. He then pulled out his phone and began typing. Are you studying cursed techniques? Yes, Satoru-sensei wants me to discover my own unique technique, but I can't feel anything. Toge Inumaki, having inherited cursed speech from a young age and possessing numerous ancient texts to support him, could not comprehend Yuta's struggle. After flipping through a book, he realized it was not a family-inherited technique, but likely original. An idea sparked in Toge's mind, and he proposed, instead of trying to create, why not start by imitating? What do you mean? Learn these cursed techniques first. Yuta smacked his forehead, realizing this might be a brilliant idea. By mimicking others, he could see if he could replicate their techniques. Even if he couldn't grasp one uniquely his, he could at least emulate them. Thank you, Toge. Toge smiled and gave a thumbs up before leaving Yuta to his studies. Shifting from creation to imitation made the task seem simpler. Yuta possessed almost limitless cursed energy, allowing him to practice continuously, an advantage others lacked. Thus, when Satoru Gojo witnessed Yuta nearly flawlessly replicate foundational cursed techniques, a marvelous thought emerged in his mind. Perhaps this could evolve into Yuta Okatsu's distinctive characteristic. Chapter 050. Yuta Okatsu studies reversal techniques. Satoru-sensei, I have yet to uncover my unique curse technique, but I have learned a few from the materials you provided. I have mastered flame curse technique and muscle enhancement technique. Yuta Okatsu perhaps did not even realize that he was a genius. In just a day and night, he had grasped techniques that would typically take others months to learn. That's remarkably fast. Yuta Okatsu shyly scratched his head. His continuous attempts had shortened his sleeping hours. Yuta Okatsu is unable to control the consumption of cursed energy to nearly zero like Satoru Gojo does. Nevertheless, he possesses an unparalleled talent compared to other sorcerers. Frankly, witnessing someone replicate another's technique in such a brief span is a first for me. Perhaps this is Yuta's unique ability. Oh, it seems not particularly impressive as a unique ability. Satoru Gojo, with his insatiable curiosity, pondered while stroking his chin. Thus, the question arises, can Yuta learn bloodline inherited techniques or special sorcery? Well, that might not be possible, but we shall see. Gojo's initial target is Shoko Yeri. In the past, due to not mastering the reversal technique immediately, this woman deemed him talentless. During the climactic battle with Megumi Fushiguro, Gojo awakened the reversal technique at the brink of death. However, his version of the reversal technique could only be utilized on himself, with no external application. He cannot quite articulate the reason behind this, and he somewhat understands why. When he sought guidance from Shoko Yeri, her teaching approach was utterly absurd. Just whoosh, slap, overlap, and reverse. That was her exact phrasing, leaving both Gojo and Suguru Geto utterly baffled. Eventually, Gojo learned it, yet he found it challenging to convey the sensation. It felt as if something innate within his body was utilized with remarkable ease. Presently, Shoko Yeri imparts the same teachings to Yuta Okatsu. Whoosh slap? Yuta gazed uncertainly at Shoko Yeri. The smoking Shoko nodded before glancing at the figure of Satoru Gojo behind her. Hasn't he mastered it? Why not teach him himself? Oh, I truly hope Yuta can learn a version of the reversal technique with offensive capabilities to assist Shoko in the future. Can Shoko trust this? Not a chance. She dismissed the frivolous banter of her peers and focused her attention on Yuta Okatsu. Do you understand? Approximately, he could grasp a little. The same cursed energy igniting sparks that transform into another attribute. Much like creating fire through friction, the heat generated transforms into flame. Shoko's eyes sparkled as she held the cigarette between her fingers. Oh, you seem to possess more talent than Gojo. Yuta immediately shook his head in alarm. I am far inferior to teacher Gojo. Tisk, it's truly ridiculous how even Gojo has his sycophants. Regarding the reversal technique, Shoko Yeri found it difficult to elaborate further. Those who achieve enlightenment can master it instantaneously, like Satoru Gojo. It is not a skill that can be acquired through prolonged training. It embodies an understanding of cursed energy. And upon transcending this level, one can awaken. Thank you, Dr. Yeri. I will strive to comprehend it. Indeed, a well-mannered child. Shoko Yeri watched Yuta Okatsu leave with an eager expression, then cast an irritated glance at Satoru Gojo. Why are you still here? Shoko Yeri is a peer of Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo, having been involved in their friendship from its close-knit beginnings to its eventual disintegration. Despite her sharp tongue, their bond is profound, marked by mutual trust. However, Shoko Yeri recalls the last encounter with Suguru Geto, where he offered her a cigarette and shared his outrageous thoughts. Suguru had cursed and killed hundreds of ordinary people, even slaying his own biological parents. Yet, he seemed unfazed, greeting her as if nothing had transpired. Shoko Yeri understood that Suguru had made a definitive choice. She called Satoru Gojo, marking their trio's final meeting. Why did Shoko Yeri suddenly reminisce about Suguru? Perhaps it was due to Gojo mentioning his name earlier. Shoko, it seems Suguru has begun to stir. Shoko's hand trembled slightly as she held the cigarette, striving to remain composed. No way, hasn't he been absent for a decade? Perhaps he feels it is time. When will he eliminate all ordinary people to establish a world solely for sorcerers? Shoko Yeri smiled, though the expression bore a hint of resignation. As long as you are here, Gojo, such a scenario is impossible. I believe Suguru is well aware of this. The former classmates exchanged silent glances, and Shoko felt an oppressive weight in the air. She nonchalantly waved her hand. I'm off to work, don't overthink it. If he shows up, we'll deal with it as it comes. Shoko Yeri was already prepared to stand opposed to her former classmates. Whether the divine being before her had made similar preparations remained uncertain. Shoko was reluctant to dwell on it. A headache was brewing. Satoru Gojo gathered his thoughts, departing from the medical building in search of Yuta Okatsu, only to find the youth waiting at the entrance with a somewhat awkward expression, hesitating to speak. Teacher Gojo, I think I might have grasped the essence of the reversal technique. Satoru tilted his head, utterly perplexed. Huh. Yuta Okatsu mustered his courage to continue. Perhaps. Could I have the opportunity to try? Upon hearing this, Satoru Gojo erupted into hearty laughter, doubling over in amusement. Remarkable. Yuta Okatsu possesses far greater potential than I anticipated. Gojo then turned to seek Shoko Yeri for a test subject. Yet after a moment's reflection, he dialed Maki Zenin's number. After all, significant pressure is required to compel Yuta Okatsu to grow. With no assignments for the day, Maki Zenin had intended to rest after her workout, when Satoru Gojo's mysterious call regarding a crucial matter piqued her interest, concerning Yuta Okatsu. Reflecting on how that bean sprout could now hold his own against her, Maki felt a sense of pride. She had long since acknowledged Yuta Okatsu's potential. She specifically requested to bring her own polearm. Oh, a sparring partner, I see. Arriving at the training ground, Maki Zenin noted Yuta's panicked expression, pondering why he seemed so flustered for a sparring session. Satoru Gojo cheerfully waved at Maki Zenin. Maki, hand me your cursed tool. Although Maki thought Satoru Gojo was a bandaged fool, she trusted him implicitly and had no doubts as she relinquished her cursed tool. Are we starting barehanded? Satoru Gojo did not respond, merely smirking. The spearhead of her polearm suddenly glimmered with a faint blue aura. Maki's instincts kicked in, causing her to instinctively step back. Yet, Satoru Gojo's movements were too swift. Yuta Okatsu distinctly sensed Gojo's formidable power. Before Maki could react, the cursed tool had already sliced through her arm. Satoru Gojo turned to Yuta Okatsu, his tone playful. I've drawn blood from Maki using cursed energy. Yuta, if you don't heal her quickly, she is going to be in quite a bit of pain. In that instant, Maki Zenin cursed Satoru Gojo profusely in her mind. Gojo, you absolute lunatic. Chapter 51. The aspiration to replicate cursed techniques. Yuta Okatsu had not anticipated that Satoru Gojo was serious. He merely wished to experiment, not expecting the subject to be human. Bandaged fool, what on earth are you doing? Maki Zenin, possessing excellent physical resilience, would not genuinely feel pain from the minor wound inflicted by Gojo. She frequently endured injuries. The panda is a cursed corpse, its healing process differing from that of humans, and Inumaki Toge was still recuperating, making him an unsuitable candidate. Maki Zenin, with her robust physique, was the perfect test subject. Without pressuring Yuta Okatsu, he would remain oblivious to the extent of his remarkable talents. 555. The word stuck in his throat as he anxiously gazed at the figure before him. Satoru Gojo merely smirked. What are you waiting for? The wound inflicted by cursed energy will gradually erode the skin over time, expanding its damage. Let me see how well you comprehend the reversal technique. Upon hearing this, Maki Zenin was somewhat taken aback. Was Gojo truly intending for Yuta to learn the reversal technique? Only Kinji Hikari had mastered it flawlessly. And it was said that another wandering special grade sorcerer, Yuki Tsukumo, had also achieved this proficiency. Even Gojo's own application of it was not perfect. Watching Yuta rush toward him in a flustered manner, his gaze flitting between his arms in a state of indecision, Maki regarded Gojo with skepticism. Isn't it a bit unreasonable to expect him to grasp the reversal technique right now? Gojo innocently poked at his own delicate, fair face. Who knows? Perhaps Yuta is a genius like me. Maki thought to herself how unfortunate it was. Had she known, she would have ventured into the city during the weekday instead. Now she found herself dragged here to be a guinea pig for Gojo's unconventional training methods. Zenin, Gojo interrupted, stop wasting time and give it a try. Maki's tone was stern, and poor Yuta was nearly on the verge of tears. The girl took a deep breath and awkwardly stated, if you don't believe in yourself, how can I believe in you? Yuta was taken aback. It was the first time he had ever heard such gentle words from Maki. He nodded earnestly, placing his hand above the wound as he concentrated. Dividing his cursed energy in his palm, he rubbed it together at high speed, forcing it to merge and transform into another nature. As Yuta's palm emanated a milky white aura akin to that of Kinji Hikari employing the reversal technique. Gojo's smile widened in delight. Maki was astonished as well. Yuta had truly managed to learn the reversal technique. The visible dark purple gas emanating from the wound dissipated, and the injury began to heal. She watched in disbelief as the earnest young man stood before her, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Yet he showed no signs of concern. Maki's wound was completely healed. So, Zenin, does it still hurt? Maki moved her arm, and indeed, the wound had mended with no remnants left. It's healed, and I don't feel as afraid of pain anymore. This is wonderful. Yuta was overjoyed not merely for mastering the reversal technique, but rather for successfully healing Maki's wound. What a fool, Gojo exclaimed, showering him with applause. Yuta, you did it. Hearing Gojo's words, Yuta stared at his hands in disbelief. I succeeded? The reversal technique was a rare skill, one that only a handful of sorcerers among tens of thousands could master. Is that true? Yuta couldn't quite believe that he had managed to grasp something so challenging. Maki sighed, realizing that this boy had yet to recognize how extraordinary he truly was. With a discontented expression, she snatched the cursed tool from Gojo's hands and said fiercely, from now on, don't treat me as a guinea pig. Don't be so sensitive. It's the only way to unleash Yuta's potential, Gojo retorted. Am I some sort of stimulant, you fool? Gojo began to foolishly grin and feign ignorance, while Maki walked past Yuta, her gaze intentionally avoiding him. Yet her words were directed at him. Do your best at the exchange meeting. With that, she hurried off. Yuta stood momentarily stunned before happily calling after her retreating figure. Thank you, Zenin. I will do my best. The beautiful camaraderie between students even left Gojo feeling somewhat sentimental. Though he was not typically one for sentimentality, of late, he found himself rather uncharacteristic. Perhaps it was time for a breakthrough. If Yuta now had the opportunity to learn a special technique, what would he wish to study? This was Yuta's talent. Perhaps he could truly transcend his limitations and learn techniques with special restrictions. After pondering for a moment, Yuta articulated clearly. The technique of cursed words. This caught Gojo off guard, for the young man before him spoke not frivolously but with a clear understanding. I asked Toge, and he mentioned that Miss Inumaki's cursed speech is superior to his own, yet she lacks proficiency in physical techniques. Gojo-sensei, if Toge and Miss Inumaki were to battle, who would prevail? Gojo, with a hint of appreciation, replied casually, against Miss Inumaki. Toge isn't feat capable yet of eliminating her without allowing her to speak. The answer is that the more powerful cursed speech user, Inumaki, would win. Yuta nodded, continuing, but Miss Inumaki's physical techniques are not as exceptional as Toge's. And physical training is not something that can be accomplished overnight. They have all trained since childhood. I still need time to catch up. Since cursed speech can compensate for physical shortcomings, I believe it's the most suitable choice for my current need for rapid improvement. Gojo was pleased to see Yuta so positively engaged with his identity as a sorcerer. The young man's expression was intensely focused. Yet Gojo couldn't help but pour cold water on his enthusiasm. That may be true, but cursed speech requires a specific lineage. Did you notice the cursed markings on Toge's mouth? That is the hallmark of a cursed speech user. Yuta was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had overlooked this detail. Oh, have I been overly optimistic? However, it was rare for Yuta to have his own ideas. Dismissing them without trying was not Gojo's style. Regardless, I should at least ask Miss Inumaki. Perhaps Yuta could indeed utilize cursed speech. Although they had resolved their earlier conflict, Gojo, grappling with his peculiar feelings, did not seek out Inumaki. After all, nothing out of the ordinary had transpired, and there was no reason to pursue her. Of course, primarily it was for Yuta, who had expressed his desire to learn cursed speech, and not for any personal motives from Gojo. Thus, the following day, Gojo brought Toge Inumaki and Yuta to the Inumaki residence. Only 3 days remained until the exchange meeting. Would Yuta be able to wield cursed speech? Chapter 052, a rather comical research scene. Upon hearing Yuta and Gojo's intentions, Inumaki was somewhat surprised. You wish to learn cursed speech? However, historically, no one outside the Inumaki bloodline has been able to use it. Just like the ancestral techniques of the three main families, lineage is a stringent requirement. I've been contemplating whether Yuta could quickly master others' techniques, which might serve as the embryonic form of his unique technique. Perhaps he could transcend the constraints of lineage. Do you have any ideas, Miss Inumaki? This posed a dilemma for Inumaki, as there was no historical precedent for such a case. One of the necessary conditions for executing cursed speech on living beings is that the target must hear the sound. It is not sufficient for cursed energy to merely touch them. This means that even through a phone call, cursed speech can still be enacted. Therefore, even if separated by great distances, Inumaki and Toge Inumaki cannot communicate over the phone. The cursed words empowered by cursed energy possess penetrating qualities that cannot be nullified by mere external objects like earplugs. The only potential exception might be a completely deaf individual, as they would not perceive any sound at all. The arcane sigils etched at the corners of the second essential condition's mouth began to emit a faint warmth upon the activation of the incantation, indicating that they were not merely totems, but held a mediating effect. However, the sigils of a sorcerer are not inscribed, but rather manifest naturally. Doggerel Wansakura fixed her gaze upon Itadori Yuta, lost in contemplation, which made the young man feel somewhat apologetic. Miss Doggerel, it must be quite perplexing. Perhaps we should abandon this endeavor. Wansakura shook her head and took out a small notebook to jot down. I am merely bewildered due to the lack of precedent. It's not too troubling. We could give it a try, she continued. Wansakura procured some paint and began to apply portions of the Doggerel family's sigils at the corner of Itadori's mouth. Yet, there remained an area on the tongue. How could this be depicted? Wansakura's expression grew somber, causing Itadori to feel a twinge of anxiety. Miss Doggerel, is something the matter? After a moment's thought, Wansakura extended her own tongue. Her delicate, soft pink tongue glistened with moisture, revealing a hidden sigil upon its surface. In conjunction with the sigil at the mouth's corner, Wansakura's already exquisite visage took on an even more enchanting allure. Extending her tongue was rather risque, wasn't it? Gojo Satoru instinctively covered the lower half of his face, feeling a bit flustered. Oblivious to the nuance, Itadori experienced an epiphany. The Doggerel family's sigils encompassed this aspect. Residing upon the tongue, non-toxic paint would be ingested. One could hardly keep their tongue hanging out. It wasn't as if they were a dog. Thus, The trio of melancholic faces persisted. Gojo's mind was consumed with thoughts of Wansakura's tongue, adorned with its beguiling sigils. In a moment of heated inspiration, he blurted, "Why not just get a tattoo? Come on, Yuta, let's ink this design on your tongue." Sensei, are you serious? But a tongue tattoo would be painfully excruciating. And would it even last? Gojo appeared determined, which startled Wansakura, prompting her to swiftly intervene. With her hands forming a cross, she shook her head with an air of righteousness and wrote, "Even those of the doggerel lineage cannot perfectly replicate the sigils. One can only imagine the tattoo artist's limitations. Even if the design is correct, the tongue is different from the skin. The pigments will fade within 3 weeks, necessitating a retattooing. A painful tongue tattoo every 3 weeks. And it wasn't guaranteed to be perfectly executed. This was a matter of Itadori's life." Gojo stared at Wansakura, nonsensically remarking, "Miss Doggerel seems well versed in matters of the tongue." Wansakura appeared perplexed by his comment. After all, the tongue is crucial for vocalization, and the Doggerel family certainly understood this. This proposal was promptly dismissed, leaving Itadori exhausted as he slumped onto the tatama mat. Were it not for Miss Doggerel's intervention, Gojo would have genuinely taken him to get a tongue tattoo. Feeling she had not been of assistance, Wansakura felt a pang of guilt. Itadori, too, felt remorse for having troubled Wansakura, and the two guilt-ridden souls exchanged smiles. Gojo, observing, patted Doggerel Jiki's shoulder. "Jiki, your aunt seems quite fond of Yuta." Alarm bells rang in Jiki's mind as he recalled Panda's conjecture. He immediately shook his head vigorously and pulled out his phone. "Auntie merely thinks Yuta resembles herself. She wouldn't be interested in such a young man." Gojo, merely jesting, was unaware of Jiki's agitation and continued with his playful banter. Glancing at the phone in Jiki's hand, Gojo suddenly had an epiphany. The incantation can also be transmitted via phone, correct? Wansakura nodded. "What if we inscribe the sigils not on Yuta's body, but rather on the communication device? Could the incantation be realized?" Wansakura's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. This was indeed a viable method. If Itadori's innate talent could transcend bloodlines, then the conditions for the incantation, sound, sigils, and sorcery could be fulfilled. Gojo, a master in the application of sorcery, consistently found the pivotal solutions. Wansakura was elated, even more so than Itadori himself. She enthusiastically grasped Gojo's large hand, shaking it vigorously while nodding emphatically. Without warning, she dashed off to execute her plan. Gojo stood in a stupor, still feeling the warmth lingering in his hand. Wansakura's hands were small and soft, unblemished by the calluses of martial training. This scene did not escape Jiki's notice, and he increasingly felt that Panda's words bore truth. Wansakura returned with an unused phone from Fushiguro, diligently painting the Doggerel family's sigils onto its back. She reverently knelt before the low table, meticulously crafting each stroke. Once complete, she placed it in Itadori's hands, signaling him to give it a try. Gojo mused that the rabbit truly possessed intelligence. "Yuta, call me. I will safeguard your mind and ears from the effects. But I will be able to ascertain whether the incantation is successful." Gojo was indeed the best candidate for experimentation. Itadori cautiously dialed Gojo's number, both facing one another in the room upon connection. Nervously, Itadori uttered the 2 words, "Lie down," with an inflection that suggested uncertainty. The room fell silent, everyone awaiting Gojo's response. The man, with a serious countenance, abruptly hung up the phone. Wansakura felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed it still did not work. However, Gojo dramatically collapsed onto the tatami mat, lying down flat. "Ah, Sensei has laid down," someone remarked. It appeared that they had indeed discovered Itadori's unique ability. Everyone was elated. Itadori felt a surge of excitement, his hands growing warm, not his hands, but the phone. Sensei," Itadori exclaimed, raising the phone in a panic as it grew increasingly hot. Gojo seemed to sense something, shifting his posture. The phone was about to explode in Itadori's hand. But at the last moment, Rika reached out from the void, swatting the device away. It crashed against the cabinet, detonating in a shower of wooden splinters. Jiki nimbly dodged the debris, momentarily disregarding his aunt, for it was unnecessary. Gojo appeared by Wansakura's side, using his limitless to shield her from harm. Gojo's tone was exaggerated. "Yuta, you've slightly ruined your phone there." Chapter 053. The incantation no longer a curse. Itadori wore an expression of guilt, yet Gojo merely teased him. After all, a device devoid of sorcery was bound to explode under the strain of the incantation. However, it was indeed a bit of a waste of a phone. Gojo felt fortunate, as this approach allowed Itadori to genuinely wield the incantation. Suddenly, a question arose. How could a cursed spirit use a phone? So how do you contact cursed spirits? Itadori pondered for a moment before earnestly replying. Would a recording suffice? Wansakura shook her head. The incantation requires immediacy. Indeed, otherwise, How valuable would a recording device for storing incantations be? Miss Doggerel would become wealthy, no longer needing to assist the old orange in arduous tasks. Seizing the opportunity, Gojo took a jab at the higher-ups of the sorcery world. Observing Gojo's playful demeanor, Sakura felt a bit embarrassed. At the moment the explosion struck, I never anticipated that Satoru Gojo would position himself in front of me. Perhaps even Gojo himself could not fathom it. In contrast, Toge Inumaki was deeply contemplative, glancing between the explosive phone and Yuta Okatsu. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He clenched one fist and smacked it into the palm of his other hand. Mayonnaise, he exclaimed. Do you have any ideas, Toge? He gestured to signify an object that was wide at one end and narrow at the other, mimicking a speaking motion with his hands. Yuta instantly understood. A megaphone? Toge nodded enthusiastically. These devices are often utilized in commercial districts during sales to amplify sounds and attract customers. They are undoubtedly more economical than phones and do not require the other party to possess one. Toge is truly a genius. Wakaba Inumaki's eyes sparkled with approval as she raised her hand in agreement, then joyfully dashed out to find Fushiguro Megumi. The Inumaki family lacked a megaphone, necessitating a trip to the city for procurement. Meanwhile, Yuta felt somewhat embarrassed. I should buy this. I am already immensely grateful for your help in drawing the cursed markings. Miss Inumaki. He was indeed a considerate and grateful child. Observing Yuta's level of exhaustion, it was evident that each utterance drained him significantly. For the not-so-affluent Inumaki family, this would be a considerable expense. Yet, as an elder, Wakaba felt it inappropriate to have her nephew's classmate bear the cost. Gojo caught the disapproval in her gaze. With a casual flick of his wallet, he produced a card and handed it to Wakaba. Use this for the materials. Wakaba was taken aback, while Gojo merely smiled nonchalantly. Oh, I'll have Jujutsu High reimburse me for it. This assurance calmed Wakaba's conscience. Meanwhile, Toge silently pondered whether Principal Yaga would indeed reimburse the costs. It seemed unlikely, as each time they repaired buildings damaged by Gojo's missions, it was already a significant expenditure. After all, he was using a personal card. Toge averted his gaze, his thoughts unspoken. Wakaba held the bank card with visible delight, and for reasons unknown, Gojo's spirits lifted as well. The girls felt a sense of accomplishment, relieved that Yuta's abilities were so exceptional. His unparalleled replication ability formed the foundation of his unique cursed technique. The following afternoon, Fushiguro returned with a trunk full of megaphones, about 30 in total. Wakaba inscribed the Inumaki family's cursed markings upon them and handed them to Yuta. He took the megaphones and Gojo to a nearby mountain to test them out. Toge and Wakaba awaited their return with bated breath. After approximately 10 minutes, the two returned. And Yuta's expression was far from favorable. Was the megaphone ineffective, or had his drawn markings lacked precision? Gojo innocently tapped his ear. Oh dear, I didn't protect my ears well enough. Yuta successfully got me to sit down. Yuta's exhaustion stemmed from his cursed speech technique taking effect on Gojo, resulting in a backlash. His throat ached terribly. This was the pain Toge endured when using his own cursed technique. Yuta's voice was hoarse. I'm sorry, Miss Inumaki. It seems the megaphones are indeed damaged after use. However, this method proved viable. As long as Yuta carried megaphones adorned with the Inumaki family's cursed markings, he could utilize his cursed speech to be a sorcerer capable of freely speaking. This was a privilege once held by the Inumaki family as sorcerers a millennium ago, and it was a hope cherished by their descendants. Now, with Yuta realizing it, how fortunate it was. Wakaba felt deeply moved and hastily jotted down. I'm going to draw more. She then spun on her heel and dashed away faster than a rabbit. Observing her exuberant figure, Gojo couldn't resist teasing. It seems Miss Inumaki is the happiest about Yuta's ability to use cursed speech. Yuta bashfully scratched his head. Oh, really? Gojo patted Yuta's shoulder, initiating an absurd conversation. Though Yuta has repeated a year, Miss Inumaki is still 9 years your senior. The CPU in Yuta's mind nearly overheated. The cursed spirit within him stirred restlessly, as if ready to tear Gojo apart. Panic-stricken, Yuta shook his head vigorously, nearly biting his tongue. What are you saying, sensei? I have the utmost respect for Miss Inumaki. I have absolutely no such intentions. This was the truth. Yuta's feelings for Wakaba were purely those of respect for an elder, feeling bashful only because of her gentle care. What was Gojo suddenly babbling about? Whether by successful teasing or another motive, Gojo wore a bright smile. Oh my, Yuta is truly a good boy. Ah, Yuta exclaimed, bewildered at suddenly receiving praise. Toge, who remained silent, discerned that maturity was not necessarily a virtue. He saw things quite clearly. Sensei, you are indescribable. Toge coughed lightly, then pointed toward Wakaba's room, mimicking the act of drawing. At a loss, Yuta seized the opportunity. Do you want to help Miss Inumaki draw? He inquired. Salmon. After all, The task demanded meticulous attention and considerable effort. Toge couldn't bear to have Wakaba completed alone. Yuta felt touched and bowed to Toge. "Thank you so much for your help." Toge smiled and patted Yuta's shoulder, understanding why his aunt was so elated. For Yuta, cursed speech transformed from a curse into a source of positive energy. Discarding the murky history, the technique now appeared so simple yet powerful. No wonder his aunt was so joyful. As Toge departed, Gojo ruffled Yuta's hair playfully. "Yuta, make sure to use this well. Don't waste the Inumaki family's goodwill." Yuta's cheeks flushed crimson, and he declared emphatically yes. "I will certainly do my best." This was a technique imbued with blessings from the Inumaki family. Chapter 054, Yuta Okatsu's Rise to Fame. As darkness fell, all 30 megaphones were finally completed. Wakaba thoughtfully reminded, "Since Toge and I hand-painted these, I cannot guarantee that every single one will function with cursed speech, but the accuracy is around 90. If one doesn't work, just switch it out." Looking at the 29 megaphones neatly arranged on the tatami mat in the study, Gojo stroked his chin. To create a perfect seal, it would be best to have it stamped. Wakaba's eyes lit up, and she nodded immediately. "I'll find a craftsman to give it a try. Yuta, you can use these for now." After all, hand-painting was indeed arduous. After half a day, both Wakaba and Toge were sporting tired eyes. Yuta felt genuinely grateful. But he understood that expressing excessive thanks would be mere formality. He realized that the best way to repay the Inumaki family would be to use the cursed speech technique diligently. It seemed that Yuta would need to carry several megaphones on his missions from now on. "Sensei, these can be put away with Rika's help." "Huh. When did you learn that trick without telling me?" Itadori Yuta hastily explained. "Because Rika usually resides in a separate space, she can store some dead objects. I merely left a touch of cursed energy on the loudspeaker, and that suffices." Gojo Satoru nodded with a sense of satisfaction. "Then let's proceed with that." Upon picking up the loudspeaker, a void appeared behind Itadori, from which a gigantic white claw emerged to take the device. With Rika's appearance came an overwhelming aura of malevolence, causing Inumaki Maki to shudder in proximity, making her feel unnerved. This was a different side of Itadori Yuta. Behind the gentle and reserved boy lay a fearsome power. Inumaki Maki's fear of cursed spirits mirrored that of some girls' dread of horror films, finding their appearance terrifying and their aura chilling. After all, she was not a professional exorcist, so it was only natural to be frightened. To avoid embarrassment in front of her junior, she deliberately shifted away, casting her gaze elsewhere, avoiding the terrifying claw. Her actions did not escape the scrutiny of the six eyes. A certain lady turned pale at the sight of the cursed spirit Rika, likely to have nightmares that night. Gojo Satoru watched with keen interest, and Inumaki Maki felt a sudden chill, sensing something amiss. Embarrassed, she stole a glance at Gojo Satoru, only to find his gaze directed at her. How mortifying! Her unmasked face flushed crimson, and she feigned interest in arranging her paints, eliciting a chuckle from Gojo Satoru. Itadori Yuta paused momentarily, his expression innocent. "What's wrong, Teacher Gojo?" Gojo Satoru waved his hand dismissively. "No worries, continue. I just suddenly thought of something amusing." "I see," Yuta replied. Inumaki Toge silently covered his eyes, wishing to remain oblivious to certain things he truly did not wish to comprehend. Yet, he saw it all too clearly, his teacher and aunt exchanging knowing glances. Toge was a kind-hearted boy. Since neither Gojo nor his aunt wished to make their feelings public, he would not press them. Offering occasional support would suffice. When the day came for them to be open, he would naturally extend his blessings. Moreover, he could keep an eye on Gojo, ensuring he did not wrong his aunt. Toge felt that regarding his aunt's beautiful marriage, he had a long way to go. Keep it up, Inumaki Toge. On the eve of Itadori Yuta's departure for the sister exchange event, his abilities underwent a significant transformation. No longer relying solely on the rampaging Rika, he had gained control over his power. With the encouragement of the first-year students, Itadori followed his second-year homeroom teacher, Hinatsuba Atsushi, to the Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High School. Since last year's victors were from Kyoto, the event was held there. However, it appeared that next year's venue would change. The students from Tokyo had anticipated victory, but they were met with a complete rout. No, more accurately, a crushing defeat. Mastering reversal technique and cursed speech, Itadori Yuta, alongside the partially manifested cursed spirit Rika, emerged as the dark horse of the sister exchange event, leaving the second and third-year students from Kyoto utterly bewildered. Ryomen Kaizen was enraged, declaring he would disqualify Itadori Yuta for unleashing the dangerously powerful cursed spirit Rika. In response, Gojo Satoru made a phone call. "Are you unable to handle it, Principal Ryomen? Is a cute cursed spirit scaring you? Did your students get hurt, or did your school crumble?" This proves Yuta can control Rika. Even the highest authorities would secretly rejoice. Unable to counter Gojo's reasoning, Ryomen became increasingly agitated, especially since the students acknowledged Itadori Yuta's strength. Following the match, he awkwardly used reversal technique to heal everyone, accepting defeat to such an opponent with grace. Itadori Yuta's reputation soared. His gentle and humble demeanor combined with formidable strength made him impossible to dislike among his peers. Finally, a normal person emerged as a special grade sorcerer. After the sister exchange event concluded, Inumaki Toge brought the good news to Inumaki Maki. Itadori Yuta had risen to fame in a single battle, now worthy of the title of special grade sorcerer. Moreover, Itadori cherished the cursed speech bestowed upon him by the Inumaki family, using it sparingly and becoming a key to their victory. Inumaki Maki felt immense relief. Having lost to the Kyoto school for 2 consecutive years, they had finally triumphed, prompting Yaga Mazamichi to declare a celebration. He specifically invited Inumaki Maki to join. Due to the small size of the Inumaki family, Maki had never experienced a celebration, the only occasion being when her late brother had hosted her birthday as a child. Her father had never attended her birthdays, though he would prepare gifts every year. At that time, she felt a sense of grievance, but now reflecting upon it, she realized her father's love was heavy and laden with guilt. She had always been a girl dearly loved by her family. They chose a spacious tatami room, where a table piled high with snacks occupied the center, and colorful streamers adorned the walls, along with a movable KTV. Few unfamiliar faces were present, only second-year students named Kinji Hikari and Karara Hashigoma. The third-year students did not attend. The panda had begun to affectionately call Itadori Yuta Yuta, expressing pride to the point of embarrassment for Yuta. Toge appeared delighted, relishing the beautiful moments of campus life. Maki felt grateful for allowing him to attend school. However, had it not been for Gojo Satoru's visit, Toge might have become another version of herself. Inumaki Maki stole glances at Gojo Satoru, who seemed to sense something. Suddenly turning to look at her, he approached her, holding a can of juice. Chapter 055. A trip to the restroom leads to the Starry Palace. Inumaki Maki abstained from alcohol, opting for a soft drink. Yaga Mazamichi and Hinetsuba Atsushi, along with Igiri Shoko, were indulging in hearty drinks. Surprisingly, Gojo Satoru was not drinking alcohol either. He held a can of apple juice. Why doesn't teacher Gojo drink? Inumaki Maki inquired. Gojo Satoru stuck out his tongue, seemingly recalling something unpleasant. It's dreadful, he replied. Maki pondered. There are fruit-flavored alcoholic beverages, though. Leaning slightly closer, Gojo poked Maki's face with the unopened can of juice. Then why doesn't Miss Inumaki drink? Maki felt a chill, a bit embarrassed, and wrote, I might say foolish things if I drink too much. It seemed to be a matter of personal experience. Gojo burst into laughter, causing Maki to feel a tad self-conscious. He opened the apple juice, took a sip, and casually remarked, my reason is quite similar to yours. Miss Inumaki, I dislike feeling controlled by alcohol. This revelation surprised Maki, realizing he had a rather serious reason. Gojo pointed to his head, revealing a beautiful smile that the bandages could not conceal. I must remain alert at all times. Even with the automatic limitless, the fact that I almost perished during the star plasma incident reminds me, slacking off is not an option, and it never will be. Maki sensed a profound depth in Gojo's words. Gojo was multidimensional. He was never as frivolous and carefree as he appeared on the surface. Beneath the surface, there lies a multitude of hidden layers. The call of Kairi Shoko abruptly interrupted the contemplations of Inumaki Tsubaki. Hey, come over and mix some drinks, you non-drinker. Satoru Gojo immediately puffed up his cheeks in discontent. No way. Shoko, you're a drunkard. Who could possibly outdrink you? Kairi Shoko flashed a knowing smile and glanced at Inumaki Tsubaki beside Satoru Gojo. Then let us add another participant. Miss Inumaki should join us too. You're not afraid, are you? The taunt, characteristic of their peers, proved to be quite effective. Satoru Gojo scoffed, a look of disdain plastered across his face. Today, I'll drink you under the table, Shoko. Inumaki Tsubaki found her wrist grasped, inexplicably pulled into the throng of revelry, amid raucous cheers. As Kairi Shoko filled her glass to the brim, surrounded by the crowd, Miss Inumaki felt somewhat bewildered. Kairi Shoko, leaning languidly on her chin, exuded an air of confidence. The rules are simple. You drink beverages while I drink the same amount of alcohol. Let us see who concedes first. And the wager, Shoko? Kairi Shoko gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed on the seemingly innocent Satoru Gojo. Whatever you say. Then you'll help me run errands for a year, buying cakes from the harbor area. You rascal. Don't waste a healer's precious time. Kairi Shoko took a deep breath, accepting the challenge. After all, how could one who never gets drunk possibly concede? If I win, I demand a year's supply of premium cigarettes. No problem. Then, let the games begin. Satoru Gojo and Kairi Shoko seized their cups and began to drink heartily, while Inumaki Tsubaki, holding her cup, glanced back and forth in a state of panic. They nearly finished their drinks simultaneously, and Satoru Gojo grinned at Inumaki Tsubaki. Now it's your turn, Miss Inumaki. You can't lose to Shoko. Inumaki Tsubaki nodded and gulped down her drink, with Kairi Shoko accompanying her, the atmosphere growing increasingly lively. Unaccustomed to being the center of attention, Inumaki Tsubaki surprisingly found herself enjoying the surrounding commotion. It turned out that playing together with everyone was a joyous affair. Her cheeks flushed, Inumaki Tsubaki beamed brightly, filling her cup again to clink glasses with Kairi Shoko. Satoru Gojo, bandaged yet adept at concealing his gaze towards Inumaki Tsubaki amidst the crowd, felt a surge of genuine happiness. How delightful. Kairi Shoko, as expected, remained as steady as a mountain. Inumaki Tsubaki, on the verge of bursting from her beverage consumption, felt an urgent need to visit the restroom. Embarrassed, she tugged at Satoru Gojo's sleeve, and he understood instantly. Go ahead. Kairi Shoko, half drunk, cheerfully added, Miss Inumaki. Don't run away, or I'll make Satoru drink until he transforms into a giant. Miss Kairi, please refrain from making such terrifying statements. Inumaki Tsubaki hurriedly nodded and, guided by Zen and Maki, headed toward the restroom. After traversing the corridor and reaching the restroom, Inumaki Tsubaki sighed in relief after resolving her needs. She patted her belly, feeling she could still contribute to Satoru Gojo's drinking. The determination in her eyes was unmistakable. However, upon reopening the restroom door, she found herself momentarily stunned by the unfamiliar surroundings. This was not the corridor. Where was she? Inumaki Tsubaki felt an eerie sense of familiarity. Towering shelves surrounded her, the orange lights flickering gently, and the air was imbued with the scent of damp earth. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Satoru Gojo had brought her here before. It was the underground warehouse known as Hoshin Palace. How had the door to the warehouse appeared here? Inumaki Tsubaki closed the door and reopened it, but the warehouse remained. With her phone left at the celebration, she had no means to contact anyone. Was it mere coincidence? Nevertheless, Hoshin Palace was also a location associated with Jujutsu High. Perhaps nothing would go awry. Right, Lord Tenjin? She pondered whether Lord Tenjin could assist her. Gathering her courage, Inumaki Tsubaki stepped inside, only to find the door connecting to the restroom had vanished behind her. A sense of panic washed over her as she retrieved a small notebook and scribbled a message. Dear Lord Tenjin, I did not intend to intrude. For some reason, the restroom door led me here. Could you please help me return? She held the notebook up towards the empty space, but silence was her only reply. Inumaki Tsubaki felt a sense of futility. As expected, she couldn't be seen, only heard. She had no choice but to tread carefully through the warehouse, hoping to uncover clues to return. Yet, a particular shelf caught her attention. It was an open wooden box that looked familiar, emanating a potent aura. Fingers of Ryomen Sukuna. What was happening? The fingers she had seen last time were all sealed once more, barely emanating any presence. A multitude of thoughts raced through Inumaki Tsubaki's mind, but ultimately, she drew closer to the box. If anything went awry, she would have to inform Satoru-sensei once she got out. The 5 fingers within the box were sealed tightly, except for one, which had a tear in the white paper covering it. That finger began to tremble gently. Inumaki Tsubaki's pupils dilated, sensing something amiss. She quickly closed the wooden box. Yet, the immense force was beyond her ability to contain. The finger was intent on escaping. Inumaki Tsubaki had no choice but to cradle the box tightly, using all her strength to prevent it from breaking open. Being a box of Lord Tenjin's design, it was exceptionally sturdy. Then, she heard a chilling laugh. It did not come from the outside world, but echoed within her mind. Her arm stiffened as the finger forced its way through the gap and emerged. Without hesitation, the fingers of Ryomen Sukuna pierced Inumaki Tsubaki's vocal cords. Just a millimeter, merely grazing the surface, drawing forth a few drops of blood. Inumaki Tsubaki clutched her throat, staggering backward, struggling to breathe. Darkness clouded her vision, and she felt as though she could see a pair of eyes, cold, deep crimson pupils, fixated upon her. Chapter 056. The first communication target is Sukuna. In a realm of darkness, only her body emitted a glow, preventing her from being consumed by the void. Inumaki Tsubaki recalled a dream where she wandered aimlessly in the dark, unable to see any light, only aware of her movement. It was after being pierced by the fingers of Ryomen Sukuna that she became aware of her glowing form, yet the surrounding darkness remained utterly silent. Her throat felt a burning sensation, tempered by a chilling undertone, a cycle of agony. It was excruciating, curling up on the ground, clutching her neck and trembling slightly. Her mouth involuntarily opened as if to utter some words. Fall, heaven! Inumaki Tsubaki's voice rang out clearly, tinged with a hint of frailty. She was taken aback, covering her lips in panic. Why had those 2 words escaped her? In the void, an emotionless voice erupted in her ears. Ah, I am here. Inumaki Tsubaki's pupils contracted. She could hardly believe what she had just heard. A sorcerer's ears were keen. She would not mistake it. This was the voice of Ryomen Sukuna. Uncertain of the situation, Inumaki Tsubaki pressed her lips tightly, afraid to speak further, while Sukuna merely emitted a mocking sound. What's wrong? You dare speak my name, yet cannot utter anything else. Ryomen Sukuna was conversing with her. What was happening? Inumaki Tsubaki knew that her voice could invoke curse techniques, but where was she? Was this a dream? In the realm of dreams, can she truly speak? Suddenly seized by a daring thought, Doggerel Wansakura lowered her hands and once more uttered a sound. Are you the dual-faced Sukuna? The dual-faced Sukuna responded with a faint, chilling laugh, his voice abruptly deepening. That is merely the name you have bestowed upon me. For he resembled the mythical being known as dual-faced Sukuna, possessing 2 faces and 4 hands, a title that has persisted since a millennium ago. Yet, he did not deny this appellation, allowing it to endure through the ages. How surprising it is to hear your voice once again. While the dual-faced Sukuna remarked thus, his tone bore no trace of astonishment. Rather, it was imbued with an oppressive aura. You recognize me? He continued, a hint of mockery lacing his words, as if he found it laughable that she might not know him. The dual-faced Sukuna suddenly fell into silence, his voice becoming somber. You call me dual-faced Sukuna? Doggerel Wansakura, unsure of this capricious individual's mood, felt an acute sense of dread, as if she might be on the brink of demise. Overwhelmed by fear, she found herself unable to respond. Who are you? The dual-faced Sukuna inquired once more. Taking a deep breath, Doggerel Wansakura managed to respond, albeit weakly. I am Doggerel Wansakura. Doggerel Wansakura? He echoed the name, pondering her surname and questioning her given name with incredulity. Suddenly, he raised his voice, startling Doggerel Wansakura into a defensive posture. Clutching her head, what of Doggerel Yaya? Doggerel Wansakura's eyes widened in shock. She recognized that name from the ancestral tablets in her family shrine. She had even gone so far as to meticulously recreate one after it had been damaged, returning it to its rightful place. Doggerel Yaya was indeed her ancestor, one who thrived during the zenith of sorcery. She is my ancestor, Doggerel Wansakura stammered. Doggerel Yaya even bore children? No, not a direct ancestor. The historical records of this ancestor were scant, merely indicating she was a remarkably gifted sorceress of the Doggerel family, with no further accounts of lineage. There should have been no continuation of blood if that were the case. Otherwise, records would have been preserved. Crouching down and cradling her head, Doggerel Wansakura appeared utterly pitiful. She had never envisioned that her long-cherished dream of conversing with a being would unfold in such a manner, especially with the dual-faced Sukuna. After a moment of silence, the dual-faced Sukuna let out a self-deprecating laugh. Oh, she is dead. Yes, indeed. How fortunate for her. Doggerel Wansakura found herself at a loss for words. Too intimidated to speak. The dual-faced Sukuna's tone shifted to one of impatience. What is this place? It is devoid of sight and sensation, and I can only hear your voice. I do not know. Are you mocking me? The dual-faced Sukuna's voice sank once more, plunging the surroundings into silence. After a lengthy pause, he emitted a sound of profound dissatisfaction. TSK. It seemed he had attempted something that ultimately failed, leaving him in a foul mood. Damn sorcerers. What have they done to me? Doggerel Wansakura refrained from answering, yet she sensed that despite his evident displeasure, the dual-faced Sukuna was incapable of harming her. Hey, Doggerel. Here. How long has it been? Are you referring to? How long since I died? Approximately 1,000 years. The dual-faced Sukuna fell silent once more, allowing a disdainful smile to grace his lips. How amusing. Doggerel Wansakura found no amusement in the situation. Rather, she was engulfed by fear. Her once luminous form beginning to dim, her mind clouded. The dual-faced Sukuna seemed to utter something more, yet she could no longer discern his words. Her head felt heavy, and she longed for slumber, her strength waning. Miss Doggerel. She was roused by a gentle shake, her groggy eyes meeting Inumaki concerned gaze. Inumaki exhaled in relief, a hint of exasperation in her tone. You've been gone for nearly half an hour. Jujutsu asked me to find you. You weren't drinking in there, were you? Doggerel Wansakura shook her head, offering an apologetic smile as Inumaki helped her to her feet. We should head back. The bandaged idiot is shouting for your assistance with his finishing move. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Doggerel Wansakura bowed her head as they made their way back. Her thoughts heavy with the mystery of her entry into the Palace of Stars and the injury inflicted by the dual-faced Sukuna's finger. Then, she had conversed with him? Inumaki glanced at Doggerel Wansakura, her brow furrowed, uncertain of the events that had transpired. Her keen eyes then caught sight of a small wound at the center of Doggerel Wansakura's neck, as if something had grazed her skin. Miss Doggerel, you are injured? Startled, Doggerel Wansakura looked at Inumaki, who leaned in to inspect the shallow cut. It's minor. A band-aid will suffice, and it should heal in a few days. Inumaki produced a band-aid from her pocket. Did you hurt yourself when you fainted? It's nothing serious. Just apply some ointment when we return. Doggerel Wansakura nodded obediently. On their way back, they found Satoru Gojo dramatically waving a white napkin in surrender, clearly overwhelmed by the wine from the Shinjuku family. Gojo began to whine about her tardiness. Miss Doggerel, you took too long. He then noticed the inconspicuous band-aid on her neck, sensing an aura of latent danger. TSK, it seems something significant transpired during Miss Doggerel's 30-minute absence. Chapter 057. Who led you astray? Though Doggerel Wansakura feigned enthusiasm, her mind wandered during the subsequent gathering. Satoru Gojo saw right through her facade. As the festivities continued until nearly 11 at night, the celebration concluded satisfyingly. Doggerel Jik had informed Fushiguro Megumi that he would not be returning home that night, as he had tasks to attend to. He prepared to escort Doggerel Wansakura to the parking area, but was interrupted by Satoru Gojo. Jik, allow me to take Miss Doggerel. I have some matters I wish to discuss. Doggerel Jik froze, contemplating the ease with which Gojo had made such a request, considering he was now an informed party. Steeling himself, he nodded in response. Salmon. Watching the pair depart, Doggerel Jik felt a sense of rigidity, while Panda sidled up to him like a slippery eel, covering his mouth with a mischievous expression. Oh, it seems things are progressing well. Doggerel Jik sighed in resignation, while the naive Yuta Okatsu suddenly came to a realization. Teacher Gojo, he and Miss Doggerel. Panda began to nudge Yuta with his elbow, eyes wide. You finally figured it out? The first-year gossip group has gained a new member. Yet, Yuta scratched his head in confusion, feeling that something was amiss. He believed he had more romantic experience than the others present, and the dynamic between Gojo and Doggerel did not strike him as that of a couple. But with Panda's certainty and Doggerel Jik's lack of rebuttal, he wondered if perhaps their romantic connection was simply unique. The earnest Yuta Okatsu chose not to voice his doubts, allowing the topic to drift. As they strolled along the grounds of Jujutsu High, even amidst the summer heat, the ancient buildings nestled within the forest remained refreshingly cool. So cool, in fact, that Doggerel Wansakura felt a chill run down her spine, her anxious expression barely concealed by her mask. Satoru Gojo halted in his tracks, prompting Doggerel Wansakura to stop as well, her head lowered as she began searching for something. Miss Doggerel, with a prolonged tone, he tugged at the nerves of Kogen whinnying, rendering the girl utterly breathless. I recall you mentioning that if anything concerning Ryomen Sukuna arose, you would inform me at the very first opportunity, correct? Kogen whinnying rubbed her hands together. Indeed, those words held truth. Yet, how does one articulate her own circumstances? Engaging in conversation with Ryomen Sukuna within the realm of consciousness, that entity had inquired about peculiar matters. Surely, Wazuki-sensei would deem her insane. Observing the distressed expression on Kogen whinnying's face, Wazuki's mischievous intent intensified. Could it be that she had once again forged a bond with Ryomen Sukuna? How could she still harbor a grudge? Kogen whinnying hastily shook her head, obediently retrieving a small notebook from her waist. After a moment of contemplation, she inscribed, upon opening the door in the restroom, for reasons unknown, I found myself in the warehouse of the Kongshin Palace. While searching for an exit, I stumbled upon a box containing Ryomen Sukuna's fingers, which had been opened. Wazuki, fixated on Kogen whinnying's writing, could not help but exclaim, Did Ryomen Sukuna poke you again? Kogen whinnying nodded pitifully. She felt somewhat displeased, likely due to the bizarre movements of Ryomen Sukuna's fingers. She continued to write, After poking me, I lost consciousness. I am unsure if it was a dream, but I heard Ryomen Sukuna's voice and even conversed with him. Huh. The interjection was laced with myriad emotions, prompting Kogen whinnying to hurriedly add, It should not have been a dream. It felt incredibly real. He inquired about my ancestors and asked how long it had been since my own death. Once she finished, she held the notebook with sincerity, gazing earnestly at Wazuki. She had certainly not lied. Her confession was entirely truthful. Wazuki scrutinized the densely packed text. The Kongshin Palace had never exhibited any discrepancies. How could a door leading to the warehouse suddenly manifest in a restroom? This indicated intentionality. Was it Ryomen Sukuna or Lord Tenjin? Ryomen Sukuna's fingers should have been entirely sealed by Lord Tenjin, correct? Among the open boxes, only one finger seal appeared somewhat damaged, while the others remained intact. Is that so? This suggests that Ryomen Sukuna, for some reason, had managed to break free from Lord Tenjin's seal. How peculiar. Fortunately, the cursed energy within Kogen whinnying appeared normal. Wazuki observed her intently for a moment before stepping closer. Kogen whinnying instinctively retreated a step. She had not fabricated any lies. Every word was the truth. Was Wazuki angry? Due to Kogen whinnying's retreat, Wazuki chuckled, bemused. Did he not consider himself a benevolent figure? Why then, did he appear so frightened now? Without further ado, he grasped her wrist, causing the notebook to tumble between them. Wazuki leaned in closely, and Kogen Waniing could catch the clean scent of his clothing, tinged with a hint of sweetness. Wazuki's fingers glided along Kogen Waniing's sensitive neck, causing her to shiver momentarily, her violet pupils glistening with moisture. Yet, she dared not shy away. This display undeniably ignited a desire to tease her. Wazuki tore away the bandage, then hooked his finger beneath the eye bandage, pulling it down. Up close, she revealed her unbound visage. Kogen Waniing felt warmth flood her brain. Those snow-white eyelashes trembled lightly, as if the moonlight had bestowed a divine glow upon them. The 6 eyes flickered, reflecting a captivating allure. Wazuki truly possessed the countenance of a deity. He leaned in closely to examine Kogen Waniing's wound, which, like the last time, was quite shallow and had already scabbed over. Ryomen Sukuna did not seem intent on harming Kogen Waniing. It appeared he merely wished to poke her. But why her? Did it relate to the history of the Kogen family from a millennium ago? Kogen Waniing gazed at his magnified features, her mind blank, devoid of fear, shyness, or anxiety. It was simply an empty void. Only the delicate skin and the perfect curvature of his face remained in focus. Her azure pupils shifted, locking onto his violet gaze. Those beautiful eyes revealed a glint of teasing. Miss Kogen, why do you stare at me so intently? Kogen Waniing suddenly snapped back to reality, drawing upon an unknown strength as she pushed against Wazuki with her free hand. But it was Wazuki. Who could possibly sway him against his will? Consequently, her other hand was also captured. Their positions were undeniably precarious. Wazuki, oblivious to the implications, seemed to have discovered something amusing, his lips curling in curiosity as he regarded Kogen Waniing. Miss Kogen, you seem increasingly defiant towards me of late. No, not at all, she protested. How could she dare? It was merely that Wazuki was too close, instilling a profound sense of fear within her. Meanwhile, he began to speculate. Who has led you astray? Jet? Or perhaps Ryomen Sukuna? What an odd combination. What connection did those two have with one another? Wazuki-sensei, you truly hold a grudge. Poor Kogen Waniing silently seethed within, feeling as though Wazuki was growing ever more wicked. Chapter 058. Driven to frustration by Wazuki, Wazuki likely did not realize that this was Kogen Waniing's first intimate encounter with a man. He was a playful individual, prone to teasing interesting cursed spirits and sorcerers before apprehending them. Whether it was a waltz before exorcism or a heartfelt princess carry before incarceration with male sorcerers, Wazuki engaged in absurd antics daily. His overwhelming strength left him devoid of any sense of danger when facing certain adversaries. If one were to liken Kogen Waniing to an opponent, she too failed to evoke any sense of peril in Wazuki. It was akin to watching a young rabbit grow, only for it to suddenly develop an elusive temperament one day. Thus, Wazuki held her closely, intent on analyzing the situation at hand. Kogen Waniing, however, did not share this perspective. She felt dizzy and disoriented, unable to accept being grasped by a man, especially one like Wazuki. Her steps faltered, and Wazuki clearly sensed the slight weightlessness in her slender arms. Miss Kogen? He inquired, puzzled. Just then, Kogen Waniing's legs weakened, nearly causing her to kneel. Wazuki reacted swiftly, releasing her grip to support her waist. The position became increasingly suggestive. Kogen Waniing felt as though her brain had been rendered senseless. Was Wazuki punishing her? She had certainly not lied. Watching Kogen Waniing's chest rise and fall dramatically, Wazuki removed her mask, revealing that the girl appeared to be struggling to breathe due to oxygen deprivation, her mouth agape in desperate attempts for air. Moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the faintly visible indigo curse markings on her petite tongue. Wazuki's mind whirled, and he instinctively swallowed. His hand, faster than his thoughts, withdrew abruptly, suddenly losing her support. Kogen Waniing's face turned panic-stricken as she fell unceremoniously onto the stone floor. Ah, my bottom hurts so much. The physically inept Kogen Waniing was on the verge of tears. Wazuki, observing his own inexplicable reflex and the girl sprawled on the ground, unexpectedly felt a twinge of guilt. Oh dear, Miss Kogen. I truly cannot fathom why I released my grip. He offered, come, allow me to help you up. She was not so fragile as to be incapacitated. After maintaining a respectful distance from Satoru Gojo, the dizziness that once plagued her dissipated, allowing her to rise on her own. How embarrassing it was to have fallen in such a clumsy manner before others. The ever-polite and graceful Kinji Hikari felt utterly humiliated. Rising to her feet, she noticed that her mask was still in Gojo's possession, her face contorted with the semblance of tears. Bending down to retrieve her fallen notebook, she stifled her emotions and pointed at the mask with a hint of defiance. Remarkably, she did not succumb to tears in front of Gojo. Gojo glanced at the mask in his hand and then at Hikari's brave facade, marred by the remnants of her torment. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. Could it be that he had acted in a manner unbefitting of a gentleman? Surely not. His self-awareness was somewhat lacking. Yet he was willing to concede one truth. When he had removed Kinji's mask, he did entertain thoughts that were far from noble. However, he had not acted upon them. Had he? Besides, he was an entirely normal man. What was wrong with a physiological response? After all, during his school days, he had experienced similar reactions while watching risque films. Come on, he was no sage or immortal being. Seeing that Gojo remained unresponsive, Hikari mustered her courage, stepped closer, snatched the mask from his hand, and donned it herself. The way she wrote in her notebook radiated an undeniable authority. I will go to the parking lot myself. No need for you to escort me, Mr. Gojo. Thank you. The 3 exclamation marks amplified her emotions significantly. After bowing, she turned and walked away, her slender figure erect and her stride as dignified as ever. Yet Gojo could not shake the feeling that she was upset. Why was she angry? Had he done anything wrong? With a dismissive click of his tongue, Gojo retrieved a bandage from his pocket and wrapped it around his eyes. TSK, Kinji Hikari had certainly become a perplexing woman. Fushiguro Megumi, having overheard the commotion, witnessed Hikari forcefully open the car door and slam it shut. This was the first time he had seen such an emotional upheaval from her. Although she wore a mask, Fushiguro had been the caretaker of the Hikari family since she was a child, and thus he understood her emotions well. What could have upset her? Was the gathering not enjoyable? Hikari took a moment to calm herself. Perhaps she had experienced too much today, leaving her emotions somewhat unbridled. After regaining her composure, she wrote, "The gathering was enjoyable. It was merely an unrelated incident." Fushiguro smiled kindly and quipped, "Did Mr. Gojo make you angry?" Hikari's expression registered surprise at his accurate guess. As Fushiguro started the car, he cheerfully added, "Don't take it to heart. Mr. Gojo is a bit scatterbrained, but he is fundamentally a good person with no malice. Sometimes he lacks manners and understanding of social nuances, but his intentions are never ill. Is it because of his teasing that he disregards decorum?" As the vehicle departed from Jujutsu High, Fushiguro continued to gently counsel her. "Mr. Gojo has saved you on numerous occasions. You understand that he is not a bad person, right?" Indeed, Hikari pressed her hand to her heart, perplexed by her own anger. Was it because Gojo had teased her? No, that wasn't the case. She was well aware of his playful nature, always teasing and joking with everyone. It was merely that such intimate gestures had been imbued with the meaning of mockery. Hikari felt a twinge of unhappiness. But it was Gojo. Why should she care about such things? Ultimately, perhaps she was being overly sensitive. In her self-reflection, Hikari patted her face, revealing a relieved smile, and extended her hand to give Fushiguro a thumbs up. His face radiated warmth. While Gojo might indeed lack in politeness, he was far more genuine than Ugetsu Kenki. Ugetsu's advances were undoubtedly calculated, perhaps intended to cultivate a closer relationship with Hikari, which was not inherently forbidden. However, Fushiguro found it unappealing. Of course, he respected Hikari's feelings. If she truly developed an affection for Ugetsu, and if that individual could meet her standards, forming a family together would not be out of the question. As for Mr. Gojo, it was hard to envision a romantic outcome with Hikari. Fushiguro's hopes were simple. He wished for Hikari and Gojo to become good friends. Lowering expectations often leads to greater satisfaction. This was a form of self-reconciliation tinged with pessimism. Yet it was undoubtedly one of life's many approaches. After all, the most important thing in life is to find joy. Chapter 059. The Sorcerer's Journal from Kyoto Prefecture. Unlike students from other schools, those at Jujutsu High had little respite during the summer break. While general classes were suspended, the studies in Jujutsu remained ongoing, albeit with a slight reduction in workload. This marked Kinji Hikari's first holiday. He did not return home, but occasionally visited. It felt as though it had been ages since his aunt and Mr. Gojo last met. Perhaps they were secretly seeing each other in places he could not observe? Yet, they seemed to have stopped mentioning one another. Had they quarreled? Kinji wished to inquire but could not bring himself to do so. He was a sensible child, always restrained and respectful of others' feelings. Today, Kinji returned home for the holiday, and Hikari had specially asked Granny Jin to prepare his favorite sushi. In the afternoon, they played with a cat that had unexpectedly wandered in a few days prior, likely a stray, and appeared to be injured. It was pure white with cerulean eyes, yet it was not afraid of people. Hikari took it in and named it Dango, as it curled into a ball to sleep, resembling the white part of a three-colored dango. Kinji seems to have grown taller again, Hikari remarked with joy, indicating that he was now about her height. Kinji shook his head in resignation. Yuta has grown even faster than me, but I still envy Mr. Gojo the most. At a towering height of 190 centimeters, Gojo epitomized the ideal stature that many boys dreamed of. Kinji intentionally mentioned Gojo to gauge Hikari's reaction, but her demeanor remained calm and composed. "You can grow taller too. I'll ask Uncle Megumi to bring you some milk to school." "There's no need for that. The school has milk," Kinji replied. "But you often forget to drink it, don't you?" Caught out, Kinji sheepishly scratched his head. Fushiguro entered from the front yard, announcing that Yujetsu had arrived. Hikari nodded and gently patted Kinji's head. I'll go to work now. You can play with Dango for a while. Salmon. Kinji watched Hikari's retreating figure, suddenly feeling alert. Yujetsu? He seemed to come by quite frequently. Ever since his last confession, Hikari had distanced herself from him. Unlike other girls, she appeared somewhat oblivious when it came to matters of romance. This was not the outcome Yujetsu had hoped for, although the higher-ups had agreed to slow the pace. They had not consented to them becoming increasingly estranged from one another. With no further accomplishments to showcase, he may find himself replaced. Currently, Ryuei Lianchi harbors tender feelings for Sakurako Dogurol, and he is naturally reluctant to relinquish her. The woman clad in a kimono exudes a serene grace. The fabric, light and airy for the summer, allows one to glimpse her enchanting silhouette. Contemplating her alluring attire, her exquisite curves could only be described as perfection, causing Ryuei Lianchi to drift into a reverie. Sakurako Dogurol observed the man seated upon the tatami mat. Beside him lay several documents and a small gift box. With a hint of resignation, she inscribed, Mr. Lianchi, there is no need to bring gifts. Ryuei Lianchi's cheeks flushed crimson as he bashfully pushed the gift box toward her. Just days prior, during a visit to his hometown in Kyoto, he fortuitously stumbled upon a shop selling antique ornaments. A token of appreciation, he deemed. Sakurako Dogurol nodded in acceptance, recalling that Ryuei Lianchi had indeed requested leave to return home recently. Upon opening the intricately crafted lacquer box, she discovered a metal enamel hairpin. Ryuei Lianchi quickly remarked, I noticed Miss Dogurol seldom adorns herself with jewelry, yet you always wear hair accessories. I thought you might appreciate this. Sakurako Dogurol promptly wrote down a simple thank you. Though it was the first gift bestowed upon her by Toge Inumaki, she cherished it dearly, not merely for its aesthetic, but for the sentiment behind it. Ryuei Lianchi's assumption was misplaced, yet it mattered little. Sakurako Dogurol would safeguard this gesture of goodwill, placing it in its rightful spot. Having exchanged pleasantries, it was time to address business, and Ryuei Lianchi swiftly transitioned into a professional demeanor. Miss Dogurol, during my recent trip home, I took the opportunity to visit the Jujutsu High-S Kyoto branch. Given its historical significance, the Kyoto branch houses an array of ancient texts. At this point, Ryuei Lianchi's expression was laden with regret. I intended to bring back some materials for your perusal, but the Kyoto branch informed me that certain items are classified as cultural relics and cannot be removed from the office area. Sakurako Dogurol's eyes flickered with interest. The historical depth of Kyoto indeed surpassed that of Tokyo. She had presumed the headquarters in Tokyo would encompass all documents, yet to her surprise, there were still ancient texts preserved in Kyoto. Are there any historical records related to the Dogurol family? Yes, indeed. There is also a journal left by a sorcerer who once served the imperial family, a member of the Dogurol lineage. This is an exceptionally valuable find. While Sakurako Dogurol felt a surge of excitement, she maintained a composed exterior. Is there no way to bring that document out? Unfortunately, it seems Miss Dogurol will need to travel to the Kyoto branch's office area. Sakurako Dogurol felt a twinge of discomfort, as she had not ventured far from home for several days. Her last mission had seen her return the very next day. Perhaps transcribing the sorcerer's notes and bringing them back for study could save time. For now, that was the only course of action. Sakurako Dogurol promptly wrote, Can you arrange for me to go there soon? Ryuei Lianchi beamed with affirmation, hastily assuring her, Absolutely. I will coordinate accommodations with the Kyoto branch. So please do not worry. Upon his departure, Ryuei Lianchi felt buoyed by a pleasant mood. Fushiguro Megumi, having seen him off, noticed Dogurol Toge, who had been observing discreetly, pulling on Sakurako Dogurol's sleeve. Aunt, what did you discuss regarding work? Sakurako Dogurol smiled warmly, playfully pinching his cheek before writing, At the Jujutsu High-S Kyoto branch, I will be reviewing a journal left by a sorcerer who served the imperial family. I will be going to see it in a few days. Anne is going to Kyoto? Yes. Then I will accompany you. Sakurako Dogurol sighed. She was no longer a child, nor would she be venturing into perilous territory. The entire trip would be conducted under the auspices of Jujutsu High. She shook her head, having grown beyond the timid girl who once cowered in her chamber. Having endured numerous trials, Dogurol Toge's protectiveness was excessive. Do not fret, Toge. I am merely visiting the Jujutsu High office area, where Lord Tingen's barrier ensures no abduction incidents will occur. Toge wished to express that his concerns extended beyond just Sakurako Dogurol's safety. There was another matter. If Aunt were to visit the Kyoto branch, Ryuei Lianchi would undoubtedly accompany her. That man clearly sought to curry favor with her. Dogurol Toge wore a troubled expression, pondering what to do. Observing his countenance, Sakurako Dogurol mistook it for discomfort and anxiously placed her hand on his forehead. Are you unwell? Toge nodded vigorously. My stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom. Chapter 060. The divine assist from a first-year student when one faces an insurmountable problem alone. The support of companions becomes essential. The harmonious first-year students embarked on a love advisory mission regarding Toge's aunt and teacher Gojo. Inumaki expressed no desire to partake, questioning the peculiar circumstances. Observing Toge's plight, Panda donned a pair of teacher-esque glasses he had acquired from somewhere, looking rather scholarly. Oh, is that the situation? Toge's aunt hasn't he mentioned teacher Gojo recently? Salmon. Toge nodded, and Panda stroked his chin thoughtfully. By the way, has Gojo not invited any parents recently? Is it due to the holidays? Gojo likely wouldn't he care about such matters. Otokatsu Yuta hesitated, pondering if perhaps the two did not need to mention each other's relationship frequently. It's so hard to articulate, especially since Panda and Toge seemed quite invested. Even Inumaki, despite her apparent disinterest, has likely been listening intently. Panda slammed his hand on the table, exuding righteous indignation. They had a falling out. It's undoubtedly a quarrel. Mentai? Toge seemed to agree, recognizing it as something to be mindful of. Yuta felt out of place, sweating profusely. Feigning indifference, Inumaki scoffed. Honestly, this is their affair. It's not our place to interfere. Panda flashed a mischievous grin, leaning towards Inumaki. Maki, are you jealous? Worried that Toge's aunt might be taken away? Maki's expression shifted dramatically. Panda, if you keep spouting nonsense, I will truly kill you. Maki was quite fearsome. Certainly enough to intimidate Yuta. What does it have to do with me? Yuta, now addressed, felt even more tongue-tied. Dog-year-old Toge resumed typing on his phone. Aunt will be visiting the Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High Branch tomorrow for about 4 to 5 days. Oh, Toge's aunt is a consultant. It's quite normal for her to travel for work, right? That's not the crux of the matter. The focal point is the assistant accompanying her, who is exceedingly attentive to her. Emphasizing those words, Panda covered his face, letting out an animalistic cry. What a dramatic turn of events. Is this a passionate battlefield? Inumaki looked thoroughly confused. What is that term? I don't understand. Dog-year-old Toge raised his hands in exasperation, feeling that if this situation was not handled properly, Aunt and teacher Gojo's relationship could worsen. However, Aunt had declined his offer to accompany her if danger arose. Her sorcery was far superior to his. Feeling dejected, Dog-year-old Toge whimpered. A silence enveloped the classroom, and Otokatsu Yuta seized the moment, quietly raising his hand. Panda's ears perked up, excitedly gripping Yuta's shoulder. How could we forget our esteemed Yuta, who has actual engagement experience as a romantic elder? Otokatsu Yuta felt utterly mortified. So, what brilliant ideas does brother Yuta have? Ethereal and kind-hearted, Itadori Yuta gazed at the eager faces of Inumaki, Toge, and Panda. Even the indifferent Inumaki cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Unable to voice the uncomfortable truth that Miss Inumaki and teacher Gojo were not romantically involved, Yuta summoned his courage and spoke. If Toge were to subtly reveal Miss Inumaki's schedule to teacher Gojo, and if there were any lingering feelings between them, perhaps Gojo would take action? Almost biting his tongue in the process, Yuta felt tears welling up. Forgive me, teacher Gojo, for I am a sinner. Panda's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly, brother Yuta, you are my lifelong hero. Panda, there's no need for such flattery. Suddenly, Inumaki Toge found his resolve, rising with gratitude as he patted Yuta on the shoulder, his expression embodying the spirit of brotherhood. Yuta offered a nervous chuckle, the background around him fading to monochrome. So be it. Perhaps he would find another opportunity to kneel and apologize. Miss Inumaki, teacher Gojo, I am truly sorry. How to locate the lethargic teacher Gojo. The first-year students had their ingenious methods. The group ventured into the city and returned bearing a box of sweets, with Panda calling out in a high-pitched voice on the playground. Oh dear, we received an extra dessert while buying sweets. Who shall it be bestowed upon? Perhaps we should give it to Zenin? A gentle breeze rustled, and a familiar figure appeared on the playground. Teacher Gojo, beaming with delight, snatched the dessert box with an air of skepticism. How could he possibly eat this? Sweets were Gojo's Achilles heel, and he was easily lured. Yet, Gojo was no fool. After opening the box, he casually inquired, aren't you all typically averse to sweets? Why the sudden purchase? The bait had been taken. Panda feigned nonchalance. It's because Toge's aunt is heading to Kyoto for a business trip tomorrow, and Toge was worried she might get hungry on the way. So we bought these in the city. The group awaited Gojo's response with bated breath. After devouring several generous bites of cake, Gojo finally addressed them. Toge, this strawberry is not fresh. Next time, choose a different store. How delightful it felt to be cherished by his students. With that, Gojo happily departed, carrying the half-eaten cake, disappearing into thin air once more. Panda, Inumaki, and Inumaki Toge stood frozen in disbelief. What sort of development was this? Was he truly so unconcerned? Would he not ask a single further question? Gojo, come back. Meanwhile, Itadori Yuta silently covered his face with his hands. He had anticipated this very outcome. The list of those he owed apologies to had grown. Toj, Panda, Maki, I am truly sorry. Yuta contemplated various postures of contrition, determined to convey his remorse. Gojo, with the dessert box in hand, casually manipulated the fork in his mouth as his teeth danced up and down. A delicate pink cream adorned his lips, adding a touch of opulence to his visage. Suddenly, Gojo halted, his fork still mid-air. Off to Kyoto for a business trip. Most likely to meddle with that hapless scion of the Kumo family, manipulating matters once more. Poor little rabbit, unwittingly hopping into a trap, completely oblivious to its fate. TSK. Why should that concern him? Gojo resumed his stride, the fork in his mouth swinging lazily once again. Yet, he stopped again. Kyoto was the territory of the Zenin clan, who were notorious for their cunning schemes. That unfortunate little rabbit could very well end up as a trophy, its skin flayed for display. The mere thought of Zenin Gaku boasting about it to him irked Gojo immensely. He promptly pulled out his phone and dialed the number of a senior colleague, the sorceress Shoko Yeri, who worked at the Kyoto Jujutsu High. Hello, Shoko, he began. Didn't Yuta make your students cry last time? I thought I'd swing by to offer some guidance. I'm such a benevolent soul, though not entirely uninvited. The irate voice on the other end was laced with expletives like fool and shameless. With a foolish grin plastered on his face, Gojo shamelessly replied. But Shoko is rather weak, isn't she? Not much to teach, I presume. The call abruptly ended in a flurry of busy tones. Gojo nodded to himself in self-affirmation. Truly, there was no other option. For the sake of the students at Kyoto Jujutsu High, he would make the trip. Chapter 061. Gojo Satoru indeed went to Kyoto. Inumaki Sakura received a loaf of bread from Inumaki Toj, which both touched and puzzled her. The flight was not particularly lengthy. However, Toj's preparations filled Inumaki Sakura with joy. The Kyoto branch of Jujutsu High had dispatched personnel specifically for her reception, and the accommodation was conveniently located within the office district, safeguarded by Lord Tengen's barrier, ensuring utmost safety. Upon arrival, Inumaki Sakura could hardly contain her eagerness to peruse the notes left by the renowned sorcerer. Zenin Gaku understood that once Inumaki Sakura was fully engrossed, it would be nearly impossible to interrupt her. Thus, he promptly escorted her to the library. The library, though smaller than that of Tokyo, possessed a certain antiquity, with many documents having been transferred to Tokyo, while the originals remained in Kyoto. Perhaps due to the rarity of sorcerers in modern times, their history had faded into obscurity. Prostrate over a desk in the library, Inumaki Sakura examined the tattered notes before her, seemingly crafted from animal hide and inscribed with pigment. Just as Inumaki Sakura had surmised, ancient documents differed significantly from contemporary text. Translating them required considerable effort. Clearly, a mere day or two would not suffice. Zenin Gaku prepared chilled oolong tea and a few chocolate cookies to stave off fatigue for Inumaki Sakura. Surprised, she looked up to find the man smiling bashfully. Am I intruding, Miss Inumaki? You seem quite absorbed. As she meticulously transcribed the ancient notes into comprehensible modern language onto a blank page, Inumaki Sakura found herself needing no additional reference materials, as she was well versed in her family's ancient texts. Observing her inherent talent and restraint, Zenin Gaku felt a surge of admiration, akin to a white seagull soaring across the waves. Nodding, Inumaki Sakura reached for a small notebook to communicate her thoughts. When I'm reading, I tend to immerse myself completely. You needn't concern yourself with me. Please call me when the library is about to close. Zenin Gaku paused, awkwardly inquiring, Miss Inumaki, won't you join me for dinner? I'll manage to find something to eat later. Toj bought me this bread. That's simply won't he do. Zenin Gaku instinctively protested, eager to impress Inumaki Sakura with the exquisite kaiseki meal he had specially arranged. Hearing his words, Inumaki Sakura cast him a disapproving glance. Instantly, the man straightened, bowing respectfully. I apologize for my presumption. I shall heed your wishes, Miss Inumaki. Inumaki Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Excessive concern felt burdensome to her. Although the afternoon tea was a thoughtful gesture, she preferred to study in peace without interruptions. Water and such, I have my own cup. And their SAT corner in the resource room. Mr. Rakwanji, please take a break. You've accompanied me all this way. I shall continue with the translation of the notes. Dogroll Sakura very politely issued a gentle dismissal, and Rakwanji Gunny refrained from further comments. A touch of dejection washed over him. Indeed, Dogroll Sakura's focus was rather formidable. Yet, it might not bode well if her attention were directed towards him. Perhaps no man could sway her resolve. Quite well, Rakwanji Gunny began his self-reflection anew. Stepping out of the resource room, he lit a cigarette, and a junior supervisor waved joyfully as he approached. Rakwanji-san. It was a former junior of Rakwanji Gunny from his tenure at the high echelons of jujitsu in Kyoto. Their rapport had been quite amiable back then. Afterward, he was transferred to the Tokyo headquarters, and they kept in touch frequently. "Ah, Koyama," Rakwanji Gunny greeted, raising his hand with the cigarette. Kota Mumu Koyama immediately leaned in with a mischievous grin. "Is this the esteemed Miss Doggerel?" "Indeed," Rakwanji Gunny replied, even with a mask. Her beauty was evident, and her attire was quite traditional, reminiscent of a Yamato Nadeshiko. Rakwanji Gunny felt a swell of pride and playfully punched the young man on the chest. "No need for jest. Miss Doggerel is of consultant rank." "Oh, come on. Big brother, don't fool me. You're interested, aren't you?" Rakwanji Gunny took a puff from his cigarette and exhaled gently. "Not just interested. She is a candidate for a wife. Is that true? Big brother, are you planning to settle down?" Kota Mumu Koyama's expression shifted to one of surprise, before seemingly grasping the situation, pointing towards the sky. "I see, it's related to the higher-ups?" Rakwanji Gunny did not respond, instead playfully tapping his head. "Don't inquire about matters that don't concern you. Have you completed the tasks I assigned?" Understanding Rakwanji Gunny's words, Kota Mumu Koyama quickly acknowledged why he had been instructed to undertake those responsibilities. "I'm all set. The weather forecast indicates a heavy rain tonight. But she is a consultant. Would she really be afraid of such things?" Rakwanji Gunny revealed a knowing smile. He had worked alongside Doggerel Sakura for several months. Though she held the consultant title, she remained an ordinary girl, having never witnessed her wielding cursed energy, likely lacking in talent. A foreign environment could indeed provoke fear. Kota Mumu Koyama chuckled, scratching his head. "Initially, I thought Big Brother was trying to make things difficult for this consultant, but upon seeing Miss Doggerel in person, I understood. It's a romantic game you're playing, I assent it? You little blabbermouth. Oh dear, I'll be waiting for the good news from you." The two junior supervisors, with arms draped over each other's shoulders, appeared quite cheerful. After all, the resource room would not close until 9 o'clock, granting them time to relax. Unbeknownst to them, around dinner time, Satoru Gojo swaggered into the Kyoto Jujitsu High. The reluctant reception committee, the singerin, wore a grim expression, clad in a Miko outfit. A prominent scar marred her face, yet her delicate features remained discernible. However, her expression was anything but pleasant. "Gojo, you really came?" And had dismissed Gojo's phone call from the previous day, only to receive another just now, stating he had arrived at the school gate. She regarded the caller's name with disdain, akin to viewing refuse. Then Gojo made another call, his tone cheerful and elevated. If you don't come to greet me, I'll blow up your office." When Gojo spoke in that tone, it was no mere jest. And grit her teeth and made her way to the school gate, and upon laying eyes on Gojo, she felt a chill run down her spine. This was it. Gojo had completely lost it. Kyoto was doomed. Chapter 062, The Summer Storm. "What are you doing here?" And shouted, clutching her phone. The usually composed and, upon seeing Gojo, instantly lost her composure. When Gojo was merely a student at Jujitsu High, and had already graduated as a sorcerer, yet due to her limited abilities, she occasionally found herself on the receiving end of Gojo's antics. In a certain sense, they had known each other for quite some time, and now they were colleagues, and despised Gojo, particularly for his outrageous mouth. However, when it came to significant matters, she placed her trust in him. Gojo feigned innocence. "I mentioned I would assist the students of Kyoto in special training and provide some comfort. No need. And are you here to comfort me or to mock me?" Gojo cheerfully smacked his forehead. "Oh dear, is it that obvious?" In just a few months since enrollment, the non-aristocratic sorcerers had utterly overwhelmed the second and third-year students of Kyoto Jujitsu High. Such a splendid opportunity. And you don't want to capitalize on it to mock them? And found the man before her utterly detestable. That fellow, Yuta Okatsu, appeared shy and meek. Yet he was already a special-grade sorcerer. Although he lacked practical experience, his cursed energy and jujitsu prowess compensated for any deficiencies. That insufferable Gojo. "So, where are the students?" Gojo tilted his head, looking adorably innocent, and sighed in resignation. "There are no tasks today, so I allowed them to rest. If you wish to provide guidance, it will have to wait until tomorrow morning at 9. That one tea do, and this is truly lackadaisical. As a loser, how can you not train through the night?" Gojo's demeanor was simply unbearable. "What? Do the students from Tokyo train through the night as well?" Gojo nodded seriously, stroking his chin. "Of course." En's lips twitched slightly. "They merely stayed up all night to complete what was supposed to be your task." Gojo fell silent for a moment, then patted his stomach. "I'm hungry. Let us head to the cafeteria." "You scoundrel, you're not an employee of Kyoto. Pay for yourself. Why are you taking my employee's meal card?" The poor In, tormented by her junior colleague, was left utterly drained. The summer sky darkened a bit later, around 7:30, casting a gray hue. The temperature turned slightly cooler, and the scent of humid vapor filled the air. Summer rains could arrive without warning, accompanied by fierce monsoons. Gojo glanced at the sky. Ah, it's going to rain. And impatiently tossed the key to the boys' dormitory at the school to Gojo. I want to be serving you. If you want a guide, do it during the day. Once you've had your fun, hurry and leave. How cold-hearted and why hasn't Principal Rakwanji come to see me? And paused for a moment, aware that her principal was not fond of Gojo. But she and Rakwanji Kiyoshi were not in collusion. She was merely an employee, and although her family possessed sorcerer bloodlines, they were a small clan stationed at a temple. There was no need to engage in the struggles of the high-ranking. And sighed, Principal Rakwanji has his own matters to attend to. And I didn't inform him of your arrival. In an effort to avoid any potential conflict, and acted out of goodwill. However, Gojo shook his head disapprovingly. How could you not inform him? You ought to have properly notified Principal Rakwanji about our friendship between the Tokyo Jujutsu High and the Kyoto Jujutsu High. Principal Rakwanji is well connected. He will surely learn of my arrival. If you conceal it, be wary of facing repercussions. Satoru Gojo spoke with a teasing tone, yet in reality, he was assisting Shoko Iori in a delicate situation. This perhaps elucidates why, despite being playfully tormented for a decade, Shoko Iori could never truly harbor animosity towards Satoru Gojo. Shoko Iori felt a twinge of awkwardness. Fine, then I shall inform Principal Yagi that if you encounter any troubles, it's not my concern. Satoru Gojo shrugged. As if he had just heard a humorous anecdote. He too needed to possess such audacity. Feeling a headache brewing, Shoko Iori waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave. On her way, she called Yagi, explaining that Satoru Gojo had arrived at the Kyoto Jujutsu High School under the guise of mentoring students. Yagi's eyes widened in disbelief. That troublemaker, how did he come here? Equally astonished was Jinichi Yagi, who had just received the news from his grandfather. How did Gojo end up in Kyoto? Is it mere coincidence? From his observations, Wataru Koyanagi had not seen Gojo for quite some time, and there had been no developments in their relationship. It was likely just a coincidence. His grandfather's tone was somewhat irate, as it seemed like Gojo had come to mock the exchange event, rather than having any connection with Wataru Koyanagi. He sighed with relief. It was almost 9 o'clock, time to fetch Wataru Koyanagi. Wataru Koyanagi appeared rosy-cheeked and brimming with vitality, hardly resembling someone who had been intensely studying for over 5 hours. Clutching a translation notebook, her spirits seemed high. Jinichi Yagi felt somewhat uplifted as well. Miss Koyanagi appears quite cheerful? Wataru Koyanagi nodded, explaining that the notes were authored by a spellcaster working for the royal family, also a member of the Koyanagi lineage. Though the current translations consisted of the author's observations during royal duties, it was rare to discover anything other than the ancient texts within her family's library. Naturally, Wataru Koyanagi was elated. Would you like to dine in the city for dinner, Miss Koyanagi? I can drive you there. Wataru Koyanagi pondered momentarily before shaking her head and jotting down a note. Bread will suffice, but I would appreciate it if Mr. Yagi could procure some black tea and milk. Jinichi Yagi was delighted to be of assistance. Yes, Miss Koyanagi, I shall prepare it. The office apartment at the Kyoto branch was a cozy one-bedroom suite, typically reserved for well-performing assistant supervisors. The bedroom's large window offered a clear view of the brightly lit cityscape of Kyoto. The black tea prepared by Jinichi Yagi was of exceptional quality, though Wataru Koyanagi felt a bit burdened by it. However, she refrained from expressing her discomfort, considering it a gesture of kindness. Sipping the hot black tea with milk while enjoying her bread was comforting, and after reviewing her translation materials once more, Wataru Koyanagi retired to bed feeling at ease. However, a tempestuous storm struck at midnight, threatening to engulf the city. The bedroom window rattled violently in the wind, startling Wataru Koyanagi awake. It seemed the safety lock on the window was malfunctioning, as it blew open, pulling the curtains outside and filling the air with the mingled scent of rain and earth. The cacophony of nature's fury tugged at the compromised window, as if trying to consume the life within the room. Wataru Koyanagi was genuinely startled, wrapping herself in a blanket. She stuffed the translation notebook under her arm and opened the bedroom door, intending to seek refuge in the living room. To her dismay, the living room was already in disarray. Is everything ruined? This left Wataru Koyanagi utterly perplexed. Chapter 063, A Lonely Man and Woman in One Room. The howling winds and torrential rain left Wataru Koyanagi with no choice but to crouch down and minimize her presence, then took out her phone to message Jinichi Yagi. Assuming the text might go unheard, she opted to call instead. After a few beeps, the line connected, and Jinichi Yagi, seemingly groggy, answered. Miss Koyanagi, what is it? Unable to speak, Wataru Koyanagi's silence prompted Jinichi Yagi to swiftly access the message interface. Oh no, how could this happen? I will head over immediately, please don't panic. Miss Koyanagi. Wataru Koyanagi sighed with relief. In this unfamiliar environment, she felt isolated and helpless, but at least there was someone to assist her. Jinichi Yagi arrived promptly. draping a coat over her shoulders as he observed her huddled on the floor. He appeared somewhat irate. These individuals have been utterly negligent. I will certainly reprimand them tomorrow. Wataru Koyanagi felt a mix of helplessness and misfortune at having encountered such an incident. Jinichi Yagi cautiously began to assess the situation, unsure if they could reach anyone. He suggested, Miss Koyanagi, why don't you wait in my room for the time being? It's just one floor below. Wataru Koyanagi paused, suddenly feeling quite embarrassed. Sharing a room with a man was not entirely unfamiliar, but it was a different matter with the intimidating Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. This was a completely different circumstance. Turning back to glance at the chaotic room, the rain and wind sent a chill through her. She would be wearing a loose bathrobe to sleep, which felt somewhat inappropriate. Should she change into something more suitable first? Wataru Koyanagi had no time to grab her communication notebook and, imitating Koyanagi Toge, typed on her phone. I will go in to fetch my suitcase and change. Jinichi Yagi's eyes flickered with caution, yet it seemed he considered it an agreement. Clothes are of no concern. Allow me to retrieve it for you. Jinichi Yagi fetched the suitcase from the bedroom, the rain soaking his hair and clothing, clinging to his robust physique and accentuating his curves. Wataru Koyanagi felt a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. After hastily changing into a dry kimono in the restroom, she followed Jinichi Yagi down the hallway. His room was nearly identical to hers, differing only in floor level. The faint scent of incense wafted through the air, soothing her nerves. Please take a seat on the sofa, Miss Koyanagi. I will brew you a cup of hot tea. Wataru Koyanagi carefully settled onto the sofa, observing Jinichi Yagi as he busied himself in the open kitchen, drenched from the rain. As he presented her with a mug, she felt a slight calm wash over her. Nature's capriciousness was indeed terrifying, rendering humanity as ephemeral as mayflies. Once Jinichi Yagi had ensured Wataru Koyanagi was comfortable, he shyly pointed to himself. Miss Koyanagi, I will take a shower. If you find yourself bored, feel free to watch television. There are some DVDs shared by my colleagues on the table. Wataru Koyanagi nodded politely, curiously glancing at the table before grimacing. The selection consisted of horror films or murder mystery dramas, decidedly reflective of a male assistant supervisor's taste. Would one not feel frightened watching such things on a stormy night? Wataru Koyanagi reluctantly turned on the television, the sound of running water from the bathroom amplifying her discomfort. When would they be able to move to the new room? She randomly settled on a late-night food show, watching absent-mindedly. Just then, Jinichi Yagi emerged from the bathroom. Wataru Koyanagi nearly gasped. The man wore only a towel around his waist, his bare upper body revealing sun-kissed skin, muscles sculpted from regular exercise, exuding strength. Wataru Koyanagi quickly turned her head, fixating on the television. It was Jinichi Yagi who uttered an exclamation of surprise. Ah, I nearly forgot about Miss Dogroll. I shall attire myself at once. With that, she hurriedly made her way to the bedroom. Dogroll Wansakura felt a twinge of apprehension, for it was her first time witnessing an adult male's bare torso up close. She had never frequented public spaces like swimming pools or beaches. His physique was remarkably imposing, and for reasons she could not quite fathom, it sent a shiver down her spine. Lianji Xuani emerged from his room clad in a short-sleeved t-shirt and shorts, his cheeks flushed, presenting a rather endearing appearance. Dogroll Wansakura promptly picked up her phone. Mr. Lianji, have you been in contact with the assistant supervisor? Lianji Xuani wore an apologetic expression. I called, but there was no answer. I left a message and will try again shortly. Dogroll Wansakura resembled a wilted cabbage, her disappointment palpable. Lianji Xuani seated himself beside her, the warmth radiating from him palpable to the girl. Alas, the one-bedroom apartment's constraints left little room. The sofa was not particularly spacious. Dogroll Wansakura sat upright, feeling rather awkward, while Lianji Xuani appeared more at ease. If it becomes necessary, Miss Dogroll may rest here for the night. I shall take the sofa. You may lock the door for safety. Lianji Xuani flashed a sunny smile, seemingly understanding her concerns. Dogroll Wansakura felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps we will receive news. Very well. I shall keep you company while we wait. Lianji Xuani replied. He had seen Dogroll Wansakura without her mask before, usually when she was drinking or eating. This evening, however, she had no opportunity to don her mask, and her beautiful visage resembled that of a doll, her lips adorned with an enchanting indigo sigil that evoked the allure of a fairy. Lianji intentionally dimmed the orange lights, the television casting a soft glow upon Dogroll Wansakura's face, illuminating her sparkling purple eyes. Dressed in a kimono and sitting upright, she exuded a distinct charm. Unbeknownst to Miss Dogroll, she likely had no inkling of the allure she held over men. Swallowing hard, Lianji Xuani grasped the cup on the table and took a hearty sip of ice water. I shall attempt to call once more. Dogroll Wansakura nodded, and Lianji Xuani rose to make the call. In reality, he pretended to contact the apartment manager, who was indeed the responsible party. But it was hardly likely they would answer. I'm sorry, Miss Doggerel, but I still couldn't get through. Doggerel Wansakura wore a crestfallen expression as Lianji Xuani continued. Perhaps you should rest, and I will keep trying. I'll wake you the moment I receive any news. Although Doggerel Wansakura felt a bit weary, the thought of sleeping in a bed recently occupied by a man was beyond her. She shook her head resolutely, using her phone to say, Mr. Lianji, you should go rest. I can manage with the television. Lianji Xuani seemed to comprehend her discomfort and kindly suggested, then I shall take a stroll, Miss Doggerel. You may feel more at ease alone. Doggerel Wansakura quickly shook her head, feeling she had already imposed enough upon him. Outside, the wind and rain howled. Mr. Lianji, it's not that I'm worried about you. I just find it difficult to adjust. I hope you can understand. Thus, Lianji Xuani refrained from further comments, donning a resigned smile. Very well, I shall not disturb you any longer. There are beverages in the fridge. Feel free to help yourself. Chapter 064. The Reaper of Rainy Nights grants you a stay of execution. It was now 3 in the morning, a time when humans are prone to fatigue. After Lianji Xuani entered his bedroom, Doggerel Wansakura exhaled in relief. Hot tea often induces drowsiness, so she opted for a cold beverage, pressing it against her forehead to stay alert. Come on, Doggerel Wansakura, just 3 more hours until dawn. The faint scent of incense was truly soothing. The sofa was adorned with a soft, fluffy blanket that beckoned her to succumb to sleep. Doggerel Wansakura's eyes fluttered open and shut, her body enveloped in warmth, making her feel drowsy. The torrential rain and howling wind formed a white noise, while the world inside was tranquil and beautiful. A cozy night light, a quiet television show, and a plush sofa created an inviting atmosphere, and soon she drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she fell into a delightful cloud of cotton candy, stretching her limbs in bliss. Yet, the cotton candy slipped away, and she desperately tried to grasp the fleeting sensation of joy. A strange craving enveloped her, one she could not articulate. Miss Doggerel, Miss Doggerel, a voice called out to her, and she groggily opened her eyes to find Lianji Xuani looking worried, his hand gently resting against her forehead. Indeed, had she caught a cold? Perhaps she ought to take a warm bath. Your forehead is quite hot. The coolness of his touch was soothing against her skin. She craved the sensation of being touched. Startled by her own inner thoughts, Doggerel Wansakura attempted to rise, but the soft sofa held her captive. Just like when she had a fever as a child, her face felt flushed and she lacked strength. Lianji Xuani appeared anxious. Miss Doggerel is unwell. You cannot stay here. I shall carry you to the bedroom. Doggerel Wansakura longed to shake her head. It felt too intimate. Yet, as his hands encircled her neck and legs, she felt an almost overwhelming sense of comfort, nearly gasping aloud. She must have lost her sanity. Never had she felt so vulnerable and desperate for affection due to illness. Surely, she was losing her mind. Without resistance, she found herself in bed, clutching Lianji's sleeve, inadvertently brushing against his skin before withdrawing her hand. She struggled to raise her arm, attempting to signal for her phone. She wished to call Fushiguro, hoping he could come over and keep her company to help her feel more awake. Fushiguro was like family to her, someone who could offer her reassurance. Cognizant and considerate, Lianji Xuani seemed perplexed by her actions. He grasped her hand firmly, his eyes filled with concern. Miss Doggerel, please remain still. I will fetch a cool towel for you. The warmth of his skin felt sweet and intoxicating, clouding Doggerel Wansakura's reasoning. Without conscious thought, she returned his grasp, and a glimmer of light flickered in Lianji Xuani's eyes. Are you feeling unwell, Miss Doggerel? Worry not. I shall remain by your side. I cherish you deeply, and if it would ease your discomfort, I would do anything for you. I would live for you, Miss Doggerel. A wave of emotion surged within Doggerel Wansakura, not solely from gratitude, but from an uncontrollable urge. She felt fragile, yearning to be embraced, to be cherished, to be comforted. Her mind was muddled, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. Lianji Xuani, a figure of minor renown in both the underworld and the legitimate world of Kyoto, could easily procure high-quality medicine, especially for a sheltered girl like Doggerel Wansakura. She would remain oblivious, perhaps believing she had consented to it all. Lianji Xuani guided Doggerel Wansakura's hand to his chest, feigning that it was her own initiative. His face flushed with embarrassment, he stammered, Doggerel, is this what you desire? Be but. What? I can't hear you. In the warm embrace of the cotton-like softness beneath her hand, Dagakubo Sakurako felt a profound sense of discomfort stirring deep within her. A tumult of resistance that brought her to tears. How endearing it was. Yet, for Lianji Xuani, the desire within him had swelled to the point of pain, embodying a sacrifice for a noble cause. If it were the command of Miss Dagakubo, he felt he had no right to defy it. As his hand ventured beneath the hem of her kimono, brushing against her smooth, delicate skin, Sakurako's sobs grew more pronounced. Yet, curiously, her body reveled in the sensation. Could it be that she harbored a perverse inclination? With parted lips, she inhaled softly, and Schwanni's gaze flickered as he prepared to bestow a kiss upon her. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside. What could it be? Schwanni turned sharply, just as the locked bedroom door was assaulted with a second resounding thud. The door was kicked in. In an effort to see through the rain-soaked night, Satoru Gojo had unwound the bandages from his eyes, revealing a pair of exquisite orbs swirling with white mist, now transformed into the visage of an ominous specter, bearing a smirk laced with mockery and malice, the grim reaper gliding through the stormy night. Gojo's voice was chilling, colder than the torrential downpour outside. Yayanshi, I warned you. If you allow Miss Dagakubo to fall into danger due to your infatuation, you need not fear my intervention. Jogo will deal with you. He tilted his head, surveying the scandalous scene on the bed, raising his tone. I wonder how Jogo would react upon discovering his aunt in such compromising circumstances, pinned beneath you. Gojo, how did you end up here? You truly came to Kyoto because of Miss Dagakubo. Gojo's hands casually nestled in his pockets, a dangerous smirk gracing his lips. Who knows? But given the heavy rain, Jogo likely won't make it in time, so I shall take it upon myself to assist my dear student. Taking a deep breath, his demeanor remained unervingly composed. Yayanshi, you have indeed meddled with forces you should not have. Schwanni could scarcely recall how many times he had been kicked. For Gojo seemed uninterested in ending his life, yet he was intent on causing him severe distress. Dazed and disoriented, he found himself ensnared in sheets, dangling from the window like a cocoon buffeted by the tempest. Gojo, spare your words. I might genuinely lose control and harm you. However, now is not the time for curses. I must ensure Miss Dagakubo understands what you have done. Do you presume I would confess? If you refuse to cooperate, I shall eradicate both you and the Yayanshi clan from the realm of sorcery. Gojo's tone was as light-hearted as a child's game, one foot perched on the windowsill, miraculously untouched by the deluge. The 6 eyes reflected a god's disdain for mere insects. You may attempt to see just how far I am willing to go. In that fleeting moment, Schwanni glimpsed within Gojo's eyes a chilling, unwavering intent to kill. This was no jest. Gojo was indeed capable of such actions. Chapter 065. The Remarkable Miss Dagakubo. As Gojo re-entered the room, he found the hem of Sakurako's kimono twisted upward due to the brutish encounter, nearly revealing her fair thighs. An inexplicable agitation surged within him, a feeling he had never experienced before. It was akin to witnessing his cherished little rabbit being manhandled by a nefarious villain. Oh, how unfortunate for him. Perhaps he should return and sever the villain's hands. As he turned, he noticed Sakurako on the bed reaching out as if to grasp something. She was weeping, as though she had endured great injustices. Gojo's ire flared, yet he prioritized moving closer to her, observing the rhythmic movement of her lips. Was she about to speak? Oh, it was lip-reading. Miss Dagakubo exhibited remarkable self-control in the art of incantation. She was saying, Gojo-sensei. Suddenly, Gojo's anger dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of compassion. To his astonishment, he found himself feeling pity. He crouched beside the bed, attempting to comfort the distressed little rabbit. It's all right. It's all right. I'm here now. Everything will be fine. As Sakurako's hand brushed against his face, he was taken aback. It seemed she had found something comforting to touch. Her small fingers squirmed, her purple eyes brimming with tears, exuding a pitiful charm. Gojo felt himself stiffen. Sakurako, believing she was dreaming, had been roused from her fading consciousness by the earlier commotion. Upon seeing Gojo, her uncertainty faded, and the feelings of grievance and defiance she had harbored began to wane. She then perceived that the delicate figure of Gojo, with his pale skin, appeared quite malleable. Acting on instinct, she reached out, her touch eliciting a delightful warmth that made her toes curl, erasing any lingering resistance deep within her soul. How curious it was. Why? In the presence of Gojo, did her subconscious aversion vanish? Have you had your fill of touching? Gojo inquired, his tone tinged with irritation. His gaze upon Sakurako becoming somewhat unfocused, his head throbbing with frustration. Damn that little rabbit. This was the upper echelon of sorcery's office area, and Gojo found himself increasingly vexed, particularly within this room, on this bed. Removing his uniform jacket, he wrapped it around Sakurako and lifted her into his arms. Unconsciously, she nestled closer to him, prompting a pained expression to cross Gojo's face. Hey, Miss Dagakubo, could you refrain from your intrusive behavior? Stop touching me. Keep your hands to yourself. Now you realize that your actions are inappropriate, huh? The Dagakubo family's influence in this country extends beyond sorcery, intricately woven over millennia, with industries that are equally formidable. In Kyoto, the Gojo family possesses various establishments. Finding a hotel under their name would be a trivial matter. The young master could effortlessly teleport to an available room, only needing to notify someone later about the arrangements. While dealing with this bizarre incident would fall to the household staff, as Sakurako mindlessly squeezed and prodded, treating Gojo as though he were a delightful piece of pliable clay. He could hardly endure it. Yet, she had ceased her tears, perhaps realizing she was in the presence of Satoru Gojo. That particular man had quite the ego. Now, the pressing question remained: how to manage the restive hands of Miss Dagakubo. The vivacious young lady had gone rather wild this night. Gojo, who could have easily employed Limitless to shield himself, lay on his side, propping his head on his hand, watching Sakurako blink sleepily, her fingers wandering restlessly across his chest. It was truly a headache. What to do? Ultimately, nestled within Gojo's embrace, she seemed to find solace, her breathing becoming more even. Sakurako's body radiated warmth, her feminine fragrance intensified by the heat, and the loosened collar of her kimono revealed her graceful collarbone. There was no sense of urgency. Gojo had felt this way many times before. How overly trusting she was of him. Shifting from his previous position, he now found himself pressing against Sakurako, his hand propped beside her head, gazing down at her. Miss Dagakubo, what do you mean by this? Do you look down upon the young master Gojo? A strange desire for victory emerged. Satoru Gojo's spare hand clasped Doge Yoko's wrist, their fingers entwined and pressed against her side. He leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against her face as he malevolently quipped, Miss Doge, I am the exceedingly dangerous Satoru-sensei. Yoko, struggling to open her eyes, shifted uncomfortably, her captured hand instinctively tightening around his. The menacing smile that adorned Gojo's face faltered. Damn it, don't squirm. He abruptly sat up, crossing his arms in contemplation, pondering the alarming lack of awareness displayed by the little rabbit. It was imperative she understood that men could possess a darker side. What to do? Then soft, boneless arms encircled Gojo from behind, filling Yoko's sense of emptiness as though she were embracing a colossal plush toy. She became as still as a koala. Gojo's body stiffened like a steel board. It seemed that in Yoko's eyes, he was perceived as a saintly figure, untouched by the world. He was aware that Kumo's actions had been unsavory, yet Yoko remained oblivious. She didn't even comprehend what she longed for. With a rare sigh, Gojo mused that perhaps knocking her out would be simpler, though he wondered about the potential aftereffects, something he was uncertain about, having never experienced it. Alternatively, he could just hold her. Surely, that would calm her down. Resigned, he turned and gently flipped Yoko over, covering her with a blanket before lying beside her. The octopus-like rabbit was now in play. Upon her awakening, he would certainly admonish her and demand she treat him to 10 desserts. No, make it 100. Gojo thought maliciously. Yoko sensed Gojo's presence and found solace in it, her cotton candy embrace allowing her to relax completely. She tilted her head back, nuzzling against what felt like even softer cotton candy, and drowsily opened her eyes to see a pink confection before her. It appeared delectable. With a slight parting of her lips, she took a bite, savoring the sweetness that melted in her mouth. Suddenly, her cheeks were forcefully pinched, bringing her wandering consciousness back to reality. She gazed up, teary-eyed, at the large face before her. Gojo's pink lips bore suspicious moisture, and in the fully lit room, the flush on his face was unmistakable. A smirk crept across his lips, revealing sharp teeth in a teasing manner. Yoko, do you truly think I have attained enlightenment? This self-reference was one Gojo had not employed in quite some time, the last being during his student days when Geto had reminded him to at least maintain some decorum. He had ignored it then, but after Geto's betrayal, the admonition had been turned on its head. Now, it was Yoko who provoked it from him. Only someone troublesome could sway his emotions like this. Yoko, you are indeed remarkable. Chapter 066. You must become more ruthless. The sting in her cheeks finally roused Yoko from her daze. She gazed into Gojo's face, unable to decipher his words, only aware that it was his intervention that seemed to alleviate her discomfort. She yearned to express something profound, but found herself devoid of any appropriate means. Parting her lips, she silently mouthed a thank you. Gojo gritted his teeth in frustration. After such actions, she had the audacity to express gratitude with that innocent expression. Yoko, you truly are extraordinary. So, he simply wrapped her in the blanket like a sushi roll. We'll deal with everything else later. Just go to sleep. But Satoru-sensei, this is quite warm. Yoko squirmed slightly, yet remained powerless against her fate of becoming a sushi roll. Outside, the tempest raged on, yet with Gojo by her side. A sense of security enveloped her. Suddenly, she found herself unwilling to ponder further. All she desired was to sleep in this safe haven. The following day, after the storm had passed, the sky was left immaculate, as if washed clean. The auxiliary supervisors, on their way to work, looked up at the beautiful horizon, preparing to marvel at the new day when they inadvertently spotted an unidentified object outside the window of a certain apartment. Kumo had met with a significant mishap. He was battered and bruised, swathed in bed sheets like a cicada chrysalis, dangling outside the window of his temporary residence. The room itself was in disarray. likely a testament to the assailant's handiwork. Odamumu, who oversaw the architectural management of the sorcery high-rise, wore a look of terror. What on earth happened? Was it Yoko's doing? Yet Kumo had clearly stated he had never witnessed Yoko employing any sorcery. Rescued from his plight, Kumo emerged from the storm, his face devoid of color, seething with rage. Yet he understood that a far worse fate awaited him. Exposure, leading to his potential expulsion by Yoko. No, there had to be a way out. Gojo lacked evidence to prove he had drugged her, as it was not something tainted with cursed energy. And his 6 eyes would be of no help. Even in confrontation, Kumo felt confident. He could merely claim that Yoko had caught a fever from the rain, her mind slightly muddled, and that he had only thought she was showing him kindness. With heartfelt apologies and tears, her gentle and kind nature would surely lead her to forgive him. This situation garnered significant attention from the Kyoto Division's management. Kumo adopted a victim's demeanor, claiming that the window in Yoko's apartment was broken and lamentably requested her to join him in his room. While caring for the ailing Yoko, Gojo had arrived from an unknown source, likely under a misunderstanding, and had given him a sound thrashing. Gojo was known for his rebellious tendencies, and it was common knowledge that he was at odds with the conservatives. Thus, seeking out Kumo was entirely in character for him. Yoko had vanished, her phone left behind in her room, presumably taken by Gojo. Early that morning, Gojo was bombarded with calls from the Sorcery High Command. Amused, he glanced at the caller ID. They're early today. I should have let Kumo dangle outside for another 2 hours. Yoko stirred from her drowsy state, feeling as though she had just awoken from a bizarre and fantastical dream. In her dream, she had struggled to control her thoughts and actions, and she vaguely recalled seeing Satoru-sensei. When she finally sat up, she was taken aback by the unfamiliar surroundings. This was not the apartment in the office area. Instinctively on high alert, her reflexes kicked in, a remnant of her experience with Gojo's abduction. It was only upon seeing Gojo enter through the door that her tension eased. "Ah, Miss Doge, you're awake." Gojo's eyes were bandaged, and he held a phone, appearing to be in high spirits. Yoko felt a bit disoriented, her hands flailing in an attempt to communicate. Gojo, with an inexplicable understanding, seemed to grasp her intent. "You don't remember what happened last night. You were brought back to your room by Kumo, who had unsavory intentions towards you." Gojo's tone resembled that of an onlooker captivated by an enthralling film. Yoko endeavored to analyze the implications of those unsavory intentions. She faintly recalled feeling feverish from the rain, suddenly yearning for someone to care for her in this strange city. Instinctively shaking her head, she sought to explain herself to Gojo, but he advanced to the bedside, leaning forward in an aggressively suggestive manner, making Yoko freeze in place. Satoru Gojo curled the corners of his lips, his eyes obscured by bandages, leaving only a striking jawline visible. "So, Miss Inumaki, are you feeling frightened now? Shall I reenact what Yaga did to you last night?" With mischievous intent, he tugged at the thin blanket covering Inumaki's body, and as she became momentarily stunned, his slender fingers inadvertently brushed against her exposed calf. A shiver ran down Inumaki's spine, prompting her to hastily seek refuge beneath the blanket. Gojo paused, leisurely sitting at the edge of the bed, amusement dancing in his gaze as he observed her. It seemed her body still remembered. Inumaki recalled the conflicting emotions of desire and resistance that surged within her when Yaga made contact, driving her to the brink of madness. The uncontrollable sorrow that overwhelmed her brought forth tears. She despised this vulnerability, resenting the way her ailing self had morphed into such a state. Wrapped in the blanket, she resembled a hapless little rabbit, her pale face barely visible. She likely believed that the instigator of her turmoil was her own wavering will. Gojo, both amused and exasperated, chose to abandon his teasing and instead spoke earnestly. "Miss Inumaki, you have done nothing wrong. Your inability to resist stems from being ensnared in Yaga's web. It's akin to taking medicine when one is ill. He has fed you something special that incites a longing to be held." His tone was languid, often cryptic. Yet in this moment, Inumaki didn't perceive it as mere jest. It was indeed Yaga who had brought her to this state of yearning for an intimacy she had never experienced. The assistant, who gazed at her with reverence and sorrow, always approached her with an obedient and earnest demeanor. Suddenly, the image of Yaga's eyes flashed in Inumaki's mind, filled with a greedy and raw desire, as if he wished to devour her whole. "Why?" she silently questioned Gojo, her violet pupils brimming with confusion and despair. Gojo longed to say that Yaga had never been virtuous, yet he found himself astonished by the depths of the man's shamelessness. Perhaps there were many insidious subtleties he had overlooked. Yaga held affections for Inumaki, but Gojo abruptly realized that even this affection was tainted with something vile. Thus, he imparted a harsh truth to Inumaki. "Miss Inumaki, he is not someone deserving of your kindness. You must cultivate a sense of cruelty. Otherwise, in the end, it will be you who is treated with cruelty." Chapter 067. The growth of Miss Inumaki. Yaga had worked alongside her for several months, aside from his confession, which had taken her by surprise. She had never truly guarded herself against him. Inumaki was a traditional young lady, and such intimate encounters compelled her to confront her relationship with Yaga. Perhaps she could only accept what came naturally. Yaga had exploited this aspect, concealing his true intentions beneath a facade of humility. The thought emerged in Inumaki's mind, repulsing her to the point of retching. Gojo observed her as she covered her mouth. The naive young lady now confronting the sordid side of humanity, realizing that the grotesque desires would pervade her existence. Gojo averted his gaze, for he was not adept at offering comfort. Inumaki came to the realization that had it not been for Gojo's presence, she might have been forced to accept an unplanned man into her life. She suddenly grasped the sleeve of Gojo's coat. His attire appeared immaculate, undoubtedly a result of his meticulousness, yet after a night of turmoil, it had nearly been wrinkled into a mess. That damp, grateful gaze made Gojo feel inexplicably guilty, perhaps because he once harbored desires akin to Yaga's. "Oh dear, Miss Inumaki, do not look at me with such gratitude. I might not be a good person myself," he nonchalantly remarked. Inumaki resolutely shook her head. Gojo found the little rabbit to be quite foolish. Perhaps one day, when she discovered her true nature, she too would be repulsed to the point of retching. Gojo thought his musings absurd, yet felt a strange discontent. The phone in his pocket vibrated again. Likely the higher-ups in the sorcery realm eager to receive their comeuppance. "Are you ready, Miss Inumaki? Although what lies ahead is something you despise, you must face it. Do not allow others to perceive you as easily manipulated. You are the strongest descendant of the cursed word sorcerers. Merely shielding her would be futile." Gojo believed the best way was to facilitate Inumaki's growth. Growth is often harsh. Inumaki was a vivacious character, the very reason Gojo found himself captivated, yet at this moment, he remained unaware of the extent of his involvement as an audience member. Perhaps he had become a character in this narrative without realizing it. "So, little rabbit, are you prepared?" Gojo turned his head once more, a teasing expression gracing his features as he regarded Inumaki. However, he did not see panic or hesitation. Instead, he observed a resolute aura on her pristine face. For reasons unknown, Gojo felt an urge to ruffle Inumaki's hair. "Miss Inumaki, you are truly remarkable." Inumaki's cheeks flushed slightly. She understood that she could not retreat or easily forgive. She could no longer be deceived. She removed his large hand and, lacking paper and pen, spread open Gojo's palm, inscribing a silent thank you with her delicate fingertips. As her fingertips grazed his palm, Gojo's fingers involuntarily twitched. He envisioned Inumaki with her moist lips, the curse marks on her tongue faintly visible, seducing him like a siren. He could easily evade this encounter, yet Gojo felt ensnared by a terrifying curse. It was not until those soft lips kissed him, unceremoniously extending the precious tongue of a sorcerer to taste him, that he was jolted back to his senses. He was not one to enjoy being manipulated, nor did he relish the intoxicating haze of alcohol. Yet, in that moment, he reveled in the pleasure Inumaki bestowed upon him. This was rather troubling. Gojo seemed lost in thought, though his eyes remained concealed. Inumaki tilted her head and waved her hand in front of him. Gojo, feeling a dryness in his throat, suddenly inquired, "Miss Inumaki, do you remember what transpired between us last night?" Inumaki furrowed her brow, struggling to recall. But she felt entirely at ease with Gojo. There might have been some physical contact, but she understood from their last encounter that Gojo would not dwell on such matters. Instead, it was she who had been perturbed, secretly nursing her frustration for several days, now finding it somewhat amusing. Thus, Inumaki offered a gentle smile, shaking her head to indicate her lack of recollection. Gojo stared into her clear violet eyes, feeling a mix of exasperation. Very well, if she didn't remember, then she didn't. What was it to him? Finally, Gojo connected the call with the sorcery higher-ups, and the representative from Kyoto nearly shrieked in response. "Satoru Gojo, your actions are utterly outrageous. What on earth transpired, and where is advisor Inumaki?" Gojo distanced the microphone, wary of any unsavory sounds tainting his ears. "The pursuit of justice requires no accolades. Miss Inumaki is safe. You had better provide us with an explanation for the assault on the advisor's assistant. The higher-ups have every right to admonish you." Gojo smiled lazily as he spoke. "And what of the attack on the advisor? Should it not be categorized as a matter for a sorcerer to handle? Or shall I clean up the mess myself?" Gojo's irreverence was palpable, his words veiling a thinly disguised threat. Only Yoyanji Jinii harbored guilt within, while the other core members of the Kyoto Prefectural Bureau felt indignant. It was imperative to meet with Inumaki Wazuki immediately to clarify what had transpired. If Gojo's recklessness had led to grievous harm to a staff member of the sorcery elite, he must face appropriate consequences. As noon approached, Gojo and Inumaki Wazuki finally arrived at the office of the sorcery elite in Kyoto. Wazuki's kimono had been freshly pressed, and she had acquired new wooden sandals. She appeared unharmed, though the absence of her mask and the cursed mark of Inumaki on her lips exuded an unsettling aura. Yoyanji Jin'i's eyes flickered as he approached her. His voice tinged with a tremor. Miss Inumaki, it is a relief to see you unharmed. Is your health improving? Has the fever subsided? His face bore the remnants of Gojo's earlier confrontation, hastily attended to, yet he still appeared pitiable. Noticing Wazuki's silence, he turned to confront Gojo. Mr. Gojo, your behavior is utterly excessive. You have injured me and taken Miss Inumaki away. What on earth did you do to her? Gojo chuckled. Clearly impressed by Yoyanji Kage's talent for nurturing individuals, such a character would be wasted on the stage. Whispers filled the conference room, and Wazuki cast a calm glance around. The usually reticent advisor Inumaki now seemed transformed. What had transpired to cause such a drastic change in her demeanor overnight? Surely, she had not contracted Gojo's madness? Chapter 068, A Decisive Strike, The Cunning Gojo. After taking her seat, Wazuki retrieved a new notebook from her obi and began to write. Last night, a torrential downpour damaged all the windows in my room, leaving me no choice but to seek assistance from Mr. Yoyanji. However, he was unable to contact any staff, so I had to wait in his room. The head of the Kyoto branch, a man in his 60s, paled upon reading this and immediately exclaimed, Oda, what is the meaning of this? Did you not inspect the room assigned to advisor Inumaki beforehand? The summoned Oda Mumu stood, drenched in cold sweat, and promptly apologized. I sincerely apologize for my negligence. Moreover, why was I unable to reach you? I was not on duty that night, he replied. But you are the head of the building's operations. Yes, I acknowledge my shortcomings and willingly accept the consequences. The head of the Kyoto branch sighed in relief. Although an advisor with little power, her status still warranted consideration. With Wazuki's matter seemingly resolved, it was time to address Gojo's indiscriminate violence. Gojo, why did you suddenly appear in the Kyoto prefecture? You were not assigned here on any official task, were you? Gojo lounged in a chair at the back corner behind Wazuki, one leg draped over the back of the recording official's chair. Am I a criminal? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? You have injured the advisor's assistant and taken the advisor without permission. Gojo paused, contemplating the absurdity of the accusation. As he prepared to respond, he noticed Wazuki had already begun to write again. The man felt inexplicably satisfied, stifling a yawn and remaining silent. Gojo, are you at a loss for words? Just as Gojo would often harass the old Tangerine, the sorcery elite was now in search of a legitimate reason to punish him. Yet, Wazuki's scribbling interrupted the proceedings. Mr. Yoyanji acted inappropriately towards me. It was teacher Gojo who saved me. Such simple words, yet Wazuki's expression remained composed, while the conference room erupted in chaos. Yoyanji Jin'i could scarcely believe that this timid and traditional woman would openly declare herself a victim of misconduct in front of an audience. Had she lost her mind? How dare she speak such things? Gojo too was taken aback by Wazuki's bold statement. His languid demeanor shifted, taking on a more serious tone. Yoyanji Jin'i felt a swell of indignity as he gazed at Wazuki. What are you saying, Miss Inumaki? How could I possibly act inappropriately towards you? I cared for you while you were ill due to the ring. You expressed your gratitude, and I treated you with utmost respect. How can you now claim that I acted inappropriately? What a sensational scandal, an attractive young female advisor and an impetuous male assistant. Had Gojo not reminded her of the reality, Wazuki might have truly believed that her feelings from that night were a figment of her imagination. But now she stood firm. Her actions were not of her own volition, and she had not willingly engaged in any misconduct. Yoyanji Jin'i was simply trying to absolve himself and was willing to cast Wazuki into the spotlight of shame. How revolting. Remembering Yoyanji Jin'i's past declarations of love, Wazuki felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Yoyanji, do you understand the consequences of defaming an advisor? This was the first time Wazuki had penned such an authoritative statement, leading Yoyanji Jin'i to wonder if she had been possessed by Gojo. Those violet eyes, now icy, bore into him. Yoyanji Jin'i had always thought Wazuki to be easily manipulated, yet now he felt a chill run down his spine. Miss Inumaki, has Gojo been filling your head with nonsense? Do not be deceived. Please do not portray me as an ignorant girl. I am an advisor to the sorcery elite and the head of the Inumaki family. The pressure intensified once more as the young woman in kimono straightened her back, her penmanship exuding an air of composure. Wazuki had broken free from Yoyanji Jin'i's grasp, and he was now in a state of panic. It must be that Gojo threatened you. What did he do to you that compelled you to speak this way? The depths of depravity and malice were evident in Yoyanji Jin'i's contorted visage, leaving Wazuki feeling utterly disillusioned. He likely had not anticipated that she would openly speak of shameful matters, rendering him powerless to defend himself. It seemed that in Yoyanji Jin'i's eyes, she was simply a pawn to be manipulated. Yoyanji, This marks your second unfounded slander against me, and from this day forth, I will no longer require your assistance. Yoyanji Jin'ai collapsed helplessly into his chair, unable to comprehend why Wazuki had placed such unwavering trust in Gojo, given their limited interactions. What secrets lay hidden from him? Miss Inumaki, what evidence do you have to prove that I committed those acts? You were the one who seduced me. Yoyanji Jin'ai, unable to fulfill the tasks set by the sorcery elite, decided to abandon all restraint. Wazuki's pupils constricted. She had not anticipated Yoyanji Jin'ai's audacity to stoop so low. Evidence. Evidence. It was indeed unfortunate that Wazuki had no proof to substantiate Yoyanji Jin'ai's nefarious intentions. Yoyanji Jin'ai donned a sinister smile, and after a moment of silence, Gojo suddenly raised his voice. What was that name again? Odamumu Mountain. Odamumu Mountain appeared as though he were a sieve, and Satoru Gojo casually remarked. I recall that you share a close relationship with Kurenai Yakuin, don't you? I know nothing at all. Yesterday afternoon was dreadfully dull. So I intended to visit Miss Inumaki in the office area when I spotted you sneaking around the apartment building. You seem to delight in photographing humiliation. Oh, I meant documenting. Gojo said as he produced his phone, revealing a video. There it was, a shocking sight of Odamumu Mountain smashing a component of the window with a hammer, demonstrating just how easily the window could be blown open. Odamumu Mountain's complexion turned ashen while Gojo wore a villainous grin. What is this? It appears your Kyoto division does not welcome Miss Inumaki and has resorted to bullying her. Odamumu Mountain was merely a low-level manager, lacking the familial backing that Kurenai Yakuin had. His actions were intended to curry favor with Kurenai Yakuin, but having been caught tampering with the advisor's residence, he feared he might even lose his job. Odamumu Mountain's face grew pale as he pointed at Kurenai Yakuin, exclaiming, yes. It was Kurenai who instructed me to damage the window of advisor Inumaki's room, so that he might have the opportunity to invite her to his own quarters. I had no idea it would escalate to this. I thought Kurenai merely wished to become closer to advisor Inumaki. Gasps filled the conference room, and Inumaki Wazakura turned in surprise to look at Gojo. The man playfully shook his phone, revealing a sly smile. A trump card, revealed at the last moment, is always more entertaining. Chapter 069, No Mercy for Villains. Kurenai Yakuin had not anticipated that Gojo would possess such a card. Thus, yesterday afternoon, unbeknownst to all, he had stealthily infiltrated the sorcery high-level office area. That cunning man. No matter how much the sorcery upper echelons wished to protect Kurenai Yakuin, the victim this time was Inumaki Wazakura. The sorcery high-ups had no intention of clashing with Inumaki Wazakura. They needed her lineage and sought to exhibit as much friendliness as possible. The head of the Kyoto branch had already been informed by the highest authorities, only to discover that the legitimate heir of the Kurenai family was a fool, caught in his own schemes by Gojo. Why must it be Gojo of all people? Now, even his former colleagues were pointing fingers at Kurenai Yakuin. What escape route remained? Kurenai Yakuin was at a loss, facing the sudden accusation. Realizing he had no chance to argue his case, he suddenly ran a few steps and knelt before Inumaki Wazakura, beginning to weep profusely. Miss Inumaki, it is all my fault. I was too fond of you, yet you have always ignored me. I was blinded. I only wished for you to notice me. I never intended to truly harm you. I merely sought to create an opportunity to captivate your heart. Kurenai Yakuin was quite adept at evading responsibility, transforming the situation into a tale of a pure-hearted man's clumsy attempts at courtship. Inumaki Wazakura, gentle and amiable in nature, had never been harsh on anyone. Here was Kurenai Yakuin, a grown man, prostrating himself on the floor and crying pitifully, reaching out his hand as if to grasp Inumaki Wazakura's kimono. Gojo propped his chin on his hand, a smile gracing his face as he observed the scene, reminiscent of a cinematic moment. He was eager to see how Inumaki Wazakura would react. Would the kind-hearted Miss Inumaki forgive Kurenai Yakuin and merely dismiss him without a second thought? Inumaki Wazakura sat upright, gazing at Kurenai Yakuin's outstretched hand. She pushed her chair back, producing a harsh sound against the floor. Kurenai Yakuin was stunned, looking at Inumaki Wazakura in disbelief. Her gentle, smiling violet eyes, however, now bore an unfathomable depth as she regarded him with an unfamiliar gaze. The advisor Inumaki wrote meticulously, I am the party involved. I understand better than anyone that your actions are criminal. If the sorcery high-ups do not impose severe punishment, I shall resign from my advisory position. Inumaki Wazakura was unaware of how highly the sorcery upper echelons valued her. Thus her words were tantamount to a death sentence for Kurenai Yakuin. The head of the Kyoto branch's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly responded, I comprehend advisor Inumaki's intent. I shall contact the Tokyo headquarters immediately to ensure Kurenai receives the punishment he deserves. Gojo finally sensed something amiss. Why did the sorcery high-ups favor Inumaki Wazakura so? Kurenai Yakuin was, after all, the legitimate heir of Kurenai Yoshinobu, and the Kurenai family held some influence. As the leader of the conservative faction, he was a loyal dog to the highest authorities. Yet, upon hearing Inumaki Wazakura's intent to resign, they immediately agreed to punish Kurenai Yakuin severely. This felt rather peculiar. Did it not? Inumaki Wazakura had not contemplated such intricacies. She sighed in relief, feeling exhausted after accomplishing something so confrontational for the first time. She recalled Gojo's words. When Kurenai Yakuin had pleaded on his knees, she felt a twinge of compassion. She had considered merely preventing him from working by her side, leaving the matter of how the sorcery upper echelons dealt with him to them. However, Gojo had remarked, Miss Inumaki, he is not someone deserving of your kindness. You must be more ruthless. Villains will not appreciate your generosity. They will only see you as a soft target. The moment they find an opportunity, they will forget your past forgiveness and tear you to shreds in a fit of hysteria. Thus, Inumaki Wazakura resolved to punish Kurenai Yakuin decisively. The first time she had truly exploded in anger, Inumaki Wazakura felt weary, her exhaustion magnified by the multitude of eyes scrutinizing her in the conference room. She suddenly felt overwhelmed, as if her facade of strength were about to crumble, her eyes stinging, yearning to flee. Gojo leisurely rose and positioned himself behind Inumaki Wazakura, placing his hands on her shoulders. He became her pillar of support, wearing a teasing expression as he surveyed the sorcery upper echelons in the conference room. Miss Inumaki, let us depart. It is time for you to review your materials. Do not waste time on trash. The large hand on her shoulder lent Inumaki Wazakura strength as she stood, performing a graceful bow that was dignified yet unyielding. As she turned to leave, the sound of her wooden sandals echoed, leaving behind an impressively upright silhouette. The conference room fell silent, all present too wary to move, their eyes fixed on the two as they exited. It was not until Inumaki Wazakura reached the elevator that she felt her legs weaken and falter. Those once steady, profound eyes now resembled those of a frightened rabbit. Hurriedly, she took out a small notebook and wrote, Teacher Gojo, did I perform adequately? Gojo chuckled softly, his gaze lingering on her bright, sparkling eyes, suddenly finding her endearing. In a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, he replied, Miss Inumaki is truly remarkable. You performed splendidly. Inumaki Wazakura beamed with genuine joy, feeling as though she had taken a significant step forward. But, Teacher Gojo, is there a particular reason for your sudden visit to Kyoto? Inumaki Wazakura realized belatedly, feeling relaxed, that she had consumed much of Gojo's time. Gojo casually scratched his white hair, replying nonchalantly, Oh, I was preparing to train some students at the Kyoto Sorcery High School, and happened to learn that Miss Inumaki was also in Kyoto. Inumaki Wazakura harbored no suspicion, even feeling somewhat grateful for the universe's arrangement. It feels as if the heavens have favored me, had it not been for this coincidence. I cannot fathom what might have transpired. Such coincidences are rare. Foolish rabbit, Gojo smirked, seemingly casually remarking. What would happen if I were absent? Miss Doggerel was momentarily taken aback. Merely contemplating the situation caused her expression to become quite dreadful, her fingers gripping the small notebook turning pale. There was no need for written words. Satoru Gojo was already aware of the answer. It would likely be submission. It appears that Miss Doggerel has much room for growth ahead of her. With malicious intent, he pinched her nose, depriving her of breath. And Doggerel Wazakura endured the assault with pitiful resignation. In the absence of resignation, Miss Doggerel would have no choice but to witness me and Toj potentially dispose of Rakuinji. Such ominous words. Does dispose of imply murder? Surely it need not come to that. Doggerel Wazakura shook her head, and as Satoru Gojo's hand moved along her nose, the man offered a resigned smile. My sincerest apologies. I am not one to exhibit mercy. After all, the thought of murder had already crossed my mind amidst the rain-soaked night. I refrained from eliminating Rakuinji merely because I deemed his demise too convenient. Miss Doggerel, I am far from the benevolent individual you perceive me to be. The girl gazed at herself with gratitude and joy, prompting Satoru Gojo to sigh and avert his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, despite frequent complaints from those around him, he had already become a figure of trust for many. For this is Satoru Gojo. Chapter 070, The New Assistant. Izumi. Rakuinji had not only been stripped of his position, but was also incarcerated within the Sorcery Realm's prison. This was a grave punishment, demonstrating the High Sorcery Authority's considerable regard for Doggerel Wazakura. The sorcery hierarchy announced they would soon select a new assistant, and Doggerel Wazakura had little to say on the matter. She would no longer treat those who erred with leniency, especially in professional matters. There would be no repeat of Rakuinji's mistakes. Satoru Gojo finally set about tormenting the students of the Kyoto Prefectural Sorcery School, and upon hearing that Rakuinji Kiyoshi had fallen ill due to this incident, he couldn't help but mock him. Anka, the songstress, found herself overwhelmed, yet felt powerless against Satoru Gojo. 5 days passed, and Doggerel Wansakura meticulously translated all the notes left by the sorcerer into contemporary language, compiling them into a volume. When it was time to return, Satoru Gojo also bid farewell to Enka, who wept tears of joy. The sorcery high authorities had finally chosen a new assistant, specifically dispatched from Tokyo to Kyoto to escort Doggerel Wansakura back. Upon seeing this individual, Satoru Gojo finally comprehended the dissonance within the sorcery hierarchy. The elder Izumi, a chief advisor, was also suspected to be one of the unseen highest authorities. The Izumi clan had wielded political power over a millennium ago, a noble sorcerer lineage, albeit lacking in formidable strength, yet undeniably adept in politics. This new assistant was the elder Izumi's younger son, a child of late birth whom he doted upon. Izumi Akira, the liaison to the window government, had been sent as an assistant. The mother of Izumi Akira was the elder Izumi's second wife, an exceptionally beautiful actress, which accounted for Izumi Akira's striking appearance. He was the epitome of a young nobleman, possessing alluring Danfeng eyes, and though he had reached his 30s, he appeared remarkably youthful. If Rakuenji could captivate most women, then Izumi Akira was irresistible to both genders. The sorcery hierarchy was intent on surrounding Doggerel Wansakura with young male assistants, each possessing some familial background. Were they hoping to arrange a union with the Doggerel family? Were they fearful that their proximity to Doggerel Wansakura would grant her another formidable ally, thus resorting to a strategy of deploying handsome men? Did Satoru Gojo truly require assistance? The sorcery hierarchy appeared rather naive. Moreover, did they not realize that the Doggerel family was already in possession of their own strength? Satoru Gojo suddenly understood and felt a twinge of discontent as he watched the elegant and handsome new assistant open the car door for Doggerel Wansakura. He experienced the sensation of his cherished little white rabbit being whisked away. Are you heading to the airport, Mr. Gojo, or do you have other plans? The Izumi family and the Gojo family were ostensibly at odds, yet Izumi Akira's demeanor remained courteous. The Izumi clan understood the significance of the Gojo family within the sorcery realm, and there was no doubt that Satoru Gojo was the strongest of his generation. Despite his eccentric behavior, he still operated within the established rules of the sorcery domain. For instance, only one Six Eyes would emerge in a given era, and even if the current Six Eyes were to perish, a new one would soon arise from the Gojo lineage. Not all Six Eyes would share Satoru Gojo's rebellious nature. A century hence, the Six Eyes would no longer embody him. The Izumi clan envisioned a different paradigm. They did not believe Satoru Gojo could truly disrupt the power structures built over many years. Without absolute certainty of eliminating him, it was wiser to refrain from undue concern. Even in the presence of Satoru Gojo, Izumi Akira remained composed and unflustered, entirely devoid of the tension that Rakuenji had exhibited when confronted by Satoru Gojo. The old-timers were remarkably swift. The previous assistant had barely settled in before the new one arrived. Izumi Akira nodded. Rakuenji has been punished for his transgressions. I will diligently fulfill my responsibilities henceforth. Satoru Gojo found no reason to create obstacles, and, feeling somewhat glum, squeezed his way to Doggerel Wansakura's side. Are you returning together with Teacher Gojo? Indeed. Very well. Doggerel Wansakura appeared quite jubilant, which inexplicably lifted Satoru Gojo's spirits. Speaking of immaturity, Satoru Gojo, one must acknowledge that you are far more juvenile than the sorcery hierarchy. Perhaps it was because Satoru Gojo was by her side that Doggerel Wansakura felt a sense of security. She requested him to keep the matter of Rakuenji Kiyoshi confidential from Toge, to spare him any worry. As for the reason behind the assistant's replacement, any convenient excuse would suffice. Miss Doggerel owes me a great many favors, he remarked deliberately for Izumi Akira, who was attentively driving and seemingly indifferent. Doggerel Wansakura felt a bit embarrassed. As for the previous token of gratitude, Teacher Gojo has yet to consider it. Let us keep owing each other. I have no ideas at present. The route back would first pass by the sorcery high school, so Izumi Akira took Satoru Gojo home first. Mr. Gojo, I am grateful for your assistance to Miss Doggerel on this occasion. Izumi Akira offered a subtle smile, as though thanking an outsider. Satoru Gojo chuckled heartily and, before exiting the vehicle, affectionately ruffled Doggerel Wansakura's hair, as if petting a small animal. Izumi Akira remained impassive. The return journey was somewhat awkward, unlike Rakuenji, who was verbose. Izumi Akira was a man of few words, perhaps aware that Doggerel Wansakura preferred tranquility. He treated her without excessive reverence, as if they were equals. Miss Doggerel, aside from work, I generally will not intrude. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me. Doggerel Wansakura nodded, still feeling somewhat unsettled due to the Rakuenji affair. Izumi Akira did not linger, driving off, while Fushiguro Megumi, waiting at the entrance, observed Doggerel Wansakura's contemplative demeanor with curiosity. Miss, where's Rakuenji? Doggerel Wansakura's eyes flickered, and she wrote in her notebook, Due to a transfer, the assistant has changed. Fushiguro Megumi felt quite pleased. He was not fond of Rakunji. As for the new assistant, he seemed to be a person devoid of significant emotion, somewhat inscrutable. Returning to a realm of absolute tranquility, Inumaki Sakura could finally immerse herself in the translated materials. This collection of notes from a sorcerer, largely overlooked by the jujitsu community, concealed elements that piqued her interest. It detailed a new offering ceremony held within the imperial court of Heian-kyo, where the author of the notes witnessed a witch presiding over the ritual. The witch, her face veiled beneath a black lace hat, performed a celestial dance before the grand shrine dedicated to the deities during the emperor's offering. Her flowing black robe, adorned with intricate landscapes, swirled elegantly, momentarily lifting the hem of her veil. The note's author claimed to have glimpsed the corner of the witch's mouth, marked with the sigil of the Inumaki clan. Yet, he pondered whether he had misinterpreted, for the witch of the new offering was an extraordinary honor. If indeed such a figure emerged from the family, it would be impossible for it to go unrecorded. For reasons unknown, Inumaki Sakura felt an unwavering conviction that the note's author had not erred. She could not comprehend why she was so certain. Chapter 071. A glimpse of an iceberg from 1,000 years ago. That night, Inumaki Sakura dreamt once more, perhaps due to her deep engagement with the sorcerer's notes. She found herself envisioning a grand new offering ceremony. This was a ritual conducted by the emperor to pay homage to the deities, celebrating the bountiful harvest and the promise of peace and prosperity. In her dream, she stood upon a high platform, observing the emperor and empress, clad in white ceremonial garments, humbly kneeling on the steps below. The plains in the distance were densely populated with thousands of worshippers. Yet, the body she occupied remained motionless, serenely confronting the throngs of kneeling souls. Musicians began to chant, ancient instruments resonating with solemn melodies, and Inumaki Sakura's body moved as if pulled by invisible strings, unconsciously dancing toward the magnificent shrine, devoid of any deity's statue. Yet she felt an instinctive certainty that someone lurked behind it. That presence was the dual-faced Sukuna. Inumaki Sakura was oblivious to the reason behind the body's sorrowful dance. Her vision, shrouded by the veil, rendered her akin to a butterfly poised to take flight, yearning for the distant heavens. Yet, someone seized her, tearing the scene apart, morphing it into a blur before reshaping it into a new tableau. She found herself face to face with the dual-faced Sukuna. The man's four hands appeared strangely disconcerting, the flickering candlelight casting shadows on his features, while the other pair of eyes, slightly closed, softened his otherwise striking visage. "Do you believe my choice is just?" Sukuna smiled wearily, a look that left Inumaki Sakura perplexed. Perhaps the body's owner had no intention of speaking, hence, she remained silent. Sukuna, displaying dissatisfaction, pushed a wine jug toward her. "You're no mute. Why the reluctance to speak? Drink this." The body's owner shook her head. Yet Sukuna's smile turned cruel as he effortlessly pressed her down onto the soft cushions with his four hands. Inumaki Sakura felt an overwhelming fear. This dream was alarmingly vivid, enabling her to sense the warmth of Sukuna's grasp. She parted her lips, emitting a sound. "Fallen, you will not halt, will you?" It was a language she could not comprehend, and she felt like a spectator peering through another's eyes, powerless to intervene. Her neck was gripped tightly, but she sensed that Sukuna did not intend to strangle the body. His icy smile gradually morphed into madness. "I am a being of freedom. Nothing in this world can bind me, not even time." Inumaki Sakura felt her vision blurring, and when she awoke again, dawn had yet to break. She sat up, her hand instinctively caressing her throat. A terrifying revelation dawned upon her. In the dream, she had finally heard the voice of the body's owner. It was her own voice, conversing with Sukuna. If her initial encounter with the illustrations on the parchment had led her to dream of Sukuna by mere chance, then the subsequent occurrences could not simply be coincidences. Inumaki Sakura found the frequency of these coincidences too peculiar. Perhaps it was a sign from her ancestors. Sukuna's fingers. The Hosei Palace. Inumaki Sakura suddenly had a realization. She needed to find a way to meet Lord Tenjin, for he must possess knowledge of some sort. Even if it seemed a rude interruption, the vividness of her dreams was too unsettling. She implored Gojo Satoru to accompany her to seek Lord Tenjin. The man, upon reading her message, appeared somewhat surprised. What prompts such urgency to meet Lord Tenjin after just one trip to Kyoto Prefecture? Could it be related to clues about the curse plaguing the Inumaki family? Yet, even Gojo Satoru found it daunting to secure an audience with Lord Tenjin. He relayed her request to the supervising assistant responsible for Lord Tenjin, and astonishingly, Lord Tenjin agreed to meet her. However, he insisted on seeing Inumaki Sakura alone, much to her astonishment and excitement. Lord Tenjin is indeed a perplexing figure. Perhaps the incident involving your inadvertent entry into the Hosei Palace's storeroom was not mere coincidence. Teacher Gojo, what does this mean? Surely, a sorcerer who had lived for a millennium and mastered barriers and seals would not allow Sukuna's fingers to roam freely. Gojo pointed to his own throat, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, deliberately instilling fear. Perhaps it was Lord Tenjin who manipulated the situation. Be wary of another assault from those fingers. Inumaki Sakura shivered, fear evident in her demeanor. The supervising assistant led her to the entrance of a storeroom, gesturing for her to proceed. This is the passageway Lord Tenjin has opened for you. Inumaki Sakura nodded in gratitude and pushed the door open. As before, after a few steps, the door behind her vanished. But this place did not resemble a storeroom. It was entirely unfamiliar. Traversing a corridor, her vision suddenly widened to reveal a towering tree growing from the depths of the earth, its lush canopy blending seamlessly into the darkness above, obscuring her view. Surrounding the tree were progressively taller structures that, upon closer inspection, appeared to be miniature versions of homes meant for deity worship. Inumaki Sakura surveyed her surroundings, but saw no other souls present, when an aged, raspy voice echoed from above. Inumaki, I hear you wish to see me. Startled, she quickly wrote, Thank you, Lord Tenjin, for agreeing to my visit. I cannot reveal myself, but I can perceive what you write. You seek me out regarding the Inumaki family? Inumaki Sakura nodded eagerly, scribbling yes in her notebook. Lord Tenjin sighed. The last time he had remained silent. Yet now he seemed willing to speak. She wondered what had inspired this change. You are likely well versed in the historical records of the Inumaki clan. But I must inform you that what you have seen is merely a fragment of one lineage's legacy. Inumaki Sakura held her notebook tightly, seemingly taken aback. As Lord Tenjin continued, you may have heard of another lineage that seeks to eradicate the art of jujitsu entirely, wishing to ensure that the bloodline of sorcerers no longer exists in this world. Within a family, two divergent visions of the future emerged, leading to a profound schism. The legacy of the Doge family, passed down through generations, revolves around unraveling the so-called curse, thereby restoring the glory of the sorcerers. That so-called curse indeed. The Doge family is cursed, yet the specifics remain shrouded in mystery. As an outsider, all that Lord Tenjin could ascertain was this. The Doge family eventually divided into two factions, one that eschewed the lineage of sorcerers, and another that sought to resist the alleged curse, determined to preserve the bloodline of the sorcerers. Lost in thought, Doge Wanzakura realized that the history of the Doge family she had glimpsed was a narrative her ancestors wished her to discover. The tranquil underground space fell silent, with only a girl in a kimono, lost in contemplation, clutching a small notebook. Yet, Lord Tenjin abruptly posed a question. Doge, if it were you, what choice would you make? This inquiry startled Doge Wanzakura, prompting her to instinctively write, My ancestors urged me to combat the curse and to reinstate sorcery in this world. A millennium ago, the words and power of 100 sorcerers ignited hope for this lineage's resurgence. Doge Wanzakura embodies this hope. Lord Tenjin's tender laughter resonated. Yet his words struck Doge Wanzakura like a thunderclap. If the so-called curse is indeed one that the Doge family has cast upon itself, what would you do? Doge Wanzakura's face paled, her eyes widened in alarm as she gazed into the void. What does it mean that the Doge family cursed itself? I recall that the individual who proposed the eradication of the sorcerer bloodline was a remarkable figure, Doge Mia, renowned as the most exceptional sorcerer of her time. The mere mention of this name sent chills down Doge Wanzakura's spine. It was the name that had unveiled everything within the ancestral hall. The dual-faced Shikigami had also referenced this name, which espoused ideologies entirely at odds with her own legacy. Did she desire the complete annihilation of sorcery? Doge Wanzakura found herself at a loss for words, and Lord Tenjin understood that, for the air burdened with the rise and fall of sorcerers. This revelation must be profoundly jarring. Doge, perhaps you will unearth the answer. You must realize that your possession of this power is no mere coincidence. The fate of the Doge family once again rests in your hands. Doge Wanzakura felt as though she were in a daze, expelled from the Hall of Stars. She was somewhat lost, failing to notice that Satoru Gojo had been following her for quite some time. Hey, Doge-san. With a bewildered expression, she turned her head, meeting Satoru Gojo, who had his hands in his pockets. What did Lord Tenjin say to you? For reasons unknown, upon hearing Satoru Gojo's inquiry, she felt a sudden urge to confide. She began to write about the past of the Doge family, a fragment of history that had been erased, revealing that the once proud Doge lineage was divided. Some sought to obliterate the sorcerer bloodline, while others wished to preserve it. Naturally, Doge Wanzakura aligned with the ideology of preservation. Those were mere whispers of the wind, yet now that Lord Tenjin had affirmed them, they must hold some truth. Why did the Doge family have ancestors who wished to extinguish sorcery? And specifically, that ancestor named Doge Mia? Doge Wanzakura felt utterly confounded. What secrets did the parchment left by that ancestor hold? Perhaps her expression was so dismal that Satoru Gojo couldn't help but remark, "Doge-san, just go with the flow. You've already uncovered an astonishing secret. This signifies a trail worth following." His words inexplicably soothed Doge Wanzakura. He was right. At least she now knew that the history of the Doge family indeed concealed secrets. The ancestor named Doge Mia was mentioned in historical texts. Yet there seemed to be another entity that recognized this figure, the dual-faced Shikigami. Suddenly inspired, Doge Wanzakura eagerly wrote, "Satoru-sensei, could you have the fingers of the dual-faced Shikigami poke me once more? Huh, do you truly believe you can communicate with the dual-faced Shikigami? I'm unsure if it's a dream, but he, too, is a being from a millennium ago. Perhaps he knows something." Satoru Gojo found Doge Wanzakura's notion rather eccentric. Yet he did not refuse. "Sneaking into the Hall of Stars might get us arrested. Maybe I could collect some new findings to poke you with later?" Doge Wanzakura nodded. Feeling that she had already troubled Satoru Gojo enough, naturally, she wouldn't impose on him to pilfer from the Hall of Stars. "But is it all right? After being poked, do you feel any discomfort?" Under the six eyes, everything appears normal, Satoru Gojo inquired further. "I do dream, but upon waking, I feel remarkably refreshed, as if I have experienced an exquisite deep slumber." Were the fingers of the dual-faced Shikigami some sort of tranquilizer? Such a thought seemed ludicrous. Nevertheless, Satoru Gojo found himself oddly pleased to partake in Doge Wanzakura's family matters. As autumn faded into early winter, the fingers of the dual-faced Shikigami remained elusive, leaving Doge Wanzakura somewhat disappointed. She was not an impatient person, so she waited earnestly. However, before news of the dual-faced Shikigami's fingers could arrive, a significant event transpired. Suguru Geto, who had been absent for months, unexpectedly returned. He was once again flying a cursed kite in the afternoon, and Doge Wanzakura steeled herself to meet him. After months apart, Suguru Geto appeared even leaner, and she wondered what had kept him so preoccupied. Upon seeing Doge Wanzakura, he greeted her with that same impenetrable grin. "Oh, Doge-san, long time no see. How have you been getting along with Satoru?" Bound by the constraint, Doge Wanzakura could only respond, "We have been at peace." "So, have you two progressed to the next level? Have you kissed?" Doge Wanzakura's emotions surged to a peak only when facing Suguru Geto. "Satoru-sensei and I are not that kind of relationship." "Oh, so you haven't kissed yet? Satoru truly is a fool." Suguru Geto's eyes narrowed with delight as he mercilessly teased his former close friend. Faced with such malicious amusement, Doge Wanzakura felt a mix of anger and embarrassment as she hurriedly wrote, "What brings you here?" "Just gathering some intel on Satoru. If he has any troubles." "That would be splendid." "How despicable, utterly despicable." Doge Wanzakura glared at Suguru Geto, who merely nodded his head nonchalantly, exuding an air of calm. "Are you angry? Don't think about using sorcery on me. I'm quite wary of you now, Doge-san." Suguru Geto no longer underestimated Doge Wanzakura. He recognized the immense power she harbored, making him quite cautious. That plan could not involve Doge Wanzakura. Otherwise, the situation would tilt unfavorably. A cruel smile graced Suguru Geto's lips, barely concealing a hint of bitterness. "I have invited your nephew to stay with me. I am about to commence a rather intriguing celebration. Tomorrow, it will be announced at Jujutsu High. And once the celebration concludes, I will safely return that boy." Doge Wanzakura felt as though she had been struck by lightning, instinctively tearing off her mask. Her eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, Suguru Geto silenced her with a finger pressed to his lips. "Doge-san, the constraint we agreed upon prohibits me from harming Doge Toge. But it does not extend to all sorcerers under my command. My only request is that you refrain from interfering with my celebration and from utilizing your sorcery." Suguru Geto had remained elusive for several months, but yesterday, he seized the opportunity to capture Toge Inumaki while the latter was on a solo assignment. This was merely a precaution against Maki's cursed speech, which represented an infinite potential. Chapter 073. Suguru Geto, you are quite punctual. Geto frivolously sent a notification, prompting Maki to immediately text Satoru Gojo. Typically one to leave messages unread, Gojo surprisingly replied promptly today. "Is it true? He has taken Inumaki?" Upon seeing Maki's message that Geto had found her and captured Inumaki, he noted that he would also visit Jujutsu High tomorrow. Gojo instinctively attempted to contact Toge, who was currently on a mission, but it seemed he had already entered the domain, making him unreachable. Thus, he called his accompanying supervisor, Kiyotaka Ajichi. The assistant supervisor, looking puzzled, cautiously spoke into the phone. "Mr. Gojo, Inumaki just went in less than 10 minutes ago. You should open the domain and check if Toge is still there." "What?" Ajichi thought Gojo was perhaps playing one of his usual pranks, but reluctantly complied. To his astonishment, Toge, who had only just entered, had vanished, along with the cursed spirit he was responsible for. Ijichi found himself kneeling on the ground again, pondering the hellish difficulty of managing this year's first-year students. He has gone. Inumaki really is missing. I understand, Ijichi began, preparing to express his willingness to accept any consequence, but Gojo had already hung up. The unfortunate assistant supervisor sat in despair by the roadside, weeping. This year's first-year students had truly taken a toll on Ijichi's career. Gojo obtained the undeniable truth. Toge Inumaki had indeed disappeared, and if it was Geto, he likely left no trace for them to follow. There was no need to even go to the scene. Amused by his deep understanding of Geto, Gojo chuckled to himself. He did not want Maki involved, likely due to her cursed speech. The potency of cursed speech is not immediately apparent. It is the mastery of conceptual power. Although Maki could not yet wield such power, Geto had to exercise caution. Using Toge's life as leverage, he forbade Maki from participating in the confrontation. Geto, you are quite serious, Gojo thought as he arrived at the Inumaki residence. Maki had been anxiously pacing in the yard, and upon seeing Gojo, she inexplicably felt a sense of relief. She hurried to his side, looking up at him with hopeful eyes. Gojo shook his head but offered a reassuring smile. It's true that we can't reach Toge. Geto must have indeed captured him. However, do not worry. That guy wouldn't harm Toge as long as you follow his instructions. Maki shook her head earnestly, unable to trust that wicked man. Gojo chuckled, reaching out to pat Maki on the head. I can assure you of this. Geto is not the type to go back on his word. Upon uttering this, he found it somewhat ironic and deliberately adopted a light-hearted tone. Besides, your powers are unstable. Even if you tried to use them, our sorcerers might suffer as well. What Geto had not anticipated was that Maki's cursed speech was exceedingly unique and could not be wielded in battle. Yet Maki remained uncertain. If she complied, would Geto truly release Toge? Gojo provided the answer. He will. Up until now, Maki's impression of Geto was that of a cunning and deceitful man. But Gojo's nonchalant assurance suddenly drained her of any lingering doubts. After returning to Jujutsu High, Gojo relayed this news to Masamichi Yaga, the man who once nurtured them. Yaga now felt a palpable tension. After 10 years of lurking, what did Suguru Geto intend to bring forth? Was it that elusive dream? Are you certain? Geto has indeed begun to move, and this information comes from Maki. First-year Toge Inumaki has been kidnapped by Geto. What? Yaga was taken aback, glancing at Maki, who stood behind Gojo, her eyes shadowed by dark circles. She had not slept since receiving the news. Maki, I apologize for dragging you into this. Yaga had not anticipated that students, especially from the Inumaki family, would become embroiled in such matters. Maki shook her head, indicating that there was no need for apologies. If Toge had chosen to become a sorcerer, he would inevitably face dangers. The group in the corridor fell silent, observing first-year students wrapped in scarves passing by, seemingly on their way to training. Yuta Okatsu appeared worried, inquiring of Panda and Maki, but both shook their heads glumly. Even without hearing, Maki and the others could discern their concern for the unreachable Toge. Geto, Yaga murmured, recalling his former student's name, lost in thought. Finally, the moment had arrived. They stood on opposing sides. Damn it, why does calling for help always bring trouble? Quickly summon all grade 1 sorcerers to assemble at the school gate. As Yaga lamented, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming and unfiltered surge of cursed energy. The presence approaching was unmistakably Geto. Panic-stricken, Maki wondered what was happening. Gojo chuckled lightly, tinged with resignation. Geto had indeed kept his word about coming today. Suguru Geto arrived at Jujutsu High accompanied by several cursed users he referred to as family, promptly confronting a group of first-years who were passing by. Perhaps Geto had intentionally ridden a cursed spirit to appear before them. The first-years, having heard nothing of Geto's exploits, remained unaware, as Gojo never mentioned him in their presence. Thus, when confronted by the suddenly intruding sorcerers, the students were on high alert, though not overtly hostile. Panda scrunched his furry face, blustering. Who are you? Yuta 1T, let any intruders go. Yuta, anxious about Toge, glanced nervously at Panda and the unfamiliar sorcerers. Maki, with a serious expression, added, I advise you to leave before Yuta gives you a beating. Yuta, feeling betrayed, realized the opponents appeared overwhelmingly powerful. What were Panda and Maki saying? Don't joke around. I'm not that strong yet. He felt embarrassed, caught off guard. Before Yuta could further protest, a figure swiftly appeared before him, grasping his hands. Initially, the 3 students were merely probing, but now they had to take the situation seriously. The speed was so astonishing that they could hardly comprehend how he had crossed the distance in an instant. Did he possess a teleportation technique like Gojo? Geto regarded Yuta with a genial expression, exceedingly polite. It's a pleasure to meet you, Yuta. I am Suguru Geto. I am delighted to finally encounter someone capable of turning the tide against the special grade cursed spirit. Achieving this seemingly impossible dream is intricately tied to the cursed spirit of Okatsu Yuta, which serves as the crucial key for Suguru Geto to realize his unattainable ideals. Acquiring the cursed spirit, Rika. Chapter 074, Declaration of War, Night Parade of 100 Demons. The visitor was exceptionally polite, and Okatsu Yuta sensed no murderous intent emanating from him, prompting the white-clad youth to nod in a state of bewilderment. "Hello," Suguru Geto eagerly remarked. "You possess remarkable strength. I believe such great power should be directed toward a noble cause." At this moment, Okatsu Yuta felt utterly confounded. What was this suddenly appeared man in his flamboyant, multicolored robe saying? Could he be part of some sinister cult? Then Suguru Geto posed a rather philosophical question. "Do you have any doubts about the world as it stands? In a society where sorcerers must operate in the shadows to maintain order, it is a paradox indeed that the strong must cater to the weak," which evokes a sense of melancholy. At this juncture, Suguru Geto's theatrical persona erupted as he dramatically slung an arm around Okatsu Yuta's shoulder, speaking eloquently. Okatsu Yuta listened, still in a daze, and politely murmured in acknowledgement. Suguru Geto, the charismatic leader, continued his indoctrination. "The spirits of all things have halted their evolution. How absurd. Humanity must reevaluate its survival strategy. Thus, I hope you can assist me." Okatsu Yuta finally grasped the crux of the conversation, and the kind-hearted youth innocently inquired. "Assist with what?" Suguru Geto's lips curled into a knowing smile as he articulated a chilling notion in an eerily casual tone. "Exterminate all non-sorcerers and create a world solely for sorcerers." In that instant, Okatsu Yuta's pupils dilated in shock. What was this man rambling about? To eradicate all non-sorcerers? Was he intending to annihilate every ordinary person in the world? Was this man truly insane? The three individuals momentarily stiffened with astonishment when a reassuring voice emerged from behind. It was Satoru Gojo. The man, usually flippant and carefree, now spoke with utmost seriousness, tinged with a sense of restraint. "Could you refrain from instilling such deranged ideologies in my student?" Suguru Geto's smile widened as he continued to embrace Okatsu Yuta's shoulders, turning playfully to greet Gojo. "Satoru, long time no see." His gaze then drifted to the figure of Inumaki Toge behind Satoru. "Ah, Miss Inumaki has also graced us with her presence. I trust she won't interfere with my endeavors?" The words carried an implicit warning, and Inumaki Toge tightened her grip on her notebook, glaring at Suguru Geto. Satoru stepped forward, interposing himself between them. "Please keep your distance from those children, Geto." Suguru Geto seemed to find amusement in this, his smile deepening. "I've heard this year's first-year students are quite exceptional." Indeed, it took considerable effort to invite that talented cursed speech user. Okatsu Yuta lifted his gaze slightly, observing Suguru Geto's jovial exchange with Satoru. Did he really invite Inumaki Toge as a guest? It became apparent that this was the individual responsible for her disappearance. Okatsu Yuta brushed off the arm around his shoulders, his tone grave. "I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand what Mr. Geto is saying. However, I will not assist someone who harms my friends." Upon hearing this, Suguru Geto donned a look of feigned helplessness. "I sincerely apologize. I did not intend to upset you." Satoru Gojo sensed that Suguru Geto's intentions were far from benign, likely targeting Okatsu Yuta. He stepped closer, creating distance between the two, and addressed Suguru Geto. "So what celebration are you planning?" It seemed Miss Inumaki had indeed informed him. "It's been a while. Your chatter has become increasingly tedious." Suguru Geto let out a delighted laugh, then addressed all the sorcerers gathered there. "Listen well. At sunset on December 24th, we shall hold the night parade of 100 demons. In the cursed furnace of Tokyo Shinjuku and the sacred grounds of Kyoto, I will unleash thousands of cursed spirits, and the command will be clear: unleash a massacre. If you do not wish to witness a hellish scene, do your utmost to thwart it. Let us indulge in mutual curses." Inumaki Toge was momentarily taken aback. This was what Suguru Geto referred to as a celebration? Releasing thousands of cursed spirits targeting the heart of the nation to eliminate so-called ordinary people? He was truly mad. Among the curse users accompanying Suguru Geto, a young girl suddenly raised her voice, calling for him. "Lord Geto, hurry up. The shop is closing." Suguru Geto replied gently, "Is it already time?" "My apologies, Satoru. They're clamoring for crepes at Takeshita Street. I must take my leave." His tone was exceedingly gentle, reflecting how he treated sorcerers, like a kind older brother. However, he showed no mercy toward ordinary people. Satoru Gojo watched as Suguru Geto turned to leave, his voice growing cold. "Do you think I would let you depart so easily?" Suguru Geto suddenly laughed, glancing back at Satoru. "I advise against such thoughts, as Miss Inumaki would not be pleased either." His words clearly implied a threat involving Inumaki Toge, and he mockingly regarded both Satoru and Inumaki before waving goodbye. "Then, we shall meet on the battlefield." Suguru Geto finally made his bold entrance. heralding a celebration shrouded in the guise of slaughter. After 10 years of lurking, this day had finally arrived. Nightmare had commanded the sorcerers to immediately retrieve all information on Suguru Geto and exhaust all efforts to uncover his hidden whereabouts. Only Satoru Gojo gazed upward, watching as Suguru Geto departed, mounted upon a cursed spirit. Inumaki Toge had provided crucial intelligence regarding Suguru Geto's suspected control over the former Starry Sky cult, transforming it into a new church. With the backing of such a church, Suguru Geto had amassed a significant number of cursed spirits over the past decade. The prospect of thousands of cursed spirits from both locations was no jest. It was a grim reality. Satoru Gojo harbored a flicker of hope that perhaps Suguru Geto's ambitions would wane, that he would retreat into obscurity while everyone muddled through. Yet Suguru Geto chose to confront matters head-on. Satoru Gojo suddenly recalled numerous thoughts, standing motionless until someone tugged at the hem of his clothing. Turning to find Inumaki Toge clutching her notebook, he noticed a line of text. Principal Yaga said to convene in the conference room at 9 o'clock for a strategy meeting. Satoru Gojo responded with an indifferent, carefree smile. There is still time for dinner. However, Inumaki Toge sensed the sorrow within the man before her, so she cautiously wrote, "May I accompany you, Satoru-sensei, for dinner?" Satoru Gojo stared at the written words for an extended moment before bursting into genuine laughter. What a predicament. Very well. Let us go together. Perhaps Satoru Gojo truly needed a listener to help him confront the implications of Suguru Geto's actions. Chapter 075. Regret and Delayed Understanding. As for the so-called dinner, Satoru Gojo had little appetite. He purchased a simple sandwich and strawberry milk from the school's convenience store, then meandered to an empty classroom to eat. "Ah, Miss Inumaki, is this something you can eat?" It was only upon reflection that I realized. Alongside the well-mannered young lady who adhered to a regular dining schedule, indulging in some fast food. Doggerel Sakurako shook her head, revealing a beaming smile. "You must be curious about the matters concerning Suguru Geto." Satoru Gojo perched himself on a desk by the window, resting his chin on the sill while nibbling on a sandwich, reminiscent of a youthful boy. After a moment of contemplation, Doggerel Sakurako jotted down in her notebook. If Teacher Gojo finds it convenient to share, there was indeed nothing inconvenient about it. Satoru Gojo chuckled nonchalantly, yet later, Suguru Geto vanished without a trace, as if the sorcery world had erased all memories of him. Yet, he was a rare practitioner of cursed spirit manipulation. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Satoru Gojo through countless arduous tasks, he was a trustworthy confidant and, indeed, Satoru's sole true friend. Where to begin? Satoru himself could hardly recall. After years apart, Suguru had transformed significantly, no longer embodying the gentle kindness he once exuded. Ah, kindness. Let us commence with that notion. Miss Doggerel, once upon a time, Suguru adhered to the philosophy of protecting the vulnerable. He believed that sorcery existed to shield non-sorcerers, representing the world as it ought to be. Upon hearing Satoru's description, Doggerel Sakurako wore an incredulous expression. "Oh dear, I once had a quarrel with Suguru. I deemed his views as mere platitudes, which I loathed most ardently." As Satoru spoke, he appeared quite jubilant, gazing into the distant sunset, continuing his musings casually. When did it begin? Was it the death of Nariko Amanai or Yuta Hibahara that altered Suguru? Those were names etched in Doggerel Sakurako's memory. The demise of familiar faces greatly impacted Suguru Geto, didn't it? Satoru observed the words Doggerel had inscribed, then traced the characters of impact with his fingertip. Perhaps the collapse of Suguru's former beliefs compelled him to forge a wholly new conviction. Otherwise, how could he continue to exist as a sorcerer? In my youth, I was quite reckless, nearly falling victim to a lethal curse, which drove me to train relentlessly in sorcery. I might have overlooked Suguru's transformation, for when I learned that he had cursed hundreds of innocent lives in a fit of rebellion, I was utterly taken aback. Satoru tapped his head as if trying to shake off the memory. It was the first time he could articulate such thoughts, and Doggerel Sakurako, being an excellent listener, provided him solace. Suguru Geto has repudiated the principles he once held dear, ultimately choosing an extreme path. Perhaps Suguru resented my arrogance. After all, during our last encounter, he questioned me, wondering if he possessed my level of prowess. Would anyone still consider his dream of a world solely for sorcerers as an illusory joke? Everyone dismissed Suguru's ideation as the ravings of a madman. But what if it were Satoru Gojo voicing such sentiments? A man capable, by sheer force of will, of altering the very fabric of the sorcery world? Then no one would dare utter, "That is impossible." Satoru displayed no discernible expression. Yet Doggerel Sakurako sensed the undercurrents of anguish within him. She penned her thoughts. "Suguru Geto never truly harbored animosity towards you. Perhaps he feels that lacking your strength rendered him powerless to effect change." Satoru's eyes flickered ever so slightly. "Is that so?" Her tone was overly earnest. prompting Doggerel Sakurako to quickly append. Just a presumptuous guess, for I have not shared in your past. Satoru finished the last bite of his sandwich, speaking leisurely. Suguru must have endured immense suffering, leading him to opt for a path of greater anguish. You see, Suguru had also cursed his own ordinary parents. I was the one who collected their remains. His mother prepared delightful seafood pasta, and his father always wore a stern demeanor, yet when I visited, I would bring along small cakes. Satoru's tone was buoyant, but Doggerel Sakurako found it increasingly difficult to bear. She felt the sting of tears. Suguru's parents departed peacefully in their slumber. The scene was immaculate. Perhaps they believed they were still dreaming. Suguru had tenderly taken the lives of his parents, an act entirely different from the massacre of a village. Perhaps Suguru feared that, as a curse user, his parents would face pressure from the sorcery elite. Or maybe he dreaded that they would discover his heinous deeds and be utterly heartbroken, detesting him. Regardless of the conjecture, it mattered not. For Suguru had declared it a severance from the past, asserting that because his parents were ordinary, the world ahead required no ordinary souls. Doggerel Sakurako bowed her head. Suguru was despicable, yet simultaneously pitiable. Teacher Gojo, is there no possibility for Suguru Geto to return to his former self? Satoru tilted his head in contemplation, eventually revealing a faint, resigned smile. It was impossible. Suguru had already resigned himself to his fate. Though Suguru was indeed arrogant, he was also astute. There was little need for grand declarations of war. If he aimed to eliminate more innocents, he could strike us by surprise. Satoru reached out, poking Doggerel Sakurako gently on the forehead, sporting a knowing smile. So, Miss Doggerel, why the grand gestures from Suguru Geto? Doggerel Sakurako's mind buzzed. She wore a look of surprise, eliciting hearty laughter from Satoru Gojo. This was Suguru's celebration for himself. He proclaimed to all that he, too, would fervently pursue the dreams they deemed unattainable. Doggerel Sakurako's eyes brimmed with emotion. She discerned the profound sentiments within Satoru's words. This man might have experienced regret, having immersed himself in the pursuit of power while neglecting his closest friend. Perhaps Satoru had spent a decade pondering, ultimately grasping Suguru's thoughts. Yet, it was far too late. The man stretched languidly, reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor. It was truly remarkable. Today, I revealed many little secrets. Miss Doggerel won't secretly tell others that I am a sentimental man, will she? Doggerel Sakurako immediately shook her head, her expression resolute. Oh dear. The time for the great battle approaches. I must seize this moment to rest a bit. Satoru, having uttered those words, prepared to rise from the desk. Yet Doggerel Sakurako's subsequent action took him by surprise. The girl stepped onto the bench before her and reached out to tousle Satoru's hair. Much like how he had often comforted her in the past. Her violet eyes radiated warmth, imbued with compassion, though words failed her. Her touch offered a healing that was beyond compare. Satoru chuckled softly, not evading her gesture. What is this, Miss Doggerel? Are you soothing a child? It has no effect whatsoever. So, please refrain from this. I might drown in your tenderness, Miss Doggerel. Chapter 76. The Origin of Yuta Okatsu. During the evening meeting, Doggerel Sakurako participated as an advisor. In a matter of hours, she swiftly gathered information concerning Suguru Geto under the auspices of Jogo Ichiji, who presented it before the assembly. Regarding Suguru Geto's imminent release of thousands of cursed spirits across 2 locations, Yagazenin offered a reassuring response. While the numbers were vast, the majority comprised lesser-grade spirits. Similar to sorcerers, the emergence of high-grade cursed spirits is a rare occurrence, often necessitating extensive time for evolution or an extreme surge of negative energy. Regardless of the number of curse users, it likely hovers around 50 individuals. This is an estimation of Suguru Geto's combat prowess, as if the outcome of this battle has already declared his defeat unilaterally. However, the long-silent Satoru Gojo finally spoke. This is where the true terror lies. I do not believe that Geto would willingly instigate a battle destined for failure, even at the cost of his own life. Suguru Geto would fervently attempt to turn the tide. Upon hearing this, Mazumichi Yaga understood that Geto was indeed prepared to gamble his life. Damn it. We must enlist the aid of all jujitsu graduates and the 3 great families to mount a comprehensive response. This time, we must ensure the complete annihilation of Suguru Geto. As his teacher, Yaga could not afford to show any leniency, for such sentimentality would render the battle precarious from the very outset. The first to exit the conference room was Shoko Yeri, perpetually appearing weary. Upon hearing Yaga's announcement of the impending conflict, she seemed utterly disinterested. Her feelings towards her contemporaries were complex. Satoru Gojo, with his chin resting on his hand, appeared deep in thought, perhaps contemplating the means by which Suguru Geto might risk everything. Suddenly, Shoko recalled something. Suguru Geto approached me after he ambushed Nobara and Yuta. Ah, you mentioned this before. What of it? At that time, I had a suspicion, and I asked Geto if his target was Yuta, but he did not respond. Hearing this, Gojo was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. Geto had stated during his student days that cursed spirits already bound to him could not be absorbed. If Yuta were to encounter any issues, Rika would undoubtedly go berserk, indiscriminately eliminating anyone in her path, regardless of their status as sorcerers. Geto's intentions were solely directed towards ordinary individuals, without contemplating threats to sorcerers. Yet, Gojo couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Perhaps over the years, Suguru Geto had made new advancements that could invalidate previous theories. As he analyzed the situation, he realized that even Yuta Okatsu, possessing a special grade cursed spirit, could not be sent to the front lines to avoid Rika spiraling out of control, leading to chaos between allies and foes. I will keep Yuta safe at Jujutsu High and prevent him from entering the battlefield. At that time, Miss Inumaki will remain with Yuta. I believe that having you nearby will soothe his anxiety about being unable to participate in the fight. In this moment, Gojo revealed a tender side of his nature, and Shoko nodded in agreement. Will we emerge victorious? Of course, Nobara will return unharmed. Gojo broke into a relaxed smile, confident that as long as Shoko Inumaki refrained from using her cursed speech, Suguru Geto would never genuinely harm Nobara. In the ensuing 3 days, the Jujutsu community and the government coordinated efforts to temporarily relocate ordinary citizens from the central area of Kyoto and Shinjuku, Tokyo, before dusk on December 24th, allowing sorcerers to converge at this location. As dusk approached, the sky darkened not due to unusual weather, but because of an overwhelming multitude of cursed spirits. Suguru Geto had arrived as promised. Countless cursed spirits descended from the heavens or surged in from the streets, all heading towards the designated location set by Suguru Geto. Satoru Gojo chose to confront Geto in Shinjuku, knowing that Geto, ever the flamboyant figure during his student days, would undoubtedly make a grand entrance. Something felt amiss. Gojo gazed upwards, sensing the presence of a sorcerer, one particularly troublesome, even for a grade 1 sorcerer to handle. Yet, it was not Suguru Geto. Had he gone to Kyoto? But there had been no notifications from there. Gojo's mind raced as he analyzed the situation, when suddenly, Jotaro Ejichi, who had been investigating another matter, hurriedly arrived at the scene. Mr. Gojo, I have an urgent report. Ah, Ejichi. While this might seem untimely, I believe it is imperative to inform you that regarding my previous investigation into Yuta's lineage, he is a distant relative of the Gojo family, which means he is also a descendant of Sugawara no Michizane, one of the 4 great cursed spirits. Upon hearing this news, Satoru Gojo turned to Ejichi, noting the serious expression on the assistant supervisor's face, indicating that this information had been thoroughly verified. Yuta Okatsu is indeed a distant relative of the Gojo clan. However, the lineage of the special grade cursed spirit Rika Orimoto bears no traces of jujitsu practitioners. Thus, it is not that Rika became a cursed spirit to haunt Yuta after her death, but rather that Yuta, unwilling to accept Rika's demise, cursed her with his immense cursed energy. Therefore, aside from the cursed spirit Rika, Yuta possesses significant talent in jujitsu, with a vast reservoir of cursed energy that is inherently his own and not derived from Rika. Suddenly, Gojo comprehended the implications, observing the formidable procession of cursed spirits. Yet no sign of Suguru Geto. Geto, the one most knowledgeable about cursed spirits, likely realized the origins of Rika's existence long ago. If Rika was born from Yuta's curse, then upon Yuta's death, Rika would lose her master. Would Suguru Geto truly be unable to control Rika? Was it genuinely impossible for him to absorb cursed spirits with whom he had established a bond? Gojo fixed an intense gaze upon the airborne cursed spirits, noticing a foreign sorcerer clad in a white beret, his skin dark as night. This visage was all too familiar. Was he not the one who had once captured Shoko Inumaki in the tavern? This individual was exceedingly powerful. Allowing him to remain here could spell disaster. And even Kinto Nanami might struggle to contend with him, potentially leading to a counterattack. Suguru Geto, is this your scheme? To temporarily restrain me with a formidable sorcerer while you seek out Yuta at Jujutsu High? Without hesitation, Gojo seized his phone and dialed Yuta's number. As anticipated, the call could not be connected. The signal was being jammed by the account. Truly, a testament to the cunning of my dear friend. Miguel leaped from the cursed spirit, confronting the silent white-haired man before him, brandishing his whip-like cursed tool. Your opponent is me, special grade. Gojo offered a wry smile, pulling down the bandages obscuring his eyes, revealing azure irises untainted by the murky air. I apologize, but I am rather pressed for time. Chapter 077. The target is Jujutsu High. Within Jujutsu High, aside from the regular stationed assistant supervisors, the other sorcerers had proceeded to the front lines. Maki Zenin had also remained behind, with cursed energy akin to that of ordinary individuals. She was at great risk of being ruthlessly slain by Suguru Geto. Yuta Okatsu, unable to join the battle, felt a pang of disappointment. However, Satoru Gojo had warned him that in the chaos of battle, he might not be able to control Rika, leading her to unleash devastation. Yuta gazed at his hands, reflecting on his victory at the Sister Exchange Conference, feeling a surge of pride that almost made him forget his inability to manage Rika effectively. Ah, here they come. The door to the first-year classroom swung open, revealing Maki Zenin and Shoko Inumaki. Didn't you say you would rest these past few days? What brings you to the classroom? Yuta displayed an awkward smile. Oh, I just found it hard to settle down. Miss Inumaki, you've come as well? Shoko nodded. Removing a small notebook to jot down, Gojo-sensei said that once we locate Nobara, we will immediately return to Jujutsu High. Thinking of Nobara, the kind-hearted Yuta felt a rare flicker of resentment. That man, Suguru Geto, truly is formidable. He abducted Nobara to prevent Shoko from joining the fight. Kogen Wataru, blushing with embarrassment, wrote, he has overestimated my abilities. Even without Shoki, I cannot participate in the battle. Why is that? Ito had mentioned that Kogen-san was even more formidable than him in the art of curses. Because I cannot freely choose my target for casting spells. And there is a significant risk I may harm my allies. This predicament bore resemblance to the uncontrollable cursed spirit, Rika. Odo Kinkuen, do not worry. Teacher Gojo has stated that our chances of victory are quite high. Let us quietly await the outcome, he reassured. Odo Kyunyuta nodded in agreement, then glanced at Zenin Maki, who had taken a seat, his expression one of puzzlement. But isn't Zenin-san supposed to be on the front lines? You're quite skilled at exorcising cursed spirits. Zenin Maki sighed, pondering whether her perception of cursed energy was muddled due to the powerful cursed spirits constantly surrounding her. Had they been classmates for so long without realizing this? Do you know why I use cursed tools to exorcise spirits? Ah, is it because you excel at cursed tools? The girl with the high ponytail shook her head, removing her glasses, her cold expression tinged with self-mockery. Because my cursed energy is the same as an ordinary person's. Without these cursed glasses, I cannot even see the spirits. All her tools had been pre-infused with cursed energy, not her own. Odo Kyunyuta was incredulous, as Zenin Maki's physical prowess was extraordinary in both combat and training. Kogen Wataru also noticed. She had initially thought Zenin Maki merely had a low amount of cursed energy, but it turned out she was unable to see cursed spirits at all. Yet, this girl hailed from the Zenin family, one of the 3 prominent families. Kogen Wataru had read that the Zenin family was notoriously strict regarding the selection of sorcerers, with status determined by the strength of one's cursed energy and techniques. A girl like Zenin Maki. Kogen-san, you should understand that my family is the Zenin clan, which favors cultivating elite sorcerers. It is precisely because I cannot see cursed spirits that I was able to escape that wretched place. Zenin Maki's tone was almost one of relief. But Kogen Wataru detected the underlying pain. A sorcerer who cannot see cursed spirits. What a difficult path to tread. Odo Kyunyuta voiced the question that Kogen Wataru also wished to ask. Then Maki, why do you still want to be a sorcerer? Zenin Maki pondered for a moment, then unexpectedly displayed a bold smile. Because my personality is quite terrible. As someone who cannot see cursed spirits, my goal is to become a grade 1 sorcerer, return, and witness the disheartened expressions on my family's faces, then dismantle the Zenin family from within. Kogen Wataru suddenly understood. Zenin Maki, who spoke these words, must have endured significant hardships within the Zenin family, being belittled and dismissed until she left the Zenin house to become a student at Jujutsu High. Hearing this, Odo Kyunyuta's gaze sparkled with admiration as if filled with stars. What's wrong? Oh, I just feel that it resembles what Maki-san would do. I want to become strong and genuine like Maki. Kogen Wataru nodded in agreement, wishing to embody strength and authenticity herself, to encounter more people and experiences, and to live out a different version of herself. Upon hearing this, Zenin Maki's eyes widened in disbelief. Perhaps it was the first time someone had praised her so sincerely. Yet, it felt rather pleasant. If I can be of assistance, please do not hesitate, like taking down the Zenin family together. Odo Kyunyuta flashed a sincere smile, causing Zenin Maki to smile wryly in response, then intentionally adopted a fierce expression. You fool, this is something I must do on my own. Kogen Wataru couldn't help but smile, writing in her notebook, Maki-san, I also wish to become strong and genuine. If you ever need assistance, count me in. Why are you teasing me too, Kogen-san? The classroom was filled with a warm atmosphere, as the sense of disappointment among those unable to enter the battlefield seemed to dissipate. However, the orange glow of the sunset outside suddenly dimmed, and Kogen Wataru's smile froze. An unsettling atmosphere loomed. From darkness it emerged, the darkest of shades, purging all impurities. This aura signified that someone had set a trap. The 3 quickly rushed to the window, observing the darkening sky and the dreadful energy swirling within it. Kogen Wataru felt a profound clarity, knowing exactly who was responsible. Suguru Geto, how could he be here? Without a moment's hesitation, Kogen Wataru turned to leave, but Odo Kyunyuta, in a panic, called out to her. Kogen-san, where are you going? Kogen Wataru offered a reassuring smile, writing in her notebook. You all stay in the classroom and do not go out. Teacher Gojo will arrive shortly. The girl stepped out of the classroom, leaving only a fleeting trace of her light-colored kimono's sleeves. Odo Kyunyuta turned pale, while Inumaki had already positioned herself on the windowsill, preparing to leap from the second floor. Maki, what are you planning to do? You fool. Kogen-san is being threatened by Suguru Geto and cannot use her cursed techniques. How can we let her face him alone? I'm going to fetch my cursed tools. Wait for me. Watching the two disappear, Odo Kyunyuta suddenly felt anxious, but he clenched his nails into his palms, forcing himself to remain calm. Odo Kyunyuta, you are no longer that weak student. You are a special great sorcerer. Regardless of Suguru Geto's intentions for coming to Jujutsu High, you must endure until Teacher Gojo arrives. The winter wind was biting, stinging against the skin. Yet Kogen Wataru's steps remained steady. Once a girl who could only weep and was easily bullied, her purple eyes now radiated tranquility. Suguru Geto, do you realize you can no longer toy with me? Chapter 078. The decision to kill Suguru Geto. Upon seeing Kogen Wataru approach him, standing atop the torii gate, Suguru Geto spoke with a mocking tone. It seems that Gojo isn't too bright, allowing Kogen-san to be at Jujutsu High. Kogen Wataru lifted her gaze to meet his, observing the madness glimmering within his elongated eyes. She retrieved her notebook and began to write, but before she could finish, he derided her. Kogen-san, are you stalling for time? Kogen Wataru paid him no heed. The once fearful girl now wrote with unwavering steadiness. The night parade of 100 demons is merely a diversion. You wish to obtain the cursed spirit Rika before launching a true assault. Suguru Geto's eyes flickered as he leaped down from the torii gate, landing before Kogen Wataru. Kogen-san is quite clever, but unfortunately, it is too late for words. My family has detained Gojo. I can refrain from harming you, allowing you to reunite with your nephew. Family or stranger, Kogen-san knows how to choose, right? Suguru Geto smirked, revealing his villainous side, a time when he too had struggled on the brink of good and evil, exhausted even in his breaths. Kogen Wataru would surely find this choice agonizing. Look how wicked he was. Yet before him, Kogen Wataru tore off her facial mask. Her gaze was filled with compassion and an unwavering resolve. Do you not care about the life of that boy sorcerer? Kogen Wataru merely wrote in her notebook. If Shoki were to know that his life was exchanged for Yuta's, he would indeed blame me. Upon reading the words, Suguru Geto erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard a most amusing jest. What a noble character you possess. Should I applaud you for it? However, Miss Inumaki, being capable of controlling cursed spirits, I must restrain you. Knowing your intent to attack, how could I allow you to utter a word? As Geto's words trailed off, the serpent-like cursed spirit materialized behind Toge Inumaki, deftly ensnaring the lower half of her face. Toge's pupils dilated, and the illustrated book she held slipped from her grasp as she struggled against the cursed spirit's grip, pain etched across her features. Geto, furious, commanded the cursed spirit to tighten its hold on Toge's face, as if seeking to crush her skull. Even with her mouth covered, preventing her from speaking, Toge emitted a soft whimper. With every ounce of her strength, a sound escaped her lips. Geto's expression shifted dramatically as he stood frozen, focusing intently to shield his brain and ears with cursed energy. Meanwhile, the first-level cursed spirit trembled, releasing a feeble whimper, unable to maintain its grip on Toge. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Geto's eyes. Toge had not articulated any words, merely expressed a sound. What kind of creature can wield cursed techniques with mere sound? Toge staggered a few steps, nearly strangled by the cursed spirit. She regarded the motionless Geto with a strange smile, the curse marks at the corners of her mouth accentuating her otherworldly visage. It was unfathomable that such a demeanor could belong to Toge Inumaki. Deep down, she was terrified, anxious that Yuta Okatsu and Maki Zenin might be nearing, having heard her anguished cries. Yet, she maintained her facade with clarity of thought. Miss Inumaki, I shall now command the execution of the cursed speech user boy. Geto tilted his head, a manic grin spreading across his face. Toge's body quaked, her pain impossible to conceal. She felt as though she were being torn apart by a dreadful choice. Her eyes burned, and her emotions, strained under the pressure, were keenly observed by Geto, who made a shushing gesture, his voice laced with temptation. I shall grant you one more chance. Remain silent, and I shall spare him. The sole heir of her brother and sister-in-law, akin to a small son, had filled Toge's world with warmth. Were it not for Toge Takamichi, she would have disregarded her family's will entirely, wishing only to hide away and wither into nothingness. But would Toge Takamichi desire for her aunt to be a cold-hearted and selfish individual? Toge felt the warm tears cascade down her cheeks, her silent mouth forming the notes of an I'm sorry. Geto caught sight of her tear-filled purple eyes, brimming with resolve. Ah, splendid. Truly splendid. Hundreds of cursed spirits suddenly crowded the air, rushing toward Toge, who lacked combat skills. She had never witnessed such a ferocious sight, yet she did not falter an inch. Do not move. Unable to voice a direct attack for fear of harming the unseen Yuta Okatsu and Maki Zenin, Toge could only resort to action-limiting cursed speech. Hundreds of cursed spirits froze in an instant, while a few fortunate ones that escaped selection continued to move, creating a striking spectacle. Having preemptively safeguarded his ears and brain, Geto only paused momentarily, but facing Toge, it posed no real challenge. The man summoned a cursed spirit resembling a caterpillar, extracting the special-grade cursed tool, Yun, from its mouth. It was a red 3-section staff, once belonging to Zenin Fushiguro. Geto moved swiftly, weaving through the motionless cursed spirits, with a flick of his wrist. He swung Yun toward Toge's waist. Having already diminished much of his strength, otherwise, the untrained Toge Inumaki might have been severed in two. Toge soared through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing against a tree trunk before falling. Geto, intrigued, twirled Yun in his hand. Oh dear. Does Miss Inumaki treat cursed spirits with such tenderness, merely rendering them immobile, rather than sending them to their demise? Toge rose from the ground, her light kimono soiled with mud, as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Geto had no intention of allowing her to speak further. Yet there was no necessity to kill Toge Inumaki. He sprang into action again, moving so swiftly that he left an afterimage. Toge felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Inexplicably, her vocal cords surged with warmth, as if she had been poked by the fingers of Shikigami. Yet, within her mind, the voice of Shikigami resonated. Don't hesitate, speak. Almost instinctively, Toge blurted out, descend. Despite expending most of her energy to protect her ears and brain, under the influence of her command, Geto's body involuntarily fell downward. Most of the cursed spirits crashed heavily to the ground, while a few that had not been selected stood dazedly in place, repeating their previous actions. Strangely, the penetration power of Toge's cursed speech had intensified in that fleeting moment. However, even with much of his cursed energy filtered, Geto managed to regain control after only 3 seconds, rising cautiously to observe Toge Inumaki. Then he noticed the girl before him suddenly turn pale. Toge heard the low, guiding voice of Shikigami. Now, say to kill him.